Chapter 1. Encounter with Yukimura. Upon returning home after club practice, Karasuma glanced at the group chat panel, where the messages had already surged to over 99. Mama haha. Yin-chan is soon to graduate from elementary school. Huan. Indeed, watching him grow from a tiny tot into a young lad is quite the journey. And Keela, my dear son is about to enter junior high. Let's send him a red envelope to celebrate. And Keela, sending a special red envelope, fire magic. Karasuma, why does the pseudololi play the role of a mother everywhere? Is it a decline of morals or a loss of humanity? Karasuma, special red envelope received. Karasuma, if I were to wield this magic, would I be captured for dissection? And Keela, if you guys are conjuring up otherworldly nonsense just to play tennis, what's wrong with having magic? In his past life, Karasuma was known as Lu Yuan in a mere span of 20 years. His life had been smooth sailing. He was cheerful and lively, with the only minor flaw being his penchant for gaming. But how could he be blamed? The games were simply too captivating. During the summer of his university years, he played through the night, and at the moment he achieved the status of a 100-star legend, he transformed into Karasuma. From the moment of his birth, he had never seen his parents, only knowing he was a child of a prominent family. Raised under the meticulous care of the family butler, Karasuma never troubled himself over the absence of parental love in this world. Out of curiosity, at the age of 3, he once asked Karasuma, Uncle Ling, where are my parents? Karasuma, a professional butler clad in impeccable attire, possessed a mature and handsome visage. At 30, it was quite normal to be addressed as uncle by a 3-year-old, chuckling softly. The serious Karasuma, with a rather unruly tuft of hair perpetually standing on end, responded to Yan's inquiry. Young master, your parents are overseas managing business affairs. Yan squinted his large eyes. The wisdom of his 23-year-old mind told him it was a fabrication. If they choose not to share, then so be it. He was not overly concerned. In his second life, Karasuma found satisfaction in his current existence. Wealthy, wise, and handsome, what grievances could he possibly harbor? Well, there were moments of contemplation as he gazed into the mirror at his white hair and crimson eyes, resting his chin in thought. Could it be that I am, in fact, a vampire? He bared his teeth to examine them, noticing they had yet to fully develop. The affluent, insightful, and handsome Karasuma also possessed the advantage of rebirth. In the recesses of his mind lay a system panel that resembled a chat interface, although it remained inactive and appeared lifeless. He was uncertain what trigger might activate. At the age of 4, he fortuitously discovered that a high-end tennis club had opened nearby. Driven by curiosity, he requested Karasuma to take him for a visit. After entrusting him to the club manager and explaining the young master's esteemed status, Karasuma departed, leaving 2 bodyguards stationed at the entrance. The manager pondered how to arrange an appropriate coach for the distinguished young master, or perhaps the young master merely wished to observe rather than learn. Recently, several children of similar age to the young master have joined the club. Let's first have the young master observe his peers learning tennis, and then inquire about his thoughts. Truly a prodigy promotion is not far off, Yamashita. The manager led Karasuma Gaki to the club premises and called over a man who appeared to be in his 30s, but he addressed him. Coach Sakai, do you have 2 4-year-old children under your guidance? The man nodded affirmatively. The manager crouched down, gently supporting Karasuma Gaki's back, and nudged him forward slightly. Young master Karasuma Gaki, this is Coach Sakai, who specializes in introducing tennis to younger children. Recently, 2 children of your age have joined. You may first engage with them and see if you take a liking to tennis. Karasuma Gaki, maintaining his aloof and noble demeanor as a beautiful young man in public, nodded regally, internally lamenting the burden of his idol persona. Coach Sakai discerned that the child before him likely held a unique status, especially given the manager's obsequious demeanor. Then allow me to introduce young master Karasuma Gaki to them, he suggested. He led Karasuma Gaki to his training room, where 4 children were present. 2 appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, practicing rallies, while the other 2 were likely his contemporaries, engaged in swinging their rackets. Yukimura-kun, Sanadakan, please pause for a moment and come over. Sakai beckoned the 2 children. Karasuma Gaki thought to himself, what? This isn't the killing net. Your flowing garment, as you turn, is my unwavering faith throughout this life. Karasuma Gaki watched as the 2 approached after setting down their rackets, his gaze fixating on the child with slightly curled, deep blue hair. Truly, the master was adorable in his youth, he mused, chuckling inwardly. Suddenly, a system activation echoed in his mind. Ding, system activation in progress. Activation successful. Fetching group chat members that he observed familiar figures being drawn into the chat. Liu Bei, Zhuge Liang, Boss Chow, Liu Bang, Liu Bei, Lu Shan, Boss Chow. What are you all doing? Is this a team-building exercise for the Liu family? Huan. What's the purpose of this group chat? Zhou, who is this young boy, and why does he appear in my mind? Oh my, can they see me? Kai Wenji. I can see him too. He seems younger than I am. Dianwei. Karasuma Gaki. And not sure either. Unparalleled. The surname Karasuma Gaki belongs to the Sakura people. Karasuma Gaki. No, I am of Huaxia descent. I just don't know why I have arrived in this world. System message. The system activation is successful. Please actively complete tasks to gain energy. What are the tasks? What happens if I don't participate? What can energy do? In the realm of tennis, the task is, of course, to play tennis. If I don't participate, I can use the energy to level up. Is the system endowed with such rich emotions? Shouldn't it be devoid of feelings, only to train a devoted entity that would be unwaveringly loyal to him? If one lacks enthusiasm, what are they worth? What benefit would I derive from your upgrade? Karami, the cynic, believes that without gain, he shall not rise early for any endeavored. Should I upgrade, you would unlock additional system functions, however. The system would never divulge to him that it could do nothing without tasks assigned. The laws of the universe dictate that the host cannot be punished, yet the astute system would refrain from revealing any weaknesses to the detestable host named Karami. Is the system truly a mere contraption? It must surely be a counterfeit. It is evident that it lacks legitimacy. Do not insult me. Does your customer service not undergo quality assessments? And what are those heroes? Am I to create a group chat merely to alleviate my solitude? I am not your customer service. I am the most exceptional system. I have prepared a golden opportunity for you, courtesy of the illustrious system. Am I to summon them to vanquish the opponents on the court? As a seasoned summoner from the valley, Karami struggles to conceive alternative uses for the heroes. Your imagination is indeed vast. You must discover their applications for yourself, as I cannot disclose them in addition to activating the chat interface. A data panel appears on the right, chronicling Karami's physical attributes and displaying a separate section for mana, which reads, 200. How is this mana value calculated? Is it perpetually fixed at 200? For years multiplied by 50? How foolish. I am not customer service. Be gone. Setting aside matters concerning the system, Karami refocuses his attention on reality. The charming three-headed figure of the Master and the Emperor is utterly delightful. I've come to join this family. Greetings, I am Karami, and today marks my first day in the tennis club. Karami opens his wide eyes and winks at the two individuals. The adorable and gentle senpai Yukimura grins at Karami. I am Yukimura Seichi. I joined the club a week ago, and am just beginning to learn tennis as well. Beside him, the stoic and serious Sanada, unsure of how to respond to the affable newcomer, blushes slightly. Pushing down his capo, it is worn backwards, which only adds to his awkwardness. I am Sanada, Janikura. Likewise, Karami feels a surge of excitement upon realizing he is in the world of Prince of Tennis. During his middle school years, he avidly followed the fervent sports anime, and while he admired the growth of the protagonist team, he held a particular fondness for the great villains, the Rikkai Dai team. Not one to be swayed by appearances, Karami finds himself deeply enamored with Yukimura Seichi, who has only made fleeting appearances on screen. May I call you Seichi? You may call me Akagi. Karami boldly approaches and takes Yukimura's hand at May I also call you Janikura? He turns to Sanada, giving him a sincere wink. Yukimura is somewhat taken aback by Karami's familiarity, however. Who would not appreciate such an enthusiastic companion? Of course, little Akagi. Sanada, as expected, struggles with warmth, adjusting his cap to the front, lowering his head to conceal his flushed cheeks, softly replying, Yes, Akagi. Coach Sakai observes Karami's evident fondness for these two children and breathes a sigh of relief. The young master possesses a commendable disposition, devoid of any entitled temperament. After 2 hours of fundamental training at the club with the esteemed Sanada Yukimura, Karasuma Gaki seized the opportunity during a break to send a message to Karasuma. Ray, I have made 2 good friends at the club. Could you kindly waive their fees? Additionally, if there are any premium memberships available, please upgrade them to that level. Yukimura Seichi and Sanada Kenzaburo. Of course, young master, replied Karasuma Ray, promptly notifying manager Yamada of the request. As the trio finished their training, freshened up, and changed their attire to return home, manager Yamada had been waiting at the front desk for quite some time. Upon their emergence, he hurriedly approached, kneeling before the 3 youngsters to present 2 black and gold membership cards to Yukimura and Sanada. Master Yukimura, Master Sanada, these are our club's exclusive black and gold membership cards, the highest tier currently available. They can be utilized at all 20 branches of the Crow Feather Club across Neon. Furthermore, the membership fees you previously paid have been refunded to your respective parents' accounts. Karasuma Gaki nodded in satisfaction from the side. Indeed, Uncle Ray was exceptionally efficient. Yukimura and Sanada exchanged glances, their large eyes filled with curiosity. Yet before they could voice their inquiries, the perceptive and considerate manager Yamada interjected, "You two are good friends of young Master Karasuma Gaki. This is all at his behest." They turned to Karasuma Gaki, who smiled at them. "Just a token of our meeting, do not feel shy." Ah, how fortunate to have made such connections. The club, adhering to Karasuma Gaki's wishes, would arrange quarterly health checkups for the trio and customize nutritional meals tailored to their physical conditions and preferences. Upon returning home, Karasuma Gaki sat on the living room sofa, his feet dangling above the ground as he pondered. He wondered if their family had any connections to professional tennis players, to potentially bring one in for coaching. Having lived in this world for 4 years, he remained unaware of his family's network. He decided to inquire of Karasuma Ray, "Uncle Ray, I wish to learn tennis. Could you arrange for a professional player to teach us?" Karasuma Ray paused momentarily. "A professional player? I could arrange for a retired Grand Slam champion to instruct you, but a current player may be difficult." Karasuma Gaki, lacking knowledge about tennis, replied, "Oh, that's fine. Please make the arrangements, preferably someone with strong mental prowess." His mental attribute on the 5-dimensional panel was remarkably high, and with diligent practice, he was sure to become the best in the world. Chapter 2. Daily Training. After returning home, little Yukimura and little Sanada were quite troubled about what sort of return gift to present to Karasuma Gaki for the generous token he had given them. Little Yukimura decided to seek his mother's counsel. "Mom, today at the club, I met a new friend who gifted me a rather valuable token. What should I give in return?" Hikaru Yukimura smiled gently, stroking her son's head. "Does Aichi know the approximate value of this gift?" Little Yukimura shook his head, uncertain of the worth of the club's black and gold card. "The tennis club I recently joined is run by my friend's family, and he gave me a black and gold card, along with a refund of the fees I had previously paid. I asked that so?" Yukimura Ray expressed some hesitation. "Then could you ask the little one tomorrow what he likes? We could prepare a return gift for him." "All right." Little Yukimura nodded in agreement. Upon returning home and resting after training with his grandfather, little Sanada shared this matter with him. "Grandpa, what should I give him in return?" "Yui Akairo, you must learn to think for yourself." Grandpa Sanada was well aware he simply wished to refrain from intervening in the children's interactions. After much contemplation, little Sanada resolved to write a calligraphy piece for Karasuma and also gift him his favorite book, The Art of War. The following day, being Sunday, Yukimura arrived early at the club to wait for Karasuma. When Karasuma arrived, Sanada had not yet come. Yukimura approached Karasuma with a smile and said, "Little Karasuma, thank you so much for the welcome gift. I would like to give you a return gift and wanted to ask what you like." Karasuma was momentarily dazed by Yukimura's smile and, with a shy demeanor, took Yukimura's hand, saying, "I like Seichi." Yukimura chuckled, his eyes crinkling with delight as he gently shook Karasuma's hand. "Is there something special that you desire?" "You don't need to give a return gift," he replied, considering it was their own club. Yukimura smiled at him silently. "Can you draw? Would you be willing to gift me a drawing of yours, perhaps a sketch of myself?" "Sure. I have been learning for half a year. Why don't you come to my house in the afternoon? I'll draw for you." Yukimura thought of creating a portrait for Karasuma. Karasuma's eyes lit up. "Great. I would love to visit your home." When Sanada arrived with the return gift prepared for Karasuma, he found Karasuma and Yukimura just changing into their sports attire, ready for practice. "Karasuma, thank you for the welcome gift. Hey, raise my return gift. May it bring you peace and prosperity." Karasuma instantly recognized Sanada's affinity for gifting calligraphy to friends. Receiving one written by him felt as if the dimensional barrier had been shattered. "Thank you for the blessing, Yui Akairo. I truly appreciate it," he said, placing the gift securely in his locker to take home later. After training, Karasuma intended to accompany Yukimura home, secretly hoping to stay over and share some intimate moments with him. Once the bodyguards delivered them to Yukimura's residence, Karasuma dismissed them. "Seichi, may I stay over at your house?" he asked, understanding that initiative breeds stories. "Of course. I've informed my mother that I would be bringing you over to play today. Is there anything you particularly enjoy eating?" Yukimura led Karasuma to a small greenhouse garden, walking along a quaint path. It was a glass conservatory filled with a variety of vibrant, fresh plants, flowers, and small potted plants, resembling a miniature botanical garden. In the center, there was a table accompanied by several sofas, exuding warmth and tenderness. And no wonder Yukimura's character was so gentle and romantic. Beside the seating area, there stood his small easel. "Will you draw for me here? It's truly beautiful," Karasuma said as he leaned close to admire a pot of iris flowers. Yukimura moved his easel in front of the sofa. "Find a comfortable position to sit, and I shall draw for you." Karasuma nestled against the sofa, with an iris-potted plant resting on the table beside him. He leaned back with his small hand, gently supporting his chin against the side of the sofa. Having removed his shoes, his little legs curled up on the sofa, occupying only a small portion of the seat. Little Yuan is truly adorable. Yukimura couldn't help but chuckle. Seichi, I am indeed older than you. Being called cute by someone 20 years younger was enough to provoke a hint of embarrassment. Hee hee, don't move now. Karasuma Yuan settled back down, quietly observing Yukimura as he painted. While gazing at Yukimura in a daze, he found himself boasting in his mind with various heroes in their group chat. That evening, after dining at Yukimura's home, Karasuma Yuan sent a message to Karasuma Rei, informing him of his overnight stay and expressing his desire to transfer to the kindergarten where Yukimura attends. Yukimura Rei had even gone out in the afternoon to buy pajamas for Karasuma Yuan, who now wore the little yellow duck pajamas that Rei had selected after completing his evening routine. Having finished his bath, Yukimura leaned against the edge of the bed, perusing a picture book, while Karasuma Yuan climbed onto Yukimura's bed, resting beside him to share in the reading. However, without a romantic inclination, Karasuma Yuan found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. After savoring the warm bedtime milk gifted to them, the two nestled their heads together in slumber, embracing the tranquility of the night. Today marked a significant milestone in their journey. After engaging in light-hearted banter with various heroes in the group chat for a while, Karasuma gradually began to explore certain functionalities of the group chat system. Beyond mere boasting, members of the chat could also send skill red envelopes and special red envelopes to the group leader. As for the rationale behind sending red envelopes to the leader, each hero held their own perspective. The first red envelope received by Waiwanki was a delightful gift from his peer, Kaiwenji, who used her second skill, Hujialo. Upon witnessing Kaiwenji's skill red envelope, Dianwei promptly followed suit by activating his passive skill, Rage. Waiwanki extolled the virtues of both Kaiwenji and Dianwei in the group chat. Upon examining the skill descriptions, he discovered that Hujialu, when a player calls out the skill name, it can be directed at a specified individual, inflicting a stunning effect for 3 seconds. With a cooldown of 15 seconds and a mana cost of 7 points. Rage, when a player activates the passive skill Rage, it enhances their physical strength and power by 20, and this passive skill does not deplete mana or mental energy. Only one passive skill can be equipped at a time. Mana regenerates at a rate of 1 point every 5 minutes. These skill effects, although not identical, bear a striking resemblance to those encountered in the canyon. Under the guidance of Wai Yuanling, a retired professional player named Landon Bruce from Switzerland, has taken on the role of mentor for the trio of young children. Demonstrating a remarkable lack of complaints, truly a gentle-natured professional player. Upon receiving the Hujiala, the refined and delicate Karasuma Gaki has been eager to find an opportunity to test it. His slender physique does not exude strength, and should there be any adverse effects, he would find himself without a caretaker, clearly unsuitable as a subject for experimentation. The children in kindergarten are far too fragile for such endeavors. There are no side effects. The skill description clearly states a duration of 3 seconds. How capricious the system can be, easily ruffled. Depart. Amara believed that as a professional athlete, Coach Bruce could undoubtedly withstand the impact of the playful Hujiala. 3 children stood in a row, earnestly wielding their rackets, while Coach Bruce, arms crossed, observed from the sidelines, ensuring their movements were precise. Amidst the diligent training, amidst the children's innocent exclamations of ha, ha, gently interjected with a remark about Hujiala, an invisible melody seemed to direct itself towards Coach Bruce, causing him to stumble slightly, nearly losing his balance. Yukimura and Sanada hurriedly stepped forward to assist the coach, asking with concern, "Coach, are you all right?" As Karasuma Gaki stepped forward to offer support, a sense of insincerity lingered in the air, reminiscent of a prickly, disingenuous system. After a brief moment of dizziness lasting 3 seconds, the coach shook his head and pushed himself up from the ground, assuring us that he was fine, perhaps just experiencing a slight drop in blood sugar. "Let's continue our practice," he declared. It was rather perplexing that a coach, standing at an impressive height of 1.9 meters, with a muscular physique, could be suffering from low blood sugar. It seemed he was not entirely aware of his own condition. Bruce recalled that prior to his employment, he had undergone a health examination that revealed no issues, so this sudden episode of dizziness was quite alarming, prompting the need for a follow-up checkup. After Karasuma Gaki utilized the skill Hujiage, the group chat erupted with excitement. "Kaiwenji, oh, I received 5 points. What does this mean? Sunbin, points? What can they be used for?" "Kaiwenji, I have no idea, it just popped up in front of me." "Zhuge Liang, It seems the group leader just used your skill and gained those points. Lu Shan, Dianwei, do you have any points? Dianwei, none. Ali, is it possible that passive skills do not generate points? Boss Chow, I'm just curious about the purpose of these points. Kai Wenji, skill red packet. Si Wu Xie, skill red packet. Wang Yuchu. An hour later. Dianwei, I have points now. 5 points. Zhuge Liang, it appears that passive skills accumulate points over time, 5 points per hour. Xiao Qiao, skill red packet. Tian Milian Phone. Zhuge Liang, special red packet. Shun Ji Miao Swan. Boss Chow, special red packet. Wei Wu Yi Phone. Wu Quan, I am not fond of this. Boss Chow, moreover, I am only 4 years old. Sun Tzu laughs. Boss Chow, ha ha ha, when you grow up, you will understand. Do not hesitate, accept it. Karasuma Gaki, thank you to all the esteemed individuals for the airplanes you have sent. Upon receiving the red envelope from the group, Karasuma decided to conceal the legacy of Wei Wu from Boss Chow. He was deeply intrigued by the special red envelope containing Zhuge Liang's extraordinary strategy. Upon clicking to view it, he discovered that the special red envelope differed from the skill red envelope. The special red envelope could be equipped indefinitely without any restriction on the number of items, yet its usage consumed mental energy, which gradually replenished during rest. When he donned the aura of extraordinary strategy, a personal panel of the coach materialized beside him, displaying the coach's 5-dimensional attributes. Additionally, a file icon appeared next to the panel. Upon inspection, it revealed a 10-ish training menu and a daily foundational training regimen tailored to the coach's 5-dimensional data. Brother Liang, the eternal deity, Karasuma marveled in sheer awe. Karama examined his panel, and beside it appeared a document icon. He took a moment to visit the club's internet CAF area, where he imported the training menu to the computer and subsequently printed it out. He handed it over to Bruce for review, inquiring if there were any issues with the training menu. After perusing it, Bruce remarked that it was quite suitable for his current training and closely aligned with the menu he intended to customize for him. Indeed, Coach Bruce proved to be remarkably professional. Karasuma printed out the training menus for Yukimura and Sonata and handed 3 copies to Bruce. Although it was said that these would drain mental energy, Karasuma did not perceive any significant fluctuations in mental power. Karakuma and Yukimura are players distinguished by their formidable mental prowess, while Sonata leans more towards physical strength and endurance. Bruce himself is also a player of mental strength, excelling in technical skills. When it comes to guiding Karakuma and Yukimura, his influence on their mental development is significantly pronounced. Under Bruce's tutelage, both Karakuma and Yukimura gravitate more towards the realm of mental prowess, while Sonata focuses on enhancing his physical capabilities. Upon accumulating 1,500 points, Zhuge Liang remained silent. Chapter 3. Abduction. The lottery panel was activated upon reaching a total of 1,000 points. Zhuge Liang gazed at the prizes displayed on the lottery panel. 666 gold coins, 0. 1 mana, 0. 1 health, 0. 0-1 magic attack, 0. 0-5 magic defense, 0. 0-1 physical attack, 0. 0-5 physical defense, and a special item. A draw for 1,000 points. It seemed rather stingy. He decided to give it a try. System, congratulations, Zhuge Liang has received a 0-1 magic attack. The news was announced in the group chat. It wasn't mentioned that it would be broadcast to the entire group. Boss Chow, Zhuge Liang, are you secretly striving to outpace us? Zhuge Liang, 0-1. There's no need for such excitement. Lu Shan, teacher, what is this? The secretly ambitious Zhuge Liang lamented that this troublesome system had revealed his efforts, and there was no private messaging feature. Zhuge Liang, the lottery panel can be activated with 1,000 points. Classmate Karakuma used my special red envelope, cunning calculation, 3 times, which granted me 1,500 points. Dachio, is it calculated like this? 5 for using a regular skill once, 5 for a passive skill used for an hour, and 500 for using a special aura once? Zhuge Liang, I'm not certain. The effects of skills may vary, and the points could potentially be calculated in different ways. Karasuma, so using skills allows you to earn points as well. Xiaoqiao, Karasuma, I also sent you a red envelope, so be sure to use it often. Boss Chow, don't forget about me. Karasuma, you should also make use of mine. Kawaramaki, individuals like Boss Chow would be incarcerated for life in our community. Sun Tzu, indeed. Indeed, the group leader is merely 4 years old, and you dare to incite a child of such tender age. Upon invoking the skill name, the player summons a petite whirlwind in a designated area, capable of delivering a knockback effect. The skill has a cooldown period of 12 seconds and consumes 6 points of mana. What exactly is being knocked back, be it a person or an object? If one were to be knocked back, would they not fall? Wakaru, I shall do my utmost. Coach Bruce will utilize sponge balls today to cultivate their ball sense. Indeed, he strikes 3 balls at once, providing them all with practice. It is infuriating. He must be showing off. How splendidly impressive. With both hands gripping a lightweight, custom-made racket, Karasuma focused intently on the sponge ball sent soaring by the coach, striking it with precision and sending it flying. Softly, he murmured, "Sweet honey, love the wind." In the distance, the sponge ball, poised to descend from the air, was suddenly lifted by a gentle whirlwind, ascending to a remarkable height before finally falling again. At that altitude, even if a person were to be swept away, it would be a trivial feat given the impressive leaping abilities of the Prince of Tennis. Yukimura, how can there be wind indoors? Did little Karasuma chant some incantation? Sonata, magic. It must be magic. Bruce felt a sudden chill at his back, a cool breeze brushing against him. Turning around in confusion, he saw nothing amiss. Only the sponge ball descending steadily. Coach, I want to learn how to hit 3 balls. Karasuma truly was a master of diverting conversations. I want to learn too. Me too. Don't worry, I will teach you all in due time. Hitting 10 balls will be no challenge at all. Bruce found himself buoyed by the sparkling admiration in the eyes of the 3 adorable children. Little Qiao, hooray. Big Qiao, activating skill, Ring of Destiny. Unleashing passive skill, Endless Flow. Thank you, Sister De Qiao. The skills Si Wuxie and Wang Yuchu are both auxiliary healing abilities. Si Wuxie restores 0.5 stamina to oneself and allies within a 10-meter radius, healing minor injuries, with a cooldown of 5 seconds and a mana cost of 10 points. In contrast, Wang Yuchu repairs hidden injuries of oneself and a designated ally, consuming all mana upon use. The ability to mend hidden injuries is akin to an invincible boon for athletes. The Fate Ring summoning array allows allies within its confines to return to a meditative state in the cerebral realm, simultaneously restoring all mana and eliminating any negative effects afflicting those within the array, albeit at the expense of mental fortitude. Chuanlu Bushi is a passive skill that, once activated, enhances the speed of oneself and allies within a 10-meter radius by 60. It is an artifact of deceit, a delightful cheat. After examining the descriptions of several skills, I am nearly certain that all hero skills must be invoked by name to be activated, while passive skills do not require such invocation. Thankfully, it is not necessary to recite hero lines. Sakakibara and Sonata frequently accept invitations to stay at the Karama Manor, fostering a relationship that is anything but merely amicable and harmonious. Upon reaching the age for primary education, Karasuma and Yukimura enrolled in Nanshan National Primary School that spring, becoming classmates. Meanwhile, Sonata commenced his studies at Kanagawa First Primary School. Among the trio, Yukimura exhibited the most rapid improvement in tennis skills, accompanied by a significant enhancement in his mental fortitude. In terms of technical prowess, Karasuma and Sonata were evenly matched. However, Sonata possessed the greatest endurance and strength among them, albeit his mental resilience was somewhat lacking. The innate mental fortitude of Okuwagata is remarkably high, and coupled with the guidance of his coach, his mental prowess is the most pronounced among the trio. In the absence of any deceit, Okuwagata's 5-dimensional data can rival that of Yukimura, while Sonata's abilities fall slightly short in comparison. After school, the 3 continue to train together at the club. The Sonata family operates a dojo, where, in addition to tennis conditioning, they also engage in the practice of kendo. However, shortly after enrolling at Nanshin High and becoming classmates with Yukimura, Okuwagata was tragically abducted. Their butler withdrew him from Nanshin and took him to Italy, leaving Okuwagata with only the chance to tearfully tell Yukimura, "Remember me, I will return." Upon arriving in Italy, Okuwagata visited the Okuwagata estate, where he encountered a young man who appeared to be merely 30 years old, yet was said to be the current head of the Okuwagata group and his grandfather. His grandfather emphasized that to become a worthy heir of the Okuwagata group, there was much to learn, and only by successfully passing the assessments could he qualify as the official successor. Karasuma gazed upon the elderly figure before him, who appeared to be merely in his 30s, resolutely accepting the notion that as long as I breathe, you shall ultimately serve as the crown prince. He was then taken to the base, where he was entrusted to a young man named Jian, who would temporarily assume the role of his guardian, overseeing his daily activities and providing guidance in his upbringing. Karasuma Gaki incessantly called out to the system in despair, customer service, life support, transfer to a human agent. What on earth is happening? Isn't this the world of assassins? Customer service. I want to leave a bad review. This is supposed to be a world of assassins. Yet it has turned into a distillery. How can I, the cheerful and kind-hearted me, survive in a distillery? System. Every day. I am inundated with countless lessons and bizarre skills to learn. I feel my white hair has become even whiter, striving to learn while enduring relentless beatings. Daily bruised and battered, Karasuma Gaki persistently greets the system, yet it feels as though the system and the chat group have vanished into thin air. Oh. The pain inflicted by Qinjiao is unbearable. It is so hard to survive. Is it reasonable to teach combat skills at the age of 6? Why must I also learn sniping? Am I not the heir? Shouldn't an heir be exempt from laboring in the action team? What kind of heir is this? If you have the strength, just in me already. Bruised yet defiant, Karasuma Gaki struggles under the blows of Qinjiao. The boss won't allow it. The young man's indifferent voice echoed. After enduring 6 years of relentless training, Karasuma Gaki finally passed the basic assessments, though he questioned why an heir must acquire such skills. Doubting his very lineage. Having passed the evaluation, Uwama Renya seemed rather pleased, stating, I will announce you as the heir to the Uwama group. It is essential for you to learn some self-defense techniques, and you must gradually familiarize yourself with the future operations of the group. Karasuma remains preoccupied with the system, lamenting, Grandfather, I am still young. Even if he were to assume control of the conglomerate or the organization, he would require a capable foundation. The affairs of the clandestine organization remain shrouded in secrecy, while Karasuma Group continues under his stewardship. However, he has already reached the venerable age of 140. The progress of pharmaceutical research at the institute is sluggish. Karasuma is being groomed as the future heir to the family legacy, and he will be nurtured with great care. Karasuma Renya intends to gradually introduce Karasuma Gung into organizational affairs, so that when he matures, it will be easier for him to assume control. Besides being the heir to the group, you are now also a member of the organization, codenamed Burlo. Begin your training under Jin, learning the ropes at a measured pace. Grandfather, I wish Karasuma Gung does not want to spend his life traversing the shadows. Shouldn't an heir possess a certain prestige? How did it come to this? Becoming an assassin under Jin? Furthermore, I have yet to complete my studies. I am still the tennis prince. I will ensure you continue your education. And you will attend school as usual, without Jin burdening you with excessive tasks. An heir must possess certain privileges. After all, it is in his blood. I want to return to Kanagawa. Very well, I will have Karasuma rearrange that. In accordance with Karasuma Gung's wishes. He will be sent back to Kanagawa to complete his final semester at Minami Shonen Elementary School during this winter. In the interlude between classes, Karasuma Gaki arrived at school. Feeling too impatient to wait for the teacher to escort him to the classroom, he ventured there himself to seek out Yukimura. Little Gaki, it has been a long time. He exclaimed upon reuniting with Yukimura, as the familiar chat system in his mind sprang back to life. Whoa, master, you are my deity. Here I am again. Uhansen. Gaki, brimming with excitement, dashed forward to embrace Yukimura. Yukimura, unable to comprehend Gaki's nonsensical chatter, smiled indulgently and returned the embrace, welcoming him back with warmth. I've missed you. I missed you too. Gaki couldn't help but nuzzle against Yukimura's shoulder, grinning, Hey, I've grown taller than you. It had been so sudden when he left. Yukimura recalled that Gaki had been unexpectedly called out of class by their homeroom teacher. Moments later, he returned with a dejected expression, gathering his belongings, and told Yukimura that he had to leave, urging him to remember him. Before being taken away by the butler waiting at the door. Well, it was rather abrupt. My grandmother passed away, and my grandfather took me to live with him, which led to me attending school there. He coughed lightly. Actually, my grandmother had already passed long ago, after completing his studies there. He mentioned to his grandfather about returning to school here, and thus, he was brought back. Seichi, who is he? Suddenly, a red-haired figure intruded. Having gone to the restroom during the break, only to find himself caught off guard. Marui Bunta, puffing up his cheeks in indignation, glared at the white-haired boy clinging to Yukimura. When he looked up and met the gaze of those crimson eyes, he felt a jolt of surprise. The red irises were rather intimidating. Amara raised his gaze and observed the red-haired individual for a moment, pondering briefly. Could it be Bunta Marui? It seemed unlikely that he was from the same elementary school. What could this mean? Releasing his hold on Yukimura, he turned to him, who introduced the newcomer. This is Bunta, Yukimura explained. He transferred here in the 4th grade and is a friend of mine. Bunta is quite skilled at tennis as well. Karasuma blinked and revealed a friendly smile, extending his hand. Hello, Wentai. My name is Karasuma, and I just transferred back today. Wentai. who was once quite petite during elementary school, chuckled. Haha. Marui one eye reached out to shake Karasuma's hand. Hello, Karasuma-kun. Meanwhile, a fellow student, a rather peculiar character, approached. Marui pulled him over and introduced him to Karasuma. This is my childhood friend, Hulang Sanhara. Hello, Sanhara. You may call me Akari. This is intriguing. Has my presence altered the course of certain events? Kai Wenji lamented. Little Akari has had a woeful 6 years. Woe indeed, Lu Shan echoed. I had intended to bestow upon him my assassination aura, but it seems I am unable to do so. Karasuma, alas, I lament my unfortunate fate. Lan, the one who trained you is a ruthless assassin. Karasuma. Karasuma Gaki, so you have been able to see me all along. I thought you had vanished. In Kila, we did not disappear. We have been watching you endure the blows. In the 6 years since Karasuma left, Yukimura and Sanada have made a resounding name for themselves in the realm of elementary school tennis. Last summer, Yukimura clinched victory at the JR tournament, while Sanada secured the runner-up position, and Marui along with Kawai triumphed in the doubles category. It is said that after the tournament, they encountered a tardy youth who was Sanada's missing opponent from the semifinals. Sanada felt a tinge of dissatisfaction regarding his direct advancement to the finals without competition. Being a person of integrity, he believed it lacked honor. The youth explained that he had encountered a pregnant woman who had fallen, and he had stopped to assist in calling an ambulance, thereby delaying his arrival at the match. The young man invited Sanada for a match, which he accepted, resulting in a score of 6-4 in favor of Sanada and 6-7 in favor of the youth, whose name was Tezuka Kunamitsu. After the match, Yukimura playfully teased Sanada, questioning whether he now considered himself a legitimate finalist. Marui chimed in, asserting that it didn't count, as he had still lost one match. Flushed from their banter, Sanada pulled down the brim of his cap in silence, secretly vowing to intensify his training and to triumph over Tezuka with an overwhelming display in the future. Upon listening to their narratives, Karasuma reflected with a smile that under the guidance of professional players, he had not been rendered entirely inept. It had been a long time since he had seen Kenichiro. After school, the group ventured to the club, where Karasuma generously upgraded the membership cards for Bunta and Kuwahara. When Sanada arrived, Karasuma greeted him amicably, and Sanada paused momentarily upon seeing him. Long time no see, Akaji, he responded with a wave, welcoming him back. It's been 6 years since I last played tennis. I've nearly forgotten how to play, Karasuma sighed, uncertain if he could join the ranks of the tennis club's main team. If all else failed, he would resort to his skills. No worries, we'll practice with you, came the encouraging reply. You remain as kind as ever. Over the span of 6 years, under the rigorous tutelage of Jin, his foundational strength and physical endurance had certainly improved. Indeed, his sharpshooting skills were not honed in vain, and his mental fortitude had significantly enhanced. However, his tennis skills had completely faded away, he chuckled. At the very least, having trained for 2 years, he still remembered the fundamentals of striking and footwork. It was reassuring to find that Coach Bruce was still coaching at the club, demonstrating his dedication. After an afternoon of familiarization, Karasuma gradually rediscovered the sensation of hitting a tennis ball. Ukaru turned to observe the multidimensional values of the group, marveling at the rapid growth exhibited by the professional players after 8 years of training. Yukimura stood as the pinnacle among them, while Sanada's total dimensional values surpassed those of Bunta by a significant margin. However, Bunta's technical prowess astonishingly matched that of Sanada, albeit slightly lacking in stamina and strength. As for Kuwahara, one could only ponder at the woefully low level of his mental fortitude. Karasuma Gaki glanced at his own panel. Apart from possessing skills comparable to his 4-year-old self, his mental strength surpassed even that of Yukimura by a considerable margin. Well, when all is said and done, it still amounted to being slightly superior to Sanada. Coupled with the ability to incite fury, subduing Sanada should pose no significant challenge. Aha! The formidable Karasuma Gaki has swelled in confidence. Shinichiro, shall we engage in a contest? He proposed, believing his superior stats rendered Wantai, a mere fledgling, no match for him. And thus, he bypassed the challenge to the latter and directed his focus towards Sanada. Excellent. Let us not waver. Sanada proclaimed loudly, accepting Karasuma Gaki's challenge, while Coach Bruce hesitated, seemingly at a loss for words. Following the toss, it was Karasuma Gaki who served. Allow me to officiate, Wantai volunteered, raising his hand eagerly. Ukaru, gripping the tennis ball, struck it against the ground a few times before tossing it upward. With his right hand holding the racket, he swung as the ball descended. The ball soared away at an astonishing speed, propelled by his vigorous stroke, only to bounce off the ground, crash against the barrier, and fall to the floor. After a moment of bewilderment, he committed a service fault and prepared to serve again. Such a minor error was inconsequential. The next serve would surely land within the lines. After all, this little prince is indeed a prince of tennis. Who among them is not a prince of tennis? Tanida expressed his thoughts on Hikaru's powerful yet wayward shot, remarking on the laxity displayed. Hikaru must pay attention to his angles and maintain control. With a smile, Yukimura offered Hikaru guidance from the sidelines. As he prepared for the second serve, Hikaru moderated his strength, accurately striking the ball, only for it to be effortlessly returned by Tanida to the baseline. As Yukio Kuruma released a modicum of mental energy to gauge the trajectory of the ball, he swiftly dashed towards its anticipated landing spot, striking the tennis ball with great force. On the opposite side, Sanada observed the arc of the ball soaring through the air without making any movement. Out, lamented Montaka, exasperated. Is this it? Sanada, unwavering, reiterated his catchphrase, too lax. The training match concluded with a decisive score of 6-2 in favor of Sanada, whose technique resembled that of a novice. Over the course of the match, Yukio gradually regained his feel for the ball. However, under the seasoned prowess of Sanada, he could only manage to secure 2 points. Frustrated and humiliated, Yukio simmered with indignation, pondering, damn it, I am always too soft-hearted. Next time, I shall employ my skills against him. I will launch a mental assault. Yukio, you ought to practice your control a bit more, chuckled Yukimura, offering words of encouragement. In the ensuing 3 months, Yukio focused intensely on honing his control and technique, seeking guidance from Coach Bruce and Yukimura regarding the development of mental energy in tennis. Both Yukimura and Sanada, having been trained by professional players, had long been acquainted with mental energy tennis. They were also aware that Yukimura was a mental energy player endowed with remarkable tennis talent, excelling in technique. His mental energy leaned towards a hypnotic effect, exemplified by his development of yearns and the dreamscapes that extended from it. In contrast, Sanada, having practiced kendo from a young age, possessed superior physical strength compared to the average individual, yet his mental energy and technique were somewhat inferior to Yukimura's, categorizing him as a physical strength-oriented player. The two players followed distinct paths, and thus the coaching strategies tailored to them differed accordingly. Amara understood the formidable strength of his mental fortitude. His mental prowess, in addition to its inherently high base value, had been honed through extensive practice in marksmanship, with a distinct inclination towards offensive capabilities. Coach Bruce imparted a wealth of basketball techniques to Amaru, guiding him through numerous recordings of professional players' matches to assimilate their skills. Simultaneously, he elucidated the various paths within tennis, particularly the currently well-defined realms such as the state of no-self and the Azura path, within the heart of Wuquan. I am acutely aware of the seamlessness of the fabric of reality, its otherworldly dimensions. The chat group is abuzz with discussions, some critical, regarding the diverse nature of tennis in their world. Kaiwenji, how vexing. Little Yuan does not even utilize our skills. I too long for a chance to win a prize. Xiao Qiao, indeed, that ball which refuses to bounce. You could employ my second skill to send it soaring back. Karasuma, you are right, genius. Let's proceed this way next time. Lon, initiating a special red envelope, assassination operation. Thank you, Lon. This is the second unique halo he has acquired, Chow Chow. As he dons the halo of assassination, a multitude of lethal techniques floods his mind, along with various methods of mental assault. Observing the rise in his mental prowess on the interface, he raises an eyebrow, relishing the thrill of it all. Tomorrow, I will request a leave of absence from school to accompany me on a mission. Form, Jinjo. What mission? Form, Barolo. Excellent, quite aloof, and yet, unread. I still have much to learn, haha. Karasuma Gaki is reluctant to embark on a mission alongside Kinju and the others, pondering whether the charming customer service might possess any techniques for duplicity or facial manipulation. Why is it that Prince of Tennis seems to intertwine with Detective Conan? Which realm does this amalgamation belong to? It appears to be a fusion, however. I recall the timeline from Detective Conan being rather convoluted. If there is indeed a fusion, will we remain in our current state of youth? The timelines have not merged. You must rectify the timeline of Detective Conan. But I find myself rather occupied. How am I to amend it? Surely, it cannot be expected of me, a mere heir to a distillery, to assist Conan in vanquishing my own existence, only to restore him. The main narrative of Detective Conan has yet to unfold. By diminishing the protagonist's halo and weakening the world consciousness of Detective Conan, I can harness energy to correct the timeline. Karama, dear brothers and sisters in the group. Do any of you possess techniques such as the art of duplication, transformation, or metamorphosis, as well as means of self-preservation? I am about to undertake a perilous mission. Kaiwenji, do not fear, Karama. As long as you draw a breath, the melody of forgetfulness can restore you. Kawangai, I fear the sting of a hidden strike. Does he still recall the instructions for utilizing the forgetful melody? To deplete one's mana, I wonder if he will retain consciousness upon its depletion. After the customer service clears the mana using the forgetful melody, what will my state be? The condition of having my mana exhausted. Hearing your words is akin to the purification bestowed by Zhuangzhou, a pirated system. Kaiwenji, Little Shield may possess a shield that could perhaps safeguard you. Shield. Ababa Oo Shield. Unleashing a special red envelope, the Shield of Eternal Flames. Karasuma Gaki. Thank you, Sister Wenji. Thank you, Brother Dunson. Ababa Kaiwenji. I have watched you grow up. You should call me Sister. Karasuma. Thank you. Sister Wenji. Puppeteer. Issuing a special red envelope, puppet secret technique. Puppeteer, it can create puppet doppelgangers and even enable direct transformation. Karasuma, thank you, esteemed Yuan. With my own charm, I have garnered the affection of 2 group friends. Karasuma cannot help but exclaim in exasperation how utterly enchanting he is. The Shield of Eternal Flames aura can withstand all vector attacks and remains activated throughout the day. The Puppet Master aura allows the puppeteer to create multiple puppet avatars and alter their own form, with appearances shaped by mere thought. The puppet avatars execute tasks according to the puppeteer's commands and dissipate upon completion, but can also be recalled at will. All of this consumes mental energy. Oh, being a cheat is truly exhilarating. In this ethereal existence, I am utterly elusive, Humph. Now you understand the might of this great sovereign, do you? Where did you acquire such bad habits? Have you been sneaking peeks at Taibu's self-cultivation manual? Humph. Is there anything here apart from the fusion of famous detective elements? What about the magical prohibition? There is no magical prohibition. Taking leave from school, Karasuma transformed his appearance at home, still possessing white hair and red eyes. His skin appears as though it has never been touched by ultraviolet rays. However, unlike his originally exquisite and somewhat beautiful visage, this figure is taller and more mature than his current post-elementary school physique, exuding an unmistakable aura of a villain. Karasuma Ray escorted him to safe house number 1, where Jin would arrive to meet him. Upon exiting, he remarked, Jin, I shall also choose to read without responding. As Kurumaru emerged from the number 1 safe house and settled into the back seat of Jin's luxurious automobile, Jin turned to fix the unfamiliar white-haired youth with a chilling gaze. What are you staring at, Jin? Let us go, Kurumaru replied, flashing a smile that bespoke mischief. With a dismissive grunt, Jin instructed Vodka to drive. He chose not to expose Kurumaru's disguise, believing it to be merely a fierce, especially since he had previously arranged for Vermouth to instruct Kurumaru in the arts of disguise and voice modulation. Vodka navigated their way to the organization's base, where they picked up a girl with chestnut hair, clad in a white lab coat. The girl slid into the back seat, only to discover that, apart from Jin and Vodka, there was also a white-haired boy present. As Karasuma turned to glance at the young girl who had just entered, a smirk escaped his lips as he recalled the name, Sherry. Intrigued by this unfamiliar boy with white hair, Sherry pondered, could he possibly be the son of Jin? A shiver ran down her spine at the thought. Was he a newly initiated member of the organization? He appeared quite youthful. What mission could warrant my presence here? It's truly vexing. I've only just returned and begun to rekindle my relationship with the city, having barely spent a few days in close proximity. Humph. I am to retrieve the list from Mermaid Island and concurrently investigate the legend of the longevity granny. Jin, with a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, glanced at Sherry when mentioning the longevity granny. It was the boss's directive to involve Karasuma, a gradual introduction to the world, perhaps? Lighting his cigarette, Jin hesitated for a moment, then turned to glare at Karasuma with a piercing gaze, admonishing him for smoking in the car, warning him of the health risks of secondhand smoke. How uncivilized. His gesture to light the cigarette momentarily halted as he placed the lighter down. Directing a fierce glare at Karasuma, leaning against the car window, Karasuma turned his gaze outward. Sherry remained silent beside them, her expression impassive, though her mind was a tempest of thoughts. Who is this person? How dare he speak to Jin in such a manner? Upon their arrival on the island, the annual Mermaid Festival was in full swing, and they were to inscribe their names on the lottery list. Sherry's eyes fell upon the name inscribed before Kurosawa one way, and she couldn't help but think how peculiar it sounded. Karasuma glanced at the list, scoffing at the fact that Jin had used his real name. Such carelessness. Take this list with you when you leave. It's up to me to clean up after Jin, such an unreliable adult. He instructed. Retrieve last year's list and note down the names. In the designated resting quarters on the island, Jin assigned tasks to Karasuma, questioning why he wouldn't simply take it directly. Leave no trace. Jin cast a glance at Karasuma before addressing Sherry. You should investigate the matter of the longevity woman. Karasuma could not help but sarcastically comment on Jin's tendency to delegate tasks. He had come here to relax, yet was roped into work. Sherry exchanged a silent, approving glance with Karasuma before quietly departing. Karasuma Gaki ventured out, seeking a secluded corner where he released a puppet that transformed into his present visage. He instructed it to roam the bustling area near the altar on the island, while he himself assumed the form of a brown-haired, flat-chested maiden, chuckling to himself. Cautiously avoiding the throngs of people, he noted that the elder longevity was currently officiating at the altar, ensuring that no one occupied the room. He stealthily entered the chamber, rummaging through it until he located last year's roster, painstakingly recording the names within. A considerable number of prominent figures. Indeed, the pursuit of immortality captivates many human hearts. This year's roster had also been collected, and Karasuma Gaki deftly forged a counterfeit, altering Kurosawa Jin to Shirazawa Shin, and Yuzuka Saburo to Oizuka Rokiro, while leaving Mayano Shiho unchanged. After returning everything to its rightful place, he exited the room and reclaimed his puppet from the hidden corner, where it obediently returned to his side. He then retransformed into the guise of a white-haired, villainous youth, emerging from the shadows. Later that evening, the four gathered in Jin's chamber. Jin directed his gaze toward Sherry, who declared that the elder longevity was an impostor, revealing that the current elder was merely 26 years old, and that the mermaid bones were also a fabrication, being human bones instead. Humph, Jin scoffed, clearly aroused by the island's inhabitants. He then turned to Karasuma Gaki, inquiring about the roster. Karasuma Gaki retrieved the booklet containing last year's list from his pocket and presented it to him. With the task completed, the group returned that very night, escorting Sherry back to the base and subsequently ensuring Karasuma Gaki's safe return to his hideout. Chapter 5. Enrollment at Rikkai University's Sun Yuebin. The quest for immortality is indeed a defiance against the natural order. Hai Nua. Indeed, such defiance is both inadvisable and ill-fated. Karasuma, I truly envy you who can speak without feeling the strain. Two individuals capable of time reversal, yet he puts on a facade, which I find utterly intolerable. Sun Yuebin. Unleashing a unique ability, reversing the flow of time. Heino. Activating a skill, red envelope of destiny reversal. Karasuma Gaki. Shoes. Greetings to the esteemed gentleman. Much affection. Tai. I possess it as well. I must be more formidable. Tai. Bestowing a skill red envelope, resurrection. Karasuma Gaki. Your skills are remarkable, master. You are my deity. Daji. Karasuma Gaki. You truly are excessively sycophantic. Karasuma Gaki. Beautiful sister Daji. What are you saying? This is not flattery. It is a sign of respect. Daji. Sending a special red envelope, captivating all. I wonder if this will attract any peculiar creatures. Karakuma, the enchanting Daji, a sister of beauty, is truly kind-hearted, generous, and captivating. The time reversal aura allows one to reverse time, affecting only living beings. It cannot revert spatial events that have already transpired, yet it can reverse time within a century, at the cost of one's mental energy. The fate reversal skill enables one to turn back time, with a maximum limit of 7 days prior to the present moment, consuming one's magical power. The resurrection skill permits the revival of beings that have perished within the last 7 days, also at the expense of mental energy. The enchantment aura grants the ability to instill affection in those nearby. When a player utters the phrase, "Let Daji see your heart," an illusion is conjured, inducing a hypnotic effect, and this too consumes mental energy. Karamura is presently consumed by thoughts of exhausting his mental energy and depleting his magical power. He wonders what the consequences of such actions might be, yet he dares not utilize even a fraction of it. The insidious system remains reticent, leaving him in the dark. How could it demand that Daji observe his vulnerabilities? Such a request is utterly humiliating. He cannot bring himself to utter a word in response. Undoubtedly, it seeks to revel in his embarrassment. Nonetheless, despite his protests, the avaricious Karamura dons an expression of reluctance, declaring, "I am not acting of my own volition. I shall not indulge in this." He adorns himself with every possible aura and activates the skill of fate reversal. After 3 months of intensive tennis training alongside Yukimura and his companions, Karama has made significant progress in his skills. having previously studied tennis for over 2 years. His hiatus had caused a temporary decline in his abilities. On this day, Karama and his group of 5 strolled along the small path outside Rikkai University. Observing the members of the tennis club practicing beneath the cherry blossom trees, a gentle breeze rustled the branches, causing delicate pink petals to cascade down. Yukimura's eyes sparkled with a blend of tenderness and determination as he proclaimed, "I have made my decision. We shall aim for this school and together dominate the nation." Sanada, momentarily taken aback by Yukimura's bold declaration, regained his composure and adjusted the brim of his cap in response. Noticing Karama's silence, Yukimura turned to him, who, with a playful grin, leaned against Yukimura and declared, "Of course. Our goal is to achieve 3 consecutive national championships." Yukimura smiled in agreement. April 1st marked the commencement of the new academic year at Rikkai. After being dropped off at Yukimura's house by the driver, Karama was to accompany him for the day. On their way, they encountered Sanada, and the trio strolled along the coastline, clad in deep green blazers that resembled suits. Flanking Yukimura on either side, to the left stood a handsome youth with dark blue, slightly wavy hair, and a visage akin to a painting. His eyes sparkled with an inherent warmth as he spoke. On the right was a tall, cap-wearing boy with a strikingly handsome and resolute face, exuding an air of maturity. To the left, a boy with tousled white hair possessed an exquisite countenance, paired with rare crimson eyes and a slight, mischievous smile that lent him an alluring yet audacious charm. The sight of these 3 remarkably distinct yet strikingly handsome youths walking together was undeniably captivating, drawing glances from their peers dressed in similar uniforms. Along the way, Bunta caught up with them, urging Kuwahara to join. The group arrived at the notice board to check their class assignments. Sanada Janikara, Group A. As the class assignments were announced, Marui Bunta, belonging to Group B, and Sakaki Seishi from Group C, along with Kuru Sanbera from another group, were aware of their respective placements. While Marui intended to turn away, he found himself still gazing at the assignment list, a nostalgic expression adorning his features. Seishi gently placed a hand on Marui's shoulder, reminding him, "Bunta, you're in Class B." Alongside Ogura. Coming back to his senses, Marui turned to walk side by side with Seishi, replying, "All right, let us proceed." Upon entering Group B, Karasuma and Marui were met with a probing yet subtle gaze that permeated the classroom. Karasuma grinned and directly took a seat in the vacant space behind the boy with silvery blue hair. Nayo Masashi cast a glance at this young man. Instinctively sensing that he was a person of peril, Amara gently tapped the shoulder of the boy who was lying in front of him. "Hello, my name is Amaro." Nayo Masaru turned his head with a slight smirk. "Oh, Nayo-kun, the school mandates that every student must join at least one club. Do you have any particular club in mind?" "The tennis club. I am too." As Yukio Karasuma recalled the inquisitive gaze of Neo, he inquired, "Do you know me, Neo-kun? Could it be that 2 white-haired individuals cannot coexist in the same space?" Neo raised an eyebrow and retorted, "Are you some great celebrity?" To which Yukio chuckled. "Not at all." Upon returning to Bunta Marui's table, the tennis club noticed Yukio's presence. Bunta wore a puzzled expression, as if to question, "When did you come to know him?" Yukio responded, "I don't know him. I merely spotted another white-haired individual and thought to greet him." Okawara gently pinched Bunta's round face, only to have his mischievous hand swatted away by Bunta's swift response. "You rascal. Bunta, aside from the tennis club, are there any other societies you wish to join?" Okawara inquired, leaning over the desk to gaze at Marui Bunta. "The baking club," Bunta replied. "Ah, Bunta truly has a passion for baking." On the first day of school, following various self-introductions, the homeroom teacher's address, and the assembly in the grand hall for the opening ceremony, the representative for the new students was the top student, Haruji Yagyu. After the afternoon classes concluded, from 3 o'clock onwards, it was time for the school's numerous clubs to hold their activities. New students were invited to choose the clubs they wished to join and fill out membership applications. Okawara filled out the application form for the tennis club. Turning to Marui Bunta, he asked, "Will you head to the tennis club first or the baking club?" Bunta, tucking away his completed application, rose and replied, "Let's go to the tennis club first." Karasuma called out to the departing Nayo Masaharu, inquiring if he was headed to the tennis club. "Shall we go together?" he suggested. Bunta joined the group, summoning Kuwahara, and the 4 encountered Yukimura and Sanada on their way. Beside them stood a boy with a brown bob and squinting eyes, clutching a notebook and a pen. It was Yanagi Renji, a first-year student and a data tennis player, who expressed his keen interest in the champions and runners-up of the JR tournament, thus initiating a conversation with Yukimura and Sanada as they proceeded to the tennis club together. The 7 of them marched towards the tennis club to submit their membership applications. Along the way, Marui engaged Nayo in conversation, asking, "How long have you been playing tennis?" The hunched-over Nayo casually replied, with his hands in his pockets, "Not even a month." Hikaru engaged in conversation with Neo, inquiring why Neo had been gazing at him when he entered the classroom. Was he captivated by my charm? Neo, who stooped back, straightened considerably upon hearing Hikaru's brazen question, replied, "You are indeed quite self-absorbed. I was merely curious whether your hair is dyed." Seichi, overhearing their exchange, couldn't help but chuckle. As Hikaru's hair color was undoubtedly natural, he had sported the same hue since he was 4. On the side, Ryu opened his notebook and turned to the more familiar Seichi, asking, "Are Hikaru and Seichi childhood friends?" From what I gather, Seichi was the champion of the JR tournament last year, while Sanada was the runner-up. And Marui and Kawahara secured the doubles championship. I have yet to hear of Hikaru's accolades. Seichi smiled slightly. I, along with Injiru and Hikaru, became acquainted at the same club when we were 4. At 6, Hikaru's guardian took him abroad for training, and he only returned to Japan 3 months ago to resume playing tennis. Ryu narrowed his eyes, seemingly capturing information worth noting, as he fervently scribbled in his notebook. After submitting their applications to join the tennis club, the new students began their first week with routine physical training. Last year, the Rikkai tennis team achieved an impressive 13 consecutive victories in the Kanto tournament, reaching the national semifinals. Consequently, many eager newcomers sought to join the tennis club this year. The club's captain, third-year Mayano Arashur, gathered everyone after the newcomers changed into their sports attire, clapping his hands to command attention. "Thank you all for joining the tennis club. We warmly welcome your participation. Our club places great emphasis on merit. As long as you possess sufficient skill, you may become a regular member. In 1 week, we will hold selection trials for regular members. Those who believe they have the capability to qualify should sign up with the vice captain. Now, you are dismissed to train." Seichi and Ryu exchanged glances. When Ryu had approached Seichi earlier, they had briefly discussed their ambitions regarding the tennis club. Given Seichi's prowess and aspirations, he was undoubtedly aiming for the position of captain. The daily training regimen at Rikkai was quite demanding for an average individual. After a week, many could not endure and withdrew from the club. However, this physical training posed no challenge for Seichi and his companions, who could even extend their training by an additional 2 hours. The first-year students had been dining together on the school rooftop at lunchtime for nearly a week. Marui had invited Neo to join them, and by now, they had all become quite familiar with one another. Ryu had recently moved to Kanagawa from Tokyo, where he attended elementary school and participated in doubles matches, focusing on data tennis. Neo, having attended elementary school in the south, relocated to Kanagawa due to his father's job transfer. He had never played tennis before, but developed an interest during spring break and began teaching himself the sport. "My goal is to become the captain of the tennis club," he declared. On the rooftop, a tablecloth was spread across the ground, and 7 individuals gathered around it. With unwavering determination, Yukimura proclaimed, "Join me in seizing the tennis club." Marui Bunta couldn't help but gaze at Yukimura with bright, sparkling eyes, captivated by the radiant aura that surrounded him during his declaration. In his first life, he had not yet recognized Yukimura at this moment. By some twist of fate, he found himself reborn to the age of 10, returning to his youthful days. Reminiscing about his friends from that era, he recalled Yukimura Seichi, the leader who had guided them to consecutive national championships in junior high. He admired him deeply and secretly wished to leave a significant mark in Yukimura's heart. He transferred schools, and Sakurai followed suit, enrolling at Nanshin Nankoku Elementary, fortuitously finding himself in the same class as Yukimura. With his understanding of Yukimura, he effortlessly forged a friendship with him, filling him with joy. In this second chance at life, he vowed not to allow Rikkai to lose its reign over the Kanto region or the national championships. He was determined to grow stronger. The addition of Karamagari in this second life was quite favorable, as he possessed considerable strength and, when not being troublesome, a pleasant demeanor. "Then let Sanada take the position of vice-captain," Karamagari suggested, securing Sanada's role, while Yanagi seemed well-suited to serve as a strategist. Marui Bunta nodded enthusiastically, acknowledging Karamagari's keen judgment. "And what about you all?" Yukimura inquired, gazing at Karamagari. As Karasuma and Marui exchanged glances, a sense of camaraderie ignited between them. "We shall be the aces. I am your loyal supporter." Indeed, me too." Marui nodded vigorously in agreement. Chapter 6, Selection Trials this year, over 60 freshmen joined the tennis club. But after a week of rigorous training, several could not endure and chose to withdraw. Among those who signed up for the selection trials, there were 16 newcomers alongside existing non-regular members. The trials would be divided into 4 groups, comprising the 16 non-regular entrants and 8 previous regulars, totaling 24 participants. Each group would consist of 6 individuals competing internally, to be completed within 3 days. The top 2 from each group would advance, culminating in a ranking tournament for the top 8, officially securing their positions as regular members of the tennis club. This structure was designed to provide capable and spirited newcomers the opportunity to shine, preventing any talented individual from being overlooked. This principle has been a crucial factor in Rikkai Daigaku's 13 consecutive victories in the Kanto region. Inside the tennis clubroom, Minister Mayano Arashur scratched his head over the group assignments for the upcoming ranking matches. There are quite a few promising newcomers in this year's cohort, remarked Mitsui Tamifune, the third-year vice minister, with a knowing smile at the troubled Arashur. Indeed, we have the JR tournament champion Yukimura Seichi, the runner-up Sanada Junichiro, the doubles champions Marui and the Wolf, Sanada, as well as the renowned Yanagi Renji, who transferred from Tokyo and has already made a name for himself in doubles there. Arashur felt both troubled and elated. With so many capable newcomers, it seems we could advance further in the national competition this year, perhaps even contend for the national championship. It is vital to distribute the stronger newcomers across the groups for a balanced competition. A week later, the grouping for the selection trials was announced. Yukimura Seichi and Naya Masaharu were placed in one group, Sanada Junichiro in another, Yanagi Renji and the Wolf in the third, while Marui and Karasuma were in the fourth. Minister Mayano was in the second group, and Vice Minister Mitsui in the third. After announcing the group allocations, Minister Mayano encouraged the newcomers and declared the selection trials would commence today. Just as he turned to leave, a gentle yet resolute voice called out behind him, "Minister, please hold on." Turning back, he saw Yukimura, who asked, "If I defeat you, may I become the next minister?" Mayano Arashur, slightly taken aback, regarded the gentle yet strikingly handsome youth, who seemed unlikely to utter such a provocative challenge. "Yukimura, that is indeed possible, should you manage to best me." In the Rikkai Daigaku Tennis Club, strength reigned supreme. Upon hearing this, Yukimura smiled faintly and glanced at Sanada, who stepped forward, addressing Vice Minister Mitsui. "I look forward to your guidance." Mitsui observed Sanada, then glanced at Mayano Arashur, maintaining an impassive demeanor. "This lad certainly plays his part well. I look forward to working with you, Sanada-kun." The challenge competition for the principal and vice principal took place following the conclusion of the selection trials. The selection trials have ended. The members advancing from the first group include Seichi Yukimura, first year, and Jazabur M. Ri, second year. The second group comprises Kenichiro Sanada, first year, and Arashur Mayano, third year. The third group features Renji Yanagi, first year, and Tamaki Mitsui, third year. Finally, the fourth group consists of Karasuma Gaki, first year, and Bunta Marui, first year. Notably, Karasuma Gaki emerged as the top contender in his group, triumphing over Bunta Marui with an impressive score of 6 which left Mayano and the others quite astonished. With the selection trials concluded, the challenge competition for the principal and vice principal is set to commence. 5 individuals huddled together, captivated by the match unfolding before them. Yanagi had already retrieved his notebook, poised to document the event. The clash was between Seichi Yukimura and Arashur Mayano. With a powerful serve, Yukimura launched a rapid straight ball that barreled toward Mayano's court. Leaving the latter unable to react in time, Yukimura scored with a velocity of 218 km/h. As Yanagi swiftly recorded the statistics, he marveled at Yukimura's delicate frame. Astonished by the immense strength he displayed, Yukimura's 4 consecutive powerful serves secured him a point, while Mayano struggled to keep pace with the speed of the ball. His eyes wide with incredulity, Yukimura, with his solid foundation and impeccable tennis technique, executed high-quality, precise shots, returning the ball with remarkable efficiency. Most of the time, Yukimura relied on his fundamental skills, rarely needing to draw upon his mental fortitude. With a graceful leap, he swung his racket to deliver the final blow. Game, set, and match. Yukimura Seichi triumphed with a score of 6-0 in under 20 minutes, leaving Mayano defeated and humbled. Yukimura's flawless fundamental play had decisively secured the victory. In truth, when he lost to Sanada with a score of 4-6 in the second group, he should have anticipated Yukimura's exceptional prowess. After all, even Mori had succumbed with a score of 0-6. Reflecting on this, Mayano felt a wave of relief wash over him. Indeed, Mori had also lost 0-6, which brought a chuckle to his lips as he recalled the latter's habitual avoidance of training. The onlookers fell into a momentary hush, struck silent by Yukimura's formidable display. Applause erupted from the spectators outside the court, chanting praises for their master, declaring him a deity. Bunta Marui, although he admired Yukimura, he could not yet bring himself to extol him in such exalted terms as his peers. The surrounding crowd shared a collective gaze of admiration. Despite his defeat, Mayano maintained his dignity. He honored his promise and announced to the tennis club that Yukimura had bested him, thus he would now assume the role of club captain. Sanada's vice-captain challenge match was also won effortlessly, for his wind, forest, fire, mountain style was not something an ordinary player could withstand. Thus, the Rikkai Dai Tennis Club underwent a transformation, and in a realm where strength reigned supreme, Rikkai Dai was destined for a 13th consecutive championship, with aspirations for a future 16th title. The official roster of the tennis club includes Minister Seichi Yukimura, Vice Minister Genichiro Sanada, Aoi Mayano, Tama Mitsumitsui, Juzaburo Moriyoshi, Karasuma Gaki, Rinji and Bunta Marui. The provisional roster features Wolf Kuwahara, Masaharu Nayu, Hikaru Hayakawa, and Shota Sato. Hayakawa and Sato, being the third members of Groups 3 and 4, are former regulars in their final semester of their junior year. Juzaburo Moriyoshi, a second-year senior, is a remarkable talent who transferred from the prestigious Tsubaki High School in Kansai during the last semester of his first year. His extraordinary aptitude allows him to excel at tennis with apparent ease, which often leads him to skip club practices. When Yukimura managed to defeat him, Moriyoshi was left in a daze. His frequent absences from training do not indicate a willingness to lose. Has he been overtaken by his juniors due to prolonged neglect of practice? It appears that he will need to increase his attendance at the club, although Moriyoshi does engage in self-training at the club despite his absences. In the tennis club's conference room, Yukimura convened a meeting with Sanada, Yana, Mayano, and Mitsui. The future triumvirate of Rikkai Dai, having taken over the tennis club from the former minister and vice minister, began to familiarize themselves with the club's various affairs. Although the seniors have been bested by the newcomers, they gracefully acknowledge their superiority and patiently guide the transition of responsibilities. After a thorough discussion, Yukimura resolved to revise the training regimen. He and Yana would be responsible for recording the members' data and devising training plans, while the serious-minded Sanada would oversee the process. Given Yana's keen sensitivity to numbers and calculations, Yukimura entrusted him with the management of the club's finances, appointing Yana as the financial minister of the tennis club. Regarding daily training and mentorship, regular and provisional members, upon completing their self-training, are required to take turns coaching the non-regular members of the club. As Moriyoshi often skips practice, it may be necessary for the others to keep a closer watch on him. Mayano also mentioned Moriyoshi's frequent absences. Yukimura furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a bit troubled by the situation with this talented yet elusive senior, but resolved to find a solution. Upon learning that Yukimura and his team would be revising the training menu, Karasuma Gaki eagerly volunteered to assist, quickly conjuring a tailored training plan with his remarkable strategic insight. One can only imagine how delighted Zhuge would be. The following day, Yukio Karasuma delivered 12 specialized training regimens designed for both primary and alternate members, along with the foundational training menu for ordinary members, to Yukimura and Yanagi. After perusing the menus, Yanagi noted that although the training volume was somewhat substantial, it remained within the limits of feasibility. Furthermore, the training components were tailored to specifically enhance individual abilities. Yanagi expressed his profound satisfaction with the training menus. From Lu's tone, Okamagaki discerned admiration, which prompted him to indulge in a moment of pride. How could Okamagaki have produced such a meticulously targeted training schedule overnight? Lu, harboring a degree of skepticism regarding Okamagaki's remarkable efficiency, pondered this and inquired further, how did you gather data on so many members of the tennis club? With a playful smile, Okamagaki raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Lu, momentarily taken aback, nodded in understanding. The three of them made their way from the club office to the tennis court, with Okamagaki occasionally glancing back at Lu Lianerv, until he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, Lu, how do you walk with your eyes closed? Pht. Cough, little Gaki, how impolite. Yukimura couldn't help but chuckle, attempting to maintain a facade of seriousness. This is how I walk, Lu remarked, jotting down a note about Okamagaki's eccentric personality in his notebook. After a moment's consideration, he added a remark about Yukimura's cunning nature on his page as well. Amara pulled out a black gold card from the club and handed it to Lu, informing him that it was a club owned by his family. allowing him to partake in additional training discreetly. However, with your knowledge, can it truly remain a secret? Lu then opened his notebook and inscribed generous and friendly phrases for Amaru. Is your family in the business of running a tennis club? Lu revealed that he not only collected information related to tennis but also dabbled in gossip. Our family engages in a multitude of ventures, Amaru replied, his hand casually tucked into his pocket. Upon returning to the designated tennis court for the main team, the facilities for the tennis division of Rikkai Dai were evident, both inside and out. The interior courts were reserved exclusively for the main and sub-main team members. Unauthorized individuals were prohibited from entering to better thwart external spies. The daily training sessions and practice matches for the main team were conducted within these internal courts. Chapter 7. The Ice Emperor's New Blood Revolution. As Amaru customized an extensive array of training regimens, the illustrious Zhuge Liang incessantly flooded the group chat with updates. System, congratulations to Zhuge Liang for gaining physical attack 0.01. System, congratulations to Zhuge Liang for acquiring 666 gold coins. System, congratulations to Zhuge Liang for increasing health 0.1. Boss Chow, I am not seeking anything. I merely believe that you, Amaru, have reached the age of 12. Boss Chow, Amaru, at 12, there are certain experiences you might consider exploring. Boss Chow, Amaru. Liu Bei, this is hilarious. Chow's intentions are evident to all. Sun Tzu, I understand your urgency, but please, remain calm. Karasuma Gaki, it's impossible. If you could acquire some different skills, perhaps I might find them useful. Boss Chow, I wish I could, but I am unable to. None of my skills allow me to send red envelopes. Shiranui, one unmatched in the world. Miyamoto Musashi, it is I, the humble servant of the unmatched in the world, who also cannot send them. Karasuma Gaki, is there such a situation? Why is that? Xiaoming, issuing a temporary notice, worry-free. Xiaoming, unknown. Thank you, Boss Ming. Why is there no response from customer service? It's not customer service. Alas. Players call out the skill name to cast the soul chain, linking it to a target. When linked to a teammate, it enhances their strength, endurance, and speed by 0.5 points each. When linked to an enemy, it diminishes their speed, strength, endurance, and technique by 0.5 points each. The cooldown is 3 seconds, and it consumes 5 points of mana. Oh, I cannot imagine how many will wish to be my doubles partner. How shall I select them later, like a general choosing his troops? The Rikkai Dai Tennis Club discreetly completed its revolution while perfectly managing the transition. Meanwhile, far away in Tokyo, the Ice Emperor Academy's tennis club also initiated its own revolution. The heir of the Atobi conglomerate, Atobi Kigo, returned from his studies in England and enrolled at the Ice Emperor Academy. As the representative of the new students, he delivered his customary declaration at the opening ceremony. From this day forth, I shall be the king of Ice Emperor Academy. Following his appearance and speech at the ceremony, Atobi Kigo, with his handsome appearance, prestigious lineage, and flamboyant personality, garnered numerous admirers within the school. The young master Atobi generously renovated the academy, donating a series of advanced equipment, upscale dining facilities, and menus, along with a state-of-the-art gymnasium and a luxurious warm water swimming pool. He also upgraded the projection equipment in the multifunctional media room, leaving many in awe of his extravagance. Upon joining the club, he decisively restructured the entire tennis team, achieving an unblemished victory in a round-robin style. He boldly claimed leadership of the Ice Emperor Tennis Club and announced that the club would prioritize strength above all else. Coach Sakaki of the Ice Emperor Tennis Club shared Atobi's vision, and with his support, Atobi was smoothly elected as the new captain. The former captain, ousted by Atobi, lacked both prowess and cunning. Under his instigation, a majority of the second and third-year members chose to leave the club alongside him. Through a rigorous selection process, Atobi reformed the tennis team, now predominantly composed of first-year students. With Atobi's charismatic allure, many admirers joined the tennis club, swiftly assembling a team of over 100 members. Additionally, other fans and club members formed a cheerleading squad of 200. Atobi's remarkable achievements in taking over the tennis club were widely reported by major tennis publications, with the Ice Emperor Academy's emperor being lauded for his formidable strength. The articles highlighted Atobi's speech at the opening ceremony and the reforms he introduced to the club. Yen presented this week's magazine to Yukimura and the others. Upon seeing the coverage, Yukimura chuckled, "How amusing, the king of Ice Emperor." Upon returning home after reading the report, Karasuma could not suppress his curiosity and inquired of Karasuma Ray, Uncle Ray, which family possesses greater wealth, ours or the Iba family? The developmental trajectories of the two entities diverge. Karasuma Gaki, I am aware, whose family possesses greater wealth. Karama Ray, the Karama group possesses greater strength. Yet we prefer a more understated approach. When the exclusive training menu was first implemented, both Mayano Rand and Mitsui Tamifune expressed concern about whether the training load might be excessive. However, I assured them that this was within our limits, dear seniors. Yukimura gently countered their reactions, affirming that the training volume was indeed tailored to our utmost capabilities. A meeting was convened for all primary and substitute players, where, in addition to distributing the specialized training menu, Yukimura also emphasized the importance of doubles practice. To secure the national championship, one must not only enhance individual singles skills. Tennis at the middle school level is a team sport, and doubles play is equally vital. Among the 8 primary team members, it was noted that Yukimura, Sanada, Yanagi, and Marui possessed doubles experience. However, Sanada is not compatible with just any partner. His playing style is more suited to singles than to doubles. As the captain, Yukimura would predominantly lead in singles matches. After considerable hesitation, Yanagi finally stated his willingness to participate in doubles. Although he was not particularly eager to form a fixed doubles team, the prowess of Yukimura, Karama, Maoli, and Sanada left him feeling inadequate, as he could not secure a singles position on the team. Yukimura was aware of Yanagi's prior experience with fixed doubles teams in elementary school and had previously discussed with him the desire for new trials and developments upon arriving in Kanagawa. Shaking his head, Yukimura clarified, I do not intend for you to form fixed doubles partnerships. Rather, I require everyone to engage in doubles practice. I expect each of you to reach a level where any player can partner with another in doubles, while not neglecting singles. We must be flawless in both aspects. Marui and Yanagi, both adept doubles players, were assigned to practice with Karama and Nayo. Doubles relies heavily on observation, strategic thinking, and the ability to identify gaps. During their practice sessions, they intermittently taught Karama and Nayo how to assess and judge the openings presented by their opponents. Furthermore, they instructed them on positioning, net techniques, how to safeguard the area between them, and a series of tactical strategies for doubles. True to his reputation as a double savant, Nayo effortlessly grasped the secrets of the game. Karasuma is still tentatively exploring, as he is unaccustomed to collaborating with others. After completing doubles training, he sits down on a bench to rest and offers a bottle of water to Marui Bunta, who joins him. Bunta-sensei is quite diligent, Karasuma teases. Marui nudges him with his elbow, ignoring the comment, his gaze involuntarily following the figure in a coat sprinting across the distant court. To be honest, what weighs most heavily on Marui's mind since his rebirth is the year in second year of high school when Sakakibara fell ill. While Sakakibara languished in the hospital, suffering from his ailment, everyone had promised him that once his surgery was successful, they would present him with the championship trophy for the Kanto tournament, where they had achieved 16 consecutive victories. However, after his surgery, he was informed that they had lost to Saigaku from Tokyo. Akaya, upon hearing about Rikkai's defeat, had scratched the walls of the corridor in a fit of despair, only to be stopped by a passing nurse outside the hospital room. Listening to Sakakibara's muffled screams of anguish from his bed, he felt a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. Why did Yanagi-sawa let up? Why did Sanada hide his moves? Akaya had truly given his all. Sakakibara believed that their failure to secure the Kanto title was due to his absence, feeling that had he been there with his teammates, they would not have lost. He immediately began his rehabilitation, and just over 20 days later, he participated in the national tournament, taking his place on the coaching bench to stabilize the team's spirit and strive for the national championship, intent on fulfilling the promise of Rikkai's triumphant 3-time victory. They had lost the Kanto championship, but they could not afford to lose the national title. Emerging from the abyss where doctors had deemed him unable to play tennis again, Sakakibara faced defeat at the hands of that child. With the collective anticipation of the nation's universities, Rikkai was cast down from its pedestal. Even Sanada, when that child had lost his memory, went to help him regain it during their doubles match, which was on the verge of slipping away. Did he remember that he was the vice-captain of Rikkai? Sanada even dared to tell Sakakibara that they must engage in a fair duel and not take advantage of another's misfortune. Was Sakakibara not wielding a racket to play, but a gun? If the opponent's mentality falters and their skills fall short, why should Sanada blame Sakakibara for not playing fairly? Did he himself show respect for his opponents by hiding his moves in the Kanto finals? Is that considered fair play? Sanada's notion of fairness seems highly questionable to Marui, who perceives him as being under some spell of double standards. When Saigaku had someone impersonate Ekizan Ryoma during the finals, was that fair in Sanada's eyes? Arriving late for singles, exceeding the allotted time, and having Toyama come out to delay the match. Was that also his version of fair play? The individuals from Rikkai Dai had long seen through that clumsy facade, yet chose to remain indifferent to exposing it. They also recognized that Yukimura was deliberately stalling for time, saying nothing while acquiescing to the match demands of Toyama. Yukimura, younger than all of them, only half a year senior to Akaya, bore the weight of the tennis club. He had surreptitiously researched the illness, discovering its dismal surgical success rate, having just narrowly escaped one dire prognosis. He returned from the brink of death only to receive another grim tidings. The extensive surgery had concluded less than a month prior, and the incision had likely yet to heal. When Sanada proclaimed the virtue of righteousness, did he ever consider that his childhood friend, whom he had known for over a decade, had just undergone surgery, the wound still unhealed, and was now expected to compete on the court? Every time this thought crossed his mind, it ignited a fury within him. Perhaps Sanada should simply transfer to Saigaku. Subsequently, upon entering the U-17 training camp and returning to the first team, Senior Kimijima approached him with a proposition: if he could strike Senior Toyama's left knee, Kimijima would facilitate contact with a specialized institution in America, allowing Yukimura to undergo a surgery that could fully cure his ailment. He accepted this condition and succeeded, using his tennis skills to target Toyama's already injured left knee. True to his word, Kimijima assisted in reaching out to the professional institution. Marui, lost in thought, couldn't help but feel tears welling in his eyes. Heaven had granted him the chance to return to the first round with his memories intact. Though he could not surpass Sanada in becoming Yukimura's childhood companion first, he was determined to earn his place in Yukimura's heart through sincere effort. As Wuquan glanced at Buntai, who had been motionless for quite some time, he leaned in to discern the situation on his face. Startled, Buntai almost toppled from his chair, only to be caught by Wuquan. "What's the matter, little pig? Why are your eyes so red?" Buntai turned away, huffing. "It's nothing. You must be mistaken." He then rose, grasped his racket, and declared that the break was over. It was time to resume training. With a playful demeanor, Wuquan also picked up his racket, placing both hands behind his head as he strolled towards the court. "Is there a heroic skill that can cure the ailment afflicting Yukimura? Have you been sneaking peeks at Tezuka's Manual of Self-Discipline again?" Chapter 8. Regional Qualifiers. In May, the regional qualifiers for Kanagawa Prefecture will commence. The newly formed team from Rikkai Dai will soon face their inaugural match after a month of acclimatization. During the training period, Yukimura recognized Nao's innate talent for doubles. It can be asserted that Nao is a natural doubles player, and upon consulting him, he expressed great enthusiasm for the format. Yukimura also sensed an immensely volatile yet powerful mental fortitude within Nao. Following their regular training sessions, Yukimura would provide individual guidance to Nao on harnessing his mental energy, teaching him how to unleash and cultivate his unique style of mental tennis. Under Yukimura's mentorship over the course of nearly a month, Nao began to discover a glimmer of understanding. He became aware of his shortcomings, particularly regarding physical strength, and recognized that his mental style was better suited for doubles play. Though the entire team was engaged in doubles practice, he felt the need for a consistent partner to refine his mental prowess. One day, while dining on the rooftop, he shared this thought with Yukimura, who nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Buntai interjected, suggesting, "You might want to consider reaching out to Hiroshi Yagyu from the golf club." Karasuma glanced at him subtly. Liu opened his notebook and began to speak at length. Liu Shungbiharu, the top student of the first year, representative at the opening ceremony, member of the discipline committee, student council member, and captain of the golf club, had dominated the national golf tournaments for the past 3 years, securing the championship title. He was known for his courteous demeanor and was often referred to as a gentleman. The lineup for the first match of the regional qualifiers was determined by a draw involving the main and alternate players, resulting in the following final list: D2 Karasuma, first year; Mori Juzaburo, second year; D1 Mayano Arashir, third year; Nao Masaharu, first year; S3 Lulianer, first year; S2 Marui Bunta, first year; S1 Sanada Genichiro, first year, with the substitute being Mitsui Tamafian, third year. The coaching staff included Yukimura Seichi, first year. Upon the entry of the first-year team from Rikkai, many scouts were left astounded by the comprehensive reshuffling within the Rikkai Tennis Club. They were completely unaware of these changes until the team officially took to the court. Observing the slender boy with deep blue, slightly curled hair seated at the coaching bench, the scouts exchanged whispers, learning that he was Yukimura Seichi, the new captain of the Rikkai Tennis Club. The vice-captain was Sanada Genichiro, with Liu Lianer serving as the team strategist. Notably, 5 out of the 8 main players were first-year students, with 2 additional first years as alternates. Speculation arose regarding Rikkai's potential performance this year. However, some argued otherwise. Yukimura Seichi was the champion of last year's JR tournament, and Sanada Genichiro was the runner-up, indicating that their strength should not be underestimated. As the match approached, the true capabilities of the team would soon be revealed. The first match of the regional qualifiers required 5 games to be completed, a task that posed no pressure for Rikkai, especially since the draw favored their main players. The decision to bring all the main and alternate players was proposed by Mayano Arashur, ensuring everyone made an appearance. In doubles, Karasuma and Mori Juzaburo swiftly dispatched their opponents with a score of 6-0 in just 15 minutes, with Mori leisurely maintaining position at the backcourt. In another doubles match, Mayano Arashur and Nayo Masaru displayed impressive synergy, also achieving a shutout against their rivals. In singles, the opposing player provocatively remarked at Lu, whose delicate appearance resembled that of a girl, "Aren't you a girl? You won't be able to return my shots with your eyes closed." Lu Lianer silenced him with a swift strike and initiated his verbal barrage, stating probabilities: an 86 chance of hitting to the left, a 79 chance of a diagonal shot, and a 100 chance that he would be unable to return the ball. A torrent of numbers overwhelmed his opponent's mind, leading to his gradual breakdown. "Don't report it. Don't report it." Game, set, and match. Lu Lianer triumphs with a score of 6-0, the referee declaring the result. Not a single point conceded. Following this, the next competitor to take the stage is the singles player, Watai Bunta. Isn't he a doubles specialist? After all, he was the champion of the doubles category at last year's JR tournament. Who says a doubles player cannot excel in singles? Perhaps he is equally formidable in both disciplines. Behold my secret technique, walking the tightrope. Marvel at my genius. Watai Bunta blows a bubble and turns to glance at the coaching bench, winking at Yukimura, who responds with a subtle nod and a smile. A swift and decisive victory, delivering a resounding bagel to his opponent. Encouraged by Yukimura's affection, Watai Bunta is now brimming with energy. Game, set, and match. Watai Bunta concludes the match with a score of 6-0. As he walks off the court and approaches Yukimura, his eyes sparkle with excitement. Yukimura chuckles, praising him. "Bunta, you were magnificent." With a look of satisfaction, Watai Bunta returns to the stands. Karasuma stomped his feet in frustration, cursing the insufferable Marui Bunta. The second round was indeed different. Truly, a seasoned devotee of the Yukimura cult, yet he still lacked proficiency in future matches. He would require Yukimura's praises and encouragement. Nayo Masaru playfully grabbed Bunta by the neck, tousling his hair as a means to vent his jealousy. After a month of rigorous training in the tennis club, Yukimura had spent nearly an entire month guiding him in mental fortitude. His ability to perceive mental energy was notably strong, allowing him to sense Yukimura's sense of responsibility towards the tennis team and his expectations and care for its members, which stirred within him an inexplicable emotional response towards Yukimura. Yanagi Renji noted in his notebook, Marui Bunta, excessively fond of being pampered, training too. Prior to Sanada's appearance, he shot a sharp glance at Marui Bunta before striding towards the coach's seat to face Yukimura. Gazing at Yukimura, who tilted his head slightly, he encouraged, "Let us secure the victory, Kenichira." Sanada nodded solemnly. With a flurry of moves akin to the wind, forest, fire, and mountain technique, he left his opponents kneeling in defeat. Game, set, and match. Sanada Kenichira triumphed with a score of 6-0, leading Rikkai to a resounding victory, the scoreboard displaying a flawless 6-0. This was merely the beginning. As expected, Rikkai effortlessly dominated the regional qualifiers with a score of 6-0, reaffirming their status as the Kanto champions. Chapter 9. Departure from the tennis club with the regional qualifiers concluded. The Kanagawa Prefectural Tournament would commence in mid-June, followed by the Kanto Conference in early to mid-July, and the National Tournament in mid-August, leaving approximately a month until the county tournament begins. On Yanagi's suggestion, in addition to their daily practice swings, long-distance running, sit-ups, and grip strength exercises, they incorporated weight training. Yanagi and Yukimura customized weighted wristbands for each team member, mandating their use during regular training, considering their ongoing growth and development during adolescence. The weight of the wristbands was kept light to avoid hindering their physical growth. Each day, aside from completing the fundamental training routines, Karasuma engages in specialized technical drills aimed at enhancing his tennis skills. He practices various fundamental strokes, including forehands, backhands, serves, and volleys. while also executing hitting drills across different areas of the court. Meanwhile, Nayo and Marui are required to undertake additional physical strength training. Sawahara is likewise intensifying his technical practice and is also instructed to meditate each evening upon returning home. Customized training regimens tailored to address the weaknesses of each primary and alternate member are systematically conducted within the tennis club on a daily basis. After hearing Marui's insights on the rooftop, Nayo took the initiative to observe Yagyu Hiroshi, and indeed, he found him to embody the gentlemanly qualities as described. However, he also uncovered an intriguing little secret concealed beneath Yagyu's genteel exterior. Mayano and Mitsui, under the leadership of Yukimura, have been reflecting daily on their past happiness since the adjustments made to the training program. Although the previous training regimen of the tennis club was demanding, it did not leave them completely exhausted and immobile as it does now. Today marked yet another day of trembling legs on the way home. On a day following the conclusion of the regional qualifiers at Rikkai University, a message regarding the Seishin Academy Tennis Club reached Lu. In April, Tezuka Konomitsu, who enrolled at Seishin, sustained an elbow injury during practice with senior members. At Seishin, seniority is highly regarded, and despite Tezuka's exceptional talent, he found himself relegated to picking up balls without any opportunity to play. During a practice match against seniors, he, a left-handed player, effortlessly won using his right hand. Subsequently, the third-year seniors learned that Tezuka's dominant hand was indeed his left. Fueled by jealousy, they seized the opportunity to injure his left elbow under the pretense of competing against him while he was using his non-dominant hand. Following his injury, Tezuka was furious and contemplated withdrawing from the tennis club. However, their captain, Otori Udai, managed to persuade him with the words, "I want you to become the pillar of the Seishin Tennis Club." After listening to the proceedings, Karasuma was left speechless. Where was their tennis team coach? Did Tezuka not show any signs of injury? Was there no punishment for the player who struck him? Lu crossed his arms and replied that to his knowledge, their coach had made no statements, and the offending player had not been expelled from the tennis club. It seemed that following the altercation, the minister merely punished all members of the tennis team, including the victim Tezuka, by making them run 100 laps. Neo rolled his eyes disdainfully at such a notion, scoffing at the idea of Tezuka being treated as a pillar of support, while the minister did not relinquish his position for him. Marui, recalling that he had heard of this incident during the first round, chimed in, asserting that it was merely an empty promise and that their own school was much better. Sawahara nodded in agreement. When Sanada heard the news, his expression darkened significantly. He held Tezuka in high regard, both for his tennis prowess and his character. Upon hearing such news, he felt an overwhelming sense of indignation and could not help but exclaim how utterly lax the situation was. Yukimura, in addition to feeling anger and regret, was extremely relieved that his choice had proven to be correct. The rules of the Rikkai Dai Tennis Club aligned with his principles, prioritizing strength above all. The seniors were commendable as well, possessing a magnanimous nature that did not breed jealousy over their victories and did not resort to harmful actions. Unlike the former captain of Hyodai, who was small-minded and incited the second and third-year members to collectively withdraw, the seniors patiently guided and assisted them in taking over the affairs of the tennis club. Yukimura resolved to find a time to sincerely express his gratitude to the seniors. As Okumura rolled his eyes, he extracted his phone and sent a message to Okumura Ling. The following day, major tennis publications and magazines inundated the media with reports concerning the internal conflict within the Seishin Academy tennis team. Headlines proclaimed, "Senior player injures talented freshman," and first-year student persecuted by jealous upperclassmen. The media buzzed with articles detailing the intense altercation and the coach's inaction. Early in the day, the principal's office was besieged by incessant phone calls. Concerned parents inquired about the violent incident, fearing for their children's safety. Some magazines, which were tardy in their reporting, sought interviews, while other schools reached out to offer their condolences. Simultaneously, the principal's office welcomed Tezuka's parents, who had initially intended to keep the incident from their elders. However, the inexplicable coverage of the tennis team's conflict had compelled them to confront the issue. Tezuka's parents were incensed that their sensible and admirable child was subjected to bullying at school. In the immediate aftermath of the incident, the tennis team's coach had astonishingly failed to provide medical assistance to Kei Gaku and did not impose any punishment on the perpetrator. Upon inquiry, they learned from Tezuka that the coach had actually allowed Kei Gaku to suffer in silence, protecting the assailant instead. As adults, they recognized the coach's ulterior motive, fearing accountability. He had suppressed the matter. With sweet words, he had convinced their kind-hearted and upright Kei Gaku to easily forgive the offender. especially since the perpetrator was a regular player while Tezuka was merely a first-year student, due to the team's flawed regulations prohibiting freshmen from participating in regular selections. The coach had chosen to safeguard the assailant. Thus, the two parents brought Tezuka to the principal's office, seeking an explanation from the school. Inside, they found Ryazaki Jin, who expressed her apologies to Tezuka's parents, regretting her lax management that led to the conflict. She assured them that she would expel the offending student from the tennis team. Tezuka's parents were appalled by her belated response and turned to their son for his thoughts. Initially, after being injured, Tezuka had contemplated withdrawing from the tennis team. Yet he had been struck by the words of Captain Yamato, who had referred to him as a pillar of the Seishin Academy Tennis Club. In a moment of confusion, he had remained with the team. However, upon the release of today's reports, he began to gain clarity. The coach's negligence and the protection of the assailant following the conflict made him realize that it was not worth it. "I will withdraw from the tennis team," he declared. Tezuka lifted his gaze to meet Ryazaki's. Ryazaki was acutely aware of Tezuka's prowess, which far surpassed that of all the regulars at Seishin Academy. However, the rule prohibiting first-year students from participating as regulars was one she had established herself. She was reluctant to breach her own regulations. Doing so would complicate the management of the tennis club, provoking dissent among the second and third-year members and leading to chaos. At her age, she lacked the energy to contend with such turmoil. Yet, she was unwilling to relinquish Tezuka. "Tezuka, please reconsider. Your tennis talent is exceptional. By summer, you could undoubtedly become a regular member, although young Tezuka already exhibited the potential of an ice prince. He had yet to develop the stoic demeanor he would possess 2 years hence." Listening to Ryazaki's obstinate words, a hint of derision tugged at the corners of his mouth before he swiftly restored his impassive expression. With earnestness, he addressed Ryazaki. "Coach, I have given it considerable thought. I will withdraw from the tennis club." The conflict within the Seishin Tennis Club was sensationally reported by various newspapers, drawing the attention of the Kanto Tennis Association. Even though they held Ryazaki's past mentorship of Japan's top tennis player, Ekazu Nanjiro, in high regard, they could not withstand the onslaught of complaints resembling a coordinated smear campaign. Succumbing to the pressure, the Kanto Tennis Association issued a 1-year suspension for the Seishin Tennis Club. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed 50 of the Prince of Tennis mission progress. What on earth? What mission progress? Ah, did I not mention? The main task of the Prince of Tennis is to prevent the protagonist group, Seishin, from winning the national championship 3 years hence. You did not specify. You only said my task was to play tennis. You must have misremembered. I certainly conveyed that information. Go back and check the first chapter of the pirated system. Chapter 10, Prefectural Tournament. The bond function is now activated. The host may select one individual to form a bond, granting the bonded individual 1 aura, 1 passive ability, and 1 skill. Once bestowed, the host may no longer utilize that skill or aura. Binding the bond, won't that expose you? Does your realm not have confidentiality requirements? Oh. Well, our formal systems are born under the cosmic laws and do not have confidentiality stipulations. The system was surprisingly liberal. How was he to explain the system to Yukimura? In an era devoid of foundational knowledge about such fantastical concepts, he feared that revealing the system would startle Yukimura. Perhaps he could resort to explaining it as magic after all. There were quite a few magical elements in circulation. After club training that day, Karasuaji invited Yukimura to his home. "Hey, Seichi, why don't you come over to my place? I have something to confess." Yukimura tilted his head, scrutinizing Karasuaji for a moment. "Confess?" He pressed his lips together and nodded in acknowledgement. In the study on the second floor of the Karama Manor, Yukimura observed the anxious Karasuma Gaki pacing back and forth before him. Little Gaki, little Gaki." Okara stopped in his tracks, a look of deep contemplation etched upon his face. His impatience palpable as he struggled to formulate a suitable excuse. Frowning, he turned to gaze at the strikingly handsome youth before him, enveloped in a moment of silence. "Do you believe in magic?" he inquired, and as the words left his lips, Okara snapped his fingers sharply. Instantly, a flicker of flame ignited at the tip of his index finger, his eyes fixed intently on Yukimura's expression. Is this merely an illusion? How impressive. Should he confess that he possesses this skill? Would he perform a trick for him? Is the flame too diminutive? Okamizuki enlarged the flame in his hand, then cradled it in his palm. It was the graduation gift previously bestowed upon him by Ankila. Yukimura paused momentarily, hesitating before asking, "Did you learn magic in Italy?" "It is sorcery." He spoke clearly, yet the handsome youth remained skeptical of his claims regarding this so-called magic. Akara grasped Yukimura's wrist, initiating a bond of connection, his gaze fixed intently upon the boy's violet eyes, declaring earnestly, "It is magic." Yukimura, taken aback by the sudden appearance of the panel before him, exclaimed, "It is indeed magic. Karasuma Gaki requests to bind a bond with you. Do you accept?" "What is a bond?" Observing the determination in Karasuma Gaki's eyes, as if inviting me to be cool together, he chose to accept. Okaru, filled with joy, leaped slightly and eagerly presented the long-anticipated eternal shield aura to Yukimura, proclaiming it an invincible barrier. "What is this?" Yukimura inquired. The eternal shield is a defensive spell that consumes a portion of one's mental energy upon activation. With a look of pride, Akara raised an eyebrow and winked, his gaze brimming with hopeful expectation. "It's truly remarkable," Yukimura acknowledged, satisfying Akara's anticipation. "How wondrous, magic indeed." The Kanagawa Prefectural Tournament commenced in mid-June, and amidst fervent trainings, the day of the competition arrived swiftly. Upon arriving at the tennis park via the school bus, everyone followed closely behind Yukimura, disembarking in an orderly fashion, forming a neat line. Yukimura strolled confidently towards the registration desk, accompanied by a synchronized procession, his jacket fluttering in the breeze. Embodying the essence of youthful beauty and an imposing presence, an unmistakable aura of a champion. "It is Rikkai Dai. That is the child of God, Yukimura Seichi." Rumor has it that they swept through their regional qualifiers with a flawless score of 6-0, utterly dominating their opponents. After Yukimura completed the registration process, he led his team into the competition area, exuding an air of calm authority from his vantage point. Rikkai Dai Fuzoko High School faced off against Kanan High School in the second doubles match, preparing for the encounter. The duo selected for this match was Akaru and Mayano Arashir, who stepped forward to receive pre-match guidance from Yukimura. 15 minutes, can you manage?" he asked. Mayano Arashir nodded earnestly, replying, "We will." As Karasuma takes a step closer to Yukimura, "I shall swiftly conclude this matter, for it is utterly inappropriate for you to linger here for too long." Mayano ran. How sycophantic, how detestable. It makes him appear rather foolish. As Yukio Kuruma took the court, he unleashed the technique Linkwai. Wuyo against Aoi Mayano, aiming for a swift resolution against the opposing team, as instructed by Yukimura. What could this be? The audience gasped at the sight of the purple chain connecting the two players from Rikkai Dai. Could it be the legendary synchronization? To witness such a phenomenon in the regional qualifiers seemed impossible. After all, that player was only a first-year student in synchronization. Didn't he seem to manifest in this manner? The opposing team appeared relatively weak, allowing Yukio to dominate the front court, occasionally letting a couple of balls slip to the back, where the tall and agile Mayano easily defended. Game, set, and match, Rikkai Dai claimed victory with a score of 6-0. After performing the customary post-match etiquette, Yukio leaped in front of Yukimura, eagerly awaiting praise from the beautiful captain. "Well done." Yukimura smiled gently at the two players, prompting a slight blush on Mayano's cheeks, who shyly returned the applause of the audience. Yukio then turned and sat beside Yukimura, saying, "Seichi, it must be rather dull sitting here alone. Allow me to keep you company." However, before he could settle in, he was seized by the returning Yanagi by the nape of his neck. "Seichi, I'll take him back," Yanagi declared, dragging Yukio back to the audience seats and leaving him there as he returned to the coaching area. Nanomiya had already taken a seat beside Yukimura, inching closer under the pretense of discussing mental strength in tennis, only to be yanked up by Yanagi, who gripped his slender arm, even with his eyes closed. Nuri felt the piercing glare from Yanagi. Yukimura smiled indulgently. "We won the match. The probability of losing points is a staggering 100, Yanagi assured. Game, set, and match, Rikkai Dai triumphed once again with a score of 6-0 in the doubles match, effortlessly securing victory, yet Nanomiya, seeking praise, attempted to linger in the coaching area. Sanada admonished him for being too lax, employing a swift reprimand reminiscent of a playful cat's paw to bring him back to order. Meanwhile, Bunta Marui in the audience was seething, his teeth nearly grinding into powder, as he had been designated as a substitute today, missing the opportunity to bond closely with Yukimura. He shot an irritated glare at Yukio, blaming him for corrupting the team's spirit. Karasuma Gaki. In singles, the formidable Mori faced defeat at the hands of Yukimura, who mercilessly overwhelmed him with a score of 6-0 during the selection match. Following this, Mori diligently adhered to the training regimen provided by Yukimura, which indeed contributed significantly to his improvement. However, during subsequent training matches against Yukimura, he once again succumbed to defeat, as the beautiful captain showed no mercy. It was a bitter pill to swallow. Standing before Yukimura, Mori queried, "If I manage to secure victory within 15 minutes, will you commend me?" Yukimura chuckled softly in response. Senior Mori, strive for triumph. Game, set, and match. Rikkai Daigaku wins with a score of 6-0. Rikkai Daigaku effortlessly claimed the championship in the Kanagawa Prefecture tournament. Chapter 11. Transfer. Upon learning of Seishin Academy's one-year suspension, Lu couldn't help but entertain a thought. After much hesitation, he tentatively sent a message to his childhood friend. A gesture that served both as a test and an apology. Lu felt a sense of guilt for having left Kira without notice due to his family's relocation. With the Kando tournament approximately half a month away and the first semester of the first year nearing its conclusion, this day, the strategist discreetly approached Captain Yukimura. "Seichi, I have a request. Is it that serious? What could possibly warrant such solemnity from Rikkai's strategist? I have a partner with whom I played doubles since childhood. Also a childhood friend. Due to Seishin's suspension, I have invited him to join Rikkai, and I wish to seek your approval for him to join the tennis club." "Of course, that would be wonderful. However, the semester is about to conclude, so your childhood friend will likely transfer to Rikkai next semester, right? Transfer students can apply to join the tennis club without any special requests. How endearing it is to see the gentle and loyal Renji." It appears that the strategist, having regained his friend's understanding, overlooked this crucial detail, an egregious oversight. Lu silently noted in his mind to arrange for an additional 2 training sessions this week. Though this blunder seemed unrelated to training, it was an inherent trait of Rikkai to engage in extra practice. Kira had already begun the transfer process. Could he participate in Rikkai's training sessions during the summer break? Reflecting on Seishin Academy's lack of regard for the first-year students, Ryu believes that his childhood friend requires proper guidance. Indeed, as it is a request from Renji, he will certainly acquiesce. Kiyoshi accepted the olive branch extended by his friend. Aware that Rikkai Daigaku holds strength in high esteem, especially since Seishin has been disqualified, although he would not have participated even if they were not suspended. The indifference towards the newcomers at Seishin painted a grim picture of his potential future being squandered. Moreover, Tezuka has already transferred. He was the most formidable among the first-year students. In fact, Tezuka was the strongest player in the Seishin Tennis Club. The group of first-year students had initially intended to follow Tezuka's lead, diligently training to achieve commendable results for Seishin, but a heinous act of violence had disrupted their aspirations. The inaction of the tennis club had left Tezuka and them disheartened. At this moment, his friend Renji sent him a message. Though far away in Kanagawa, he had managed to gather snippets of information about his friends at Rikkai. Renji, one of the 3 strategists at Rikkai, is part of the Kanto powerhouse, reigning as champions for 13 consecutive years. Has Renji truly reached such heights? Rikkai's prowess is beyond question. Should he join Rikkai, his skills would undoubtedly see significant enhancement. Moreover, he would have the opportunity to reunite with Renji, which would be splendid. Renji had secured him a chance to train alongside the regular and alternate members of Rikkai during the summer break, and he was determined not to disappoint Renji's expectations, committing to rigorous training to improve himself. The Kano tournament was fast approaching, and the training at the Rikkai Tennis Club had not ceased for a single day. Naya had made breakthroughs in his mental fortitude in tennis, and during a practice match against Sanada, he suddenly transformed into Sanada, mimicking Sanada's form. He twisted and twirled on the court, making faces at the real Sanada, whose expression darkened with frustration. The clash between Nayo and Sanada was a fiery spectacle, with Naito exclaiming invasion like fire, while actually executing moves as swift as the wind. However, the one-track-minded Sanada had been deceived multiple times by him. Though Naya's illusion could only last for a brief spell, Yukimura observed as his childhood friend was easily misled by Nayo. Sometimes, excessive righteousness renders one's weaknesses glaringly apparent. One must be cautious. Aijiro, it is prudent to reflect deeply. Marui's whimsical castle had also been completed ahead of schedule. He had been fervently enhancing his physical training and honing his defensive skills. As the genius of Rikkai, he must ensure perfection. Kuwabara had also experienced notable advancements in his mental strength. Marui and Kuwabara had yet to unlock synchronization in their first round, but both were persistently striving to grasp its essence. Hikaru is also endeavoring to develop his mental skills, and his training partner is the esteemed Mori. Mori possesses a formidable mental barrier. All right, I shall begin now. The mental energy unleashed by Karasuma enveloped the entire arena, and Mori, feeling the formidable psychic assault through his thick mental barrier, bent slightly at the waist, gripping his racket with both hands, adopting a defensive stance. With a swift motion, Karasuma Yin launched a tennis ball with a powerful strike, sending it soaring through the air. Mori, poised to intercept the incoming ball, was suddenly enveloped by a radiant five-pointed star that materialized before him, constricting around his neck and inducing a profound sense of suffocation. Desperately, he activated his mental barrier, striving to break free from the psychological assault that evoked sheer terror within him. Meanwhile, the tennis ball that Karasuma had struck had already landed on Mori's court. Why had Karasuma's psychic attack manifested so vividly? The inverted pentagram was now ensnared around Mori's neck. He appeared to be struggling for breath. How frightening. Sakakibara, seated on the coach's bench, crossed his arms, acknowledging that Karasuma's mental prowess surpassed his own significantly. Mori's mental defenses were robust, yet it was uncertain how long he could withstand this pressure. In the first instance, Mori was unable to extricate himself, and just as he seemed on the verge of exhaustion, Karasuma retracted his mental force. Free from the pentagram's grip, Mori collapsed onto the court, gasping for air as if he were trying to reclaim every ounce of oxygen he had just lost. Once he regained his composure, the now tall Mori, towering at 6 feet, pouted discontentedly, leaning against the still petite Sakakibara, burying his face into the frail shoulder of his companion and lamenting. I refuse to practice with him any longer. He is far too terrifying. Boo-hoo. Sakakibara, observing the large figure clinging to him, let out a resigned sigh. He made an effort to extend his small hand around Mori's back, gently patting him. Mori-senpai, this experience will be immensely beneficial for you. When faced with challenges, one must strive to overcome them, not evade. Gaki, gritting his teeth, was about to charge forward to seize that unfortunate and sizable cat. However, he was halted by Nayo and Marui, who urged him to exercise restraint. Just hold on a moment, after all. You were the one who left him in such a state. If you rush to him now, who will accompany you in practicing your moves? They reminded him. Consider this. It is indeed quite impressive to render someone unconscious with a single strike. You need Senior Morinari to help you refine your skills. As the training session concluded, Yukimura and the entire starting team, along with the substitutes, took turns engaging in a 7-match series. By the end of the first round, with the exception of Gaki, everyone else lay exhausted on the ground. Let us call it a day. Everyone did remarkably well. I will treat you all to something to eat, Yukimura announced. Fortuitously, he had recently won a prize in an art competition, and given the diligent efforts of the team members, it was only fitting to reward them. Marui Bunta, summoning his strength, rose and rushed toward Yukimura's embrace, eager to express his gratitude to the kind-hearted captain. However, he was intercepted by Gaki, who admonished, "You just rolled around on the ground and are filthy. Don't bring germs to Seichi. Go wash up. Haha. Once we're done bathing, let us go eat. Is there anything in particular that you all wish for?" Yukimura and Gaki, carrying Marui Bunta, made their way to the bathing area. Meanwhile, Kai and Seiji, who had been sprawled on the ground like a dehydrated sea urchin, managed to lift his head, trembling fingers pointing towards the food. "Today is my first day participating in the training at Rikkai. I want barbecue," he lamented, feeling utterly exhausted. What is this? Is this the devilish Rikkai? It's supposed to be the regal Rikkai. No complaining in silence. Beside him lay Yanagi Renji, shielding his eyes with his arm. "Seiji, you still have more practice ahead of you," he remarked, resignedly helping Kai to his feet and dragging him toward the bathing area. Once everyone had changed and emerged, a lively group of cheerful young men, albeit tattered and worn, exclaimed, "Let us go have barbecue." Additionally, we warmly welcome Kai and Seiji to Rikkai. Kai, shaking his legs and turning his somewhat weathered face, noticed that after a day of training, he seemed to have shed quite a bit of weight, his cheeks appearing slightly sunken. "Thank you, Captain Yukimura." Chapter 12. The case as the saying goes, a young boy will eat his father out of house and home. Yukimura, unexpectedly a father figure, pondered, to prevent being overwhelmed, Yanagi, in his capacity as the captain of the tennis club's support group, inquired among the school's organization members about a reasonably priced and delectable all-you-can-eat barbecue restaurant. It was somewhat distant, requiring several bus stops to reach. The 13-member entourage stormed into the barbecue restaurant, where the staff ushered them to a private room on the second floor. The food was located on the first floor, necessitating a trip down to retrieve it. The group of teenagers piled their tables high with an abundance of meat, surely aiming to consume their fill. Even in barbecue, Rikkai sought to leave no stone unturned. Perhaps it was during today's practice match when Yukimura overwhelmed Sanada's senses, causing him to break free 10 seconds earlier than usual. Today, Sanada appeared somewhat exhilarated. Indeed, the typically serious and earnest Vice Captain Sanada requested his teammates to time him while engaging in the practice match with Yukimura. Ah, how lively Sanada is today. Before Yukimura lay an order of grilled fish. This establishment not only offers a self-service barbecue, but also allows patrons to order grilled fish for an additional fee. Vice Captain Sanada, you are disturbing my ears, remarked Nuri. As it seemed that Nio and Sanada were inherently at odds. Bunta, consuming undercooked meat increases your chances of food poisoning by 80%. Yanagi intercepted Bunta's attempt to reach for the raw meat. Bunta, allow me to grill it for you. It is not yet cooked. Kuwahara seized the grilling tongs, spreading the meat and brushing it with oil. As the sizzling meat released its savory aroma, Bunta pouted, feeling quite famished. Amidst the lively gathering in the private room, a sudden, high-pitched scream echoed from outside. I'll go check. Don't move, said Karuma, rising to open the door. Mayano also stood up. I'll accompany you. As a senior in their third year, how could he allow a first-year junior to confront unknown dangers alone? The scream that resonated from outside clearly indicated a perilous situation. Mayano-senpai, let me go with him, Yukimura said, grasping Mayano's arm. With his shield of no flames for protection and the presence of a mage like Ogata, it was safer for him and Karuma to investigate. Sanada and Muri also stood up. Sanada practiced kendo, and Muri had trained in wrestling, so they could hold their own should danger arise. I will go with Ogata. You all stay here, Yukimura commanded decisively. The two descended the stairs and entered the lobby, which featured a self-service food area and about 10 tables. The initially scattered patrons had now congregated in one direction. Exchanging a glance, they deduced that the gathering was unlikely to involve a robbery. As they approached the source of the commotion, Ogata quickly spotted a high school boy clad in a blue uniform. What the he's from Tokyo, isn't he? What is he doing here in Kanagawa? A cyanide poisoning incident had occurred. How unfortunate. Is it spreading to Kanagawa? It's all the Grim Reaper's fault for coming here. What a stroke of bad luck. The scene was already under police scrutiny, with 2 individuals overseeing the area, where a youth claiming to be a high school detective was maintaining order. The authorities arrived promptly, and the young detective had already conducted a preliminary investigation. After sealing off the location and removing the body, the police gathered all present in the establishment into the main hall at the request of the young detective. 11 boys from the upstairs private room also descended. These adolescents, merely in their early teens, lived simple lives with uncomplicated relationships, having never encountered such a tragic incident. When the officers informed them of the grave matter at hand and requested their cooperation in the investigation, the boys appeared somewhat pale. Following a brief inquiry, it was revealed that they were middle school students from a local affiliated school, merely there for a team-building event, and the officers deemed them irrelevant to the investigation. After all, how could middle school students with no connection to the victim be suspects? Once downstairs, the boys huddled together, and Shinichi Kudo cast a glance at this group of youthful innocents, isolated within their ivory tower. It was natural for them to be frightened by such events. These officers truly heed his words, remarked Heiji Hattori, watching as Kudo orchestrated the police with deft precision. Yukimura, confronting this grim scene for the first time, remained silent but nodded in agreement with Hattori's observation. They indeed followed Kudo's lead. The group lingered in the hall for an extended period, and through Kudo's deductions and inquiries, 3 suspects were ultimately identified. The classic choice among 3. 2 were companions of the victim, colleagues in their professional realm, while the third was a staff member at the barbecue restaurant, rumored to be the victim's former boyfriend. Kudo gleaned motives from the exchanges among the suspects and, through the movements of the victim and the 3 individuals in question, deduced the identity of the perpetrator. The truth, as always, remained singular. He then pointed to one of the victim's colleagues, meticulously recounting the evidence he had gathered and the methods employed in the crime. The assailant knelt, covering his face, weeping in confession. Hattori, having witnessed this scene countless times in 3-dimensional narratives, reflected on the victim's recent promotion, which had led to the celebratory gathering. Tragically, jealousy had clouded the minds of others, leading them to believe she was flaunting her success, resulting in yet another beautiful soul lost from this world. As Wuquan thought of his task to diminish the protagonist's aura, he approached Kudo Shinichi after the suspect had been taken away by the police. Big brother, I've seen you in the newspapers, he stated, attempting to earn a modicum of Kudo's trust with his charming and lovely demeanor. Aren't you from Tokyo? What brings you to Kanagawa? How unfortunate. I hope you won't return. Oh, I am here under the commission of a case to investigate certain matters, Kudo replied. Oh, has my reputation reached Kanagawa as well? Well, indeed, being a detective is rather cool. Kudo returned a standard smile to the middle school boy, who appeared to harbor a hint of admiration for him. A cyanide poisoning incident had transpired at the barbecue restaurant, and the owner expressed his deep misfortune, offering all patrons a 50% discount as an apology. Woo-woo, having such an incident makes him a victim as well. He lacks the means to offer everyone a complimentary meal. After all, one must make a living. The group of boys, having lost their appetite for barbecue, gathered their belongings and exited the establishment, heading home. On the bus ride back, the boys remained silent, pondering why jealousy could lead to such dire consequences. Is the adult world truly this perplexing? Suddenly, the desire to grow up diminished. Upon disembarking, they reflected that if one lacks ability, it is essential to strive for self-improvement. The voice of Karasuma broke the somber atmosphere, remarking that the motivations of the Sharon in the world of Mike were even more absurd. Indeed, the laxity stemming from jealousy was truly excessive. The young Sanada also felt his worldview shaken. How could there be individuals with such a distorted perspective? It was utterly disheartening. The youths dispersed, returning to their respective homes, having been deeply affected by the Sharon incident that evening. Yukimura granted everyone a day off, announcing no training for the following day. Chapter 13. The draw for the Kanto tournament. Before the Kanto tournament, Rikkai would hold another selection ranking competition, typically at the onset of summer vacation. This 5-day ranking tournament would feature the original 8 regulars and 4 quasi-regulars, in a round-robin format. The top 8 scorers would become the new regular members. Yukimura smiled gently, anticipating changes among the regulars, a blossom of hope. Will they perish? Falling out of the regulars would mean relentless training. Buntamarui resolutely declared his unwillingness to forfeit his regular position. My probability of retaining my spot is a certainty, calmly asserted the humble Yanagi, showing no signs of yielding in the selection process. I am destined to rise. Nuri Renwang calculated his chances in his mind, pondering which soft target he could easily manipulate. Ah, splendid. Everyone is brimming with enthusiasm. Yukimura nodded approvingly. The ranking competition for regulars proceeded in an orderly manner. After extinguishing the senses of Vice Captain Sanada, Yukimura concluded his day's competition. He moved on to observe matches in other courts, where Mayano handed him a towel and water. Renchi's speed had improved, yet his strength needed enhancement through rigorous training. Yaji's endurance and power were woefully inadequate. He could no longer afford to be picky with his meals. Without nourishment, how could he muster the energy for training? Kuwahara's agility still fell short. Additional training was necessary. Komagaki turned to glance at Vice Minister Sanada, who was still fumbling with his racket on the court. He couldn't help but mourn for him. Despite the 10-second advance, the struggle had only prolonged the inevitable. Mitsui had narrowly triumphed over Nayu Masaru with a score of 7-6, barely securing his position as a regular player. Accepting the towel and water from Yanagi, he felt a wave of perspiration at the sight of the younger student, who was 2 grades below him, smiling at him like a blooming lily. Mitsui-senpai, you must exert yourself a bit more. Yukimura cast a glance at Yanagi, who promptly noted an increase in intensity on Mitsui's training schedule. Masaharu had only been playing tennis for a little over 4 months, rendering him somewhat of a novice. This pace was untenable if the senpai did not strive harder. He risked being pushed aside. Indeed, nearly on the verge of losing his position, the training was insufficient. Masaharu's attempt at ascendance had failed. Yukimura unscrewed the cap of a water bottle and handed it to Nayu Masaharu, who slumped in his chair like a parched fox. It would be wise for Masaharu to overcome his picky eating habits. Having successfully retained his position as a regular, Yukimura attended the Kanto tournament drawing ceremony alongside Mayano Arashur, where they encountered Tezuka Kanemitsu and Itobi Kigo clad in Ice Empire uniforms. Tezuka had previously met Yukimura after the JR tournament, and he sat down beside him with Itobi. Yukimura-kun, it has been a while, Tezuka remarked. Indeed, Tezuka-kun, it's been quite some time. How is your elbow? Yukimura inquired with genuine concern. My well-being is assured. I shall not allow ailments to linger, Tezuka replied, adjusting his glasses. Itobi scrutinized the first-year captain of Rikkai, finding him rather splendid, albeit just meeting his high aesthetic standards. The delicate interplay of colors before him sparked a memory of a gossip magazine that Aozu had shown him recently, ranking the beauties of Rikkai. Itobi had deemed the article rather unrefined, scoffing at the idea of men being labeled as school beauties. Well, I suppose I can agree to that, he mused. Itobi-kun, you are indeed a commendable captain, Yukimura said with a gentle smile. Your style is as ostentatious and confident as reported in the magazines. Oh, the discerning eye of Rikkai's captain is commendable. You could elaborate further, Atobi replied, tilting his noble head, the tips of his gray hair swaying slightly with the motion. Oh, Atobi-kun has recommended a specialist. I am currently undergoing treatment and will not take it lightly, Tezuka affirmed with a nod. Rikkai, being the perennial top-seeded team, did not require a draw. The purpose of attending the drawing ceremony was merely, as Miyano Senpai suggested, for the first-year captain to make an appearance before various schools in Kanto. When it was Ice Empire's turn, Atobi instructed Tezuka to draw, ensuring they were not in the same half of the bracket as Rikkai. Let me sever your path to consecutive victories in Kanto. As each returned to school, Tezuka proclaimed his declaration to Yukimura. I'm not Santa Claus. Wishing upon me is futile. Yukimura, unyielding to Tezuka's provocation, retorted, let us see after you reach the finals. Appearing gentle and beautiful, yet possessing such a sharp tongue. Ah, well then, just wait and see. In the first round of the Kanto tournament, they faced Jinhua Middle School. Inside the club office, the 8 regular members of Rikkai Dai, along with 4 alternate players, and the temporary tennis club manager, Kainashida, gathered. Seated at the desk, they discussed the overall strength for the first match of the Kanto tournament, which seemed rather weak. Yen perused the materials and made a judgment. Then, Yukimura retrieved the tennis club's mascot from beneath the table, bringing forth a lottery box to determine the lineup. With a smile, he surveyed the members, assuring that whoever played would not lose a point, right? Rikkai Dai must leave no room for error. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Kainashida exclaimed. The lineup for the Kanto tournament is actually decided by drawing lots. Is this the confidence of Kanto's overlord, Rikkai Dai? Hey, Kainashida. I've heard you possess an extraordinary skill? Yukimura inquired, smiling as if surrounded by blooming lilies. I hope you can showcase your talent for the tennis club. Losing even a single point is unacceptable. Despite being the perpetrator, Kainashida felt a cold sweat breaking out. Yes. I will strive to eliminate Rikkai Dai's weaknesses. Collaborating with Renji, we will surely concoct a nutritious vegetable juice that will satisfy Minister Yukimura. Losing a point. Eliminate? The members of Rikkai Dai sensed that this newly joined strategist childhood friend was not to be taken lightly. Yen Renji recalled Kainashida rummaging through the bushes for ingredients, holding up cups of strange colors. With bizarre bubbles, Kainashida's concoction caused Kuramochi to break into a cold sweat. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Kuramochi would leave no room for error. I'm referring to all future matches. Oh, everyone seems filled with fighting spirit. Splendid, exclaimed the Rikkai Dai members. Even if it's all matches, Kuramochi will not drink it. All right, it's decided. We must employ all means necessary. Chapter 14, Kanto Tournament 1. When Nayamasaharu drew the singles match, he began to suspect whether someone was plotting against him. Had someone tampered with the lottery box? He was certainly not lacking in confidence. However, the first round of the Kanto tournament required 5 matches to be played. Singles typically featured the captains or the strongest ace players from each school. As someone who had only practiced tennis for a little over 4 months, Yukimura was labeled a novice. To play singles without losing a single point, he truly did not wish to drink that strange concoction. He had seen it all. The ominous figure of Kanjin stirred the peculiar, bubbling liquid. A sinister smile etched upon his face. His frail constitution would surely necessitate hospitalization after consuming that venomous concoction. It could even lead to dire consequences. Yuichiro, do not feel pressured, Yukimura reassured, gently patting his shoulder. I am capable of securing victory in a singles match against 3 opponents. He then turned his gaze towards Sanada, Mori, and Yanagi, who were engaged in doubles matches. Doubles 2 and singles 1 will leave no room for oversight, correct? Indeed. There shall be no blind spots. To be candid, Mori harbored some concerns about Sanada potentially hindering his performance. After extensive doubles training, it became apparent that Sanada, apart from practicing with Yukimura, would not dare to seize the ball during matches with others, resulting in a rather unsatisfactory synergy. Noticing Mori's slightly troubled expression, Yukimura lowered his head, stifling a laugh. As Karasuma gazed at Nio Masaru, who appeared utterly despondent, he chuckled and remarked, "What about me? Even if someone falters in doubles, I shall not. The pressure shall not be placed upon you." The quartet of doubles players immediately turned, casting fierce glares at Karasuma. Nio Masaharu replied, "My pressure emanates from within." The first doubles match between Rikkai Daifuzoku and Jinhua Chugaku was set to commence. Is Rikkai truly placing the vice-captain and that Mori in the second doubles? Observers in the stands voiced their skepticism upon witnessing Rikkai's selected duo. Isn't this a waste of potential? Rikkai Dai's lineup varied with each match, likely indicating a strategic approach, which had allowed them to achieve a 6-0 victory in their previous encounters. It appears their captain is remarkably adept at strategizing. From the draw box, I am not the captain, you flatter me. Hey, Sanada, that is my ball. Mori narrowly avoided a mishap as Sanada rushed in to seize the ball. Mori returned the shot, tilting his head in exasperation at Sanada. Understood, Senior Mori. He glanced momentarily at the coaching bench where Yukimura sat. How utterly lax. We must intensify our doubles practice. The game concluded with a decisive score of 6-0 for Rikkai's second doubles team. Fortunately, the duo's prowess ensured they did not concede any points. Doubles practice will be doubled. Upon exiting the court, Sanada proactively sought additional training, standing tall. His eyes, serious beneath his cap, glanced furtively at Yukimura's expression. Upon catching Sanada's gaze, Yukimura couldn't help but cover his smile with his hand. Miyagi handed towels and water to the two players, simultaneously twisting open a bottle to offer Yukimura. As he and Sawamura prepared to enter the first doubles match. With robust stamina, Yanagi and Sawamura quickly dispatched their opponents, who lacked strength, concluding the match at 6-0. The Kanto tournament's first round required 5 full matches, and the next was Yukimura's singles match at third position. Ignoring the intense stares from behind, Karasuma made his way to the coaching bench to await Yukimura. Following the draw, it was Yukimura's serve. Are you the first-year captain of Rikkai? You are quite striking. Taunted the third-year opponent in singles. Yukimura did not respond, but instead moved to the serving area. Are you truly the strongest at Rikkai? You look rather frail. 15-0. While the opponent continued their prattling, Yukimura delivered an ACE, his jacket flaring as he served. The referee called the score, silencing the opponent, who was left bewildered. Unable to discern the trajectory of the ball, Rikkai's Yukimura Seichi led 1-0. For aces secured a game, devoid of superfluous words, only the fluttering garments dancing provocatively, teasing the opponent's nerves. Apart from serving, the adversary failed to touch the ball even while sprinting across the court. Game, set, and match. Rikkai Daigaka triumphed with a resounding 6-0, never allowing the opponent to make contact with the ball. Clean and decisive, truly deserving of the title Child of God. Karasuma gazed at the returning Yukimura, who appeared completely unperturbed, as if he had not even broken a sweat. Was this truly considered a warm-up? Yukimura offered him a slight smile, signaling, it's your turn now. Wuquan's barrier is a solitary endeavor, and he has promised Kaiwenji that she will utilize her skills today. She was the first to send him a red envelope. 8 years have elapsed, yet she has only accumulated 5 points, which were used during his experiment when he was 4 years old, leaving her with a lingering sense of grievance. From the very beginning of the match, Karasuma was relentless in his pursuit of activating Hogolu, multitasking as he skillfully executed his shots. The opposing players grew increasingly despondent, particularly in response to the strikes delivered by that white-haired boy. With each passing moment, as he received the ball, a wave of dizziness washed over him, leading him to ponder whether he might be afflicted with some terminal illness. When the score reached 4 o'clock, he could no longer bear the dizziness and collapsed to the ground, prompting a halt to the match and a surrender of the game. The opposing team returned to the coach's bench in tears, pleading to be taken to the hospital, convinced that something was gravely amiss. Instantly, the atmosphere on the court erupted into chaos, that Karasuma had reduced a player to tears. How could a man weep over a mere game? Observing his player in distress, the coach of Inhua recognized that the outcome of the match was already determined, with Inhua having lost. He too conceded defeat and accompanied his players to the hospital. Yukimura cast a glance at Karasuma, noting that he did not sense any fluctuations in Karasuma's spirit during the match. Was the opposing player's condition a consequence of Karasuma's magic? Would there be any side effects? As Karasuma approached him, Yukimura leaned in and gently inquired. Karama shook his head, while Shingtsuan nodded in agreement. Let us proceed, he said, turning to lead the way. The team member, Nyan Yachiyo, secretly stifled a laugh, feeling that today was indeed a fortuitous day. Meanwhile, Kinjinji, who had no opportunity to showcase his talents, cast a wistful glance at his glasses, lamenting the mischance. Kaiwenji exclaimed, Hooray! Yinguan, I still have much to do before I can unlock the lottery. Lon replied. Unfortunately, points cannot be transferred. Kaiwenji reassured, no worries. The practice match at Karasuyama and the mental attack skill developed by Mori are techniques learned from the assassination Operation Halo. Each time he employs a technique, It grants points to the provider, lawn. Chapter 15, Kanto Tournament 2. In the early stages of the Kanto tournament, there were no particularly noteworthy opponents. In the semifinals, we might face Rokaku, and there is a 95% probability that we will meet Ice Empire in the finals. After a period of acclimatization, Kanuhoru, the acting manager of the tennis club at Rikkai, began sharing some responsibilities with Yanagisawa. They also have a first-year regular player, the doubles pair Seiki Torajiro and Kuroba Harukaze, the latter being a power-type player. Fuji has transferred to Rokaku, and he is a rather formidable opponent. Kanu, having spent time in the tennis club with Fuji at Saigaku, possesses some understanding of Fuji's abilities, and it is likely that Fuji will take the court for singles too. We have a 93% chance of concluding the match within the first 3 sets. Haruharu. Yanagisawa does not believe that Rokaku will require Rikkai's singles 2 to take the court. Of course, even if singles 2 faces Fuji, victory will belong solely to Rikkai. Is anyone going to challenge Rokaku's doubles 2? Asked Yukimura after listening to Kanu's report. The lineup for Rikkai's semifinals will consist of all regular players. Upon hearing Yukimura's inquiry, Mayano Ran and Mitsui Tamaki exchanged glances and stepped forward. Then let us, as seniors, lead the charge. Yukimura nodded, designating Yanagisawa and Marui for doubles, Sanada for singles 3, Mori for singles 2, and Karasuyama for singles 1, with myself as the substitute. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. On the day of Rikkai's semifinals, the weather was clear, and the sun was high in the sky. In early July, the heat was gradually intensifying, and Rikkai's match commenced at 10 a.m. The audience included residents near the tennis park, eliminated school tennis club members, and scouts from schools we might face in the future. As Rikkai's team marched in unison behind Yukimura, the venue was already filled with spectators. Marui Bunta, with his hands cradling the back of his head, blew a bubble. There are quite a few spectators today. This genius must showcase his extraordinary skills. Mori, amused by Bunta's conceited demeanor, grinned widely, playfully ruffling his smooth red hair. Little genius, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Bunta, frustrated by his disheveled hairstyle, stomped his feet in anger. Darn it, Mori-senpai. He shook off Mori's hand and headed towards Sawahara, who pulled a comb from his backpack and offered it to the approaching Bunta. Everyone glanced up at Sawahara's smooth head. Haha, it was meant for Bunta. Noticing the attention directed at him, Sawahara absent-mindedly touched the boiled egg. The referee took his position, and both sides exchanged greetings. On the opposing side, the coach from Rokaku was a small, elderly man with a long beard, wearing a warm and amiable smile. Indeed, Fuji Shisuke had become a first-string player for Rokaku, standing opposite Karasuma with a cheerful expression. After the formalities, Yukimura took his seat on the coach's bench. The semi-final match commenced, featuring doubles number 2 from Rikkai Daigaku Fuzoku against Rokaku. The announcement resonated throughout the venue. As the match began, Rikkai's Mayano served, leveraging his height advantage. Mayano unleashed a swift serve, catching the opponents off guard, who failed to track the ball in time for a counter. Rikkai led 1-0, and Rokaku's Kuroba prepared to serve. With a powerful inward twist of his arm at the moment of impact, he skillfully extended his elbow to add force, sending the ball with tremendous power. As the ball struck the ground, it spun aggressively, and Mitsui, positioned at the net, quickly anticipated its landing after Kuroba's strike. The moment the racket made contact with the ball, he felt the formidable spin. Mitsui gripped his racket tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. And with both hands firmly on the handle, he forcefully returned the powerful shot, landing the ball within the confines of the opposing court. Mitsui wiped the thin layer of sweat from his brow, reflecting on the intensity of Sanada's attacks, noting that while Kuroba and Seiki's strength and explosiveness were impressive, as a second-year senior, he had the formidable Sanada as a teammate. The two seniors had decisively won their match. Game, set, and match, doubles 2, Rikkai 6-1. After the post-match formalities, the two players turned towards the coach's bench, where Yukimura handed them towels and water, nodding at them appreciatively. Well done, seniors, he acknowledged. Drying his hands, Kaji held up 2 cups of green liquid, flashing a broad smile as he addressed the two seniors. Seniors, great job. Here's a little something to replenish your strength. Mayano and Mitsui exchanged glances, resigned to the inevitable, and upon receiving the cups, they closed their eyes and gulped down the contents, only to rush outside, retching as they went. What was happening on Rikkai's side? Why did their doubles 2 team run off? A Rokaku player, observing their hasty exit, couldn't help but ask aloud. Hee, were they punished? Fuji replied with a gentle smile. Having worked alongside Kaji in the Seishin Tennis Club, he was aware of Kaji's penchant for concocting nutritional juices. As for the taste, it was quite agreeable to him. Though it seemed others held a different opinion. Didn't they win? Why the punishment? Another player expressed his confusion. Perhaps this was the secret behind Rikkai's dominance in the Kanto region. Rikkai University indeed upholds a strict discipline. As the doubles match commenced, both teams engaged in a ball toss, with Rikkai serving. Why do you keep your eyes closed? Can you actually see? Why? Why are you chewing gum during the match? It seems the opposing team has a player full of endless questions. In response to the inquisitive remarks, Marui blew a bubble. Marui's exquisite net interception skills were showcased brilliantly. He flawlessly intercepted every ball played at the front court, seizing opportunities to score. Not to be outdone, Rhea swiftly pursued balls hit to the backcourt, executing a rapid backhand slice to earn a point, his hair fluttering gracefully as he maintained his composure with eyes still shut. Game, set, and match. Rikkai won the doubles 6-0. The two players from Rokaku, panting and drenched in sweat, still failed to secure a single game against the strategists and prodigies of Rikkai. After receiving a towel from Yukimura, Marui wiped away a light sheen of sweat, remarking on the warmth of the day. Can't you find it a bit too sunny sitting there, Seichi? Ryu's bag contained an umbrella, yet the likelihood of him offering it to Yukimura was a solid 100 rejection. I don't feel hot due to my lack of exertion, Yukimura replied, shaking his head. In the singles match, Sanada represented Rikkai against Rokaku's third-year captain. The singles commenced with Sanada serving. He tossed the tennis ball and leapt lightly, executing a powerful forehand stroke. The opponent rushed to the ball's landing point, only to have their racket sent flying as the tennis ball struck the barrier with a resounding thud. What incredible strength this young man possesses. Sanada dominated his service game. The opponent's serve, under Sanada's four formidable techniques of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, was equally dispatched with force. In less than 20 minutes, Sanada, the vice-captain, triumphed with a crushing 6-0 victory in the Kanto tournament semifinals. As the match concluded, Rikkai emerged victorious with an overall score of 3-0, just as Ryo had predicted. Rikkai did not need to field their second singles player. Observing the scoreboard displaying 6-1, 6-0, 6-0, Miyano and Mitsui felt a twinge of discomfort, realizing they had disrupted the formation. It's all right, senpai. You two have faced your punishment, haven't you? Yukimura remained unfazed, content with their gains. Chapter 16, Kanto Tournament 3. The semifinals at Rikkai concluded triumphantly, successfully advancing to the finals of the Kanto tournament in under an hour. On the adjacent court, a match was underway between Ice Emperor and Yamabuki Middle School, with the victorious school set to face Rikkai in the finals. Shall we go take a look? As Karasuma Gaki inquired of Yukimura about the identity and strength of their next opponent, Yukimura glanced back at the large contingent behind him, noting the considerable number of players. Ryoma, Kane, Karasuma. His attention was drawn to Marui Bunta, who was gazing at him with bright, sparkling eyes. After a moment's pause, he said, Marui, a few of you accompany me to observe, while the rest return to the school for training. The five of them arrived at the adjacent court, where the doubles match was already in its latter half. A quick look at the distant scoreboard revealed the second doubles match, with a score of 7-6 in favor of Ice Emperor, indicating a fiercely contested game. The score for the ongoing doubles match stood at 5-3, with Ice Emperor leading. The Ice Emperor duo comprised Natsui Gakuto and Ashitari Yushi. The group from Rikkai settled into their seats high up in the stands. Yamabuki's coach had a knack for developing doubles teams, and both pairs showcased national-level prowess. It appeared that Natsui Gakuto from Ice Emperor was enduring a tough battle. The players from Yamabuki concentrated their attacks on the net, targeting Natsuki, who was continually returning the ball but had already expended an excessive amount of energy. His acrobatic style of tennis demanded considerable stamina. As fatigue set in, Natsui failed to reach a ball, which subsequently bounced back into the court. Ashitari swiftly returned the shot, scoring a point. Leave it to me, Gakuto. Ashitari's endurance and skill were among the top ranks in Ice Emperor. Soon after, Ice Emperor secured victory with a score of 6-4. Next up for singles was Tezuka Kunimitsu. Has his elbow healed? Yukimura turned to inquire of Kane. Following the reported incident at Seishin Academy, Tezuka's parents had taken him to the hospital for treatment and swiftly transferred him to Ice Emperor, cooperating actively in his rehabilitation. According to Kane's information, Tezuka's elbow injury had indeed healed, although many of his signature moves, such as the zero shiki drop shot, remained taxing on his arm. As noon approached, the sun blazed fiercely. Ryoma retrieved an umbrella from his bag and opened it to shield both himself and Yukimura. Yukimura smiled gratefully at him, saying, "Thank you, Renji. You're a great help." Bunta pulled a bottle of water from his bag, opened it, and squeezed past Karasuma to sit beside Yukimura, offering him the water. "Seichi, it's truly sweltering today. Drink some water to cool down." "Thank you, Bunta. My friends are simply wonderful," Yukimura replied. Kane struggled to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering when the professor had become so. Kane secretly glanced at Yukimura, wondering when he had become such a visual enthusiast. "It's admiration, pure admiration, don't you understand? Doctor, the entire Rikkai team is captivated." While Yamabuki's doubles teams were formidable, their singles players appeared somewhat lacking. The singles 3-player from Yamabuki could barely last 20 minutes against Tezuka. Unable to compel Tezuka to reveal his full strength, leaving scant information to analyze. Ryoma recalled Yukimura mentioning Tezuka in Sonata's matches following the JR tournament, expressing a desire to witness the encounter between Zenichiro and Tezuka rather than the current match. Regrettably, he would have to disappoint Renji, as that match had not been recorded. As the group prepared to depart, they were approached by the captain of Rikkai, inquiring if they were there to gather information. Behind him came the distinctive, melodious tone of Atobi, clad in an unadorned, earthy-toned school uniform, which he had noticed as soon as they sat down. Lu still held an umbrella over Yukimura's head, who turned to face the approaching members of the Ice Emperor, trailing behind Atobi, yet he offered no response. "So, this is the esteemed Yukimura, the captain of Rikkai Dai," he mused, having heard much but seen little. Nanju Yuji gazed at the beautiful young man beneath the umbrella. Truly, he was worthy of the title of the top beauty in Rikkai Dai, a rare gem indeed. Upon hearing Nanju's flamboyant Kansai accent, Atobi knew precisely what he was thinking. He shot him a glare, dismissing the trivial gossip that swirled in his mind. Yukimura nodded to the two of them, glancing at the next opponent. The victor of the Kanto tournament would undoubtedly be Ice Emperor. "Humph, I shall claim the title of Kanto's champion. You should get to bed early tonight then." Yukimura was surprisingly tolerant of Atobi's brash declarations, even expressing concern for his sleep, suggesting he realize his dreams. "Let us go." He turned and led the group away. The gentle demeanor of Rikkai's captain was striking. Atobi, with his provocative attitude, elicited concern from him. The innocent, red-haired Hinata Yudo watched the departing group, unable to suppress the thought that if only Atobi could be as gentle with them, but no, that would be too frightening. He should remain his ostentatious self. Nanju glanced down at his naive partner, his expression a mix of exasperation. "Foolish boy," he merely expressed a desire to defeat them, telling Q to dream on. "Ah, you insufferable Yuji. You are the real fool." Hinata, scolded by his partner, couldn't help but bristle at the insult. "Humph, that was far too mundane. Next time, we must reclaim our glory." Before long, the day of the Kanto finals arrived, with the audience overflowing in the stands. As the leader of the cheering squad, Lu inquired if Yukimura wished to organize support. Remembering the overwhelming presence of Ice Emperor's cheerleading squad, Yukimura nodded in agreement. They could not allow their team to feel as though they were playing away from home. Lu promptly organized the tennis club's cheering squad and arranged for Karasuma to contact the vice president of Yukimura's support association to enlist help in rallying support for Rikkai Dai. Notably, the president of the support association was Karasuma, with most of the tennis team as regulars secretly joining the association without Yukimura's knowledge. Much of the association's affairs were managed by the vice president, Otana Shiena. After witnessing the vigor of Ice Emperor's cheer squad in the semifinals, it was clear that even in support, Rikkai Dai would leave no stone unturned. Today marked the fierce showdown between the Ice Emperor cheer squad and Rikkai Dai's support team. Before the match even commenced, the two squads engaged in a spirited battle. Victory belonged to Ice Emperor, while defeat fell to Rikkai Dai. The victors are the Ice Emperor, while the defeated are Rikkai Daigaku. Rikkai Daigaku, a perennial champion. Let us rally. The atmosphere of the cheering squads on both sides is truly remarkable. I did not expect Rikkai Daigaku to have such a large cheering contingent. Indeed, Rikkai Daigaku has dominated Kanto for an impressive 13 consecutive years, and their tennis club boasts a substantial fan base. This match is crucial in determining whether they can continue their reign for a 14th year. As the Kanto Championship final approaches, we invite both teams to enter and pay their respects. The referee, microphone in hand, bellows with exasperation, lamenting the burdens of duty today. Atobi and Yukimura lead their teams onto the court, exchanging handshakes in a show of sportsmanship. Yukimura, prepare for defeat. My Ice Emperor shall become the new ruler of Kanto. It seems Atobi is still suffering from sleepwalking. He ought to hurry home, wash up, and rest. Chapter 17. Kanto Finals. Rikkai Daigaku Junior High vs Ice Emperor Academy. Doubles Match 2 commences. After both teams have offered their respects and taken their seats, Atobi snaps his fingers to silence the Ice Emperor's cheers. Simultaneously, Yukimura gestures to halt Rikkai's support. The doubles match features Amaru and Marui from Rikkai, facing off against Ice Emperors Nanjiru and Hinata. From the outset, Akara utilized the technique Lin Kwawuyo to connect with Wentai, frequently employing this strategy during doubles practice. His teammates were well aware of its efficacy, which enhanced their strength, stamina, and speed. In Liu's records, there were related investigations into synchronization, with many regarding his technique as akin to a mental prowess. Returning a ball, how intriguing, Akara-kun. What do you call this move? It was evident that Natsuzuki recognized it was not synchronization. Oh, you may refer to it as purple chain, Akara replied nonchalantly as Marui successfully intercepted and scored. My, Akara-kun, your naming skills are truly remarkable. One cannot glean the purpose or effect of the technique merely from its name. It is as if it were unnamed. You may also call it Lin Kwawuyo. Noticing that the Kansai wolf seemed unsatisfied with his response, Akara indulged his curiosity. A technique named in Chinese, Lin Kwawuyo? What sort of doubles maneuver could it possibly be? Would you like to give it a try, Natsuzuki-kun? Akara smirked mischievously, with a swift gesture of his left hand. Lin Kwawuyo unleashed the purple soul chain that had previously been linked to Marui, now directed towards Natsuzuki. It appeared that Akaru's soul chain could also connect to opponents. He had consistently referred to it as a soul chain during practice. The probability of weakening an opponent's combat power through this connection was 75. Liu was aware of the soul chain's effects. It could bolster a teammate's strength, so what would it mean to link with an opponent? Natsuzuki felt a pang of frustration. He had merely inquired about the name. Casting a glance at the distant king, he did not wish to disappoint him. As he ran, the ball he could have previously pursued was now beyond his reach. His speed had been diminished. Such an effect was remarkable. Akara truly was a formidable adversary. Yusuke, Hinata, concerned about the lost ball, looked anxiously at Natsuzuki. That peculiar technique from the opponent was truly unsettling. Meanwhile, when I continued to score with his secret techniques, tightrope walk and iron pillar impact. Ultimately, the score concluded with Rikkai winning 6-1. As Karasuma and Bunta exchanged glances, a sense of frustration enveloped them. How they wished for Yukimura to obliterate the five senses. Had they known, they would never have engaged in doubles. Who could have anticipated that Nanatsu would undergo such a remarkable transformation in the end? Approaching Tezuka, Nanatsu received a towel tossed his way. Humph, perfect your new technique swiftly. Train harder. Yes, little Jing, he replied. It is only natural for Wang to feel emotional. Losing the match by such a wide margin left Nanatsu with a profound sense of dissatisfaction. Tezuka then directed his gaze towards Hinata, noting the lack of endurance. Practice on your own. Understood, Tezuka. Hinata replied, pouting in annoyance. As Karasuma and Bunta approached Yukimura, the typically boisterous duo sought praise in silence. Hoping the moment would pass quietly, Kanu had already prepared nutritious juice for them, and with a wide grin, he encouraged, "Come on, gentlemen." Laughter erupted from the Seishin players' area, where Maori and Mayano were engaged in doubles. According to Ryu's data, they were among the few second-year members left from Hyodai, lacking in strength and even weaker than the first-year duo of Nanjiru and Hayoshi. Thus, he felt no concern about losing points, allowing him to mock Karasuma and Bunta unreservedly. Is there a skill that allows you to drink and have it end up in the trash instead? No, just drink it. It's quite nutritious. It's good for your health. What a useless system, offering nothing when I need help the most. Bunta had to rely on Sawahara to feed him a piece of chocolate while he struggled with the vegetable juice that rendered him immobile. Kanu's concoction had escalated from unpleasant to incapacitating. Resolute, Karasuma decided to pour the remaining juice over Yukimura after finishing the drink. He took a deep gulp and aimed the juice toward Yukimura, who extended his hand to catch the approaching Karasuma. Just as Karasuma anticipated a delightful embrace from the beautiful captain, he was unexpectedly seized by the large Maori and dragged back to the audience seats. Damn you, Maori-senpai. Ah, my throat. Bunta, my throat. As Karasuma sat up, intending to shove Maori away, he realized his once melodious voice had transformed into a croaky tone. You certainly know how to cause a ruckus. It seems 1 cup isn't enough to take you down. Bunta is lying there without a sound, Nanjiru remarked. Half in warning, half in jest. Karasuma Gaki immediately lay down in silence, unable to ascend further. The level of nourishment he had attained was already ample. For excess nutrition could prove detrimental. The doubles match concluded swiftly, just as Mori had anticipated, with Rikkai triumphing 6-0 without conceding a single point. In the singles, Sanada predicted that the Ice Emperor would deploy Tezuka Kunimitsu, and he voluntarily stepped forward to challenge him. After their encounter at the JR tournament, where Sanada had achieved 1 victory and 1 defeat, the scores had been fiercely contested. He resolved to seize the next opportunity with an overwhelming performance. This was his moment to fulfill that promise. Kanei believed that today would provide a splendid platform for showcasing his talents, aiming to impress the illustrious captain, Yukimura. As the singles match approached, Sanada returned from his warm-up. "Allow me to lead you into the abyss of defeat, Tezuka," he declared as he served. Sanada launched a fierce offensive with his wind, forest, fire, and mountain technique, while Tezuka countered with his Tezuka zone. Sanada managed to breach Tezuka's defenses, but found no way to counter his Zuroshiki serve. Ultimately, Sanada clinched the match with a score of 6-3. Rikkai achieved its 14th consecutive victory in the Kanto region. Before the celebratory banquet commenced, Vice-Captain Sanada indulged in celebratory drinks a tad too early, becoming intoxicated with excitement. The gentle and considerate senior, Miyano, carried the inebriated Sanada to a Chinese restaurant designated by Karasuma Gaki. Before the members of Rikkai departed, Itobi and Yukimura exchanged contact information. Meanwhile, Neo, unbeknownst to anyone, had also developed a mutual affection with and shared contact details with him. At the onset of the match, the Ice Emperor's Akagawa juror was captivated by One Tai's extraordinary and flawless net interception technique. Before slumber, he shook Itobi, requesting his assistance in obtaining One Tai's contact information. After Itobi reluctantly acquiesced, veins bulging at his temples, he fell into a deep sleep. Upon acquiring One Tai's contact from Yukimura, Itobi jotted it down on a small piece of paper to present to Jur upon his awakening. Yukimura remarked, "Itobi-kun is truly a splendid captain, isn't he?" To which Itobi huffed, "Do you really need to say that?" turning away with crossed arms. The following day, a mission awaited. Chapter 18. The theft of Jin provided him with an ATX 4869 capsule and sent him an address, instructing him to execute the task independently. The target was a politician who had once sought the organization's aid, allowing him to ascend to his current position, yet now wished to sever ties. Quietly gathering information to relinquish to cleanse himself of any connection to the organization. "So, you wish to serve 2 masters, do you? As if my distillery lacks capable individuals." Jin's address led to the politician's residence. According to the intelligence team's investigations, the politician would be home alone today, enabling him to orchestrate a scenario of sudden illness that would result in an accidental demise. Karasuma left the doppelganger at home, instructing it to attend today's club training on his behalf punctually. The figure of Karasuma transformed into the likeness of the enigmatic Makihara, intending to don the persona of every level 5 in Academy City, for in this realm, they do not exist. Embarking on a journey aboard the Shinkansen to Tokyo, he leisurely navigated the vicinity. In this era, unlike the future filled with omnipresent surveillance, one merely needed to remain vigilant of the social interactions around them. Karasuma released his mental energy to probe the interpersonal dynamics of those around him. Gao Changgong remarked, "It feels rather exhausting." Karasuma, TT Gao Changgong, sending passive skill red envelope, concealment Karasuma Gaki, "Oh, timely assistance. Thank you, my handsome hero." Removing the previously equipped passive ability of rage and donning invisibility, I activate it to enter a state of stealth, becoming imperceptible to all. Exiting this concealed state does not deplete my mana or mental energy. Utilizing his cloaked presence, Wu Kuan-yin swiftly approached his destination, stealthily leaping into the yard of the legislator. How expansive this yard is. He unleashed his mental prowess to pinpoint the legislator's location, discovering him ensconced in his study. The door was closed. Yet Wu Kuan-yin deftly twisted the doorknob and entered invisibly. Startled by the sound, the legislator turned around. Today, he was alone at home, happily crouched before his safe, counting gold bars. The door swung open, yet no one was there. His mind could not help but conjure bizarre scenarios. It was impossible. Simply impossible. There were no ghosts in this world. Observing the legislator as he locked the study door, Wu Kuan-yin materialized behind him. In the fleeting moment that the legislator turned back, he activated his enchanting aura, uttering the words, "Let Daji see your heart," using another's visage, while his own face remained unblemished. Karasuma Gaki had no intention of utilizing a TX 4869, deeming it far too precarious. What if there were yet another transformation? The activation time of a TX 4869 remained uncertain, and he could not afford to linger, waiting to see whether he would succumb or undergo a metamorphosis. By harnessing the captivating aura to craft a nightmarish illusion of a malevolent spirit for the already ailing legislator, he induced a hypnotic state, warning that he would perish from a heart attack in 10 minutes. After engaging with the system for a brief span, he acquired a portable space, absconding with gold bars and cash from the safe, and retrieved the disk containing the organization's intelligence as revealed by the hypnotized legislator. Once he confirmed the legislator's demise, he left a puppet in the study to secure the door, which would dissipate after locking. The puppet bore no fingerprints. Exiting the study, he activated his concealment and departed the premises quietly. He messaged Jin, informing him that the task was complete and the disk had been destroyed, while also notifying him that items had been placed in his secondary safe house, urging Jin to retrieve them promptly. The gold bars and cash were stored in Jin's secondary safe house, with the key previously provided by Jin himself. Upon Jin's arrival at the secondary safe house, he beheld the grand sight of gold bars and stacks of cash sprawled across the table and sofa in the hall, scoffing at Brolo's audacity. Returning with a mere 100 million in cash had proven to be quite the endeavor. Karasuma left half of the gold bars for himself, while the cash was lost in the safe house. The sequentially numbered bills were rather cumbersome to utilize. It would be best to have Jin handle it. In passing, he stealthily appropriated the fine gin that Jin had stored in the safe house's liquor cabinet. Alcohol is prohibited for minors. Jin, with his indifference, read the message but chose not to respond. How very cool. Although minors are forbidden from consuming alcohol, who could blame him when Jin had assigned him tasks? One must receive some form of compensation for labor. If he doesn't drink it, it will retain its value. As for the ATX 4869 he secretly acquired, he stored it in his space, pondering its potential utility in the future. The Karasuma team set out in the morning and upon completing their tasks, returned home before 2 p.m. Even during the summer break, the tennis club of Rikkai consistently engages in training, typically from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. As Karasuma strolled back to school, he seamlessly reabsorbed his doppelganger, perfectly blending into the club activities. Thus, he continued the fervent training day after day. During a pause in training, I went to summon, not really, Yukimura, who gathered everyone. Atobi had just contacted me about an invitation match. What are your thoughts? Lou flipped through his notebook, recalling that during our match against the Kanto finals, Hyodiai's Anze had developed a new technique. Atobi might be. Glancing at Karasuma, he suspected that Atobi intended to use us as practice partners. Huh, am I some sort of saint? Karasuma's ambition is to become a villain. How can he be mistaken for a saint? This is utterly unforgivable. Tonight, I shall stealthily invade Atobi's home and paint the soles of his pink shoes black. Let him be ostracized by the entire Hyodiai tennis team. He must learn that villains are not to be trifled with. He uses us for practice. We can also use them as sparring partners. Tezuka and Atobi would be excellent choices. Chapter 19. The invitation match. Atobi's grand invitation match was approved by Yukimura. On that morning, the young lord rented a luxurious coach to transport them from Kanagawa to Hyodiai. Once aboard, Karasuma and Yukimura sat side by side, taking a moment to rest. As he watched Yukimura close his eyes against the soft morning sun, Karasuma reached out to shield him from the sunlight that was streaming onto his eyelids. Renji draped his coat over his face and leaned against Mori, drifting off to sleep. The coach arrived in front of an opulent villa, and the members of Rikkai disembarked, unable to contain their awe. Is this the place where we will compete against Hyodiai? Such a grand villa. Look, there's even a tennis court over there. I have one at home too. Next time, let us visit my house. Karasuma raised his hand. If we have training camps in the future, we can use my estate. I'll ask Uncle Ling to arrange for a tennis court to be built. As the heir, such a modest request is surely attainable. Grandpa, didn't we used to have a Twilight Villa? I want Barolo. Suddenly recalling that pure gold villa from the anime, I drooled at the thought. I want it. All right. I'll have Ailing arrange it. B0SS. Just spoil me. Just spoil me. The invitation match consisted of 2 doubles and 3 singles. The singles matches were practically designated by both captains. Atobi specifically called for a singles match between Karasuma and Anze. Yukimura similarly requested a match between Atobi and Marui. He also demanded a match between Tezuka and Renji. Why should you choose 2 of our players to spar with your team? Although Ryo Shido often bickers with Atobi, He genuinely likes him and feels that his own Atobi is at a disadvantage, thus he must stand up for him. What is wrong with that? Is it not acceptable? You are just bullying your own beautiful and kind-hearted Atobi. Karasuma would not allow Yukimura to confront them directly. He was adept at handling disputes. How to retort? He praised Atobi's beauty and kindness, and he wasn't wrong. Atobi, if you have nothing to say, let us get started. With arms crossed and head held high, Karuma gazed down his nose at Shido Ryo, confident in his few extra centimeters of height. Tezuka turned to his teammates, inquiring if no one would dare to defend their esteemed leader. Such adjectives to describe him are utterly lacking in grandeur. The members of Hyodai chimed in, affirming his words, for Tezuka is indeed both beautiful and kind-hearted. Tezuka's gaze shifted to his glasses, which glinted with a flash of understanding. Miyazumi leaned in to whisper to Tezuka, suggesting that Karuma's intent was to portray the noble and generous nature of their esteemed king, who embodies the essence of the illustrious Hyodai. After all, it was for him that the invitation match was arranged. And Miyazumi was well-versed in the art of flattery for their king. Tezuka felt a sense of satisfaction. It was truly a roundabout way of complimenting their esteemed leader. Should I apply a bit of pressure, Miyazumi? After paying their respects before the match, Karuma recalled that he had been assigned a task. He truly had been exceptionally kind to the little pig and the fox, striving to help them step beyond their limits while diligently fulfilling his own responsibilities. Despite being provoked, Miyazumi maintained a dignified smile, pondering whether Karuma's recent doubles technique, temporal bliss, could be adapted for singles play, though it had emerged during doubles. The state he was in at the time suggested it was not limited to that format. His new technique had sprung from a moment of inspiration while in a connected state, and he had been struggling to refine it lately. He needed Karuma to practice temporal bliss alongside him. Under the guise of the invitation match, he sought to have Karuma accompany him in singles practice. And his king had graciously facilitated contact with Rikkai. He even took the initiative to practice with Rikkai's members himself, enlisting Tezuka's help, which deeply moved him. He vowed to perfect his skills swiftly and grow stronger, determined not to disappoint Tezuka's benevolence towards them. I also wish to play against Marui. Chihiro felt particularly alert today. It truly was enviable that Tezuka could engage in singles with Marui. The illustrious Karasuma embarked on an extensive training regimen, engaging in relentless sparring sessions with Nanju. He gradually honed his skills and began to refine his techniques. Thank you, Karasuma-kun. Nanju expressed his heartfelt gratitude for Karasuma's unwavering support throughout this prolonged practice. Truly, Karasuma is a remarkable individual. No need for such formalities, he replied graciously. Karasuma accompanied him in a practice match reminiscent of a guided tournament, culminating in a final score of 6-1. As Karasuma stepped off the court, he was followed closely by the ever-diligent Ozaki, who held in his hand a cup of vegetable juice. Karasuma's face turned a shade of green, contemplating the reality of this practice match. If only he had known. He would have preferred to secure a definitive 6-0 victory instead. Ozaki, with his slender fingers, accepted the cup with a smile that radiated warmth and gentleness. Reminiscent of today's sun, as long as it was an external competition. With a heavy heart, Karasuma lamented, Ozaki, how I detest you. He downed the cup of vegetable juice and was then gently placed onto the resting bench by Sanada, basking in the warm sunlight. The thought of his upcoming opponents, Wataru Marui and Masashi Nayu, made his expression sour once more. Alas, this was all Ozaki's fault. Ozaki observed the fallen Karasuma. A faint flutter of schadenfreude stirring within him, trying to suppress a laugh. Ozaki truly possesses a remarkable ability to lead. The members of Rikkai are even more headstrong than those from Hyodai, yet under Ozaki's guidance, they exhibit such obedience. The practice match today deviated from the usual format, commencing with doubles before transitioning to singles. In the practice match, we have Yukio playing singles 3, Sanada and Kuwabara in doubles 2, Nai Masashi at singles 2, and Mori and Miyano in doubles 1, with Marui Bunta also playing singles. Engaging in practice matches against our own team often alters one's mentality, making it difficult to push Bunta and Masashi to their limits. It is essential for Atobi and Tezuka to refine both players. If this practice match yields any insight for them, it will not have been in vain. Naturally, even in a practice match, Rikkai cannot afford to lose. Doubles 1 and doubles 2 are merely for securing points. Under Atobi's deliberate extension of the match, Bunta experiences a breakthrough. In a serious confrontation with Tezuka, Naya's phantom gains further inspiration, and the duration of his phantoms has increased. Both teams glean valuable lessons from this practice match. Marui and Nidalamit, tearfully declaring they cannot handle 6 cups, or they shall perish. Finally, Yukimura replaces their cups with smaller ones, much to Yukio's chagrin. He grumbles that pampered men have it too easy and vows to practice at home. Invited by the young master Atobi, Rikkai stays for dinner, after which the butler arranges for everyone to be sent home. Chapter 20. National Tournament against Shishigaku. This year's national tournament has been scheduled to take place in the Kansai region. Over the past decade, Kansai players have nearly dominated nationwide competitions. Although Rikkai has triumphed in the Kanto region, historically, Kanto schools as a whole do not measure up to their Kansai counterparts. The formidable Mukanotu has already secured back-to-back national championships. Leading them to this success, the graduated H from the Byadoin has left a significant legacy. All schools are gearing up, eager to end Mukanotu's quest for a 3rd consecutive title. Mukanotu's current predicament mirrors that of Rikkai 2 years hence. Entering the national tournament, they will face formidable schools from various regions. Last year's champions Mukanotu, Kansai's formidable Tenkji, and Kyushu's Shishigaku. In his first year, Marui was not yet a regular player, merely a substitute participating in the inaugural national tournament. Yet he recalls the arduous journey Rikkai undertook to clinch the championship in their first year. The playing style in Kansai is notably aggressive, with some schools, such as Shishigaku, known for their violent brand of tennis. In the first round of the top 8, Rikkai faced Shishigaku, resulting in injuries among the seniors. The first-year regulars from Shishigaku, known as the Kyushu Duo, were represented in the first round by senior Mayano Arashur and the then-regular Hayakawa Hikaru. The notorious reputation of the Kyushu Duo led the seniors to insist on taking the court themselves, refusing to let the first-year regulars face them. After the doubles match concluded, senior Hayakawa was taken to the hospital, while senior Mayano also sustained various injuries, resulting in a hard-fought victory. Do not be afraid, Bunta. This time, it will be different. Yukimura and Sanada have significantly improved since the first year, nearing the prowess of their third-year counterparts. I too have grown considerably stronger, as have all of us compared to our first-year selves. And then there's Yukio, that prodigy, whose mental fortitude is formidable. This time, there shall be no injuries. The national tournament's draw was conducted by Mayano Lan and Karasuma Gaki. In the first round, they faced Rokaki Middle School. The quarterfinals saw a 78 chance of encountering Shizuka, while the semifinals presented an 83 likelihood of facing Fudenbori. In the final match, they were set to compete against the reigning national champions, Makino Fuji, who have secured consecutive victories. Although Byadoin Phoenix has graduated, the formidable roster he left behind continues to be comprised of exceptionally skilled players. Karasuma's luck seems to be rather lacking. The opponents he has drawn in the half-region are formidable, with the exception of Rokaku's team. Shiden Hoji, the runner-up of the Kansai tournament, engaged fiercely with the champion, Makahi, while Rikkai's journey to their first national championship has been arduous. However, he is determined not to succumb. From this day forward, he shall seek to enhance his skills through camaraderie. Even without utilizing his abilities, he remains confident in his victory. According to his observations, he has yet to encounter anyone with superior mental fortitude. His mental attacks have proven challenging even for Moriai, who, despite multiple practice matches, finds it increasingly difficult to break free from his mental barriers. In fact, Moriai's own defenses have grown stronger through their duels. Rikkai effortlessly dispatched Rokaku with a score of 5-0 in the first round of the national tournament. Meanwhile, Hyodai entered the top 8 of the adjacent bracket, though they faced Makahi in the quarterfinals. As anticipated, they were matched against the formidable Shizuraka High School from Kyushu. During the regular selection meeting, I reviewed the match footage of Shizuraku. They are not our rivals. However, their players are known for employing aggressive chasing shots, commonly referred to as brutal tennis. By utilizing these shots, they instill fear in their opponents, either compelling them to evade and concede points or directly targeting their bodies. Shizuraku's top doubles team, the renowned Kyushu duo of Tachibana and Chitose, has shattered the confidence of many tennis players across the region. Chasing shots can be countered with a return. After extensive discussion about the matchup against Shizuraku, it was ultimately decided that Moriai and Bunta would compete in doubles 2, while Mayano and Karasuma would take on doubles 1. Yanagi would play singles 3, Sanada singles 2, and Yukimura singles 1. Rest assured, I shall safeguard senior Mayano. Karasuma's determination swelled significantly. However, he was playfully reprimanded by Mayano, who pressed down on his head, remarking, I am supposed to be protecting you, you arrogant brat. Shizuraku's doubles 2 team proved less formidable than anticipated, aware of Moriai's prowess. They aimed to target the softer player, focusing their initial assaults on the net player, Marui. Marui, taken aback by being perceived as the weak link, thought to himself, I am no soft target. In the first round of the team challenge, he had single-handedly faced off against high school team members ranked No. 7 and number 8, in addition to the traitorous teammate, Cute Aishiro, enduring their combined onslaught while maintaining his advantage. The chasing shots executed by Shizuraku's doubles players were more precise and forceful than those of Senior Toyano, yet Bunta remained unfazed, dismissing their efforts as trivial. Bunta effortlessly countered the chasing shots from Shizuraku's doubles too, seizing opportunities to intercept and score. Moriai found himself thoroughly enjoying the game from the backcourt. Who wouldn't relish a leisurely match? Little Bunta was impressively capable. Initially, he had thought his role was to protect Bunta, but he was pleasantly surprised by how reliable Bunta's magical prowess proved to be, prompting him to consider usurping Sawahara's position. What should I do if Lady Wen is in high demand, and I find myself biting my handkerchief in tears? Sigh. The doubles match concluded with a resounding victory of 6-0. If necessary, you may resort to a mental assault. Nevertheless, Yukimura wishes to avoid any harm befalling them, although, given their prowess, injury seems improbable. Indeed, it is evident that Seishin holds a deep affection for me and expresses great concern for my well-being. Upon receiving the concern of Yukimura, Karasuma was filled with excitement. Once on the court, he launched a mental assault on the frontline player, Tachibana, causing an inverted pentagram to manifest at Tachibana's throat. Tachibana. As he watched Tachibana gradually lose strength and collapse onto the court, fingers clawing at the pentagram, gasping for breath. A gasp erupted from the audience. The inverted pentagram. It is Satan. The doubles match concluded with Rikkai Daigaku triumphing 3-0 as Tachibana lost consciousness. Chitos, alone against the formidable Karasuma and Miyano, was no match and swiftly succumbed to a score of 6-0. Expectations had been high for the Kyushu duo to secure at least one victory, but none anticipated that Rikkai Daigaku possessed such a potent mental attacker. This tactic had not been revealed during the Kanto matches, leaving everyone in the dark. After the match ended, Karasuma withdrew his mental prowess, and shortly after being assisted off the court by his teammates, Tachibana regained consciousness. The suffocating sensation and lingering fear remained deep within him. Was this the terrifying nature of mental players? In the singles match, a formidable figure entered the fray, clearly a powerhouse. Observing the slender and delicate Ryu with his bobbed hair, he taunted, I wonder if such a frail body can withstand my ball? We cannot afford another loss. Thus, I shall incapacitate you. The opponent's attacks were relentless and powerful. Ryu swiftly sidestepped a ball aimed at his abdomen, adjusted his racket's angle, gripped it tightly, and retaliated. Though it was challenging to counter the aggressive play of Enjiru, he managed to respond to this particular shot with determination. Ryu secured a narrow victory of 7-5, sustaining some minor scrapes. Rikkai Daigaku advanced smoothly into the semifinals with a 3-0 score. Yukimura grasped Ryu's hand gently, applying medicine and blowing lightly to alleviate the pain. Does it hurt, Renji? Ryu, eyes closed, felt a blush creeping to his ears. It's nothing, just a small scrape. Yukimura smiled softly. You've done well, Renji. Following the clash with the powerhouse, an unnamed tennis publication dubbed Karasuma the moniker Satan. Karasuma was quite indignant. How could he, a vivacious and youthful beauty, be likened to Satan? He would rather not have any nickname at all. Chapter 21. Confrontation with Futamine. In the semifinals of the national tournament, Rikkai Dai faced off against the Kansai team, Futamine. The main players gathered in the room of Yukimura and Karasuma to deliberate. It was mentioned earlier that the Karasuma family was involved in various ventures. There was indeed a hotel near the competition venue for the national tournament. The hotel room featured a living area adorned with several sofas and tables. Yukimura turned his gaze towards the perpetually dazed Maori, who had reclined against the shoulder of his companion, Bunta, exuding an air of someone who found solace in that shoulder. Yin shook his head, indicating that there was no need to rouse Maori for the basic information about Futamine. Their school was characterized by humor, and their style of tennis was distinctly comedic, likely to be quite eccentric. It is noteworthy that they had a first-year student, Shiraishi Kuranosuk, nicknamed the Holy Book, who was rumored to be a candidate for the next captain. His technique was flawless, devoid of any superfluous movements. Was it somewhat akin to Yukimura's foundational tennis? Not quite. He might be brought in for singles matches. It remained uncertain whether an opportunity to witness his prowess would arise. Rikkai was speculating on Futamine's lineup. while Futamine was likewise conjecturing about Rikkai's roster to prepare accordingly. The coach of Futamine, Watanabe Osamu, was a man of nonchalant demeanor, perpetually donned in a fisherman's hat with a hint of stubble. Karasuma from Rikkai was a formidable competitor during the Kanagawa and Kanto tournaments. He had employed a technique known as Rinkaku, Wuyo, which, according to intelligence reports, could enhance a teammate's prowess when linked or diminish an opponent's strength when connected. Should Karasuma participate in doubles, victory would seem improbable. A few days prior, during the match against the Lions, he had utilized the inverted pentagram, a mental prowess maneuver. He was evidently a mental strength player. So far, the only one with a strong mental barrier he had encountered was Maori, who had since transferred to Rikkai. Rikkai was indeed quite a challenge. I also witnessed one of his singles matches against Jinka, where he dominated the opponent 4-0, leaving them in a dazed state, ultimately leading to a forfeit, reducing the opponent to tears. Haruhiro recalled the recording from the intelligence team of that match. Rikkai's strategic deployment was exceedingly difficult to predict, rendering any judgment nearly impossible. Even Maori and the others frequently placed him in the doubles position. Had Rikkai's singles prowess reached such a formidable level? Assessing Yukimura Seishi's strength was equally challenging. From current observations, his foundational skills were exceptionally solid, and it was rare to see him in action, as Rikkai's matches typically concluded within the first 3 rounds. Ultimately, the final lineup determined by Shiten Hoji comprises doubles 2, Kisaragi Koharu, first year, Ichino's Yuji, first year. Doubles 1, Atsushi Kinzaki, first year, Shiraishi Karanasuke, first year. Singles 3, Hara Tetsuya, second year. Singles 2, Takahashi Nobuhiro, third year. Singles 1, Hirokatsu Yoshiyuki, third year. Meanwhile, at Rikkai Dai, discussions have reached a conclusion, and Yukimura has decisively made his choices. Thus, Singles 1, Senior Mitsui, Singles 2, Senior Koyano, Singles 3, Senior Mori. Doubles 1, myself and Bunta, Doubles 2, Kenny Akairo and Kaki. I long to partner with Seishi in doubles. The jealousy is overwhelming. Is it because Bunta has mastered the second round of the manual so adeptly that Seishi favors him? Tears of despair trickle down. Bunta nudged the drowsy Senior Mori off his shoulder. Mori, 0-0. He suddenly dashed forward, embracing Yukimura's waist. Seishi, do you remember what I once said? I am elated. Seishi truly is my greatest supporter. He had previously mentioned his desire to team up with Seishi in a doubles match. All right then. Next time I'll play doubles with Kaki, Yukimura said, gently ruffling Bunta's hair resting against his side. As a benevolent captain, how could he not accommodate his members? Sanada, adjusting his cap's brim, secretly reveled in his own happiness, having formed a doubles partnership with Yukimura since childhood, long before the others. I 1 and 2. Mori exclaimed, suddenly alert after Bunta's nudge. Hearing their discussion about pairing with Yukimura for doubles, Yukimura, is this what you're discussing, Senior Mori? He immediately raised his hand to join the queue. Me too. Yanagisawa also raised his hand to express his desire to participate. We are already in our 3rd year. Opportunities are dwindling. Mayano and Mitsui exchanged glances. With the national tournament concluded, they were nearing their departure from the club, focusing on their studies to prepare for their ideal high school. It's all right, seniors. We can still practice doubles together during regular training, Yukimura reassured them. Even after retiring from the club, you are always welcome back. Rikkai Dai Fuzoka Middle School extends its salute to Shiten Hoji as both teams enter the arena. The referee announces the proceedings. I never anticipated Yukimura would participate in doubles. I thought I would face you in singles instead. The roster has already been submitted, and both sides are aware of one another's lineup. The current captain of Shiten Hoji, Hirokatsu Yoshiyuki, shakes hands with Yukimura in greeting. There will be opportunities, senior. Yukimura replied with a gentle smile. Mori, this time, I shall not be defeated by you. It appears that Senior Hara Tetsuya was once Mori's vanquished opponent. How could he have imploded in such a manner? A defeated foe. Mori tilted his head, his fiery red curls swaying with an air of pride alongside their owner. Is this the valiant Sanada we sparred against? So full of masculinity, utterly captivating. A bespectacled boy with a buzz cut from the Shiten Hoji team twisted himself into a pretzel before Sanada, bending backward and gazing up at him with an exaggerated coyness, showcasing his extraordinary flexibility. With a bashful confession, he declared, "You are precisely my type," his voice resonating with charm. Today, Sanada had left his cap behind, and the sight of the golden-haired Kei Haru set him into a state of rigid astonishment. Unable to restrain himself, he took a step back. While Karasuno's Kageyama stifled a laugh behind his hand, Keiharu then shifted his attention, and Kageyama too exuded an undeniable allure. He is also my type. What should I do? Which one should I choose? Amari nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "You are absolutely right. I am indeed quite handsome, and I take great pleasure in my own appearance. Thus, it seems we have become rivals in love." The narcissistic youth nearly choked in surprise. "Koharu, are you attempting to be unfaithful? Do you wish to meet your demise?" The boy beside him, adorned with a headscarf, immediately seized the moment, playfully gripping the bespectacled youth's neck and shaking him while continuing their performance. "Yuji, I adore you. Koharu." The two sang in harmony, entwining themselves in a dance-like embrace, their fingers interlocked, while the golden-haired Koharu cast flirtatious glances at the players from Rikkai. Sanada's forehead throbbed with tension, realizing their laxity. How could this happen? Begone, evil spirits. Retreat, retreat. The match commenced, pitting Rikkai against Shiten Hoji in a doubles match. Observing the opposing duo clinging to each other in a comical manner, Sanada took a deep breath to maintain his composure. "So sweet. Your serious expression is simply too charming," he thought, feeling his calm facade begin to crack. With a powerful serve from Amaru, while the comedic pair opposite were busy performing, he swiftly secured a game. "Kinshur, I have no desire to drink your juice, so do not hinder my progress." With the speed of the wind, Sanada suppressed the emotions stirred by the antics across the court, vowing to return home that night and compose 100 pages of disciplined calligraphy. Adopting a kendo stance, he executed a series of swift movements, transforming his grip to strike backward, accelerating the ball's speed, launching a high-speed curveball. The golden-haired Koharu could calculate the ball's landing point, yet his body could not keep pace. Sanada's fundamental skills surpassed theirs by a considerable margin. "Kinshur, this ball is mine." Just as he prepared to intercept the ball, Amara's voice rang in his ear. Hesitating for a brief moment, the ball had already touched down. Imitation is the essence of comedy. Do not underestimate it. Yuji chuckled. "Ah, you only managed one ball. Do not revel too much," Amaru remarked, glancing at the scoreboard displaying a score of 5-0, feeling protective over Rikkai's two honest players. Sanada was no fool, having been tricked once. He would not fall for it again. "Koharu, leave it to me." "All right, but wait. It wasn't me." The ball had already dropped, scoring at an astonishing speed. Game, set, and match. Rikkai wins 6-0. "Can you mimic sounds as well?" Yuji inquired during the post-match handshake. "Indeed," Amara replied, playfully imitating Koharu's voice while winking at him before departing the court. "Amaru is so cool, so handsome. It's settled, you're the one," came the shy yet enthusiastic voice of golden-haired Koharu from behind. Akara turned his head to respond, "I am the man you cannot possess. Accept your defeat." Yukimura smiled as he handed towels and water to Akaru and Sanada, finding it amusing for heavenly kings. Observing Sanada's face, which had seemingly darkened further from sun exposure, he beamed even brighter. He then turned to join his partner, Bunta, for warm-ups, preparing for their upcoming doubles match. In the doubles showdown against the relatively inexperienced Saishu and Nankatsu, Yukimura and Marui displayed remarkable synergy, triumphing with a score of 6-0. The singles match featured the season rivals, Mori and Hara Tetsuya, who had a history of banter dating back to their first-year selections at 4 Heavenly Kings. "Let me once again lead you into the abyss of defeat," he declared, borrowing a line from the spirited Sanada. Indeed, Hara Tetsuya proved no match for Mori, as Rikkai Dai secured a swift victory in the semifinals with a score of 3-0. Chapter 22, Clash against Makino Fujin. The venue for the national tournament finals differs from that of the previous rounds. Tomorrow marks the grand finale, where Rikkai Dai faces off against the reigning national champions, Makino Fujin. The doubles team of the Mutsu brothers is said to be a synchronous combination, being twins. Their understanding is unparalleled. Synchrony is a miraculous aspect of doubles play, a technique not easily executed. It necessitates complete trust in one's south partner on the court, resulting in perfectly coordinated movements, thoughts, and actions, culminating in a flawless doubles tennis performance. However, one might ponder, with sufficient strength, could mere synergy not be overcome? Karasuma Gaki does not truly comprehend the so-called synergy enhancement. If one's own abilities cannot keep pace, how can one emerge victorious? His assessment is that it is inferior to Lin Xiao's effortless grace. Synergy seems rather enigmatic. Mirai hesitated to speak. He recalled the time he and Kuwahara faced defeat against Seishin Academy in the national finals during their first round, leading 5-0 only to lose 7 consecutive games. Alas, he and Kawahara possessed a collective strength that surpassed Seishin's golden pair from a multidimensional perspective. As for synergy, he and Kawahara had been inseparable since their 3rd year of elementary school, forming a doubles partnership that lasted through their 3rd year of high school, a span of 6 years. Is it truly fair to assert that their tacit understanding pales in comparison to the so-called synergy? Thus, he also finds himself somewhat bewildered by the effects of this synergy enhancement, especially since he and Kawahara have never succeeded in achieving it. As Karasuma gazed at the somewhat despondent expression of Bunta, he realized that he was reminiscing about the finals of the first round. With a sigh, he believed that under the absolute dominance of their strength, synchronization should not pose an insurmountable challenge. At worst, he could incapacitate them with his skills. Bunta, are you implying that my strength in the first round was insufficient for dominance? The final roster for Rikkai Dai was determined as follows: Doubles 2, Yanagi. Sanada, Doubles 1. Karasuma, Bunta, Singles 3. Yukimura, Singles 2. Moriyama, Singles 1. Mayano. The audience for the finals was larger than for any previous match. Schools that had been eliminated from the national tournament mostly stayed to witness this grand event. Would Makinofuji achieve an unprecedented 3 consecutive championships? Or would this year's Rikkai Dai, having secured their finals berth with a commanding 3-0 victory, bring Makinofuji crashing down? The captain of Makinofuji, the 3rd-year Yutagawa Minami, was poised to take the singles position. Narrowing his eyes at Rikkai Dai's lineup, he contemplated whether the match would conclude before singles commenced. He had reviewed the footage of Rikkai Dai's path through the national tournament and noted that they had strategically placed their main players at the forefront. In the initial 3 matches, the Mutsu brothers, competing in doubles, were confident they could secure a point, particularly with their unique synchronization, a technique that was currently exclusive to them in the middle school tennis realm. It was infuriating. Singles 2, Uehara Kid, stood little chance against Moriyama. They would not survive to singles. If he were in singles 3, he might have a fighting chance against Yukimura, whose fundamental tennis skills were indeed impeccable, as yearns had heard. Yet, he, Yutagawa, the designated successor of the esteemed Heian Temple Phoenix and the current captain of Makinofuji, was not to be underestimated. It was exasperating to find that Rikkai Dai had discerned their lineup. Who was this Tianji, so adept at racing horses? The doubles match between Yanagi and Sanada showcased a seamless synergy. Such diligence from Renji was commendable. Renji was a considerate strategist, capable of harmonizing with anyone. As for the 8 cups of vegetable juice prepared for later, let us have Kenichiro drink 6 cups, more for energy. With a score of 6-4, Rikkai Dai emerged victorious. And Yukimura nodded in satisfaction. Kaimitsu kindly offered the 2 players who secured Rikkai Dai's first victory in the finals a nutritious vegetable juice, a post-match refreshment that rejuvenates youthful vitality. Sanada, this cup is for you, and Renji, this one is yours. Observing the visibly differing heights of the liquids in the cups, one could hardly believe such favoritism was displayed publicly. Childhood friends should not behave in such a manner. Just as Sanada was about to express his outrage, he recalled it was Yukimura's directive. Upon noticing the unusual expression on Deputy Minister Sanada's face, Kanzeiji swiftly spoke up. Sanada's mouth, which had opened in surprise, promptly closed again. Stealing a glance at Yukimura in the front row, he wrinkled his nose, accepted the cup, and observed the bubbling liquid within. With the cup providing a semblance of concealment, he pouted in discontent and drained its contents in one go. Even rendered immobile, the Emperor of Rikkai remained steadfast and unyielding. Standing tall like a pine tree, the gentle and considerate Mino Arashura assisted Sanada in reclining, thoughtfully draping his own jacket over him. The incapacitated Sanada, well, he could have done without the cover. Perhaps just a little over his face would suffice. The end of August brought sweltering heat. Dear Senpai Mino. In the doubles match, Karasuno secured the serve. The considerate Kuramagawa seems to cast a subtle shadow over the synchronized efforts of Bunta. Upon entering the arena, he promptly activated the soul chain and swiftly incapacitated his opponent. He launched a mental assault on the rear guard of Muku's Yuma, while also rallying support for Kaiwenji. Under the relentless onslaught of Kuramagawa, the Muku brothers found themselves utterly unable to establish synchronization, as Kuramagawa and Bunta continued to score relentlessly. Meanwhile, Yutagawa Minami showcased his dazzling white teeth from the sidelines, grinning at the spectators. Game, set, and match. Rikkai Daigaka triumphs with a resounding 6-0. With a jubilant leap, Karasuma exclaimed, "Hooray! We have triumphed. We are the champions." The singles player, Makino Kazuchi, interjected, "Wait. The singles match has yet to be played." Although he was confident that Seichi would not falter, he cautioned, "Do not let your exuberance blind you. It makes one susceptible to pitfalls." Stealing a glance towards the direction of Makino's team, he noticed their captain, with a youthful visage, glaring fiercely at them. "Oh, my apologies." Karasuma bowed in contrition towards Makino's direction, having momentarily lost his composure. "I will not easily forgive you, you insufferable white-haired one." Makino. Utagawa Minami cast a penetrating glance at Makino Kazuchi, the second-year member of their team and his trusted lieutenant, urging him to secure the victory. "Yes," Kazuchi replied solemnly. At Rikkai Daigaku, Yukimura was already employing his skills, and it was now Kazuchi's turn to serve. Should he fail to regain his composure within the stipulated time frame, he would be unable to serve, granting Yukimura an immediate point and concluding the match. Suddenly, a buzzing sound emanated from his phone. Karasuma retrieved it from his pocket. Glancing at the incoming call from an elderly lady, and promptly declined the call. "Answer the phone, bell mode." Karasuma glanced at the match taking place on the field, utterly captivating. How could one possibly miss it? No response. The line went dead with a faint crackle. "What on earth?" "I am currently engaged in a significant endeavor." Buroloa. "This is the decisive round for our first national championship victory. The city of Jing is on the verge of triumph, isn't it?" Belmod. "Oh, do remember to call me back after you finish." Belmod, such a little brat, always causing a ruckus. Karasuma guy. "What on earth is happening? Why must I be informed about Burolo as if I were someone who reports every trivial matter? How infuriating." Belmod, "You are tarnishing my reputation. My phone is so agitated that the screen is cracked. I shall be arriving in America the day after tomorrow to assist with my mission." Belmod. "Why can't you simply send an email? Why the insistence on a phone call, and then to slander me as if I were spreading gossip? By the way, I'm also here to witness the U.S. Open. Aren't you the one who plays tennis? The U.S. Open has invited me to perform at the opening ceremony and has graciously provided me with several front-row tickets." Belmod. "How many?" Barolo. "Don't you wish to inquire about the task at hand?" Belmod. 10 tickets for the finals." Belmod. "Very well, Barolo." As Yukio raised his gaze to continue watching the match, Makino Kenichi failed to break through the defense. Yukimura effortlessly secured the game with a score of 6-0. Game, set, and match. Rikkai Daigaku triumphed with a final score of 6-0, concluding the match with an overall victory of 3-0. Reclaiming his mental fortitude, Yukimura approached the opposite court to assist Makino Kenichi. Utagawa Minami approached them, receiving Makino from Yukimura's hands and nodding in acknowledgement, congratulating him. "Thank you, Utagawa-senpai." Yukimura replied with a nod. Rikkai Daigaku, champions of the national tournament. The announcer proclaimed, heralding the new national champions. The invincible Rikkai Daigaku. The undefeated Rikkai Daigaku. The cheers from Rikkai's support team resonated with the announcer's proclamation. "Next year, we shall reclaim the glory of the king of the court. Makino. It will be your leadership that guides us back to the throne. Yes. Next year, we, Hyodii, will seize the king's seat. Our Shiten Hoji will undoubtedly become the national champions next year." Zhao Jun remarked, "Congratulations, little Yuan, you've become the champion." Zhao Jun added, "Let me send you a red envelope. Hoping it will assist you." Zhao Jun sent a skill red envelope, frostbound. Daji commented, "Yuan, that aura you used the other day earned me some points." Karasuma Gaki, "Is it because I used the halo?" Daji, "It was obtained through effort. The halo granted one opportunity, and after taking a breath, another point was earned." Kumagaya, "Must I take on more tasks for your sake?" Unparalleled, ah? My skills can also be quite formidable. Why am I not permitted to unleash them? Egg 7. Sending skill package. Invincible rocket launcher. Sending skill package. Aerial support. Egg 7. Humagai, utilize my skills. Firepower coverage. Karasuma Gaki. Thank you, Sister Zhao Jun. Thank you, Dandan. Boiled egg number 7. TT Humph. Wukwangai. Unparalleled in the world. Perhaps the time has not yet come? The protagonists often make their grand entrance last. Daji. Zhuguliang. Kaiwenji. The Karasuma barrier has been assailed by the treasures of the group in unison. Karasuma. Those who make the earliest appearances are often the most popular. What should one do if flattery falls flat? Karasuma has decided to feign indifference. Chapter 23. The Journey to New York. 1. On the evening of Rikkai's triumph in the national championship, Karasuma hosted a celebratory feast at a Chinese restaurant to commemorate their victory. The following day, they would return to Kanagawa. Ah, how Karasuma adores Chinese cuisine. It is undeniably exquisite. Slurp Wataru Marui couldn't help but salivate at the thought of yet another Chinese banquet arranged by Karasuma. Indeed, Chinese food is truly delightful. Even that picky eater, Renwang, enjoys it. Senior Maoli lifted the slender Renwang and weighed him in his hands, insisting he should eat heartily tonight. Maoli-senpai. Renwang struggled in Maoli's grasp for a moment before surrendering. How infuriating. I must grow this tall too. I haven't, and in America on the 28th. The U.S. Open Finals will take place, and she has secured 10 front-row tickets. Would you like to join me to watch? During a meal. Karasuma Gaki mentioned the upcoming match as discussed by Bell Mode, suggesting that if everyone attended, she could help me acquire a few more tickets. Really? The excitement in Marui Bunna's eyes was palpable. I might not be able to attend. Hayakawa Hikaru raised her hand, as my family has prior commitments these days. All right. Will the others be going? I will. So will I. Everyone else is attending. In that case, we might as well enjoy ourselves. We'll return home to rest for a day, inform our parents, and depart from Tokyo on the evening of the 27th. With the time difference accounted for, we will arrive in New York in the early hours of the 27th, allowing us to rest well and venture out during the day. I have a commitment on the afternoon of the 27th, so you all can explore on your own, and then on the 28th, we will attend the finals. After the finals, we will return. Is that agreeable? Karasuma Gaki outlined the plan. Perfect. The team members who decided to go to New York reported to their parents the following day, and all the elders expressed their support. On the evening following the national competition, 12 individuals boarded a flight to New York. As they sat side by side, Karasuma Gaki, Saimura Masakichi, and Sanada Genichiro donned their eye masks to rest after the airplane took off, embarking on a journey that would last approximately 14 to 15 hours. Having boarded the flight in the evening, they arrived in New York during the early hours of the morning, having effectively traversed back in time by 14 hours. Sleeping while leaning against the seat on the plane proved to be rather exhausting, prompting the group to head to the hotel for further respite. Karasuma remained in the same room as Yukimura. Before sleep, he glanced at his phone displaying the date, lost in contemplation, and sent a message to Vermouth. What date is it today? Barolo replied, April 13th. What's wrong? Are you daft? Vermouth queried, what's tomorrow? Barolo responded, it's August 28th. Isn't it? Doesn't your phone show the time? Vermouth said, 6. The time in the world of Keiga Cookie is quite whimsical. Yukimura emerged from the bathroom clad in sleepwear. Making his way to his bed. What's the date today, Seijitsu? He inquired. It should be the 27th. By converting the time difference between Tokyo and New York, it should indeed be the early hours of the 27th. Time to sleep, Karasuma, Yukimura said, sitting on the edge of his bed and pulling back the covers to lie down. Are you not tired? Although I managed to rest a bit on the plane, I still feel quite weary. Let me take a look at your phone. Karasuma extended his hand toward Yukimura, who handed over his device. What's the matter? Gazing at the screen, which read August 27th, 2 a.m., Karasuma remarked, no worries, it's indeed time for slumber. Good night. It seemed that only those linked to Detective Conan experienced a disarray in their timelines. But why was my timeline also chaotic? Why does my timeline align with that of Detective Conan? When you become embroiled in the events of Detective Conan, your timeline synchronizes with his. Otherwise, your life proceeds as normal. Vermouth's request of Karasuma was to assist in her role as a road demon, luring out Akai Shuichi to eliminate him. The task assigned to Karasuma was to undergo a transformation, aiding in the extraction of Akai Shuichi. There would be peripheral members who, upon the completion of their mission, would cleanse the scene and assist in evading the pursuit of the FBI. This incident is famously known as the New York event. It appears that Vermouth's mission was thwarted, resulting in her being pursued by Akai Shuichi into an abandoned building. During a near tumble down the stairs, she was rescued by Muri-ran and Kudo Shinichi. This marked the beginning of her change of heart. Or rather, it should be noted that she had long harbored rebellious sentiments. She merely saw in Kudo Shinichi the potential to dismantle the organization and pinned her hopes upon him, regarding Muri-ran as the angel she wished to protect. Can I eliminate Akai Shuichi? Are my skills effective against him? Not at present. My lethal techniques have minimal impact on them. I cannot directly eliminate members of the main cast of the Detective Conan series, can I? After weakening their aura, it is indeed possible for you to strike them down. On the following morning, 12 youths ventured to Chinatown in New York, each purchasing souvenirs for their families and gifts for the absent Hayakawa Hikaru. They frolicked outdoors until dusk, returning to their hotel. Karasuma ventured out alone, having informed Yukimura of her whereabouts, stating, my aunt asked me to retrieve something from her home. I shall return by evening. Taking a cab to the theater's entrance, she observed Vermouth, disguised as a hefty individual, standing idly by, seemingly at a loss for what to do. Karasuma did not approach her for recognition. Instead, he leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, quietly observing her performance. Before long, a silver Jaguar sped toward the theater, coming to a halt at its entrance. Following closely behind were police cars, their sirens blaring, clearly indicating that the Jaguar had been exceeding the speed limit. As the traffic officer exited the vehicle to record the driver's information, the rotund Vermouth stepped forward to rescue her, Kudo Yukiko, who was accompanied by Kudo Shinichi and Muri Ran. If there's gratitude to be expressed, let it be directed toward me. Sharon Winard, Vermouth said, tearing away her disguise and donning her glasses as she smiled at Kudo Yukiko. Auntie. As she watched them reminisce, Karasuma approached to interrupt their conversation. The weather had been pleasant while he played with Yukimura during the day, but near the theater, everyone was clad in winter attire. He had no inkling that the temperature would resemble that of April, still dressed in short sleeves and shorts, feeling quite cold. Lend me your coat. I'm freezing, he exclaimed, taking the expensive coat from Vermouth's arm. Vermouth gazed at Karasuma in astonishment. Are you foolish? Why would you venture out in short sleeves and shorts? Kuwon glanced at her dismissively, huffing in response. This is... Yukiko Kudo observed the child who had suddenly appeared, conversing with Sharon Wynyard. A strikingly handsome youth. Sporting white hair, could he be an albino? This child is a relative of mine, engaged in a game of tennis. He has come to watch the US Open, and I decided to take him out for a bit of fun today. Sharon Wynyard introduced Kuwon and Yukiko Kudo. You are the junior high school tennis player from Kanagawa, Shinichi Kudo stated uncertainly, pointing at Kuwon. The white hair certainly leaves a lasting impression. Yet, that group of youths had hair in every imaginable color. Red, blue, purple, white, silver. Do today as junior high students truly favor such vibrant dyes? Oh, that's me, detective, Kuwon replied. Suddenly, rain began to pour from the sky. Bermud opened an umbrella and shared it with Kuwon. Let us head inside first. The five entered the backstage of the theater, arriving at the actors' dressing room. As they chatted, a blonde actress pointed at them and asked, So, these three children are yours? The tall boy is mine, the younger boy is a relative of Sharon's, and the girl is not my child. However, I must say, I foresee that girl becoming my daughter in the future. Yukiko Kudo winked at the blonde actress. Oh, is that so? Aunt Yukiko, are you planning to remarry Rant's father? Standing beside Belmod, Karasuma was bewildered by Yukiko Kudo's words and tilted his head in confusion. Hey, what nonsense are you spouting, kid? What do you mean by remarriage? Shinichi Kudo, having not heard Yukiko's earlier remarks, could not help but become irritated upon hearing this. No. When I mentioned daughter, I was referring to my daughter-in-law. Yukiko Kudo was unperturbed by Karasuma's foolishness. She whispered the last sentence in his ear, winking at him and making a shushing gesture. What on earth are they talking about? Mom. Shinichi Kudo felt quite displeased seeing Yukiko Kudo sharing whispers and laughter with Karasuma. Okaru raised a charming smile towards Kudo Yukiko and nodded. Also, you must call me sister. Being referred to as auntie makes me feel old. Unable to resist, Yukiko affectionately ruffled Okaru's hair. Sister Yukiko, you are so sweet, Okaru exclaimed, her cheeks being pinched once more. Chapter 24. The Journey to New York. 2. The group engaged in conversation, mentioning a peculiar gift that the theater had received a few days prior, a golden apple, adorned with golden spray paint, upon which words written in animal blood declared it to be a present for the most beautiful lady. The group led by Karasuma was taken to the backstage area for a tour. What is that hanging from the ceiling? Asked Shalon, unable to contain her curiosity as she looked up. Those are costumes for the stage. They are suspended above to save space, Sharon Wynyard explained. Suddenly, the rope holding the armor snapped, causing it to plummet from above. Danger. Everyone scattered. Oh no. The blonde actress cried out as her skirt got caught on a sign on the wall. Shalon noticed Rose was in peril and turned to rush back to save her, but Karasuma discreetly activated his ultimate skill, using an invisible barrier to immobilize her movement. This reward had been earned during the national competition when he had been boasting in the group. At the moment Shalon turned, she felt as if she were frozen in place. Miss Rose was in jeopardy. The armor hit the ground with a dull thud. When Karasuma looked again, the actress who had been ensnared by the sign had already escaped the falling debris. Humph. As the effect of the ultimate skill faded, Shalon immediately moved with the others toward Rose. Miss Rose, are you all right? Humph. Even the control effect was brief. The skill description had originally stated it lasted for 15 seconds, but for Xiaolan, it was merely 5. I knew it was me. Someone has been after my life from the very beginning. Rosa's face was a mask of hollow terror, articulating her fright as the others comforted her. Before long, it was time for the actors to perform. As they departed, Karasuma and Vermouth used the excuse of having matters to attend to at home to exit the theater. Following the intelligence team's information, they located the lurking highway demon in an abandoned building, where Vermouth shot and killed him. They immediately returned to a nearby safe house to change their appearances. Vermouth transformed into the likeness of the highway demon, while Karasuma assumed the guise of Miyashinasuke, a form he had previously adopted. The skill's effectiveness was lacking. What about the aura? Was the charm still potent? He could not create illusions, nor induce suicide through direct hypnosis. At most, he could leave a psychological suggestion and induce a 5-minute stupor. That would suffice. They would have to proceed carefully. In the living room, waiting for Vermouth to complete her transformation, Karasuma remarked, "Do you have a penchant for cross-dressing?" The initial plan had been for Karasuma to disguise himself as an FBI agent to lure Rikkai Shuichi toward her, allowing her to eliminate him from the shadows. Vermouth scrutinized the tall, slender girl with long brown curls before her, seemingly a refined heiress, and could not help but internally question Karasuma's sexual orientation. I can still draw out a Rikkai Shuichi like this. You can roam the alleys as the highway demon, and I will be the favored prey of the highway demon. With his slender fingers entwined in his long hair, Karasuma encountered a Rikkai Shuichi who would not regard him with excessive wariness. Your skills. Rikkai Shuichi's abilities are on par with those of Jin. The young boy, eager for a direct confrontation with Rikkai, would undoubtedly suffer a severe setback. Reminiscent of a few years ago at the training grounds, where he bore the bruises inflicted by Jin. My skills surpass yours by a considerable margin, he retorted. Who do you look down upon? Who said I intended to engage him head-on? Then you should at least carry a firearm. Vermouth handed Karasuma a gun, which he discreetly stowed away in his pocket. News of the road demon's appearance near the abandoned building swiftly reached the FBI, prompting them to dispatch Rikkai Shuichi for apprehension. Miyasera, holding an umbrella, strolled slowly through the alley of the derelict building, where the dimly lit passage echoed with footsteps. Before her stood a tall man wearing a knitted cap and sporting long hair. Neon Man, he spoke. This place is perilous. You should leave at once. Let Daji see your heart, the girl before him uttered in Mandarin. What does that mean? You are my confidant, Rikkai Shuichi. Remember, I am Barolo. Observing Rikkai Shuichi lying unconscious on the ground, Karasuma drew his gun and aimed it at his head. Haha, it's empty. Vermouth is playing me for a fool. You cannot kill now. What do you mean? Did I not say that your direct action is futile? With the world's consciousness at play, you cannot eliminate them. Summoning Vermouth now would be too late. Karama squatted down and pried open Rikkai Shuichi's mouth, retrieving the ATX 4869 that had been concealed in his spatial pocket, and forcefully placing it within his lips. In his unconscious state, Rikkai Shuichi exhibited a lack of voluntary swallowing, demonstrating an utter ignorance of the importance of properly taking his medicine. Kuruma took a handful of rainwater and poured it down Rikkai Shuichi's throat, allowing the pill to slide into his esophagus. Before Rikkai Shuichi regained consciousness, she turned and departed. Upon reaching the building where Vermouth was concealed, she spotted Barolo approaching alone from a distance. Had he already dealt with Rikkai Shuichi? Where is Rikkai Shuichi? Vermouth inquired. He should be dead, right? Kuruma pondered for a moment, tilting her head. Should be. I administered a TX 4869 to him. If he survives, he will likely regress. That poison? Vermouth's expression contorted at the mention of the drug, her already unattractive features becoming even more grotesque. He is undoubtedly doomed. Let us return. The two followed the previously devised escape route back to the safe house, shedding their disguises. The outer members, tasked with diverting other FB agents, arrived at the scene Kuruma had described, but found no trace of Rikkai Shuichi's body. Only a pair of shoes remained. They confirmed that these were the very shoes he had worn that day. Karasuma Gaki instinctively felt as though he had transformed into a child, finding his shoes excessively large and cumbersome, preferring instead to run barefoot. It was a surprising revelation that the usually calm and composed Rikkai Shuichi could also be flustered by fantastical events, Kagoro's cases. As he left his shoes behind in a hasty retreat, how amusing that the Facebook crowd could still overlook a pair of shoes. Vermouth seemed rather fond of making jabs. Didn't she? Upon my return, after Karasuma reverted to his original self, he hailed a taxi back to the hotel, arriving by 11 in the evenings. where Yukimura was still perusing an art catalog. His late return prompted Yukimura to look up as Karasuma began to don his pajamas. And they shared a meal and a brief conversation. It seemed that he was becoming increasingly adept at spinning tales to his master, attributing it all to the system's fault. After completing their nightly routines, the two dimmed the lights and settled in for rest, as the following day promised the excitement of the finals. It had indeed been a fulfilling day. The next morning, the 12 youths rose early and enjoyed breakfast in the hotel restaurant before taking a taxi to the venue. Once they located their seats, they sat down to await the commencement of the event. Beside Karasuma sat Yukimura and Moriyu. Suddenly, a striking figure approached, dressed in a sleek black bodysuit, her form alluring, adorned with a black sun hat from which a sheer veil cascaded, partially obscuring her exquisite face. It was none other than Chris Winard. On the other side, Q Saiji, captivated by the beautiful woman, exclaimed her name. Sure, Chris Winard turned to Q, gesturing for silence with a slight smile. Please keep your voice down. Honestly, with that outfit, a whisper would hardly suffice. Q's cheeks flushed as he nodded repeatedly. Moriyu, leaning on Karasuma's shoulder, incessantly shook him, whispering inquisitively, how do you know Chris Winard? Why does she call you little guy? What if I told you she is my aunt? She is my aunt's daughter. Your aunt is Sharon Winard? Q leaned forward, inquiring of Karasuma. Indeed, came the reply. She is your aunt, and you refer to her as old aunt? How improper. I simply prefer to call her old aunt. May I sit beside little guy? My seat is also in the front row, right next to your friends. Chris Winard inquired with a smile. In a sudden embrace, Karasuma tightly held onto Yukimura's arm, raising his gaze to glare at Belmode. Mori stood up to offer her a seat, to which she graciously replied, Thank you, little brother. No need for thanks. It is I who must express my gratitude to you and your mother for inviting us to witness the U.S. Open, especially in such prime seating. Mori politely acknowledged Belmode, appreciating her generosity with the tickets. On their first day in New York, Lou had mentioned that the star guest for the opening ceremony of the U.S. Open would be Chris Winard. Thus, it was evident that their tickets were graciously provided by her. As the finals concluded and the audience began to disperse, Chris Winard was recognized by fans who eagerly requested photographs. Miss Winard, I am your fan. My name is Ekizan Nanjiro. The man before her sported slightly disheveled short hair and wore a loose-fitting monk's robe. I truly admire your films. You are even more beautiful in person. May I take a photo with you? Ekizan Nanjiro. The DNA of Lou stirred. An undefeated champion, 8 years ago. He had abruptly announced his retirement just as he was poised to ascend to the pinnacle of the tennis world, with the reasons for his departure remaining a mystery. Who would have thought they would encounter him here? Do you know him? Chris Winard inquired, turning to Karasuma, who merely shrugged, indicating unfamiliarity. He's a young tennis prodigy from Neon. Ekizan Nanjiro noted a group of youths behind Chris Winard. I have a son around your age, also a tennis player. His name is Ekizan Ryoma. He pulled aside a rather inconspicuous, diminutive boy wearing a cap, who was reluctantly dragged forward by his father, displaying a somewhat haughty expression. The Prince of Tennis, huh? Karasuma teased, leaning down to address the young boy. I am Karasuma. The boy glanced up at the white-haired youth, his cheeks tinged with a hint of redness, feeling slightly embarrassed at being dubbed a prince upon their first meeting. Chris Winard consented to a photograph with Ekizan Nanjiro, clearly mindful of maintaining her public image. After exchanging pleasantries, the group returned to their hotel to dine and pack their belongings for their flight back to Neon that evening. Chapter 25. Daily life. Upon arriving back in Tokyo, it was already past 10 o'clock on the night of the 29th. Karasuma Ren had arranged for a vehicle to await them outside the airport. They had departed from America on the evening of the 28th at 6 p.m., arriving in Tokyo around 8 a.m. the next day, with a time difference of approximately 14 hours. After bidding farewell and escorting everyone home, Karasuma returned home around midnight, freshened up, and went to bed. With the second semester fast approaching, he realized he had yet to complete his summer assignments, leaving him a mere 2 days to tackle the impending workload. The following morning, seated at his desk, he stared blankly at the open assignment book. Karasuma scratched his head and sent a message to Nayo. Karasuma Gaki, may I take a glimpse at your summer homework? Are you hoping to copy mine? You should compose it yourself. Karasuma Gaki, no. Karasuma Guy, I had no intention of copying you. I merely wished to take a glance. I am capable of composing it myself. Karasuma Gaki, it is nothing extraordinary, merely summer vacation homework, something anyone can accomplish. Karasuma Guy, I didn't intend to plagiarize, so do not get too smug, humph. Rawang chuckled heartily at the string of messages sent by Karasuma Guy, rolling with laughter on his bed, clearly agitated and on the verge of a breakdown. He promptly took a screenshot to share with Marui Bunta. Renwangajiro, screenshot ing. Marui Bunta, I didn't write it either. Let me copy. Marui Bunta, I'm coming over to your house. Renwangajiro? Get lost, I'm not home. Marui Bunta, your homework is at home. I'll have your brother let me in. Marui Bunta immediately stowed away his phone and began packing his bag, preparing to head to Renwang's house to copy homework, and sent Karasuma Guy another message. Marui Bunta, I'm going to Renwang's to do homework. Want to join? Yukimura Guy, here they come. Two individuals, burdened with assignments and carrying backpacks, appeared at the door of the Nio residence. It was Nio's younger brother who answered the door, still in the 4th grade. Wentai presented Nio Yaki with a small cake he had made himself, while Yukimura Guy brought along some Lego for him. Yaki, we need your brother to help us with our homework. Please take us to him. Thank you, brother Wentai. Thank you, brother Guy. Yaki replied. My brother was just daydreaming in his room. I'll take you to him. After placing their gifts on the living room table, Nio Yaki led them to Nio Yaji's room. Brother, I'm coming in, he announced as he pushed the door open, revealing a desk adorned with several dolls. Likely sewn by Nio himself, a truly delightful hobby. Homework. Homework. When I exclaimed, tiptoeing towards the desk in search of the assignment book. Meanwhile, Nio curled himself tightly under his blanket. Seemingly oblivious to the heat, Amara stood modestly by the side of the bed, his gaze fixed on Buntai, who was diligently searching for his homework. It seemed rather arduous. Perhaps he should lend a hand? A glance was cast towards the still figure of Neo, cocooned within the blankets. He tiptoed to the desk, careful not to disturb Neo in case he was asleep, displaying a thoughtful consideration. Upon locating the summer homework, the two turned around, only to find Neo propped up in a half-sitting position, observing them in silence. Can't you write it yourself? Neo provocatively teased Amaru, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Humph. I'm merely here to check if you've done your homework correctly. Just offering a little assistance, Amaru retorted dismissively. Oh, is that so? No need for that. But I will verify it for me, Neo replied, throwing off the covers and slipping into his slippers. He approached Amaru, snatching the homework notebook from his grip, which Amaru held tightly. With a chuckle at Amaru's stubbornness, Neo released his hold, causing the notebook to slide slightly towards him due to Amaru's firm grasp. As Karasuma blinked mischievously and smiled slyly, he took Wentai to the living room to complete their homework. After 2 days of diligent effort, their summer assignments were successfully finished. On September 1st, the second semester at Rikkai University commenced. Typically, a small examination is held at the beginning of the term to assess whether students have remained diligent in their studies over the summer. Kainarizumi had already enrolled at Rikkai University, and he squeezed in next to Sanada in front of the bulletin board to check the results of the opening exam. First place, Yagyu Hiroshi 2nd place, Yagyu Renji 3rd place, Nio Masaru 5th place, Sanada Jinichiro 7th place, Kainarizumi 8th place, Yukimura Seichi 39th place, Karasuma 63rd place, Marui Bunta 76th place. Kuwabara Sanahara Karasuma nodded in satisfaction. Everyone had made it onto the honor roll with commendable results. Yagyu Hiroshi stood beside Nio, puzzled as to how Nio had managed to secure first place, especially since he had heard that Yagyu attended the national finals. However, it seemed that Nio had not yet successfully recruited him, as Yukimura had not received an application for membership from Yagyu. As the new semester began, some students transferred clubs, eager to join the tennis team, for the title of national champions was indeed illustrious and appealing. The members of the tennis club were not only good-looking but also exceptionally skilled, making it a paradise for those who admire strength and beauty. Following their victory in the national tournament, the number of cheerleaders for the tennis club had increased, and Yukimura's fan club continued to grow. Did you know? It is said that the president affectionately refers to Yukimura as Lord Yukimura in private. Really? The president loves him so much. I've heard from the tennis club members that he has even called him that in public. Oh my, I'm going to faint. The president is truly remarkable. Not only the president, but Yagyu also has a special fondness for Yukimura. The regulars competing for his favor have been subjected to extra training in the regiment. Bunta, too, always gazes at Yukimura with sparkling eyes. It's utterly adorable. The members of our fan club genuinely love Yukimura. Just a few days ago, the transfer student Kainarizumi quietly signed up for the fan club as well. The training sessions for the tennis club were proceeding in an orderly manner. In the presence of Karasuma Gaki's plan, he instructed Karasuma Gaki to investigate a particular address and to provide him with the route. Sakuma, shall we embark on a 2-week training camp to push our limits? On that day, during practice, Karasuma Gaki approached Sakuma with his proposal. Would it not be rather challenging for us to collectively request time off? Sakuma turned a glance at the remaining regular and substitute members of the tennis club. First-year members, Sakuma Seichi, Sanada Jinichiro, Yanagi Renji, Karasuma Gaki, Marui Bunta, Naya Masaharu, Hulang Kuwahara, Keidrai Seiji. Second year, Mori Juzaburo. The third-year seniors had submitted their resignation shortly after the commencement of the school year. With 8 first years and only Mori Senpai as the lone second-year representative. Perhaps a request could be made. Yanagi appeared behind Sakuma unexpectedly. All 8 first-year members have. A slight hesitation, he continued. As long as we can ensure our grades do not decline, requesting time off should not pose an issue. Mori Senpai's grades are also commendable. Did you just imply that we are among the top performers? Why did you hesitate and then clarify regarding the honor roll? Are they not indeed among the top? All are within the top 100 with negligible score differences. Indeed, they are all high achievers. Yanagi pursed his lips, echoing Karasuma Gaki's sentiments. I can initiate the application first. Yanagi had already begun to fill out the leave request form, the source of which remained a mystery. Thank you for your efforts, Renji. Sakuma continued to guide the club members in their practice. Upon completing the leave request, Yanagi approached the director for approval. The director perused the grade reports of the individuals involved. After several assurances from Yanagi, the leave was sanctioned. A 2-week training camp was thus confirmed. Chapter 26. Encountering Higoen at the back mountain, the bus carried 9 individuals, and as they journeyed along the previously smooth road, it gradually became bumpy, ultimately arriving at the foot of a grand mountain. After disembarking, the group stood in a row, gazing at the dense forest before them, and collectively turned to Karasuma Gaki. Where are we? Is your estate situated within this mountain? Are we to train in the wilderness? They inquired, their voices overlapping in curiosity directed at Karasuma Gaki. Okawara took out several sheets of paper from his tennis bag and distributed them among the group. This is the route map. We shall follow it. Yukimura glanced at the map and remarked, does this entail climbing a mountain? It seems so, Okawara admitted, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Then let us proceed. Yukimura led the way as the group ventured into the forest. Following the map, they arrived at the foot of the steep mountain. As they gazed up at the imposing cliff, they began their ascent, traversing the steep slopes and wading through a creek that reached their waists. While eyeing the rickety suspension bridge swaying precariously, Mori could not help but voice his discontent. Okawara, how could your estate be situated in such a place? We are almost there, Okawara replied, his voice growing softer. Just a bit further, and after another climb, we should arrive. Having come this far, Yukimura urged. Let us continue. He grasped the ropes of the bridge and began to cross. One by one, the others followed. Glancing at the towering cliffs and letting out sighs of resignation as they persevered up the incline. Upon reaching the summit, the chill of November was palpable, prompting Okawara to tighten his coat. What is the meaning of this? Where did these little rascals come from? A disheveled, burly old man emerged from the thick fog, clutching a gourd of liquor, his beard unkempt. Observing the 9 unexpected young intruders, he barked, Why are you here instead of school at this hour? Leave at once. As Karasuma stepped forward, he deftly unzipped his tennis bag, feigning the act of retrieving an item, yet he secretly summoned a bottle of wine from thin air. He extracted the wine bottle from the bag and presented it to the disheveled old man. The old man cast a cursory glance at the bottle, recognizing its premium quality. You little rascal, carrying alcohol at such a young age. He snatched the bottle away and turned to leave. Wait a moment, Karasuma called out, prompting the old man to pivot around, glaring at him with a fierce expression. As Karasuma took a couple of steps forward, he received the bottle of wine from his hand and crouched down. He then turned to rummage through his backpack, producing bottle after bottle of liquor, accompanied by an array of bartending tools. There was even a small ice bucket, and upon lifting the lid, one could find ice cubes inside. Behind him, a group of youths exchanged bewildered glances, astonished at how he managed to fit so many items in his bag. It is strictly prohibited for minors to consume alcohol. How could he carry such an abundance of liquor with him? Ah, indeed, it was Belmode's acquisition, a classic case of plucking a feather from a passing goose. Moreover, he had even had Karasuma prepare quite a bit for him. In the bustling atmosphere, Kurumagai showcased a mesmerizing cocktail performance, initially contemplating the introduction of a folding table, yet realizing that such a revelation might terrify the onlookers. The scruffy old man observed the antics of the young mixologist, marveling at the artistry behind each crafted cocktail. As the young bartender presented him with a glass of martini, The old man accepted it, only to swiftly embark on preparing another concoction. Next was the starry gin and tonic, which he handed over with a flourish. The old man squinted slightly as he took the glass, savoring the martini's initial bitter notes, soon followed by a refreshing sensation and a unique aroma. Unbeknownst to him, he had finished the diminutive glass in no time. He then ventured to sample the starry gin and tonic, captivated by its stunning hue within the transparent glass, where a purplish liquid shimmered. It was subtly sweet, invigorating, and slightly bitter, with the essence of the spirit tantalizing his palate, and before he knew it, the drink was gone. The experience continued with the sexy beach, vodka lime. Okawara gathered his belongings, including the liquor, and stood up, waiting for the old man to finish his drink before he collected the cup. The youth behind him had grown weary of the scene. His capacity for alcohol was indeed impressive, though the cocktails he crafted were of a relatively low potency. "What do you intend to do, young one?" "We wish to partake in the training for 2 weeks, Okawara declared, puffing out his chest and lifting his gaze to meet his interlocutors. "Very well, but you must prepare cocktails for me each day." Miura Nato had a penchant for the drinks Okawara mixed. Although they were not particularly strong, they were undeniably delightful. "I am Miura Nato, follow me," he said, before turning on his heel and walking away. As Karasuma turned to Yukimura and winked, he pulled him along to join Sanbon and Nudo. Upon seeing Coach Sanbon, Marui Bunta immediately recognized their location. It was the back mountain of the U-17 training camp. During his first round, he had not fallen into the loser's bracket and had never visited this area. However, the route Karasuma had led them on did not align with the training camp's direction. It was impossible to discern their path on the bus, and he was astonished that Karasuma had brought them here to the back mountain for training. How did he know this place? How was he acquainted with Coach Sanbon? Why had he chosen to bring them here for their training session? Did he harbor some secret? Arriving at the training ground, they found a group of young athletes already engaged in practice. "You lot, from this moment onward, these middle schoolers will train alongside you. So don't let them outshine you." Bunta's gaze fell upon the tallest figure in the crowd, a strikingly blond youth, still sporting short hair and a white sweatband. He appeared less rushed in his growth compared to 2 years hence, yet one could still discern his high school stature. It turned out that the captain of Hyodai had been relegated to the loser's bracket and sent to the back mountain for training at this time. Defeated by the formidable Onizuka, no doubt. Moreover, Takamatsu-senpai was present. Had he been dispatched here by Senbonji-senpai? Sanbon and Nudo was exceedingly pleased with Karasuma's mixology skills, permitting the middle schoolers to reside in the adjacent wooden cabin. After all, what if his precious liquor were to shatter in a cave? Regardless, these youngsters would depart in 2 weeks. They were not his primary focus for training, though he wished he could keep that white-haired boy behind. Karasuma and his companions began training alongside high school students. At first, they struggled to adapt to playing on the uneven rocky terrain. The unpredictable bounce of the ball made it challenging to determine its trajectory, leaving them uncertain of where it might land or from which angle it would rebound. After being subdued by the high schoolers for a while, they gradually started to acclimate. The agile players, Sakaki, Marui, Maoli, and Karasuma, adapted swiftly. The data-driven players, Ryu and Kajinobu, slowly calculated how to return shots on rocky ground compared to hard ground, enabling them to engage in rallies with the high schoolers. Renwang employed various deceptive tactics to score points against the high school students. Sanada, with his formidable strength, occasionally found himself caught off guard by sudden changes in the ball's trajectory. After months of continuous agility training, Kuwahara also made significant progress and began to adapt. The group found themselves suspended from a tree, their clothing flapping under the force of gravity. Young Sanada boasted a set of 8 well-defined abdominal muscles. Maoli, noticing Sanada's exposed midriff, couldn't resist counting his abs, causing Sanada to blush and pull down his shirt. Turning his gaze towards Renwang, who was also hanging nearby, Maoli remarked on his faintly visible abs, 1, 2, 3, and perhaps a vague hint of 4. Hanging upside down with a racket in hand, Renwang feigned indifference, embodying a rather lethargic demeanor, unwilling to retort to Maoli's teasing. "Ha ha ha, a mere for abs. Renwang, who was to blame for your picky eating? I'm certain you have the fewest abs among us." One Tai loudly mocked Renwang, proudly flaunting his six-pack. "TCH, you little brat." Pingtong Gaiwan, not far from where they hung, couldn't resist interjecting, joining in the banter about their abs. A bunch of childish kids. Pingtong Gaiwan Phoenix boasts a solid set of 8 abs, both beautiful and strong. "I attended this year's national competition, initially hoping to see Yutagawa Minami lead Makino to victory and secure a 3rd consecutive championship. Unexpectedly, A dark horse from Kanto disrupted Makino's winning streak. How did this gang of boys even find their way here? Since they've come to me, I shall properly train these arrogant youngsters. Pingtong Gaiwan, the boss. One-Tai has been mingling with Pingtong Gaiwan, calling him boss these days. You have 8 abs too. Boss, your abs are truly magnificent. Pingtong Gaiwan's lips involuntarily curled upwards. Despite his somewhat expressionless demeanor, it did not imply he was particularly pleased. You cheeky brat, quite the flatterer. Even if you flatter me, I shall show no mercy. I will certainly teach you a good lesson. You lot, do not get too complacent. No dropping the ball. Anyone who lets the ball fall will go without dinner tonight. The tennis ball is tossed before me, and with racket in hand, I engage my core to elevate my body, preparing to strike. Ah, how exhausting this is. It must be a workout for my abdominal and back muscles. Humph. Is this all you can manage, youngsters? With a powerful serve, the ball from Heian Academy soars towards Yukimura. Yukimura, utilizing both his core and back, propels himself backward, gripping his racket firmly as he returns the shot with conviction. Not too shabby, I see. After all, you did triumph over our esteemed school. The King S. Muko no Tofu. Let me witness the true extent of your prowess. Chapter 27. How can you do everything? Agari. I'm off now. Heian Academy's leader. Marui Bunta swiftly pedals past on a children's tricycle, zipping by Heian Academy. Ha ha ha. See you later. Heian Academy's leader. Ah, such is the advantage of youth, agile and light. As the trio of Neo and his companions swiftly pedaled past, Karasuma Gaki urged on. Come on, buy a doin. If we don't reach our destination within the allotted time, there will be no food. With that, he accelerated to catch up with Neo and the others. Buy a doin, with his long limbs, gritted his teeth in frustration, casting a glance at the equally lagging Mori. Humph. These little brats have no sense of camaraderie. Even Mori has been left behind. How infuriating. This was nothing more than a playground for the short. Mori, towering at 1.8 meters, found himself cramped in a child's tricycle, struggling to maneuver, and resorted to personal jabs. Among the first years, the tallest, Sanada, barely reached 1.7 meters. The petite Marui, however, pedaled furiously at the forefront, leaving everyone trailing behind. Upon finally reaching their destination, the first-year boys carelessly tossed their tricycles aside and squatted under a tree, munching on sausages and bread. Byadoin squinted, wondering if Coach Mifyun had just visited. Since you all failed to arrive on time, there's no food for you, Neo replied, expressing his distaste for the dry bread and sausages, yet feeling on the verge of starvation. After finishing their meager meal, they jogged back to the training ground to continue their basic drills. As evening approached, they had a simple dinner and trained until nearly 10 p.m. The meal offered no match for the energy expended, and with no late-night snacks available, the day's bizarre training left everyone utterly exhausted. After a brief wash, the 9 of them returned to their wooden cabin. As the door of the wooden cabin was closed, Wu Quan took out a dozen loaves of bread from his treasure bag, a tennis bag, and several individuals voraciously devoured them. These past few days marked the highest consumption of bread for Rawang since he could remember. He truly did not relish it, but hunger was a powerful adversary. Although the meal did not satiate his hunger entirely, it alleviated the discomfort of emptiness, and soon after, the group lay down and swiftly succumbed to slumber. The small cabin featured a large communal sleeping area, capable of accommodating numerous individuals. However, for reasons unknown, Coach Sanbu had prohibited the high school students from sleeping inside the cabin, compelling them to find rest in a cave. In stark contrast to the cold, hungry, and exhausted high schoolers, the others enjoyed a semblance of happiness by secretly preparing meals in the cabin. Indeed, absence of comparison renders the heart unscathed. In the distance, a faint sound of a gong echoed, but Wu Quan, too fatigued to care, merely turned over and continued to sleep. At the break of dawn the following day, Coach Sanbu roused them with the sound of the gong. The 9 boys quickly arose, tidied themselves, and stepped outside, glancing at their watches. It was merely 5 o'clock. Coach Sanbu handed Wu Quan 2 bottles of vodka and tomato juice, instructing him to prepare the concoction he had mentioned the previous day. With that, he descended the steps of the cabin and rolled off to train. The boys exchanged bewildered glances. What had the coach discussed with you yesterday? Where did he procure this alcohol? He had expressed a desire for a Bloody Mary and inquired if I knew how to mix it. I am uncertain where he sourced the liquor. Perhaps he enlisted the high school students to pilfer from the training camp. Did he consume the alcohol you brought? Maoli asked. Indeed, the tennis bag is rather limited in size. Yet how did he manage to conceal so many bottles of liquor, along with the necessary mixing tools, and even an abundance of bread and ham sausages. As Karasuma and Yukimura exchanged knowing smiles, they proceeded to the training grounds, embarking on a day filled with rigorous practice. After completing their foundational exercises, Coach Mifune distributed breakfast, 4 pieces of bread and 2 bottles of milk for each participant. Regrettably, given the intensity of their training regimen, this sustenance was woefully inadequate. With a mischievous glint in his eye, Coach Mifune secured a balloon around each of their waists, coating it with a substance of indeterminate origin that emitted a pungent aroma. He dubbed today as challenge hunting the athletes. "Go forth, you miscreants. Those who pop their balloons shall be tasked with washing my accumulated collection of undergarments from the past year." He bellowed with laughter. Indeed, Coach Mifune had amassed quite a stockpile, purposely gathering a year's worth for this occasion. In the annual training session for the defeated, the members of the losing team were released into the forest, their faces tinged with trepidation. Before long, the air was pierced by the cries of eagles overhead. Glancing up, they saw 5 or 6 of the majestic birds circling ominously. Following the scent, the eagles swooped down to attack, and once they entered the woods, the group scattered in various directions, each pursuing their own path. Wuquan and Lu sprinted in the same direction, evading the relentless assaults of the eagle. With the bird in hot pursuit, their speed intensified, creating a thrilling yet nerve-wracking atmosphere. They remained vigilant in safeguarding the balloons behind them, rapidly becoming drenched in sweat. Ahead lay a dense thicket, and Wuquan and Lu exchanged a glance. One leapt into the foliage, successfully eluding the eagle's onslaught. Observing their retreat into the thick brush, the eagle soared away in search of other prey. The two crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. In just 2 hours, their athletic attire was completely soaked through. A passing ant remarked, "Has it started to rain? When will this activity conclude? I'm utterly exhausted." After a brief respite, Karasuma stood up and leaned against a tree. Following intense exertion, one cannot crouch for too long. His legs trembled slightly, betraying a lack of control. He cautiously avoided the balloon behind him, making sure not to crush it. Unbeknownst to him, the likelihood of successfully completing this activity was a resounding 100%. Lu also rose to lean against another tree, panting heavily as he spoke. "Are you hiding here, you little rascal?" From behind a nearby tree, Byadoin emerged, flashing a broad grin. "Let us go." Karasuma pivoted and sprinted down the narrow path, Lu closely trailing behind. "Humph, coward." Before Byadoin could make a move, the two had fled. These little rascals, having taken residence in the small cabin, were indeed insufferable with their privileges. Last night, Coach Mifune had summoned all the high school students in the dead of night for training, and then he had been singled out. He was instructed to sneak a few bottles of liquor from the training camp, specifically vodka, and was also tasked with finding tomato juice, leading him on a frantic search that nearly led to his discovery. Today, he was determined that these little rascals would have to wash Coach Mifune's undergarments. He almost fell victim to the schemes of the notorious Byadoin. As Karasuma ran, he vented his frustrations. Lu, analyzing Byadoin's earlier expression and his character over time, calculated that the probability of their privileges being the cause was 61, while the likelihood of them wanting to see them make a fool of themselves stood at 78. The two continued their flight, seeking a place to hide and rest. The rough path was painful beneath their feet. Eventually, they discovered a massive tree with a hollow trunk, housing a spacious cavity that could accommodate 4 or 5 individuals. They nestled inside. If a high school student discovered them, the probability of an attack was 65, while the chance of them being hit was 49. Leaning against the tree's wall, Lu closed his eyes to rest. Gurgle. Lu awkwardly covered his stomach, for the probability of hunger was a full 100%. The few pieces of bread and milk he had consumed that morning were utterly insufficient after such exertion. They had been swiftly depleted. Okawagat appeared into the sky, noticing the absence of soaring eagles. "Shall we venture to the stream and catch some fish? We could grill them for a meal," he suggested. If he were to pull 2 loaves of bread and a sausage from his pocket, given Lu's nature, he would undoubtedly strip him of his clothes to uncover how he managed to fit those items within. After pondering for a moment, Lu nodded in agreement. The duo divided their tasks. Okawagata sought out long branches to catch fish, while Lu gathered small twigs to prepare for the fire. Upon reaching the stream, they found the narrow path lined with numerous stones, and Lu arranged the collected branches into a neat pile. Omaru removed his shoes and stepped into the stream, which was shallow, reaching only up to his thighs. "Customer service. Please throw 100 fish into the water for me." "Get lost. I don't have that function." "Useless." Observing Omaru's arduous and determined struggle, Luoshin felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Xiao Yuan, I possess a water manipulation spell. Would you like to give it a try? Perhaps through controlling the water, you could catch some fish. Karasuma Guy, is it true? Lady Luotian, thank you. You are truly my benefactor. I am nearly starving. Lady Luotian, bestowing a special red envelope, water control technique. Thank you, beautiful goddess of Luo. The Karasuma Gaki technique is adorned with the aura of water manipulation, a straightforward description that signifies the ability to control water, albeit at the expense of one's mental fortitude. Upon returning to the shore, Karasuma Gaki endeavored to wield his magic, manipulating the flow of the stream. He discovered that he could envelop the fish within the water. Deciding to put on a display before Lu, he took a coarse branch, painstakingly acquired, and struck the water's surface. With each strike, a fish would leap from the water, landing upon the ground and splashing water around. The fish's tail thrashed against the earth, yearning to return to its aquatic home. Lu's eyes widened in astonishment, revealing a gaze that Karasuma Gaki had never witnessed before. As Karasuma Gaki struck the water again, more fish appeared on the ground, tirelessly working to escape. At that moment, Yukimura, Nio, and Mori arrived at the stream's edge, standing beside Lu, their mouths agape in astonishment at Karasuma Gaki's fervent performance. Little Gaki, Yukimura remarked, glancing at the numerous fish sprawled on the ground. Unable to contain himself, that should be sufficient. As I reveled in the joy of the moment, I heard a voice and turned around, surprised to see you all. I have caught a multitude of fish. Shall we indulge in some grilled fish? Mamoru Gaki discarded the branch, turned around, and crouched down to retrieve the lively fish, before making his way back to the shore. Kurama Gaki donned a long-sleeved coat, the sleeves adorned with zippers. As he unzipped them, he retrieved a small knife from within the depths of his coat and unsheathed it, commencing the task of gutting fish. A few individuals picked up fish from the ground behind him, crouching beside him in curiosity, exclaiming, "Where did you procure that knife?" Karasuma pointed to his sleeve, and Lu furrowed his brow, contemplating the fabric. How was it that this dagger lay here, without any hindrance, when he had just fled moments ago? Rank squatted beside him, observing his deft technique. "You can even gut fish?" "I can't," he retorted. "I merely know how to eviscerate it, to extract its innards." "Isn't that a simple task? Is it truly that simple?" Karamagai had caught 10 fish and washed his hands in the water. With a nod of his chin towards his sleeve, Renwang understood and retrieved a small package of seasonings from the pocket of his sleeve. "You have this." Sprinkling the seasoning over the fish, he skewered them with slender branches. Karamagai then sought out 2 stones to strike a spark. Shielding himself, he tossed a fire starter onto the pile of twigs and leaves. Each of them held 2 fish and began to grill their catch. "You can strike fire from stones?" Renwang felt that Karamagai was challenging his understanding of reality. "Can stones really produce fire? How did you ignite it with just 1 strike?" Sakakibara pulled Renwang aside. "Imparting wisdom, do not doubt others for what you do not know." Is that how the phrase goes? Don't take advantage of my limited understanding of Confucius. I trust your expertise. Chapter 28, Captured by the Equal Temple. As the group grilled their fish, an eagle swooped down into the area. Amara handed the fish in his possession to Mori and picked up a stone from the ground. He hurled it towards the eagle that had spotted them and was soaring in their direction. Thud! The eagle was stunned by the impact. Amara seized the magnificent creature and noted its considerable size. "I shall gather some vines to bind it," he declared, turning towards the nearby woods. After stripping some soft bark from the trees, he secured the eagle and set it aside before returning to the fire to roast the fish. In the distance, he observed his companions gathered closely, when suddenly, Buntamarui sprinted towards him, his face a portrait of despair. He crouched beside Yukimura, burying his face in Yukimura's arm. "Seichi, I was ambushed by the captain of the Heian Inn, and now I must attend to Coach Mifyun's laundry," he lamented, tears welling in his eyes. Yukimura placed a comforting hand on his shoulder and offered him the roasted fish with his left hand. "Bunta, you must be hungry. Here, have a piece of freshly cooked fish." In an instant, Bunta's sorrow dissipated. "Thank you, Seichi. You are the best to me. I am absolutely famished. I finished that meager breakfast in just 2 minutes." He accepted the roasted fish and began to eat carefully, savoring its delightful flavor. "Where did you find the seasoning?" he inquired. Yukimura gestured towards Amaru. It was little Amaru's doing. "Well done. Our stomachs owe you a great debt," Bunta exclaimed, patting Amaru's shoulder in a gesture of appreciation. As Karasuma grinned with delight, he continued to savor the grilled fish. Both Mori and Bunta had devoured 2 fish each. "Bunta, despite your hearty appetite, why do you remain so short? Just look at Senior Mori. Bunta instinctively glanced at Mori, who flashed him a grin. You wretched crow. Do not revel in your height. Frustration welled within him. He would indeed be the shortest member of the tennis club. Even future junior Akira would surpass him in stature. He had been diligently consuming milk. Just then, Sanada, Kane, and Kuwahara emerged from the woods, followed by HN and Gucci, their balloons already deflated. As Karasuma, Lu, and Yukimura swiftly rose to assume a defensive stance, a curious inquiry arose. Where did that grilled fish come from? The Byadoin approached them with purposeful strides, surpassing Sanada. While the quintet with balloons retreated in haste, Nayo and Lu passed the grilled fish into Bunta's hands before retreating to join Yukimura. Karasuma Gaki and Yukimura crouched down to pick up a few stones, ready to retaliate should Byadoin and Daikyu attempt to burst their balloons. They were determined to go down together rather than allow themselves to be the only ones to suffer. Byadoin approached Bunta, a glimmer of amusement dancing in his eyes as he regarded this naive junior who had just moments ago been playfully teasing him while referring to him as his leader. The incredulous and aggrieved expression on Bunta's face after having his balloon punctured was simply too delightful. Bunta pouted, casting a resentful yet plaintive glare at Byadoin. Earlier, while being pursued by an eagle, Daikyu had called him to take refuge among the trees, and without a second thought, he had leapt inside. Upon noticing Byadoin's presence and exchanging a brief greeting, his smile had barely faded when a sharp pop echoed in his ears. He felt utterly bewildered. The two of them had banded together to bully him. He passed 2 grilled fish from his hand to Daikyu, offering one for his consumption. Byadoin glanced at the group of Karasuma Gaki and the others sitting distantly by the fire, enjoying their grilled fish, which surprisingly tasted quite delightful. He wondered where they had procured such seasoning. Byadoin-senpai, Daikyu-senpai, shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? Sanada interjected, unable to restrain himself from seeking justice as he observed Byadoin feasting on the fish. He and Kuwahara had also been lured over by Daikyu, only for Byadoin to shatter their balloon with a stone. Meanwhile, Kaien had found himself isolated and cornered by Byadoin and his cohorts. When the 3 of them finally regrouped, they intended to warn Yukimura about the need to be cautious of Byadoin-senpai, only to discover that the 2 had stealthily followed them. Byadoin regarded this oblivious junior with a raised eyebrow. Oh? Do you harbor grievances about washing Coach Mitsuba's undergarments? Daikyu shrugged nonchalantly, continuing to savor the grilled fish presented by the younger junior. Sanada, as the group of Karasuma exchanged glances, they resolved to take the initiative. After all, it was already fated that Sanada and Bunta would meet a dire fate. They could not afford to falter any longer. They turned and dashed outside, only to hear a rush of air behind them. Yukimura nimbly evaded the attack. Mori glanced back and noticed it was a stone thrown by Byadoin, while Daikyu continued to laugh from the sidelines. After Byadoin missed with his stone, he refrained from further assault, allowing Karasuma and his companions to take refuge in the tree hollow they had previously discovered, with predators lurking both in front and behind. Karasuma could not help but lament the harshness of life. Could they not retaliate? Currently, their strength was insufficient. Yukimura candidly acknowledged the gap in power between himself and his seniors, Byadoin and Daikyu, yet he mused that a desperate struggle could still yield results. There are indeed numerous ways for Karasuma to thwart the efforts of Byadoin, yet pursuing such tactics would undermine the very purpose of their training here. His intent is to elevate his own abilities. The pursuit by Byadoin and his companions serves as a unique form of training for them as well. I shall engage them in negotiation. Let us resolve this through tennis, Karasuma declared, rather than being assaulted by stones that might burst their balloons. It would be far preferable to compete with tennis. If we were to lose, we would accept our fate and willingly burst our balloons. Engaging in a contest with Byadoin and Daikyu would undoubtedly be beneficial for them too. Yukimura nodded in agreement. As Karasuma turned back, he removed the balloon and handed it to Yukimura. Seichi, I entrust my precious treasure to you. Please take good care of it. Yukimura nodded solemnly, assuring him, rest assured. Karasuma, I will ensure its safety. Upon exiting the tree hollow, Karasuma sprinted towards the stream, where he could see Sanada and others standing in the water, seemingly preparing to catch fish. Meanwhile, Byadoin and Daikyu were leisurely seated by the campfire. Noticing Karasuma approaching alone, without the balloon in sight, they smirked. Ah, he must have hidden the balloon, that mischievous little rascal. Amara hurried to the side of the 2 individuals, addressing them as the leaders of the Byadoin. Are you not satiated? I can catch fish and prepare a feast for you, but you must agree to one condition. With a smirk, he added, today. Your dignity is undoubtedly at stake. The Byadoin will not let their balloons slip away. Let us resolve this with tennis. Should we lose, we willingly allow you to burst the balloons. Amara pointed towards the remnants of the grilled fish by the campfire, remarking that the meager bread consumed in the morning would hardly suffice. How could a single fish be enough? I caught those fish just moments ago and have ample seasoning. I can certainly procure a few more. After your meal, how about engaging in a tennis match with each of us? What do you think? Baijin squinted at Amaru for a moment, contemplating. He felt perpetually famished. The sustenance here was utterly insufficient. Will you accompany us for a game each day then? Amaru, with his beady eyes, mused whether he was being mistaken for a chef or a fisherman. Certainly. Humph. Playing against them would be an excellent opportunity to teach them a lesson, and I would relish the prospect of enjoying grilled fish daily. What could be more delightful? Well, it seems that Coach Mifyun's daily training activities largely consist of releasing them into these woods. I can catch fish, and I possess ample seasoning. But you will need to grill them yourselves. Very well. They have previously caught fish in this stream, which stretches quite long. However, it appears there aren't many fish, making it rather challenging to catch them. Kuruma went to the stream's edge and called Sanada and the others to come ashore. Hey guy, how did you catch the fish? I've been wandering here for quite some time and haven't seen a single trace of them. Have you caught them all? Sanada, feeling quite hungry, could not suppress his curiosity and inquired about Kuruma's fishing methods. Allow me, you all are not fit for this task. You should remain on the bank and collect the fish. Kuruma took the stick from Sanada's hand. Who knows how to go to fish? I do, exclaimed Sawahara, raising his hand. His family owns a barbecue shop, and they also sell grilled fish, so his father had taught him how to prepare fish. Wonderful, Sawahara. You are truly remarkable. Yukio Karasuma retrieved a knife from his pocket and handed it to him. Bunta, run a kilometer in that direction, then take a left. You will see a gigantic tree. Yukimura and the others are in the hollow of that tree. Go and call them over. He then turned to Sanada and Kageyama, saying, You two will be responsible for catching the fish, while Kuwahara handles the killing. How many do you wish to eat? Two. 1. Bunta, with a slight protrusion of his belly, also requested 1. Karasuma Gaki cast a sidelong glance at him, and Bunta, with a charming smile, hastened away in search of a hollow tree. Karasuma Gaki commenced his performance once again, as fish leapt energetically from the water, landing upon the path. Sanada and his companions stared in disbelief, urging one another to gather the fish and prepare them for consumption. The two from Byadoin had never witnessed such a method of fishing and joined them at the creek's edge, observing the water's surface. They noted that with each strike upon it, a fish would spring forth and fall to the ground, leaving them exchanging puzzled glances, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. Amara took 12 fish, and Sakura swiftly dispatched them. After Amaru applied the seasoning from the spice packet, he skewered them on branches and handed them to several individuals. The embers of the campfire still glowed, just as Yukimura and his companions arrived, gathering twigs and leaves to rekindle a larger blaze. After enjoying the grilled fish, for eagles were already bound and set aside, the group then ventured to a more open area, where they roughly delineated a tennis court on the ground using branches. In Chapter 29, The Descent into the Cave, Heianin produced a tennis racket from seemingly nowhere and tossed it to Amaru. You shall begin, he declared. Amaru pulled 3 tennis balls from his pocket, without uttering a single word, and sent one hurtling towards Amaru on the opposite side of the court. This is not adhering to the principles of martial ethics. He hasn't yet had the opportunity to learn the intricacies of ball striking. Coach Bruce had initially instructed them, but he had departed when they were still young, leaving them untrained. As Karasuma Yuri effortlessly enhanced his speed, he returned 3 balls in succession. Quite impressive, my lad, he exclaimed as he added 2 more tennis balls to the mix upon their return. How infuriating. Karasuma Yuri persevered, realizing that the formidable H and had intentions of introducing even more balls into the fray. The leader, he chuckled. Calling you the leader now won't change a thing. The number of tennis balls escalated to 8. Indeed, the princes of tennis possess a remarkable skill, the ability to produce an endless supply of tennis balls at will. You might question how they fit in their pockets, yet they miraculously emerge from them, an inexplicable phenomenon. 30-0. And scored. Daikuruji casually sat cross-legged on the ground, announcing the score. Is that how you keep score? Karasuma Yuri lamented, having missed 2 balls and only managing to return 6. Daikuruji shrugged. That's how we tally it. The formidable Karasuma gritted his teeth, continuing to confront the formidable Hidoin. Aegon exhibited improvements across all 5 dimensions. Meanwhile, Lu observed the encounter between Karasuma and Hidoin, contemplating his potential for growth. Yukimura nodded. Although Coach Mitsubian's training methods were unconventional, our evolution occurs at an astonishing pace. The final score was 6-2, with Hidoin emerging victorious. Karasuma couldn't contain himself and employed the ever-changing chessboard strategy against Byadoin. This tactic could confine movement, yet it did not restrict his actions. In the constricted space of a 50 centimeters by 50 centimeters area, Byadoin managed to maximize his efforts within 15 seconds, successfully returning some tennis balls and allowing Karasuma to score only 2 points. What was that move? Quite an intriguing technique, Byadoin remarked, genuinely appreciating the boy's prowess. His mental fortitude was remarkable, and with continued growth, he would undoubtedly earn a place on the representative team as a key player. The ever-changing chessboard, Karasuma replied. Where's your balloon? Karasuma stiffened, reluctantly accepting the balloon from Yukimura's hands. After being struck by Byadoin, the balloon burst, and Karasuma felt his heart shatter alongside it. Daikyu Ryuji faced off against Marui Bunta, showcasing remarkable endurance. The match was deliberately prolonged, with tennis balls continuously sent to the baseline, and Bunta tirelessly chased after them, depleting his stamina. Although Bunta's balloon had already been popped, Karasuma had promised to fish for them daily in the coming days, on the condition that the 9 of them would train rigorously together each day. Bunta's dimensions had notably increased, particularly in endurance. During a rally with Byadoin, Sonata successfully returned 7 out of 8 balls, thanks to Coach Bruce's training on multi-ball drills. Yukimura and Byadoin practiced with 9 balls, and Byadoin's strength was truly formidable. The force of all 9 balls remained undiminished. In the final ball, Yukimura gritted his teeth and added one more shot, targeting the balloon behind Byadoin, successfully popping it. The score was 6-2, with Byadoin emerging victorious. You little rascal, that was quite impressive, Byadoin said, clearly taken aback by the speed of the shot. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Yukimura replied with a polite smile. Humph. Byadoin crushed Yukimura's balloon and turned away. After their practice session, it was already past 2 in the afternoon, and the athletes' hunting activity had concluded around noon. They were supposed to head to the designated spot for lunch, but none of the 11 had gone. When Mifune Yudo concluded the activity and blew the whistle to call back the hawks, only one returned. What had happened to the hawk chicks he had meticulously nurtured? After inquiring with returning high school students, he learned that they had been seen by the creek, prompting him to follow the students to the location. There, he discovered 4 sad, bound hawk chicks lying limply. Mifune hurriedly approached to untie them from the soft bark, fuming. Who did this? The high school student, startled by Mifune's roar, took 2 steps back and hesitated before saying, it was that group of middle schoolers. He dared not implicate Byadoin. You little brat, he muttered. He had not even come to prepare him a Bloody Mary at noon. Though he had a penchant for strong spirits, he had long desired to try this cocktail, especially with a name as intriguing as Bloody Mary. They had no lunch that day. Mitsubian I&D returned to the cottage. After arranging training for the high school students and informing them of the return of the middle school students, he retired to indulge in a deep slumber. Upon returning to the training ground, located in front of the quaint wooden cabin, the group led by Karasuma found that the high school students had already commenced their fundamental exercises. Noticing their arrival, one student broke away from the training line and hurried towards Coach Mifune's cabin. Amaru and Yukimura exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what to make of the situation. Before long, Mitsubian Yudo arrived with an air of indifference, striding towards them. The high school students obediently returned to their training. The middle school youngsters joined their high school counterparts for fundamental exercises, and once the training concluded, they engaged in a spirited game. Mitsubian Yudo, with a mischievous grin, organized their practice before retreating to the wooden cabin, drink in hand. As Karasuma Gaki suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to prepare cocktails for Coach Miura, he hurriedly dashed to the room, crafted 5 exquisite drinks, and delivered them to Miura before rejoining the practice squad with Yukimura and the others. Humph. Only now does he realize his oversight. Alas, it is too late. After finishing his drink, Miura could not suppress a contented smacking of his lips, before reclining once more into a deep slumber. Once everyone had completed their foundational training and the sun began its descent, Coach Miura emerged from the small cabin. His timing was impeccable. He seemed to possess an innate sense of when practice would conclude. Mori could not help but admire him. If he were to sleep, upon waking, he would be utterly oblivious to the passage of time. All right. We shall now commence the bed placement competition between high school and middle school students, Miura proclaimed, perched upon a tree stump at the edge of the court. What What is this bed placement competition, Coach Miura? Karasuma was quite perplexed. They had initially settled in the quaint cabin. Moreover, when they arrived, the high school students were already residing in the cave. He had assumed they would comfortably remain in the cabin until their departure. All right, now I shall announce the rules. Interrupted Mifyun. Those who fail will be eliminated. And the side with the greater number remaining will occupy the cabin. That's unjust. Winter protested. There are only 9 of us, while the high school students number over 20. Additionally, they have the formidable leader of the Equality Institution and the senior, Daikyu, on their side. Are you ready? Mifyun glanced momentarily towards the Equality Institution, where Itokwin smiled slyly, completely disregarding their words. Eliminated. 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 Initially, it was the high school students who faced elimination. Karasuma and his companions had been training on this court for over a week, having long since adjusted to the unpredictable bounces. However, neither Itokwin nor Daikyu had yet made a move. As the high school students dwindled to 8, eliminated. Sanada and Nayo were struck out by Itokwin's 2 balls. Eliminated. Before departing, Sanada managed to eliminate 1 high school student as well. Both sides were left with only 7 players. Karasuma Gaki was intent on wielding the frost of the collar to allow the Byadoin Phoenix and Daikyu Ruji to savor the taste of autumn ice pops. With no desire to dwell in a cave, he resolved to seize victory by any means necessary. Out of the game. Out of the game. In a thrilling encounter, Karasuma and Bunta, along with Kanda and Yanagi, were eliminated by the 5 goals scored by Haiden. However, Yukimura successfully returned 1 goal, thereby ousting Haiden, who had been momentarily immobilized by Kimu's freezing technique. Sanbian glanced at Yukimura and Karasuma. Both possessed remarkable talents. One showcased extraordinary skills, while the other exhibited formidable mental fortitude. The numbers dwindled, leaving only 3 middle school students and 6 high school students on the court. Daikyu Ryuji eliminated Sawahara, while Yukimura dispatched both Daikyu Ryuji and another high school student, with Moriyasu also eliminating 1 high school student. Fantastic. Keep it up. Bunta exclaimed excitedly outside the court, bouncing with enthusiasm. The match is over. 2 middle school students remain, while 3 high school students emerge victorious. Coach Sanbian's voice resonated in their ears, and Karasuma felt as though he were deaf at that moment. I can't hear. I can't hear. Go, Seichi. Those 3 high school students are no match for you. Sanbian glared at Karasuma, admonishing him not to engage in futile struggles. You will sleep in the cave tonight. Little brats, we'll take care of the cabin for you. The cave is damp and cold. Don't catch a cold. In an uncharacteristically benevolent mood, expressed a lengthy string of concern for the younger generation. Chapter 30. The training session on the back mountain concludes. The battle for the cabin concluded just in time for dinner. Karasuma and his companions ate their meal in a dispirited manner, feeling quite wronged as they packed their belongings and headed to the cave. With but a sleeping bag and nothing else, they propped their tennis bags against the wall. After resting for a while, they engaged in independent practice. They practiced multi-ball drills against the wall. Yukimura could now rally 9 balls with the leader of height in, eventually adding 1 more. Sanada managed to hit 7 balls, while Karasuma, despite never having practiced multi-ball drills before, managed to return 6 on his first attempt. They couldn't afford to fall behind. Multi-ball practice was essential for enhancing speed and technique. After a night in the cave, the young men fell asleep almost instantly, exhausted from the day's activities, and found no trouble sleeping through the night. Each participant received a muscle-enhanced racket. Coach Sanbian brought over a basket of rackets, distributing 1 to each middle and high school student. It's quite difficult to wield with 1 hand. Haha, I've filled the frames with lead, he explained, chuckling as he observed the comparatively slender middle schoolers struggling to lift their rackets. This racket is too heavy. Without a proper meal, I have no strength to swing it, Bunda said as he struggled to lift the racket and attempted a swing. The middle and high school students stood on the same court while Coach Sanbian, wielding his lead-filled racket on the opposite side, called out, "You little rascals, let us practice receiving the ball." They endeavored to lift the heavy rackets and return the tennis balls, which felt light as a feather. "Didn't you eat? That breakfast was indeed insufficient," Bunta retorted as he struggled to return a ball, unable to resist the urge to respond. "If your skills match your bravado, you wouldn't be so inept. Come on, you little brats." Again, Coach Mitsubun accompanied them in practice for over an hour. Noticing that the group was gradually acclimatizing to the weighted rackets, he announced a half-hour break. Without a care for appearances, they seated themselves on the ground, hunger pang striking once more. The 8 looked towards Karasuma, who signaled, and the 9 of them rose together and returned to the cave. They retrieved bread and sausages from their tennis bags, each grabbing 2, and promptly settled on the ground to eat. "Hey, don't be greedy," exclaimed Byadoin Phoenix and Daikyu Ruchi, entering the cave with bright eyes fixed on the food in their hands. The group's eating momentarily halted, and with a sigh, Karasuma turned back to produce 6 more loaves of bread and sausages from his space for the 2 newcomers. "What brand of bread is this?" Daikyu remarked, finding the taste quite pleasing, contemplating purchasing some for future enjoyment. As the break came to an end, Coach Mitsubian divided the high school and middle school students, instructing them to continue their practice with the weighted rackets. "My entire arm feels so sore and achy," Maori and Neo groaned, massaging their arms. Karasuma felt an overwhelming fatigue in his entire arm. After finishing lunch, the 9 of them leaned against the walls of the cave, closing their eyes for a moment of respite. Amara quietly initiated a session of collective therapy, rejuvenating his stamina and alleviating much of his bodily fatigue. Following the midday respite, afternoon training commenced, once again involving striking practice while standing in water. This was a familiar exercise from their initial days, albeit with a different racket. The already cumbersome rackets now faced the additional resistance of water, making them nearly unmanageable. With the force of the current pressing against him, he gripped the racket with determination, shouting to motivate himself as he struggled to return the shots. After the training session concluded, a ravenous group sought Amara's attention. Each of them, with a sense of purpose, brandished sticks, standing in formation. Some wielded 2, while others had 4. It was yet another industrious day for the fishermen. Upon arriving at the previously used fishing spot, they began to collaborate efficiently. Some busied themselves gathering firewood, others prepared to catch fish, while a few readied themselves to clean the catch. In essence, it was a harmonious display of teamwork. Amara began to catch fish, handing a knife to both Sawahara and Okaguchi, the latter of whom was also adept at fish slaughtering. After savoring the grilled fish, Byadoin and Okaguchi commenced their training session together. 9 members of the Karasuno team spent a full 14 days on the mountain. On the afternoon of their final day, after training concluded, Yukimura and Karasuno approached Coach Sanbian to bid farewell, expressing their heartfelt gratitude for his care over the past 2 weeks. Reclining casually on the tatami, Sanbian turned away from them and waved his hand dismissively. From behind, Karasuma took out a dozen bottles of fine gin from his tennis bag and placed them on the table in Coach Sam's room before turning to leave with Yukimura. He had also left behind a generous supply of bread and sausages for Hidatani and Daiki, and Karasuma was quite pleased with their practice efforts. This was a reward from their boss. Hidatani and Daiki were puzzled. How could this kid, who sneaked bread with his teammates every day for 14 days, still manage to leave them so much? Was his tennis bag a magical pouch like that of Doraemon? How did it hold so many items? On the bus ride back, Nayo, feeling his six-pack abs, couldn't suppress his curiosity. He leaned forward from in front of Mori and asked Karasuma, "Hey, how do you fit so much into that tennis bag?" Last week, they had consumed an average of 50 loaves of bread and 50 sausages per day, totaling 350 of each for the week. Luke calculated the consumption and paused briefly. The following week, they anticipated a consumption of 450 loaves and 450 sausages. Given the bag's volume constraints, the total volume of bread and sausages amounted to. Additionally, the volume of the bottles was, and the mixing tools volume was. According to the data, the tennis bag was insufficient. Too lazy to calculate, haha. Everyone on the bus turned to look at Karasuma, who closed his eyes and felt dizzy. "I think I'm carsick," he murmured as his head tilted and fell onto Yukimura's shoulder. Yukimura supported Karasuma's head and gently patted it. "Little Karasuma is feeling unwell. Let him rest for a while. He must be exhausted from catching and grilling fish for you all." The entire bus was silent, thinking, isn't being carsick supposed to be different? He seemed to enjoy fishing so much. It didn't he look like he was tired at all? Besides, they were the ones who grilled the fish. "Seichi, you should keep your distance. It's too easy to be fooled," they thought. Rebellious children should not be overly pampered. The bus swayed gently as Karasuma leaned against Yukimura and gradually fell asleep. It was Sunday, and the bus would take everyone home. Upon being roused by Yukimura, Karasuma Gaki awoke with a look of confusion. "Shall we go to my house tonight?" Yukimura suggested, as the villa of his family had a guest room prepared for Karasuma Gaki. With a nod, still somewhat dazed, Karasuma Gaki allowed himself to be led by Yukimura back to his home. After enjoying dinner and completing his evening routine, Karasuma Gaki felt fully alert. Sitting on the bed while scrolling through his phone, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Is Karasuma Gaki asleep? Yukimura's voice called from outside the door. Not yet. Karasuma Gaki replied, rising to open the door. Once inside, Yukimura sat down at the edge of the bed, and Karasuma Gaki asked, "What's the matter?" "Seichi is in the car. How do you intend to address the questions they raised?" Yukimura replied. Following the doubts expressed by Yanagisawa and others, it became increasingly challenging to dismiss their curiosity. After a moment of silence, Karasuma informed them that it was all settled. Upon learning this, they realized he would be able to wield his skills with greater abandon in the future, which was quite exhilarating to contemplate. Everyone had embraced the realm of fantasy tennis, and the concept of magic was readily accepted, as evidenced by Seichi's calm acceptance of it as well. Ding. Congratulations, host. The progress of the Prince of Tennis mission has reached 75. Oh, what does that mean? What has transpired? Your current strength has significantly increased, and the task of preventing Seishin Academy from claiming victory in 2 years has advanced considerably. Chapter 31. The Challenge Seichi. If you had to choose between an offensive magic spell and a healing magic spell, which would you select? Karasuma inquired, gripping Yukimura's wrist. An offensive spell and a healing spell, you say? Yukimura pondered, raising his other hand and thoughtfully placing a finger beneath his lips. I would choose the healing one. Karasuma offers you the passive skill Natural Will. Will you accept? Yukimura gazed at Karasuma in astonishment, wondering what this was. Karasuma Gaki winked at him. Strictly speaking, it was not precisely a healing magic, but rather a purification type. Whenever subjected to mental interference, it would automatically purify and dispel the disturbance. The passive skill bestowed upon him by Zhuangzi, known as Natural Will, does not consume any mental or magical energy. It activates automatically when confronted with mental interference or attacks, which could also be classified as control, purifying, and removing such influences. This means that Karasuma Gaki's own mental attacks would prove ineffective against Yukimura. With the shield of no flames safeguarding him, Yukimura is nearly impervious to physical harm. However, the endless shield does not defend against mental disturbances, nor does it shield against chemical attacks, such as poison. Yukimura leaned in to embrace Karasuma Gaki, feeling the sincerity radiating from him. He was genuinely touched to have a friend who cared so deeply for him, and he felt a profound joy in their encounter. Tears of emotion welled in Yukimura's eyes. Though he was not typically such an emotional person, he buried his head in Karasuma Gaki's shoulder and nuzzled against him, accepting the skill. Gaki, thank you. That night, the two children slept together, retiring at 9 o'clock. Although their training on the mountain did not last as long during the day, it remained exhausting. The next day, they returned to school for classes. At the end of November, another monthly examination awaited them, and Karasuma Gaki entered the examination room brimming with confidence. The ever-serious Vice Minister Sanada and the inquisitive Inui had squeezed into the front row to observe the students' rankings. First place, Yagyu Hiroshi. Second place, Yagyu Rinchi. Fifth place, Sanada Genichiro. Sixth place, Nio Masaharu. Seventh place, Yukimura Seichi. Ninth place, Inui Sadaharu. 66th place, Karasuma Gaki. 83rd place, Marui Bunta. 87th place. Kuroki Kuwahara. Karakuma nodded in satisfaction, showing no signs of regression. Everyone remained at the forefront of their achievements. Sanada adjusted his cap with a sense of pride, a smirk of triumph gracing his lips. Humph. Nio, how too complacent you are. I have outperformed you. Yukimura was equally pleased with his advancement, having navigated the test of the divine child with flawless precision. With his eyes closed, Lu gazed deeply at the name of Yagyu Hiroshi. Nio Masashi, somewhat discontented by being overshadowed by Sanada, furrowed his brow. Nuri, Kaji Sejiro. Maintaining his position within the top 10 of the school, the competition at Rikkai is indeed fierce. Bunta pouted, nearly overtaken by Kuwahara. He must dedicate himself to his studies. Kuwahara, stroking his soft-boiled egg, lamented that the training in the mountains had been exhausting, leaving him no time to review his coursework. He was on the brink of slipping from the honor roll and needed to apply himself. Yagyu Hiroshi adjusted his glasses, observing the various expressions of the tennis club members. A flicker of intrigue passing through his gaze. During the afternoon training session, Senior Mori once again evaded practice, presumably napping in some tree. Mori believed that during the competition period, he had diligently completed all his training, enduring even the arduous mountain training. With no competitions for the past few months, he felt it was time for a well-deserved rest. Today, during practice, Bunta had requested leave from Yukimura, claiming he needed to pick up his younger brother, to which Yukimura acquiesced. Alone, Bunta wandered into the arcade, exploring its every nook and cranny. spotting a young elementary student with unruly curls, eagerly engrossed in a game. He beamed with joy. How he missed this adorable and endearing younger student. Once he enrolled at Rikkai, the title of the shortest member of the tennis club would surely be passed on. Approaching the young boy's machine, he leaned over, smiling down at him. Chiaki Akaya looked up at the youth with the fiery red hair, blowing bubbles, his eyes sparkling with recognition. Ah, you are the one. Chiaki bent down, rummaging through his tennis bag on the ground to retrieve his treasured tennis magazine. Skillfully flipping to the page he viewed daily, he exclaimed. You are a member of the Rikkai team, the champions of this year's national tournament, aren't you? With bright eyes, Chiaki pointed at Bunna's photo in the magazine. What an honor. My name is Chiaki Akaya. I am currently in the 6th grade. I am working hard to study. I aim to enter Rikkai next year, join the tennis club, and become its #1 player. Bunta gazed at the confident young boy before him, finding him utterly innocent and charming. Ruffling Akaya's fluffy hair, he playfully disheveled it further. Indeed, that is me. I am Marui Bunta. Would you like to accompany me to the Rikkai Tennis Club for a visit? Today, when I ventured out in hopes of encountering Chiaki, fortune smiled upon him, as he indeed crossed paths with him. It would be beneficial to bring him to school for an early introduction to everyone, wouldn't it? Shall we go? I'm ready. Chiaki promptly gathered his belongings, slung his tennis bag over his shoulder, and stood before Wentai, inquiring about their departure. Shall we go, Marui-senpai? Wentai smiled and led him towards the school. Arriving at the Rikkai University Tennis Club, please wait here. I will seek out the captain. Upon entering the indoor tennis court, he found Yukimura engaged in practice with Nayu. Naya had recently undergone intensive training in the mountains, resulting in significant enhancements across all dimensions, particularly a marked improvement in his mental fortitude, rendering his illusions more refined. During the national tournament, Nayu expressed great interest in the concept of synchronization that Watai and Yanagi had discussed, even conducting research on it, which led him to some novel insights. Yukimura and Karamara took turns practicing with Nayu. Had Mori-senpai not skipped practice, he would have been summoned for doubles training alongside them. Nayu had just mentioned his newfound ideas and breakthroughs regarding synchronization, indicating that he should be able to synchronize with others, albeit still lacking stability. Besides Yukimura and Karamara, only Mori-senpai would be suitable for experimentation with him, but his whereabouts were currently unknown. Seichi, just as Yukimura and Nayu concluded a practice session and prepared for a break, Wentai approached Seichi, offering him a towel. You returned swiftly, Wentai. Hurry back to training. Seichi. Wentai hesitated, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. What is the matter? Gazing into Yukimura's clear and gentle eyes, he confessed, I brought my younger brother to school. He will graduate from elementary school next year and wishes to apply to Rikkai and join the tennis club. That is wonderful. Yukimura responded with a supportive smile. Now, go practice. After completing basic training, they invited him to join their doubles practice. Yes. Wentai nodded enthusiastically and proceeded to engage in basic training, happily practicing doubles with Seichi. It seemed he had forgotten something important. Winky face? As he couldn't recall, he dismissed it as unimportant. Onward to training. After Wentai concluded his basic training and was about to pair up with Yukimura for doubles practice against Karamaru and Nayu, Yanagi entered the indoor tennis court. Having finished his basic training earlier, he had gone to the student council to request funds, as the tennis club had not yet sought funding for this semester. Upon his return, a club member approached him, reporting that an arrogant elementary student had come to challenge the tennis club, having defeated several non-regular members on the external court. This student was now boasting about the Rikkai University Tennis Club's lack of prowess. Inquiring about the situation, the member informed him that someone had mentioned this elementary student was brought by Wentai, who had gone to train in the indoor court thereafter. Yanagi gestured for Yukimura to come closer. What is going on? Yukimura asked as he approached Yanagi. As the group gathered around, Lu cast a glance at Wentai and inquired. Did you bring a primary school student to the tennis club? Ah, I completely forgot about him. Wentai exclaimed, slapping his forehead. What did you forget? Lu replied. You left Chia outside on the courts. He is challenging the members out there. With a nonchalant tone, Lu noted that Chia had already defeated several members on the external courts. Today, all the regular and substitute players were engaged in practice matches on the internal courts, with the exception of Maori, and none of them were aware of the situation at hand. Yukimura turned back, surprised, and remarked, Your brother is quite impressive. Well, he is not exactly my brother, but in a way, I suppose he is, Wentai struggled to clarify. Feeling somewhat at a loss after having brought Chiye to the tennis club and subsequently forgetting him outside. Let us go take a look. Akara suggested. Recognizing the conflicted expression on Rentai's face, knowing that the primary schooler outside was indeed Chiya, Yukimura nodded, and the group exited the internal courts, with Sanada and a few others joining them. Chapter 32, a lesson when I trailed behind Yukimura, feeling a mix of anxiety and agitation. That foolish Chiya. How dare he challenge us? I must teach him a lesson, he thought. What is the matter? Is the champion of the national tournament, Rikkai, only capable of this much? Chiya boasted, holding his racket with his right hand and tapping it on his back, tilting his head proudly. It's nothing remarkable, really. I defeated all the second-year students here. Hey, you little brat. What are you doing? Sanada scolded, glaring at the excessively arrogant boy. Huh? You're asking me what I'm doing? Chiya replied, noticing the loud senior in the cap. It's obvious that I've bested the upperclassmen of this tennis club. I am indeed number one. Once I enroll in Rikkai next year, I shall be the number one in the Rikkai Tennis Club and the best in the nation. Haha. Lost in his own fantasies, Chiya couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wentai observed the foolish younger student standing there, grinning like an idiot. This guy? Doesn't he realize that none of the players he idolizes from the magazines he reads are here? Just moments ago, he was looking at me with admiration. And now he has forgotten? The third-year seniors had already left the club shortly after the second semester began, and many second-year seniors were new additions to the tennis club this semester. For the sake of the prestigious title of champion, Yukimura didn't mind the motivations behind their joining, as long as they were committed to their training. Maori, the lone second-year regular, was even skipping practice. Humph. It seems I must teach you a lesson, Sanada declared, ready to step onto the court to give Chiya a taste of paternal affection. Let me handle this, after all. He was brought here by me. Wentai intercepted Sanada, apprehensive that with Sanada's current prowess, he might inadvertently shatter the Navi Chiya. Chiya, in his devilish state from the first round, had become a burden to his own physique, making his endeavors in the world of professional tennis quite arduous. Often shuttling between the courts and the rehabilitation center. Initially, they were oblivious to the perils of his demonic transformation. It was only upon entering the U-17 training camp, where a comprehensive physical assessment was conducted, that they realized the severity of Chiya's condition could even pose a threat to his life. Before leaving the training camp, Lu entrusted Shiraishi with the care of Chiya, as Sakaguchi had not yet fully recovered. Lu refused to burden Sakaguchi with these concerns, thus seeking Shiraishi's assistance instead. By the time Chiya entered the professional arena, Wentai had already stepped away from tennis to pursue his university studies. Yet he remained vigilant over the younger players still active in the sport. As a senior, witnessing Chiya struggle with his fatigue on the court, only to be ridiculed for his poor health and urged to retire due to his lack of accomplishments, filled him with compassion. When they visited him at the rehabilitation center, Chiya retained that innocent, cheerful demeanor, assuring them he was fine and would soon return to the courts. In the second round, he would surely impose stricter regulations on Chiya, controlling his demonic transformation to prevent it from exacerbating his physical burdens. Chiya, let us have a match. When I called out, stepping onto the court to face Chiya in a decisive game. You serve. Oh, Senior Marui, I will defeat you, Chiya exclaimed eagerly, ready to showcase his prowess. Chiya's serve was sluggish. Chiya, Wentai effortlessly returned the ball. Don't get too cocky. Chiya quickly chased after the ball, lowering his arm, and with a powerful stroke, sent the tennis ball spinning towards the baseline of his opponent. A spinning ball, not bad at all, when I complimented Chiya, who could not suppress his pride. Of course. After rallying several exchanges, Wentai clinched victory with a deft net shot. How about that? Am I a genius or what? Wentai teased, blowing a bubble and winking at Chiya. Watching the ball roll over the net and finally drop onto his side of the court, Chiya gritted his teeth. Darn it. I will definitely defeat you. The two stood at the net, with Chiya defiantly raising his chin. The stubborn little Chiya would never concede defeat. Wentai couldn't help but ruffle his hair, finding him utterly adorable. Sakaguchi found this tenacious child, so fixated on victory, to be quite intriguing, picking up a racket with the intent to join the fray. Seichi. Wentai hesitated slightly, fearing Sakaguchi might overwhelm the young Chiya. Sakaguchi chuckled, patting Wentai on the shoulder. Do not worry, Wentai. This child is quite remarkable. He stepped onto the court. I know you. You're in that magazine photo, Chiya exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at the seemingly gentle youth. Humph. I can definitely defeat you. Heh, is that so? Ah, are you not going to take off your coat? What does draping it over your shoulders signify? Well, that depends on whether you possess the strength to make me remove it. How infuriating. Stop looking down on others. Provoked by such taunts, Kaiohara could not contain his excitement, launching a swift serve aimed directly at Yukimura's face. Yukimura, with the intent of gauging Kaiohara's innate talent, found the ball's speed commendable, effortlessly sidestepping and countering the attack. After a brief exchange, they engaged in a practice match, culminating in a high-speed spinning shot that secured Yukimura's victory. His skills were commendable, yet he exhibited too many vulnerabilities. His mental fortitude, speed, and technique were riddled with flaws. His foundation was not sufficiently solid. It seemed this boy had not undergone systematic tennis training. Yet his talent was evident. With more practice, he could become an excellent player. How frustrating. Kaiohara had lost again. And to be told he had too many weaknesses was unbearable. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, glaring fiercely at his opponent. You scoundrel. Yukimura offered him a faint smile, causing Kaiohara to pause in surprise. Is that mockery? How infuriating. I will certainly defeat you. Muntai approached to help Kaiohara up, and Kaiohara felt a fondness for this senior who had just treated him to a delicious cake. Humph, don't get too smug. I will return to conquer you. Kaiohara hastily stowed away his tennis bag and dashed out. However, he soon found himself lost near Rikkai Dai. Muntai, aware of Kaiohara's notorious sense of direction, remarked, "Silly Kaiohara. I'll escort him home." Yukimura recalled the naive personality of the boy with the seaweed hairstyle and couldn't help but chuckle. Go on. Muntai, with his tennis bag slung over his shoulder, rushed out and searched for a while before finally locating Kaiohara, attempting to climb over the school wall at the back of the teaching building. Kaiohara, Muntai called out, pulling him back from the wall where he had no foothold to ascend. Kaiohara turned around, realizing it was Muntai, the one he had just lost to. Humph. You have now made it onto my list of future opponents. He crossed his arms awkwardly and turned his head away. Suddenly, his stomach let out a loud growl, prompting him to scratch his head and clutch his belly. Haha, are you hungry? Let's go? I'll treat you to ramen. Kaiohara pouted but nodded in agreement. Muntai led him out of the school to a nearby ramen shop. After ordering 2 large bowls of ramen, they sat down and Kaiohara boasted, I can finish a steaming bowl of ramen in 3 minutes. With that, he began to demonstrate his impressive eating skills, slurping down the noodles with remarkable speed. After wiping his mouth, he sat back, grinning with satisfaction. Muntai affectionately ruffled his hair. Kaiohara, you truly are amazing. Of course, after finishing their ramen, Muntai accompanied Kaiohara home. On the bus, Akaya resolved to study diligently and gain admission to Rikkai University. We at the Rikkai Tennis Club await your arrival to be defeated, he declared with determination. I will surely be accepted into Rikkai University and defeat all of you, becoming the national #1. Kaiohara Akaya proudly lifted his head, brimming with confidence. Extra chapter, the Seaside Festival. Haunted House September 16th marked the first day of the Rikkai University Seaside Festival, typically held in September for a duration of 3 days. It also served as an open day for the campus, allowing friends or parents from other schools to visit. Each class prepared various activities, and numerous clubs showcased a range of programs, with a voting system determining the rankings of the club performances. The club that garnered the highest votes would receive a generous monetary reward to fund their activities. Unbeknownst to him, Yukimura had exchanged contact information with Fuji Shusuke, and he invited both Fuji and Shiraishi. Furthermore, the tennis club extended invitations to members of the Hyudai Tennis Club, under the direction of Yukimura. The tennis club's entire main and alternate members passionately performed a play titled The Little Mermaid. The script had been selected a week prior by Yukimura, and the casting was determined by lottery. One could only wonder if Yukimura was confident in his luck or had perhaps manipulated the outcomes. The Little Mermaid featured 6 mermaid daughters, alongside a priestess and a neighboring princess. The competition for the prince was fierce. Yukimura drew the role of the prince, maintaining a steady performance, while Naya Masaharu remained skeptical. The role of the Little Mermaid was drawn by Mori. Sanada was cast as the priestess and Karasuma was the neighboring princess. Wintai, Kawahara, Dry, Yanagi, and Naya all portrayed the mermaid daughters, the 5 sisters of the Little Mermaid. Upon drawing the role of the priestess, Sanada's expression soured. Seichi, should we consider a different play? He suggested. Perhaps something like Snow White, where Wintai and I could play the dwarfs. It was rare for Naya to agree with Sanada, as he playfully pinched Wintai's neck and hugged his shoulders, sincerely expressing a desire to portray a dwarf. When I pushed Naya away, exclaiming, You sly fox. I think the play Seiichi wrote is quite good. Really? Wintai. Yukimura looked at him with eager anticipation, his eyes sparkling, only to dim moments later. But Kinta and Masaharu are not fond of the script I composed. Yukimura lowered his gaze, his expression one of disappointment. I spent all night thinking and toiling to write it. Karasuma, what do you think? Yukimura asked the silent Karasuma, who suddenly found himself the center of attention. Seeing Yukimura's hopeful expression, he replied, all right, very good. Yet he added, but, is there a princess as tall as I am? Mori raised his hand to express his objection, believing he was more suited to play the prince. There is. Seichi, after you rescue me from the sea, I will carry you back to the palace. I think we can change that part to a princess carry. After a perfunctory exchange with Maori, Karasuma turned earnestly to discuss the illogical aspects of the storyline with Yukimura. You were unconscious, and while I supported you back, it hardly seemed fitting to carry you in my arms. After all, I am a princess. Surely, a princess carry would be more appropriate. Yukimura, with a forced smile, was about to respond when I interjected, I too find the princess carry reasonable. As a princess, it would only make sense that I would carry the prince to safety. Maori nodded in agreement. Suddenly, 4 voices chimed in unison. No way. Karasuma turned to face Sanada, Yanagi, Bunta, and Naya. I could play the little princess, Bunta offered. Addressing Maori's dilemma. How could a little princess be taller and stronger than the prince? Naya scoffed, launching a personal attack on Bunta. The probability of eliciting an emotional response from the audience with a princess carry is 79. And the likelihood of garnering a substantial number of votes for our performance is 82. Therefore, I propose a redraw excluding the prince's signature. Yanagi concurred with the notion of a princess carry but insisted on a redraw. Karasuma and Mori simultaneously turned to glare at Lu. Indeed, let us draw again. Bunta and Nio expressed their agreement. After all, it's still the elder sister. If fortune smiles upon us, we might draw the little princess or the neighboring country's princess. Given the enthusiasm of everyone, a redraw seems appropriate. Yukimura, delighted by the lack of opposition to the role of the Little Mermaid, readily consented. Yet, only Karasuma and Mori found themselves in a world of dismay. The new lineup revealed that Lu would portray the little princess, Karasuma the neighboring princess, and Mori the shrine maiden, while Kaien, Sanada, Nio, Kuwahara, and Bunta would take on the roles of the 5 elder sisters. Alas, it was a world where only Mori was left feeling aggrieved. Mori was filled with resentment, exclaiming, why are you still the neighboring princess? Did you manipulate the draw? Lu, you suggested a redraw. Did you tamper with it? Senior Mori, Lu replied, this is a matter of probability. The slips were placed into the box by Kishi right before everyone's eyes, leaving me no opportunity for manipulation. Lu appeared to be quite content with the outcome of the draw. Karasuma shrugged, feeling fortunate. The Sea Garden Festival spans 3 days, during which the members of the tennis club assist with activities organized by their class each morning, followed by rehearsals at the theater every afternoon. In Class B of the first year, where Karasuma resides, there exists a maid CAF, which does not involve him or Neo. Marui is left behind to assist in preparing small cakes to entertain the guests who come to visit. Kayamura, transferring to Class C, is in the same grade as Sakaki. While Class C is situated in the schoolyard, hosting a fair booth that sells various artworks and offers live figure sketches. Some of Sakaki's pieces are displayed, and he is also called upon to assist with live portraits. In Class A, Sanada's first-year group has set up a stall for snacks, selling takoyaki, leaving Sanada uninvolved. In Class F, Yanagi's group features a haunted house, while Maori's class operates a butler tea service. With Maori's tall stature and good physique leading him to be requested to play the role of a butler, attending to the guests. The idle individuals, Karasuma and Nio, arrived at Group A of the year. Karasuma pulled Sanada along, while Nio tugged at Yagyu, as the 4 of them ventured into the haunted house created by Yagyu's class. Yagyu stood resolutely at the entrance, unyielding despite Nio's persistent pulse. Kiryu, you aren't afraid of ghosts, are you? Not at all, Yagyu replied, moving forward with a stiff gait to follow Nio, with Karasuma leading the way and Sanada trailing behind. Yagyu hastened to catch up, positioning himself protectively behind Sanada, who seemed somewhat apprehensive about the ghosts. Nio observed from behind Yagyu, noting how closely he clung to Sanada, his head bowed, nearly burying his face in Sanada's shoulder, a smile creeping onto his lips. Upon entering the haunted house, the pitch-black surroundings and eerie music made Yagyu wish he could plug his ears with earplugs. Upon seeing a figure clad in white ghostly attire with long flowing hair, Karasuma approached Lu. In a swift motion, Lu suddenly turned to face Sanada, illuminating his face with a green flashlight. Kiva. Sanada's expression shifted drastically, prompting him to dash forward in terror, leaving Yagyu, who faced Lu directly behind. Neo couldn't contain his laughter as he watched Sanada's panicked escape, only to collide with Yagyu's back. Bairu? He gently nudged, but there was no response. Neo stepped in front of Yagyu, waved his hand before his eyes, and commented, "Nuri looks like he's been thoroughly frightened." He then removed Yagyu's glasses, revealing his purplish-gray phoenix eyes, which, despite being devoid of consciousness, continued to gaze straight ahead at Lu. "Via air, you truly frightened both Yagyu and Kenichiro," Karasuma remarked. Observing Lu's effect on the two, Lu Lianer set down the flashlight, noting the valuable data collected. Kenichiro emits strange cries when startled. "And Yagyu has a 98% probability of fearing ghosts," he added, pulling out a notebook from seemingly nowhere to jot down his observations. Neo hoisted Yagyu out of the haunted house, while Sanada had already vanished from sight. Karasuma turned, expressing his desire to visit Kuwahara's class, where they were rumored to be engaging in shooting games. Glancing back at the still-dazed Yagyu, he said, "You should wait for him to regain his senses. After all, it was Neo who dragged him here, so we must take responsibility for frightening him so." Neo's eyes brightened as he glanced back at Yagyu. "I'll come by later. You go ahead." Extra, Kaiyuan Festival 2 shooting. On his way, Karasuma encountered Buntai, who had baked numerous cakes to leave in the classroom. With the quantity nearly sufficient, he dashed out to find Sawahara to play. It was said that their class was engaged in a balloon-popping game, where hitting 10 balloons of a designated color would earn a prize doll. The cost was 15 neon coins for 100 bullets. Buntai found such games particularly intriguing, as boys often possess an inexplicable fascination with guns, even toy ones. Upon entering the first-grade classroom, which was bustling with boys, Karasuma observed a row of 6 desks positioned near the podium. At the back of the classroom stood an enormous sheet of sturdy cardboard adorned with an array of balloons: red, blue, green, yellow, and purple. Each desk was attended by a participant wielding a toy gun, with 10 balloons of each color placed before them in a haphazard arrangement. The classmates were busily engaged, with 6 individuals dedicated to collecting money alone. 3 were responsible for collecting fees and distributing number cards, while the other 3 managed statistics and registration. Sawahara, positioned at the rear of the classroom, was working the air pump to near exhaustion. Nearby, someone was handing him balloons, ensuring they were inflated and affixed to the wall to fill any gaps. What a crowd! Everyone seemed eager to partake in this activity. Buntai gazed at the throng within the classroom, realizing that Sawahara's class was likely to reap significant profits this time around. The probability of the first-grade class achieving the highest revenue during the Marine Festival was 76. Suddenly, Buntai was startled by the voice of Kanziji behind him. "Ah, Kan. You always appear out of nowhere. You gave me quite a fright." "Haha, my apologies. Are you here to play the game as well?" Kan held the number card, 178, indicating it would soon be his turn, possibly in the next few rounds. "Let us hurry and get in line for our number cards," Buntai urged, pulling Karasuma to the end of the queue, eyeing the lengthy line ahead. "What number will we reach? I hope they 1T run out of balloons by the time it's our turn." "Surely, they must have prepared adequately," Karasuma reassured, glancing at the towering pile of uninflated balloons beside Sawahara. "How many people will actually manage to claim a doll?" wondered Buntai, observing the chaotic arrangement of similarly colored balloons that would likely make hitting them a challenge. "What's wrong? Has the genius lost confidence?" Karasuma teased with a smile. "Pfft. Never. This genius will definitely win a doll," Buntai retorted defiantly. The line progressed swiftly, with Karasuma receiving number 237 and Buntai 234. The queue was divided into 3 sections, and participants did not receive consecutive numbers. Those who had not yet had their turn waited in the corridor, while Karasuma and Buntai squeezed to the front to peer through the window at the unfolding scene inside. Ken had already stepped in to await his turn, and the 6 students who were next could enter the classroom early to wait. "Let us see how the doctor handles his aim," Buntai remarked. 2 individuals leaned against the window, and it was now Qian's turn. After his classmates loaded the toy gun with bullets, it was handed over to Qianjinji. On the desk before him, stickers in red, yellow, blue, green, and purple adorned its surface. Qian pointed to the green sticker and nodded at the classmate standing beside him. Seeking confirmation, the classmate nodded back, signaling him to commence. With a confident posture, Qianjinji turned slightly, raising the gun with his right hand level to the tabletop, and fired with assurance. The sound of a miss echoed, as no balloon was harmed. Undeterred, he continued to shoot, causing a startled reaction from a classmate at the adjacent table. Even before he had fired, a balloon unexpectedly burst. My apologies, the shot inadvertently went towards your side. Qian sincerely apologized to the startled classmate. It's quite all right. Reassured, Qian Jinji resumed his stance. Missing twice did not diminish his resolve. He continued to shoot confidently, expending all 15 bullets. On his scorecard, 2 yellow balloons, 1 blue, 1 red, and 10 green balloons swayed above, greeting him with a gentle dance. Laughter erupted from Wuquan and Wentai, who were leaning against the window, finding amusement in Qian's shooting stance, mistakenly believing him to be a seasoned marksman. With only 4 successful hits out of 15 shots and no green balloons hit, their laughter persisted. Once outside, Qian began to jot down notes in his notebook. Seemingly lost in thought. What are you calculating? Wuquan and Wentai squeezed through the crowd to approach him. The precision required for toy gun shooting markedly differed from that of tennis ball control. The tactile experience was not the same. If it were tennis, I would undoubtedly win a prize, he remarked, sharing the information he had gathered. With so many participants, only 2 have claimed prizes. Is it truly that difficult? Wentai expressed his surprise, believing that his own precision in ball control would translate well to shooting accuracy as well. It does seem low. There's no recoil with toy guns. How can so many fail to hit their targets? Wuquan pondered aloud. As they conversed, Nio, Yagyu, Sanada, and Yukimura approached the classroom entrance. Are you here to join the games as well? Nio inquired. Indeed, I'm quite intrigued. I've never participated before, Yukimura replied enthusiastically. Sanada, appearing somewhat flustered and irritated, had rushed over from Yagyu's class after a fright in the haunted house, prompting laughter from Yukimura. After completing his tasks with classmates, he had joined Sanada. You should queue up for your number. It's almost our turn, along with Wentai. They had been conversing outside for quite some time. After a brief wait, their number was called by a classmate at the entrance, prompting the 2 to enter the classroom and await their turn. Before long, it was Wentai's turn. He waited for his classmates to replenish the balloons made of paper. Wentai chose a red balloon and aimed, firing his shot, resulting in a resounding pop as the green balloon burst. Just as Wentai was nearing the end of his shots, it was also Karasuga's turn. Yukimura and a few others had also arrived at their number, standing by the window to observe the 2 in action. Karasuma chose red, and his classmates signaled him to begin. Bunta put down his toy gun, his face reflecting disappointment as he had only hit 5 red balloons. Turning to stand behind Karasuma, he watched as Karasuma raised his gun and, with a series of 10 sharp shots, burst each of the 10 red balloons positioned at various locations on the poster. It was strikingly effortless. Bunta stood behind him, mouth agape, pointing at the poster. You destroyed all the red balloons. The classroom was filled with astonished gazes directed at Karasuma, who had executed the task with such finesse and precision. What kind of experience must he possess to shoot so cleanly? Outside the classroom, Yukimura and others were equally astonished, wondering if it could truly be that simple. With 5 bullets remaining in his toy gun, Karasuma proceeded to pop 5 purple balloons, justifying the expenditure. After setting down the toy gun, he proudly held his head high, pondering where to claim his prize. Oh, over here, he said. The dolls were on the podium, and Karasuma walked over to claim a small frog with a backpack. He then led a still bewildered Bunta out of the classroom. Could it really be that simple? Neo couldn't help but question Karasuma, observing his nonchalant demeanor, while Bunta's flustered expression suggested otherwise. You'll know if you try, Karasuma replied with a smirk. Perhaps it's a matter of talent. Qianjinji squeezed in, clutching his notebook. Karasuma, have you practiced shooting? Your technique is remarkably adept. What other skills do you possess? Don't the heirs of wealthy families typically learn a multitude of skills? Initially, when he met Karasuma, he hadn't perceived him as the privileged heir. He seemed quite down to earth. I also excel in combat, sniping, disguise, transformation, hypnosis, survival skills, true fire, ice magic, fire magic, and healing magic. Karasuma rambled on. You've quite the eclectic skill set. Magic included? Qianjinji thought Karasuma was joking. Yukimura, however, appeared somewhat lost in thought. Was what little Karasuma said true? His combat skills could be understood as self-defense tactics acquired by a scion of a conglomerate. But what about sniping, disguise, hypnosis, and even survival skills? Were those genuine or merely a jest at Qian's expense? Yukimura, Sanada, and others entered to play. Yukimura missed 2 balloons, Neo 3, Sanada 4, and Yagyu 6. It's quite entertaining, though indeed challenging to hit. Yukimura remarked after his turn. Seichi, you performed admirably. Bunta praised Yukimura, having not played himself and only managing to hit 5 balloons. Neo, you shot really well too. Neo shrugged. I excel in darts. Perhaps this type of game is somewhat similar? Maybe it's his innate talent? Extra. The third day of the Haiyuan Festival. Visit from other schools. The tennis club has been rehearsing for nearly a week for the upcoming Haiyuan Festival. During these 3 days, as well as the preceding days, their training has been temporarily set aside, with the primary objective being to achieve victory in the event and secure funding. The props and costumes for the play were purchased with the remaining budget and crafted collaboratively by all the members of the tennis club. In an effort to honor the original work, Yukimura intended to buy shells for the mermaids. But this proposal was met with vehement opposition from all the cast members portraying mermaids. Sanada and Yanagi firmly disagreed, asserting that excessively gaudy costumes would yield counterproductive results, estimating that the probability of winning would plummet to an exaggerated 89. As the leading female character, Yanagi possessed 2 sets of skirts, but he resolutely refused to don any shells. Given that we are cross-dressing, I suggested procuring wigs for the mermaids to enhance the audience's immersion, especially considering the scene where an elder sister sacrifices her long hair for a dagger. If we obscure their faces with wigs, the audience, seated at a distance, would hardly recognize them. Indeed, the princess from the neighboring kingdom must have won as well, declared Karasuma, insisting that they should possess what others have. Yukimura chuckled softly, realizing that as long as they proposed increasingly ludicrous ideas, the resistance to cross-dressing as mermaids would diminish. All right, let us buy them all. Ultimately, the mermaid costumes consisted of a floor-length, fitted tail skirt, paired with a strapless, long-sleeved puff-sleeve top. Although the costumes were unified in design, they differed in color schemes. The Little Mermaid, Yanagi Renji, wore a blue-themed mermaid dress, while her ensemble on land was a light blue, floor-length tulle skirt, complemented by a long, burgundy wig. The princess from the neighboring kingdom, Karasuma, donned a light golden, floor-length tulle gown, adorned with long, golden curls. Yukimura initially wished to select a voluminous princess dress, but upon exchanging glances with Karasuma and Yanagi, they both discerned a mutual understanding that it would be impractical for the princess to be carried. They collectively rejected the idea. Yukimura's prince costume was a regal black and white ensemble, featuring a tailored waist cincher, fitted trousers, and a white-collared cape, embellished with golden accessories that dangled with tassels from the shoulders, topped off with a small crown as a decorative touch. On the third morning of the Haiyuan Festival, Fujimoto, Shiraishi, and members of the Ice Emperor Tennis Club arrived at Rikkai University at Yukimura's invitation. Fujimoto brought along his younger brother, Yuta, while Shiraishi and Atsushi traveled together from Kansai. While meandering through the festival stalls, Yuta, clutching 2 skewers of octopus balls in one hand and fried potatoes in the other, playfully nudged his brother's thigh. How about it, Yuta? Want to get a portrait done? Fujimoto smiled warmly at his adorable and affectionate younger brother. No way, big brother. You should get one instead. Since we're here, we ought to have a memento of our visit, and a portrait would be perfect. Yuta beamed brightly, making it difficult for Fujimoto to decline such an endearing request from his little brother. All right then, upon reaching the portrait stall, he exclaimed. Oh, Yukimura-kun, are you here drawing? What a delightful coincidence. I happened upon the booth belonging to Yukimura's class, which is remarkably popular. Good morning, Fuji-kun. Would you like me to sketch a portrait? Yukimura smiled at Fuji Shusuke. He sketched swiftly, and before long, it was Fuji's turn. He didn't even know the color of Fuji's eyes. Fuji Yuta stood nearby, eagerly awaiting his brother's portrait. Hearing Yukimura's words, he immediately chimed in. Brother, open your eyes. It will look better that way. Shusuke was overjoyed. His younger brother's compliment was indeed adorable. As he opened his ice blue eyes and smiled at Yuta, Yukimura quickly captured the moment on paper, filling in Fuji's pupils with a shade of blue that closely matched their hue, and presented the framed portrait to him. You are my final guest today. Come, let me show you around. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shiraishi and Ken also entered Rikkai University. At a takoyaki stall, they encountered Yuji, who was accompanying the proud Atobi as he attempted to sample commoner food. The Ice Emperor group had come to Rikkai but soon dispersed to enjoy their time separately. Humph. I shall not partake in such fare. Atobi retreated a step, looking disdainfully at the skewer with a single takoyaki ball that Nanja held out. Such unrefined food does not align with my aesthetic. Even food should be presented beautifully. These round, lumpish morsels. Didn't you say you wanted to try commoner cuisine? Yuji remarked, bemused by the finicky noble who, having come all this way, refused to eat. Nanja, along with Shiraishi and Kan, approached the stall to compare the difference between the takoyaki from Kanto and Kansai. They found Nanju attempting to feed Atobi a takoyaki. Can? You've come to join the fray as well. Seeing Atobi's reluctance, Nanju turned to offer the skewer to Nanju Kan, who had yet to sample it. The taste is the same. There is no difference at all. I heard the Rikkai Tennis Club is performing a show in the auditorium this afternoon. Do you know what the program is? Shiraishi, having purchased a serving of takoyaki, leaned closer to inquire. Of course I know. Atobi declared. I plan to try my hand at that shooting game. Although it's just a toy gun, I heard that Karama gained quite a reputation the other day. What kind of show is it? Nanjikan asked, keeping pace with Atobi and Nanja while munching on his food. A drama performance. As Atobi left the playground stall and headed towards the academic building, he remarked, What an unremarkable school. Which way is class 1? Nanja sighed. He had thought the young master was confidently heading in the right direction. Let me ask Nio. After sending a text to Nai with his location, he quickly received a reply with directions. Leading Atobi towards class 1, Shiraishi and Ken followed behind, unsure of the destination but eager to join their familiar companions. We're going to play a shooting game, Yuji replied, glancing back at them. Great. We'll join you. Ren Wang, with a rare display of kindness, did not deceive Natsutsubaki. The direction they were heading was indeed correct. The four of them arrived at the entrance of the group classroom, where they encountered Yukimura and his companions. The sign at the door outlined the rules. Turning to Yukimura, Atobi inquired, Yukimura, did you receive yours? Yukimura shrugged with a look of regret. Not yet, just 2 more shots. I shall undoubtedly secure mine, he proclaimed, as he took his number and waited. Both Fuji Shusuke and Fuji Yuta had also failed to acquire a doll, leaving only 5 individuals who had successfully obtained one thus far. When it was Atobi's turn, he selected a blue balloon, executing the task with impeccable form, shattering 10 blue balloons with 12 shots. He became the 6th person to procure a doll. Impressive, Atobi-kun. Yukimura complimented with a smile, to which Atobi cast a proud glance in his direction. In a side story, on the 3rd day of the Kaiyuan festival, Karasuma was applying makeup to the princesses already donned in costume. Why on earth would a grown man learn to apply makeup? Renwang Yajira struggled to stifle a sarcastic remark. Then don't wear any. Let Natsutsubaki Yuji see how beautiful his sister Renwang Yajira looks in a lovely dress. Karasuma retorted. His makeup skills, honed during his training in disguise, were of a caliber that even his own mother would not recognize him. Just make me look darker. I'm a priestess, Maoli requested, indicating that his dress was of a dark theme, complemented by a cloak. Mayano-senpai was called upon to assist with the narration, while members of the tennis club helped arrange and dismantle props, manage lighting, and play background music. As the play was about to commence, a considerable audience had gathered, including students from their school, numerous parents, and members of the Ice Empire Tennis Club, along with the Fuji brothers, Shiraishi, and Kenta. The young tennis players sat together in anticipation of the performance. Thank you all for coming. Mayano Arashur recited the opening words for the tennis club's tribute play, The Daughter of the Sea. Upon hearing the title, Natsutsubaki Yuji immediately pulled out his camera to focus on the stage. The Daughter of the Sea? They must be all little princesses. I wonder what role Renwang is playing. Will Yukimura-kun be in women's clothing? I can hardly imagine how serious Sanada-kun would look in a little dress. Please enjoy at your leisure. The curtain began to rise slowly. A melodious chant filled the air, and the stage was dimly lit. A woman in a blue fishtail gown with cascading red curls sat upon a rock, facing away from the audience. The backdrop depicted the depths of the ocean, enhanced by bubbles rising from the edges of the stage, creating an underwater ambience. Who is that? Natsutsubaki Kenta gazed intently at the woman on stage. Though the lighting was low, he could vaguely recognize her striking features. It was indeed a play not from the boys' tennis club, but how could there be such a beautiful girl? Tezuka cast a glance at him. Noting that Nitsuki's cousin was rather unremarkable, how could there possibly be a girl in the boys' tennis club? At the depths of the ocean lies the palace of the Sea King, where he resides with his 6 enchanting daughters. As the narration flowed, the other 5 mermaids gracefully emerged, encircling the Little Mermaid. With their appearance, the stage lights brightened, and the melodic chant ceased. The smallest among them, clad in a red dress, was Marui Bunta. Sunahara, recognizing him by stature, was almost compelled to rise in excitement. The bespectacled one was Dryan. Tezuka's gaze reflected the light off his glasses, surprised to see Dryan in women's attire. Yushir Nitsuki chuckled as he observed the amplified scene on his screen. Why hadn't Dryan removed his glasses? Despite the wig and makeup, those square frames were glaringly conspicuous. He still hadn't identified which one was Nio. Among the Sea King's daughters, Only the youngest had yet to glimpse the surface world, permitted to rise only on her 18th birthday. Today marks your 18th birthday, and it is time for you to breach the surface and behold the world beyond. This line was assigned to Nayu Masashi, who deliberately affected a higher pitch, declaring, "The makeup is satisfactory. The wig is adequate. My voice must not betray me. Do not converse with humans," Marui advised, unable to elevate his tone. Gently grasping Yuki Rinchi's hand in admonition. "This is the law of the ocean, humans and we exist in separate realms." Though hesitant to portray a mermaid, Sanada Genichiro was resolute in performing his role to perfection. He did not alter his voice, but diligently delivered his lines. "Is that really Sanada? Haha. He's wearing a dress and has makeup on. If he hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have recognized him. Sanada has transformed into a, elegant lady?" The wig suited him well, softening his features while still preserving his essence, giving him a distinctly graceful demeanor. If you encounter a human, be sure to evade them. Koahara's complexion was too recognizable, yet he didn't resist too strongly. Kurumi had styled his makeup to suit his persona. "Should you meet a prince? The likelihood of falling in love is 100%, Dryan nudged his glasses. Yuki descended from the rocks. "I will remember, sister." After bidding farewell to her sisters, the little mermaid eagerly swam toward the surface, her curiosity piqued by the unseen world. Could the little mermaid be Yuki or someone else? Mitsuki pondered, uncertain as he was not particularly familiar with the members of the Rikkai Dai Tennis Club. Is Yuki truly that beautiful? Kageyama Kigo focused intently on the figures on stage, striving to use his keen eyesight to discern who this person was. It was indeed Yuki. As the curtain falls once more, the backdrop transforms into a projected scene. The members of the tennis club remove the rocky props, replacing them with stones. The curtain is drawn back to reveal a new backdrop of sky, clouds, sunlight, and the sea. At last, the little mermaid emerges onto the surface, perched upon a rock amidst the waves. Her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazes at this enchanting new world, discovering it to be even more captivating than she had ever imagined. Lu reclines against the rock-shaped prop, turning her head to curiously survey her surroundings, marveling at the magical world of the ocean. While the little mermaid delights in the sunlight and admires the beauty around her, a grand ship approaches in the distance. Startled, the little mermaid hides behind the rock, recalling her sister's warnings about human vessels. Lu sidesteps to conceal herself behind the rock, her demeanor a blend of curiosity and caution as she scrutinizes the ship in the distance. The curtain falls again, and the ship props are moved onto the stage. As the vessel draws nearer, the little mermaid spots a handsome young man standing on the deck, with others referring to him as a prince. The curtain rises with a voiceover, revealing Yukimura in princely attire, standing on the steps of the ship. Gazing out at the sea, the little mermaid, who was meant to flee upon encountering humans, finds herself entranced by the prince on the deck. "Yukimura-kun is so handsome. He is my prince," exclaims the little mermaid, her admiration palpable. Who is playing the role of the little mermaid, by the way? I can't quite tell. It's Lu-kun, who has been keeping her eyes closed. Lu looks stunning in women's attire. Just then, the sky darkens unexpectedly. The backdrop at the rear of the stage transforms into a tempestuous scene of thunder and lightning as the lights dim. Yukimura, in sync with the changing scenery, pretends to sway unsteadily on the deck. Amidst the shadowy lights, the tennis club members swiftly remove the ship props, replacing them with a platform. The prince falls overboard, struggling desperately in the tumultuous waters, but the waves are too fierce. A mist envelopes the dim stage as Yukimura collapses onto the platform, battling against the depths until he finally slips into unconsciousness, sinking into the ocean's embrace. Following the narration, Yukimura ceases his struggle, limbs limp as he lays on the platform. Contemplating, the prince's role is rather exhausting. I should have anticipated this. Unable to bear the sight of the prince drowning, the little mermaid swims toward him, rescuing him and making her way to the shore, where she gently lays him upon the sand. Lu, under the muted lights, lifts the unconscious Yukimura from the platform. Seizing the opportunity while the lights remain dim, crew members swiftly remove the platform, leaving only the rocky props. As the stage backdrop gradually shifts to a marine setting, the lights brighten, and Lu carries Yukimura across the stage. With the backdrop transforming to reveal the beach, Lu tenderly sets Yukimura down. A princess carry. Though I stand on the less popular side, it truly feels special. What do you mean less popular? I'm just as invested. The two gentle souls together appear to be the perfect match. Listening to the discussion behind him, Atobi furrows his brow, finding their words rather unremarkable. The little mermaid cast a lingering glance at the prince before discreetly retreating behind the rocks to observe him. Fortunately, it was not long before a woman approached. After placing Yukimura down, Lu gazed at him with reluctance, then turned and concealed herself behind the rocks, peering out to watch. With unwavering confidence, Karasuma approached Yukimura and, in a melodic feminine voice, exclaimed, "My heavens! Who is this exquisite prince lying here? Which member of the tennis club could this be?" While Akiji may not discern his identity based on appearances alone, there is indeed only one who possesses the ability to alter their voice. The lady was a princess from a neighboring kingdom, and it turned out that the waves had swept both of them away to her land. The princess gracefully knelt, lifting Yukimura in a princess carry, and turned to retreat behind the curtain. Yukimura, concealed by Karasuma's presence, subtly opened his eyes. Karasuma lowered his head to meet his gaze and playfully winked at him. The curtain fell once more. In a side tale, during the Sea Garden Festival, the daughter of the ocean, the little mermaid, returned to the depths of the sea, consumed by thoughts of the prince. Ryu regretted the excessiveness of her role. Back on the rocky prop, she posed dramatically, lamenting, "If only I were human." Thus, she sought the assistance of a witch from the depths. The lights dimmed before gradually brightening again. Muri, adorned in a flowing purple gown with a cloak and hat, stood at the edge of the stage. While Ryu gazed up at him in awe, thinking how infuriatingly tall he is. Oh, if only Muri-senpai had chosen to wear a shorter skirt. We could admire those long legs. At that moment, Akutsu cast a disdainful glance at Miyazumi. Muri, wielding a staff, no, a magic wand, looked down at Ryu and spoke. "I can concoct a potion for you. If you drink it, your fishtail will transform into 2 human legs. However, each step you take will feel as though you were walking upon blades, and you will forever lose your enchanting voice. Once you become human, there is no turning back to the sea. If you win the love of the prince, you shall gain an immortal soul." "I accept," Ryu declared, taking the vial from Muri with a fleeting moment of doubt, wondering if Sidro would dare to jest in such a manner. Upon drinking the contents, she noted, "It tastes like grape juice. Should the prince wed another, she would turn to sea foam at dawn the day after his wedding. Why didn't you mention this sooner?" "I've already finished it," Ryu exclaimed, glancing at the vial in her hand and then back up at Muri. Laughter erupted from the audience. Muri shrugged and exited the scene. After consuming the potion, the little mermaid fell into a deep slumber. As the curtain descended, Ryu hurried backstage to change. Surrounded by a flurry of activity as a group assisted in removing her fishtail costume and replacing it with a sheer gown, such a cumbersome task with its layers. When the sun rose once more, and Ryu was nearly ready, Kamiyo began to read the narration slowly. The backdrop was prepared. Ryu dashed back to the stage, executing a sudden stop, elegantly spinning before lying down, anticipating the curtain to rise. Regret filled her thoughts. Those fleeting moments of privilege made her wish she had seized the role of the neighboring kingdom's princess. The little mermaid appeared on the beach near the palace. Her fishtail transformed into 2 human legs. She awoke and rose, leaning against the ground for support. At that moment, the prince emerged from the palace and approached her. Hashimura stepped forward and inquired, "Where does this enchanting lady come from, and where is she headed?" The little mermaid longed to reveal her origins, yet she had irrevocably lost her voice. She opened her mouth, but no sound emerged, her expression filled with sorrow as she lowered her head. Such a beautiful maiden rendered speechless. Hashimura took her hand and said, "Then for the time being, stay in the palace," leading her into the background. For being a leading lady had its advantages. The kind prince took the little mermaid back to the palace, and as days passed, suddenly one day, he confided in her. "Hashimura and the mermaid conversed behind a window prop. I once encountered a storm at sea, and it was a princess from a neighboring kingdom who saved me. I shall soon marry her." With that, he turned and departed. Upon hearing this, the little mermaid felt her heart shatter. She pressed her hand against her chest, lowering her head to wipe away non-existent tears. The prince remained unaware that the one who saved him was the little mermaid, and the wedding proceeded as planned. Hashimura and Amara stood at the center of a beautifully arranged stage, hand in hand, smiling and waving, surrounded by other members of the tennis club, all clad in their school uniforms, applauding. As the crowd celebrated the wedding of the prince and the neighboring princess, the curtain fell, and a group hurriedly exchanged props. The little mermaid quietly approached the shore alone. Hashimura and Amaru exited, while the mermaid stood by the foam-board barricade, tears streaming down her face from the steps behind. Before her lay a foam board shaped like waves, where Rin and others hid beneath, making various faces at her, yet she remained oblivious. At that moment, her sisters suddenly emerged from the sea, 5 heads of varying colors surfacing, their formerly long, flowing hair now transformed into short locks. This is the dagger we exchanged with the sorceress when I handed the dagger prop to the mermaid. If you stab the princess heart with this dagger, allowing his blood to flow onto your legs, you shall revert to your fishtail and return to the sea. Sanada knelt on the ground, gazing earnestly at Lu as he recited his lines. Once he finished, the 5 of them retreated beneath the props. The sisters handed the dagger to the little mermaid before returning to the sea, holding the dagger in her hands. The little mermaid realized she could not harm an innocent soul to settle her own debts. Embracing the morning sunlight, she cast the dagger into the ocean, leaped gracefully into the water, and transformed into bubbles, leaving the dagger behind. Lu sidestepped over the wall prop and huddled together with Rawong and the others. The curtain fell, and applause erupted. Grateful for everyone's support, Yukimura led the tennis team back to the stage to bow in appreciation. This journey was truly worthwhile, especially seeing the entire Rikkai tennis team in women's attire. Though it was a pity Yukimura was absent, one would have loved to see him in costume. Natsuji Yushir clutched his camera, relishing the videos he had recorded on the bus ride back. The Rikkai club's performance garnered victory, likely due to their charming cross-dressing, which seemed to delight the girls at their school. Natsuji leaned on Natsuji's shoulder, watching the videos together. Perhaps their inherent popularity played a significant role? Our own popularity at school is quite high as well. What about you? Do you wish to play the Little Mermaid? Not at all. Chapter 33. The timeline is incorrect. Unfolding monopolistic development. At the tender age of 4, Karasuma gazed upon the calendar displaying the year 2004, grasping the concept of time in this world. However, after spending 6 years in Italy, living in a near-isolated existence, he returned to find that technological advancements had stagnated. It was 2012, and one would expect the advent of smartphones, yet people still communicated via text messages and emails. He could hardly endure the archaic devices of the past. Their inconvenience weighed heavily on him. He longed for the gaming consoles of yesteryears, which he had never encountered nor had any desire to engage with. What is the customer service doing? He pondered. Surely, we should have transitioned into the era of smartphones by now, yet we remain tethered to these bricks. He was reminded not to use the timeline of his previous life to define this world, as it diverged significantly. Though the pace of technological development here was slow, it could also accelerate rapidly, if only one understood. But I do not understand. Please enlighten me, he implored. Although the timelines of Prince of Tennis and Detective Conan did not intertwine, their developmental trajectories were comparable. There was ample opportunity to advance many concepts before the main narratives of either series commenced. Do you not see? He continued. If I were to diminish the prominence of the protagonist in Detective Conan, and you successfully rectified the timeline, which chronology would prevail? According to Prince of Tennis, came the reply. The individuals from Detective Conan would indeed have missed out on nearly 20 years. They live a year that equates to 2 decades in richness. Does that mean when I graduate, he will still be either 17 or 7 years old? He asked. Precisely, was the response. That must be corrected. Why should he be ageless? In essence, although it was the early 21st century, ages were calculated independently. By their reckoning, Shinichi Kudo should be 35, yet he remained at 17. The timeline needed rectification. Should he still be alive, he would leap directly from 17 to 35. Meanwhile, technological progress lingered in the early 1990s, when Kudo's timeline was anchored. Was this not a golden opportunity? There existed an abundance of innovations absent from this world. Thus, he introduced the concept of smartphones to Karasuma Renya, along with the idea of communication software, providing initial coding frameworks. Though he had yet to graduate, his first foray into software development had revealed a slight aptitude for programming. Occasionally engaging in small freelance endeavors, hacking, he painted a vivid picture of the internet's potential, envisioning a future where technology flourished and information flowed freely. Imagine the resources one could acquire by mastering the source, he exclaimed, igniting a fervor within Karasuma Renya as he crafted a grand vision. Karasuma Renya expressed strong support for his ideas and formed a team to research a new type of mobile phone, while also establishing another team to develop software. The initial development of the smartphone progressed rapidly. Fundamental touchscreen capabilities were already in place, alongside the creation of a dedicated operating system named Crow. This innovative mobile internet smartphone is making strides in communication software, which is still in the testing phase, limited to the development team and select internal personnel. Each of these insiders possesses a smartphone, and those who have never encountered such technology before are enamored by its allure. Wukong has added the contact accounts of Wukong Lianya Gin, Vermouth, Eiswein, and Conti. Eiswein, a codenamed member from Germany, serves as the head of the organization's technology department and is leading the research on a new type of mobile phone. He is a child from a welfare institution that the Yukon Group has supported since his youth, possessing remarkable talent in the field of technological research, a true prodigy. The group nurtured him to pursue further studies at MIT, and upon his return at the age of 12, he was bestowed with a code name, dedicating himself to the research of electronic products for the organization ever since. Eiswein is profoundly grateful for the organization's support in his development and has remained fiercely loyal for over a decade. With the recent directive from the B0SS to explore a new mobile phone concept, rumored to be called a smartphone, there is anticipation that if the B0SS vision comes to fruition, it could revolutionize many aspects of life. This promises to be a groundbreaking research endeavor. Conti, a code-named member from France, is in his early 20s, characterized by a striking platinum long hair and a charming yet frivolous demeanor. Raised within the organization, he did not follow in his parents' footsteps as experimental scientists but instead joined the technical team, where he now serves as the project leader for software development. During his time at the Italian base, Karasuma was taught programming for a brief period by the esteemed Candy. He discovered Karuma's remarkable aptitude for coding and even reached out to B0SS via email, expressing a desire for him to join the technical team, a proposal that was, however, declined by Karasuma. Alongside Candy, Bingio piloted the software on the initial smart device. The exceptionally handsome and gifted Candy remarked, "Once this software is developed, the breadth of information we will command in the future will be vast." He then inquired, "Will you not join the technical team? You would be a perfect fit. We would merely be tapping away at keyboards, a rather effortless endeavor, unlike the action team led by Chinjiao, where the stakes are perilously high." To which the universe's most handsome figure, Karasuma, replied, "I am your superior." Candy responded, "There is still time. B0SS can manage for several more years. My parents have made some progress in their pharmaceutical research, and should it succeed, you will have to remain a prince for a while longer." Karasuma retorted, "Then I am also your superior. I refuse to join the technical team. Let the talent management team find you a few subordinates. You will have enough on your plate with software development." Candy, puzzled, responded with a questioning expression. "No one understands the crow better than I do," came a smiling remark, followed by, "Yuan, are you asleep?" To which the universe's most handsome figure, Karasuma, replied, "Grandfather, I am not asleep. No one understands the crow better than I do." Continued the voice, "It is time to rest. Do not stay up late, as it hinders your growth." As Karasuma gazed at the time displayed in the upper left corner of his phone, indicating 2035, the dutiful response came, "All right, grandfather. No one understands the raven better than I do. Though we may not grow tall, fear not, for we possess a growth plan, perfected a decade ago. Consuming one can add 10 centimeters to one's height. The universe's most charming individual, Karasuma, all right. Grandfather." The little grandson, albeit a tad narcissistic, remains exceedingly obedient and dutiful. After a delightful exchange between Karasuma Renya and his grandson, harmony prevailed, leading them to a contented slumber. The software provided by the grandson proved to be exceptionally beneficial. Once developed and widely disseminated, with sufficient popularity, they would have access to a plethora of information resources at their fingertips. Chapter 34, Transforming into Kaido with Black Wings. Following the conclusion of the national competition in August, there would be no team events until May of the following year. Yukimura permitted everyone to engage in self-training at home over the weekends, rather than the prior months of collective supervision at school during the national tournament. On this particular Saturday, Karasuma practiced sniping beneath the basement's projection equipment. Observing Karasuma's impressive 800-yard shooting range, Shoyue sent forth 2 red envelopes. Shoyue, issuing skill envelope, instant sniper. Issuing special envelope, agent's eye. Kuruma, it seems you hold a rather low opinion of me. TT Shoyue, not at all. I merely wish to accumulate points to partake in the lottery. Karasuma, very well, Mr. High Emotional Quotient. For the past few months, he has not been required to attend training at school during the weekends. Instead, he typically spends his time at home honing his combat skills or practicing marksmanship. Jin seldom visits him. Since returning to Neon, apart from that incident at Mermaid Island, Karasuma has only appeared before Shirley and Vodka. The other codename members of Neon have neither met him nor are they aware of his existence. Following the Mermaid Island mission, Vodka, rather obliviously, inquired of Jin about the identity of that white-haired child. Is he a newly appointed member of our ranks? as soon as the question left his lips. Jin pressed the beretta against his temple, admonishing him to refrain from prying into matters concerning the boy. Yes, yes, brother, Vodka exclaimed. Raising his hands in a gesture of surrender, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, he vowed to ask no further questions. On one occasion, his brother unexpectedly instructed him to drive to safe house number 2. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find the living room overflowing with money and gold. Brother, the liquor cabinet is empty. Has someone dared to commit burglary? Jin, wishing to avoid rolling his eyes at this foolishness, replied, it was Barolo. Who is Barolo? Vodka had never heard of this code name. Jin cast him a cold glance. The perceptive Vodka seemed to understand. Oh, I see. It is that white-haired child with the countenance of a villain. After finishing his sniper training, Karasuma Gaki felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Adorned with the agent's eye, his vision extended beyond 2,800 yards, and equipped with the instant sniping capability, he effortlessly hit the target of a running deer's head, positioned at that remarkable distance. As the main storyline unfolded, he pondered whether to engage in the previous events. What events? He wondered. The first encounter between Kaido Kuroba and Shinichi Kudo. Would you care to witness it? He planned to visit a certain address in the evening, contemplating if any nearby tasks awaited him. Barolo, who typically refrained from initiating tasks, was usually assigned by Jin or ordered to accompany him by the boss. Upon receiving an email from Barolo, Jin raised an eyebrow in mild intrigue. Organizational matters were routinely communicated through the internal network, with emails automatically deleted 10 seconds after being marked as read. Jin perused the internal network briefly and forwarded the task to Barolo. Amara received a response and perused the email. The task at hand was to confront Takada Boda, the owner of the ancient bell tower, which Kaido Kid intended to make vanish during his performance tonight. Takada had stealthily replaced the genuine gems embedded in the bell tower, having sold the original stones long ago. Recently, a group had constructed a theme park and had set their sights on acquiring the bell tower as a symbol of their attraction. Upon investigation, they discovered that the gems in the tower were counterfeit, yet Takado had the audacity to attempt to sell them at an exorbitant price. If he dared to deceive them, it would be worthwhile to see if he could escape the consequences. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Amara planned to embark on his journey to Tokyo via the Shinkansen. Young master, called out Amaru Ling, noticing Amaru preparing to leave close to midnight. I am stepping out for a minor task. Primarily, I wish to attend a performance and perhaps indulge in some amusement. Upon arriving in Tokyo, beneath the bell tower, he transformed into the likeness of Kaido Kuroba. To his surprise, at just past 11, a throng had gathered, many of them waving banners in support of Kid, chanting his name in unison. The popularity was indeed remarkable. Kurama took a leisurely stroll around, and that girl holding a sign opposing Kid was quite conspicuous amidst the crowd. He approached her, and she turned to him, exclaiming, Kaido, didn't you say you were going to stay home and watch a magic show on television? Oh, I thought I would come to see how this little thief's magic performance truly unfolds. Kurama replied with a smile at Nakamori Aoko. Little thief? Nakamori Aoko looked bewildered. Isn't he referred to as Phantom Thief Kid? Kurama, wearing Kaido Kuroba's face, remarked, isn't that what it means? Is that really the implication? Nakamori Aoko's expression was one of confusion. Suddenly, Karasuma Gaki turned to the side and locked eyes with a passing police officer, offering him a smile. The officer's stride faltered for a brief moment, revealing a flicker of astonishment, but he quickly regained his composure and continued running forward. Kaido Kuroba, disguised as a policeman, nearly betrayed his poker face upon spotting himself in the crowd. He messaged Grandpa Terai to inquire if he had enlisted someone to impersonate him without informing him. Terai replied that he had not sought assistance from anyone else. How infuriating. Who could it possibly be? A sense of unease washed over him as he considered the implications of someone impersonating him, standing beside the foolish Aoko. What if that person were a villain? Aoko, I need to use the restroom, he declared, intent on taking action. He concocted an excuse to step away briefly, replacing the puppet with his own likeness before returning to stand beside Nakamori Aoko as an ordinary spectator. The Phantom Thief Kid suppressed his emotions and commenced his mission, instructing Grandpa Terai to keep an eye on Aoko. In the shadows, Karasuma quietly infiltrated the gallery, ascending to the pinnacle of the tower, shielded by the walls. He gazed at the helicopters hovering in the sky, their imposing presence undeniable. Which one carried Shinichi Kudo? He called for assistance, inquiring which helicopter was his. Resolutely, he scrutinized the choppers, ultimately identifying the one closest to the clock tower. Stealthily reconfiguring his sniper rifle, he unleashed a precise shot that pierced the driver's right arm. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retrieved his weapon and departed. Meanwhile, in the rear seat of the helicopter, Shinichi Kudo was rapidly analyzing the layout of the gallery, directing the officers within through his earpiece to apprehend Kid, just as he heard an officer report that Kid had shed his disguise and was fleeing. A sudden sound of shattering glass pierced the air, followed by the driver's agonizing scream. Injured and weakened, the pilot caused the helicopter to lurch. Shinichi promptly unbuckled his seatbelt and rushed to the cockpit. "Are you all right?" he asked, quickly adjusting the parameters and stabilizing the control stick. Officer Megure helped the driver to the back. Having learned to pilot helicopters in Hawaii, he adeptly maintained steady flight. "Damn it, it's a sniper. My arm has been shot through." Officer Megure see that as he examined the driver's injury. "This is infuriating. Was it one of Kid's accomplices?" "No." Shinichi firmly refuted Megure's speculation. "The Phantom Thief Kid has never harmed anyone during his thefts. His weapon is merely a toy gun. Moreover, he is currently within the gallery, pursued by a throng of officers, and his accomplice has never caused harm either." Turning to the driver, who lay moaning in the back seat, he clenched his teeth. "We must evacuate. He needs to be taken to the hospital. Officer Nakamori, there's a sniper on the rooftop. Our pilot has been shot." Compared to the non-violent Phantom Thief Kid, this reckless sniper poses a greater threat and should be apprehended first. "Please dispatch officers with caution." "What? There's a sniper as well? Kid has such an accomplice?" "Impossible. After pursuing him for so many years, he has never once harmed anyone." Kudo Shinichi yearned to remain and apprehend the elusive Phantom Thief Kid, as well as to identify the sniper responsible for the recent attack. However, under the present circumstances, his priority was to escort the driver to the hospital before returning to investigate further. The direction from which the shot had been fired was now devoid of any shadow. His previous focus had been entirely consumed by the layout on the computer screen. Chapter 35. The goal is to become a monopolistic capitalist. Meanwhile, Karasuma had already returned to ground level, having transformed into the likeness of Misaka Mikoto, standing amidst the crowd. "Miss Koizumi." As the helicopter abruptly ascended into the sky, a short and unattractive elderly man observed the tall and beautiful woman before him. An unforeseen event had transpired. Koizumi Akako gazed upward at the departing helicopter, catching a glimpse of a boy whose aura bore a striking resemblance to that of Kaido Kuroba. Her attention then shifted to the throng of people, sensing a dangerous presence yet unable to directly pinpoint the target. Under the shade of a tree, Karasuma Gaki watched as Kaido Kuroba effortlessly completed his magic performance, basking in the limelight. A pang of envy struck him. He longed to exhibit such flair. Outside the crowd, a grotesque, portly figure gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief. How could such a grand clock, upon the dispersal of the smoke, have its hands vanished? Without them, how could it be sold? Meanwhile, the elusive Phantom Thief Kid concealed himself behind a colossal curtain at the clock tower, perched atop a gigantic clock hand. Scrutinizing the gemstone, an imitation, he stealthily re-entered the venue, noting that the earlier hindrance, the Joker, seemed to have departed. Leaving behind a signature playing card with his mark, he pulled down the curtain and took flight with his glider. The card proclaimed that the gemstone was a counterfeit and that the clock tower would be returned to all. With that, he soared away, gliding through the sky. As Karasuma gazed at Kaido Kuroba, who had just finished showcasing his remarkable magic performance and departed, he contemplated how he could have made a more striking impression. Activating his invisibility, he blended into the crowd, observing the approach of Shinichi Kudo from a distance. In a swift motion, Karasuma discharged his firearm, eliminating Tera Takashi with a precise shot to the head, before promptly retreating. "Damn it!" Shinichi Kudo immediately turned to locate the source of the gunfire amidst the throngs of people. A gunshot fired in such a populated area. This fiend. "Ah! There's a gun! Someone has been killed!" The crowd erupted into chaos upon hearing the gunfire, screams resonating throughout the scene. The puppet of Kaido Kuroba shielded Ayako Nakamori and her companions, guiding them away from the encirclement of the crowd. Terai Kojiro trailed closely behind, escaping the chaotic throng. The puppet, citing the need to assess the situation, hastily fled, while Ayako reached out to grasp him, only to find her efforts in vain as she watched him vanish into the mass of people. The puppet hastened to a distant corner, where it eventually dissipated. After the departure of Karasuma, the police launched a fruitless manhunt for the perpetrator. Kaido Kuroba soared into the distance, shedding his gear, and messaged Grandpa Terai to inquire whether the imposter Kaido had committed any nefarious deeds. Suddenly, an incident involving gunfire erupted, with the victim being Terai Konosuke, the owner of the bell tower. Kaido Kuroba informed him of the situation, noting that the imposter seemed devoid of malice. A near-stampede incident had occurred. Yet he had shielded Miss Aoko and, having exited the crowd, had vanished without a trace. Kaido Kuroba found himself perplexed. This enigmatic figure impersonating him had clearly recognized his true identity during their brief exchange and effortlessly penetrated his disguise. Surely, there was an ulterior motive at play. Kaido Kuroba could not help but embrace his own striking self. That night, amidst the public gaze, a shooting transpired, and the assailant remained elusive. Under immense pressure, Shinichi Kudo endeavored to verify the situation, detaining everyone in the vicinity of the gunfire for thorough searches and gunpowder residue tests. Yet no one was found to be armed or exhibiting traces of gunpowder. The detained individuals voiced their grievances, having already been subjected to the shock of a shooting. They were now treated as suspects, enduring searches and tests. While most complied, eager to see justice served upon the wrongdoers, a few could not contain their disdain, lamenting the incompetence of the police and the detectives' excessive meddling. Human negativity can be easily incited by mere words, and soon the discontent spread through the crowd, culminating in a chorus of complaints. Ultimately, the identity of the assailant remained undiscovered, and the case was filed by the police department as an unsolved mystery. The public shooting garnered media attention, instilling a sense of fear among the populace. Jin glanced at the report and messaged Karasuma, remarking on the young man's audacity. Thankfully, he had escaped swiftly without leaving a trace. Tunclier, how did you manage to slip away after committing murder in broad daylight? The universe's most handsome, a man of the mountains has his own clever strategies. Such self-absorption. Who did he learn this from? Customer service. If I tarnish the protagonist's reputation, will it diminish his aura? It will. On Sunday, Yukimura invited him to attend a classical music concert. After a hearty breakfast, Karasuma set out alone for Yukimura's residence. The concert was to be held at a grand theater in Tokyo, and the two, clad in casual attire, arrived early, only to encounter Atobi and Ashitari upon entry. Ah, Yukimura. I heard that the members of Rikkai's tennis club took a 2-week leave. Where did you go for special training? Sneaking off to train in secret to astonish everyone again? Hihi, Atobi's sources are remarkably well-informed. With so many people collectively taking leave for such an extended period, a casual inquiry would reveal the truth. Jibe turned to look at Karasuma, both families being significant financial conglomerates, inevitably leading to some collaboration. The Jibe consortium structure is relatively straightforward. He has been groomed as the heir since childhood. In contrast, the Karasuma group is shrouded in mystery and vastness, with Karasuma being the recently announced future heir. Ah, Karasuma. I heard that your group's tech company has developed a new smartphone. Jibe has a small hobby of collecting various mobile phones. Your information is quite well informed. Karasuma and Yukimura exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Today, he had brought a bag as an accessory, containing over a dozen smartphones sent to him by Bingchio, which have yet to be released. However, they were sufficient for a few children to play with. He pretended to rummage through his bag and took out 3 rectangular phone boxes, handing them to Yukimura, Jibe, and Nanatsu. Here's a gift for you all. Take it and have some fun. It's quite different from previous models, so if you encounter any bugs, please let me know. If you enjoy it, perhaps you could help promote it. Thank you, Karasuma. Nanatsu received the phone gratefully. Jibe cast a suspicious glance at his bag, wondering why he hadn't noticed any signs of it being filled just moments ago. Had he misjudged? Yukimura opened the box to reveal a touchscreen widescreen smartphone. How? Do you turn this on? Nowadays, whether flip or keypad phones, they all possess buttons, yet he had never seen a phone without them. Both Jibe and Nanatsu also opened their boxes, intrigued. Karasuma suppressed a smirk. How quaint. Oh, I shouldn't say that about my superior. The power button is on the side. Just give it a touch. Karasuma pointed to a raised section on the right side of the phone. After powering on, they were greeted by a large screen displaying the startup animation. Once they activated the home page, Karasuma introduced the phone's basic functions, explaining that it operated via touch, simply requiring a tap of the finger. He instructed the 3 of them to register their fingerprints using the groove on the back for fingerprint unlocking. Have you developed to this extent already? Jibe couldn't help but desire a deeper discussion with Karasuma about this feature. After all, the technological advancements in their world were still stuck in the early 1990s. They should have been able to enjoy smartphones long ago, poor children. Are there any projects you need collaboration on? Components? Discussing carriers? Or I could invest directly. Jibe held a favorable view of this smartphone. Currently, we are not lacking in that area. Whether components or chips, we possess our own laboratory resources and are even in a monopolistic state. In the future, we may develop some game software. Perhaps we could collaborate. They plan to create communication and social media software along with travel applications, intending to keep control over their information channels. Logistics, future e-commerce, and the gaming market might be areas for mutually beneficial cooperation. What kind of games? Although Renji is not particularly fond of gaming, he has developed an interest in mobile games. There are numerous options available: tower defense, shooting games, card games, or even romantic simulations. A few individuals engaged in conversation in the corridor for quite some time, and with a communication app on their phones, they registered accounts to connect as friends. After guiding them through the registration process, they exchanged IDs. The group paused, momentarily speechless, upon seeing the username the most handsome in the universe, belonging to Karasuma. Was he even more narcissistic than Tezuka? As the concert was about to commence, they found their seats and settled in to appreciate the artistry. Chapter 36. I can cast a spell now. In September, a newcomer tournament was announced, and members of the Rikkai Tennis Club, Kanto, Nayu, and Bunta registered to participate. During the tournament, Bunta once again captured the admiration of Kairu. Although Kairu had taken note of Bunta during the Kanto Championships, their interactions had been minimal until now. In their match at the newcomer tournament, Bunta triumphed with a score of 6-0, mirroring their previous encounter, and received a wristband from Kairu. Bunta graciously accepted it and reciprocated by gifting Kairu his own wristband. The two often spent time together, playing, exploring eateries, discussing delectable dishes, and analyzing tennis strategies, effortlessly bonding due to their similar personalities. Meanwhile, Kanto and Nayu were eliminated in the semifinals. Bunta faced Tezuka in the finals, but lost with a score of 6-7. In the indoor court, not long after returning from the end of Hard, Bunta approached Karasuma privately after club practice. Karasuma, I must ask, how should I put this? You weren't present in the first round, so I am unaware of your circumstances. Why did you take us to the training camp at the end of Hard? Do you know Coach Mifune? After contemplating for a moment, he voiced his curiosity. Huh? I had Uncle Ray assist me with the inquiry. He helped me locate the address and route, Karasuma replied. Oh, that makes sense. Given how affluent your family is, it would be easy to investigate the unique and effective training methods of various coaches. After all, even a Grand Slam champion like Coach Bruce could be recruited to train a few young players, Bunta mused. Then how does your tennis bag hold so many items? After rationalizing, Bunta looked at him with a blend of confusion and anticipation. You know, Karasuma raised his head, feigning profundity. There are many phenomena in this world that cannot be explained by science. Bunta listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered the statement. Karuwa sighed softly, casting a glance at the other main and substitute players engrossed in their training. In truth, I possess some magical abilities. Karuwa resolved to be straightforward. Was what you said during the Ocean Festival genuine? When Tai recalled Karuwa's earlier claim of having learned fire magic and healing spells, thinking he was merely jesting. So you really meant it? Don't you want to show me a little? What kind of life did you lead in your childhood? Your skills are truly impressive. And with a hint of sympathy, Tai regarded Karuwa. Won't you let me have a glimpse? You expect me to believe you just like that? Still trying to play it cool, aren't you? What is there to doubt? However, magic is undeniably fascinating. May I learn it? No, it requires a specific lineage. Show me. Tai leaned closer to Karuwa, almost conspiratorially, as if this were a secret. If Karuwa confided in me, it must mean he trusts me deeply. With a playful smile, Karasuma raised his hand, and a vibrant plume of flames erupted from his right hand. Ian! Came the startled exclamations from Rin and the others behind him, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. Bunta stared blankly at the flames that Karasuma had casually conjured, wondering if it was not a secret. Not for you all, but don't tell anyone else, Karasuma replied with a grin. Lu and Chien surged forward, halting in front of Karasuma and Bunta. Chien, with a flushed face, gazed at the flames in a mix of excitement and curiosity, unable to suppress his inquisitive nature. He extended a finger toward the flickering fire. Okumaru extinguished the flame with a pinch, warning, you are courting disaster. This is real fire and can cause burns. Thus, while on the mountain, Renwang recalled the stones that Okumaru had casually picked up, igniting them effortlessly. Later, he discreetly retrieved those two stones, rubbing them together until they became scorching hot, yet no sparks emerged. Lu, holding a notebook, found himself at a loss on how to document this phenomenon. Underneath Sanada's hat, his eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on Yukimura, exclaiming, "Magic! It is indeed magic. What I read in the comics is true." Kawahara looked at Yukimura's hands with wide-eyed curiosity, asking, "Is there more?" The group collectively turned to Kawahara and then back to Yukimura. Indeed. Sakakibara realized when he witnessed Yukimura casually creating a spark, understanding that he intended to be forthright. With a flick of his finger, Karasuma Gaki summoned the water from a distant open bottle of mineral water, causing it to coalesce and float before the assembled crowd. A collective gasp escaped several lips. "That healing magic you mentioned." When I furtively glanced at Yukimura, pondering whether Karasuma Gaki's healing magic could remedy Yukimura's future affliction. Yet, it struck him, was this world not different from the first? This realm possessed magic. Perhaps, in this world, Yukimura would not fall ill? Karasuma Gaki, demonstrating the ability to heal external wounds, retrieved a small knife from the void and casually drew it across his arm before retracting it. "Karasuma Gaki, what are you doing?" Sima Chaoshi exclaimed. Karasuma Gaki activated his healing skill, and the gushing wound on his arm visibly mended within 3 seconds. There was no need for such a demonstration of your nonchalance in inflicting harm upon yourself. Should we commend your calm composure? Please refrain from such actions, Karasuma Gaki. Yukimura's typically gentle demeanor hardened, his expression grave and voice stern. Yukimura was angry. "All right. I apologize. I should not have asked." When I was taken aback by Karasuma Gaki's decisive action, realizing it was merely a display of the healing effect. "It has nothing to do with you, Wantai." Yukimura understood that this was a reflection of Karasuma Gaki's character, outwardly amiable and vivacious, yet inherently somewhat obsessive and eccentric. In a moment of exuberance, Kuramagawa found himself momentarily lost in delight, observing Yukimura's apparent displeasure. He quickly reassured him that such behavior would not recur in their presence. Yukimura, gazing at Kuramagawa's expression, let out a quiet sigh within. "This must remain a secret, for we must keep it confidential," he admonished the group, considering that magic had never before graced this world. "Certainly, we shall keep it under wraps," everyone affirmed with unwavering commitment. "By the way, I have a gift for you all. This is a newly developed smartphone from my family, currently in the testing phase. I would appreciate your assistance in evaluating it. Should you encounter any bugs, please inform me promptly." With a swift motion, Kuramagawa revealed 6 elegantly packaged rectangular boxes. Within, you will find various mini-games, such as the classic Snake and Tetris, which you can now enjoy on your phone. Unfortunately, our current technology is limited to these simpler games. Yukimura had already provided him with one during the concert, and in just 2 days, it seemed he had grown increasingly attached to the device. "Smartphones can be quite the distraction," he mused. "Thank you, Kuramagawa. How fortunate I am to have a friend of such esteemed stature." After imparting some usage instructions and assisting with the registration of communication accounts, they exchanged IDs amongst themselves. During a break, Kuramagawa also sought out Mori, presenting him with a phone, resulting in a warm embrace from the senior. Karasuma gathered a group chat for the handsome individuals of Rikkai University. After the club activities concluded, Yukimura discreetly approached several members, reiterating the utmost importance of maintaining silence regarding matters of magic. He feared that should this information fall into the wrong hands, Karasuma might be subjected to unspeakable horrors. Even though he might possess means of self-defense, one could never be too cautious. Chapter 37, Stirring Trouble. Is the main storyline of Detective Conan about to commence? I shall alert you to any significant events, for we must strive for a mutually beneficial collaboration. Indeed, you intend to seize their fortune, do you not? Your words are rather harsh. This is merely a means to diminish the protagonist's aura. His brilliance is so overwhelming that it affects the fortunes of others. Have you not observed the calamities that follow him? Let them perish. What does it matter to me? They are but NC. Regardless, I am determined to. No, I am committed to championing justice for the common folk. Within the organization, only Karasuma Renya, Jin, Vermouth, and the Count were privy to his true name and appearance. The Neon District was overseen by Rum, who, along with Jin, constituted the sole S-class members in that area. Rum held the reins of the intelligence division and task assignments, while Jin was responsible for operations. However, Rum remained the ultimate authority, being the second in command of the organization. Half a year prior, he learned of a new S-class member in the Neon District, codenamed Barolo, of whom he had neither heard nor seen. Within the internal network, he lacked the clearance to access any information about Barolo and was unable to assign him tasks. All missions for Jin were orchestrated and dispatched by Rum himself. He had inquired via email with the B0SS, who responded that there was no need for Rum to assign tasks to Barolo, as his assignments were already predetermined. Who exactly is this Barolo? I've heard whispers that he was responsible for eliminating that rat, Akai Shuichi. The intelligence team in America reported that it had been over 3 months since Akai Shuichi had been seen in action. The second semester of the first year at the National High School was spent in routine training, and during the final examinations, the tennis club members continued to excel. After a fortnight's winter break, the third semester commenced in early January. What a bother! Studying is truly tedious. How is it possible to have 3 semesters? Karasuma, with a backpack in hand and arms resting behind his head, strolled along the coastline before Rikkai University, unable to suppress his grievances. Karasuma, as students, we should diligently pursue our studies and complete our assignments. We cannot afford to complain. Sanada could not abide Karasuma's lethargic demeanor. It was far too lax. Hee. This semester is quite short, lasting just over 2 months. Spring break will arrive swiftly. Yukimura comforted Karasuma as he walked beside him. Karamagai sighed, feeling somewhat restless lately. The 13th of January marks the beginning. It is quite bothersome. Amara sent a message to Chinchio. The universe's most handsome. Give me the task at Dorobigia Park number 13. Tongue killer. I will have Kiani and Cohen assist you. The universe's most handsome. No need. Tongue killer. If there is an ambush, they can provide remote assistance for your escape. Recalling that young man, during the last mission, he brazenly opened fire in a crowd to eliminate his target. Fortunately, luck was on his side, allowing for a timely escape. However, if he falls into an ambush this time, one can only wonder what might transpire. The organization must operate with discretion. Karasuma remained speechless. He could handle everything on his own, after all. It was unusual for Jin to express such concern for him. Tongue Killer remarked that they would follow your command. The universe's most handsome man agreed. Jin provided Barolo with the email addresses of Chianti and Cornbrand, dispatching them a mission email to lay an ambush atop the castle tower in Dorobica Park on the 13th, with all actions directed by Barolo. Chianti and Cornbrand were training at Base 7 when they received the email. She turned to Cornbrand and inquired, "Who is Barolo? Have you heard of him?" Cornbrand shook his head in response. It was Sunday, and Karasuma rose early, having arranged to meet Yukimura. With his puppets, completing tasks was a simple affair, and he intended to show Yukimura the wonders of the world through a living puppet show. The two arrived at the amusement park, where Karasuma seized the opportunity to send out a puppet resembling a blonde FB agent, an ordinary agent, devoid of any ambush. He knew well the infamous introductory incident. Without an ambush, he could allow these two to retreat, setting the stage for his own plans. In the amusement park, Karasuma and Yukimura indulged in the spinning teacups and bumper cars. They informed the trading partner of an earlier transaction time. Upon meeting the puppet and the trading partner, a moment of impatience ensued. "Who are you, Mr. Chairman? No more idle chatter. I have brought the goods. Now present the payment." Why the sudden change? It's broad daylight. Does your organization not prefer to operate under the veil of darkness? Are you not concerned about exposure and suspicion in such light? Do not utter unnecessary words. Following the completion of the transaction, without uttering another syllable, they released him. Receiving the puppet's signal, Karasuma, under the pretense of visiting the restroom, concealed the suitcase filled with money within a spatial dimension. In the restroom, he deployed 2 additional puppets, one resembling the other brown-haired agent, and the other mimicking the bald trading partner, allowing the 3 puppets to roam the amusement park, awaiting further instructions. As Karasuma and Yukimura joyfully frolicked in the amusement park, they encountered Kudo Shinichi and Muri Ran while queuing for the Ferris wheel. "Ah, it's Karasuma-kun." Muri Ran recognized him. Recalling their brief encounter at a theater in New York, his striking white hair was indeed hard to miss. "Sister Ran, brother Shinichi, what a coincidence." Karasuma greeted them with a smile. Kudo Shinichi curved his lips slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. "This is my dear friend Yukimura Seichi, the esteemed captain of our tennis club." Karasuma introduced Yukimura to Muri Ran. "Wow, Yukimura-kun is the captain? That is impressive." Muri Ran enthusiastically supported him. "What a handsome boy." However, Kudo Shinichi interjected. "But tennis played by middle school students can hardly be considered remarkable, and Japan's tennis ranking internationally is quite low, with not many renowned players." The expressions of Karasuma and Yukimura, once filled with joy, abruptly fell. This individual is truly vexatious, a contrarian. If it were not for the protagonist shining aura shielding you, I would smash a ball right into your head. Haha, what this elder brother said is indeed correct, however. We shall diligently practice in hopes of becoming exceptional tennis players in the future, despite being belittled by someone who views tennis as merely a trivial schoolboy game. Yukimura maintained his gentle and courteous demeanor. Shinichi, you are being exceedingly rude. Mao Lilan, noticing the two children who were once so cheerful now cast into gloom by Shinichi's words, felt a surge of anger, finding his behavior utterly impolite. Hikaru turned to ask Mao Lilan, Sister Lilan, are you and he a couple? The question was directed at Mao Lilan, but it was Kudo Shinichi who blushed furiously, exclaiming, who is in a relationship with this woman? Don't speak nonsense. Mao Lilan, already irked, crossed her arms and tilted her head defiantly, retorting, absolutely not. Who would be this arrogant and rude person's girlfriend? She shot a glare at Kudo Shinichi and continued, I merely came here to celebrate my victory in the national taekwondo competition last week. I had originally invited my other friend, Yuenzi, but she couldn't join us. Customer service. Does Mao Lilan still not harbor feelings for Kudo Shinichi? Last time in New York, you disrupted the plot. Not only did you interrupt Vermouth's angel discourse, but you also interfered with their relationship. Mao Lilan was supposed to transition from childhood friends to something more during that trip. Oh. What was that phrase about saving someone without needing a reason? Yes, take your time. You can approach it from various angles. Alas, the path is long and fraught with obstacles. Oh, then shall the four of us ride the Ferris wheel together? It's perfect for a group of four. Akara generously invited the two, wishing to prevent them from being alone in the cabin, lest they create some romantic atmosphere that would ruin the months he had spent. He decided to graciously forgive the impolite Kudo Shinichi. Chapter 38, The Roller Coaster. Sure. Let us all have fun together. Mao Lilan cheerfully agreed. Pleased with the two polite and charming children. One by one, the cabins of the Ferris wheel ascended, and soon it was their turn. The four of them boarded a cabin, which slowly rose with the rotation of the wheel, reaching a certain height. Akara looked down at the crowd waiting below and remarked on how numerous they were. Suddenly, he spotted two individuals in the crowd whose presence starkly contrasted with those around them. Those two. They actually came to ride the Ferris wheel. Didn't he tell them to retreat? They weren't carrying backpacks, indicating they must have returned to their vehicle to stow away their sniper rifles after retreating. Kudo Shinichi also noticed the two imposing figures in black below. They were undeniably suspicious. Karasuma Gaki discreetly rolled his eyes, asking, What are you talking about, Brother Kudo? Below, two suspiciously enigmatic figures clad in black lurked. Shinichi Kudo's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the two individuals. Akari glanced around, puzzled as to what appeared suspicious. These two individuals exuded the essence of contemporary music enthusiasts. Brother Kudo, you are quite knowledgeable. Surely you are aware of what popular music is. Akari's expression suggested disbelief. As if he could not fathom anyone being unaware. Sakaguchi chimed in. Indeed, I have encountered singers who indulge in popular music. They often adorn themselves with tattoos and maintain an aloof demeanor, believing it to be quite fashionable. Kudo Shinichi, with a perplexed look, pondered if he had aged. Unable to comprehend what was deemed cool about such an appearance, it merely resembled that of a petty delinquent. Exactly, Shinichi. Do not let your detective instincts cloud your judgment. It's terribly dull to be with you when you suspect everything. We came to the amusement park to enjoy ourselves, yet you incessantly reference Sherlock Holmes and Conan Doyle. To the point of exhaustion. Indeed, Brother Kudo, when spending time with girls, you ought to be more considerate. Set aside your detective aspirations and enjoy your time with Sister Ran. Honestly, such a show-off, how do you expect to win a girlfriend? As they ascended to the highest point, Mori Ran leaned against the window of the cabin, taking in the panoramic view of the amusement park. The amusement park is quite expansive. Sakaguchi observed the myriad attractions yet to be explored. Akaru, what shall we experience next? Shall we try the racing cars? Akari noticed a racetrack below. Are there racing cars? Where? Kudo Shinichi leaned in, having accompanied Ran without paying much attention to the park's offerings. Over there. Akari pointed in a direction. Sounds good, Sakaguchi replied. Let us go together. Kudo Shinichi felt an eagerness to reach the ground swiftly and cue for the racing cars. The Ferris wheel rotated slowly until it reached the ground, and the four exited the cabin. Let us go. Racing cars. They opened the amusement park map and navigated to the racing location. There are even two-seater cars. At this moment, Kudo Shinichi discreetly glanced at Ran. Ran, can you drive? Shall we opt for the two-seater? Sister Ran, it's quite simple, and there are ample protective gear. The speed is not too fast. It's much more enjoyable to drive alone. You can definitely do it. Hikaru enthusiastically dismissed the notion of them sharing a car. Kudo Shinichi could not help but grimace in response. After securing his safety belt, Karasuma started the engine under the guidance of the staff. He pressed the accelerator with a firm determination, executing a drift with the finesse of a flowing river, leading the way ahead of Shinichi Kudo, who was not far behind. That lad, with a stylish tailspin drift, he came to a halt at the starting point, exhilarated, as he unfastened his helmet and safety belt and exited the vehicle. Shinichi Kudo arrived shortly thereafter. Yukimura followed closely, and Ranmuri soon reached the destination as well. Upon disembarking, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Karasuma, with a smile, pulled Yukimura closer, exclaiming, "What a thrilling experience." Haha, indeed, it was delightful. The thrill of speed and passion. Let us seek another adventure of speed and passion. Over there lies a mysterious roller coaster, a hallmark of this amusement park. As the group strolled towards their next destination, Ranmuri, having prepared some strategies beforehand, had long wished to experience this thrill. Karasuma's body stiffened. He recalled the Headless Horseman and wished to shield Yukimura from such a terrifying apparition. Yukimura sensed the sudden rigidity in Karasuma's form. Was it fear of the roller coaster? Did he wish to partake in the thrill? Karasuma frowned, pondering how he could avoid sharing a vehicle with those two. As he approached the entrance, he noticed 3 children emerging from the roller coaster exit, a plump boy, a slender lad, and a little girl. The trio appeared to be troubled by something. As Karasuma approached a few individuals, he overheard their conversation about wanting to play once more, but lamenting their lack of funds. "Allow me to treat you to another round," he interjected suddenly, pointing to Yukimura. "You may all line up behind him and me." Bume looked up and saw 2 exceptionally handsome young men. The brother with white hair offered to treat them to a game. "Is that acceptable?" she inquired, with the 3 of them securing seats. "We won't be sharing a vehicle with the perpetrator." "Thank you, big brother," the trio expressed in unison. "Why this sudden kindness towards strangers?" Yukimura whispered curiously to Karasuma. "Because I am benevolent," he replied with a playful wink. The 3 children trailed behind Yukimura, and Bume, feeling quite at ease, struck up a conversation with the older girl. Mori ran, and the young detective, Kudo Shinichi. "Big sister, are you and this big brother a couple?" "Haha, not at all. We are classmates," Ran replied. "Big brother, you look so familiar." "Ah, you're that high school detective, Kudo Shinichi." Shinichi bent down and winked charmingly at the little girl. As their turn approached, a couple remained seated in front of Karasuma. After the 5 settled down, only 1 seat was left. "Ran, you go ahead and play first." Shinichi gestured towards the empty spot beside the little girl, realizing he had to let Ran entertain them for now. Oh dear, what a bother. After they finished their round of games, all emerged unscathed. While waiting for Shinichi at the entrance, Bume cheerfully approached Karasuma and Yukimura once more, expressing her gratitude. "Big brother, that was incredibly fun. Thank you so much." "No need to thank me," Karasuma replied with a gentle smile, causing the young girl to blush. "Are you both middle school students?" She couldn't help but ask the 2 handsome young men. Kawaramaki raised his head, feigning indifference to the boy's inquiry. He had just spent money on a game for others and now felt reluctant to engage with the child. With a resigned smile, Yukimura responded to her. The young girl, with her enchanting blue hair, exuded a gentle beauty, reminding him of his little sister back home. "I am in the 1st grade at T-Den Elementary School," she exclaimed. "Is that so? Be sure to study diligently," he encouraged her warmly. The innocence and charm of the little girl stirred fond memories within him. Why is it taking so long for them to come out? The group had been waiting outside for quite some time. Although the roller coaster ride had concluded just a few minutes ago, they had been lingering for nearly half an hour. Chapter 39. Is the FBI's salary inadequate? At that moment, a multitude of police officers entered from outside, parting the crowd as they made their way to the entrance of the roller coaster. Upon exchanging a glance, Kuramazaki and Yukimura had no intention of lingering. Neither of them possessed an insatiable curiosity. This boded ill. Surely, another incident had transpired. As Ranmuri observed several police officers entering the entrance, she realized that Shinichi must have encountered yet another case. Resolute, she decided to follow them and ascertain the situation. As Karama leaned forward to grasp the arm of the approaching Mori Ran, he remarked, "Let me take a look. Young ladies should refrain from entering such crime scenes. They might have nightmares at night." "It's all right. My father is a detective, and I am not afraid," she retorted. "Besides, I often accompany Shinichi on outings, and we frequently encounter cases. I've nearly grown accustomed to it. Come on, big brother, let us venture inside." The audacity of the young ones from the detective boys is truly remarkable. You may go, but I shall remain here, he replied. He had spotted Kiani and Korn by the pirate ship and was merely curious to ascertain whether those two fools had become embroiled in the case. Mori ran, and the three children entered, while those two fools continued to play. Yukio Karasuma raised his phone to capture a photograph of two pirates disembarking. Their expressions filled with delight and foolishness, and sent it to Jin. Jin did not respond. How indulgent he is towards his subordinates, Jin. Are you truly so soft-hearted? In the amusement park, Karasuma Gaki issued instructions to three puppets who had been wandering for nearly a day, with the case still unresolved. Karasuma Gaki and Yukimura decided to explore other attractions and enjoy a meal. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi had just concluded a case and was walking alongside Muriran, comforting the weeping Sonoko, who had been frightened by the headless horseman. You promised not to be scared, he reassured her. Suddenly, a tall, robust man with golden hair and an eagle-like nose, clearly not of Asian descent, rushed past him. Kudo Shinichi sensed an air of suspicion surrounding the man as he vanished into a dark alley. Frowning, he fixed his gaze in that direction, quickly bidding farewell to Muriran. I'm sorry, Ran. Please head back. I will catch up with you shortly. He then turned and sprinted away. Muriran had no time to react before Kudo Shinichi's figure disappeared from her sight. Kudo Shinichi followed the blonde foreign man to a deserted corner, where he concealed himself behind a corner, seemingly engaged in a nefarious transaction. Quietly, he took out his phone and extended it outside the wall to record a video. The golden-haired man stood with his hands in his pockets, while a short, bald man in front of him opened a box that appeared to be filled with coins. Hurry up and give me the key. I've brought the money. The menacing figure scoffed. You, a traitor, have quite the audacity to seek our involvement in arms smuggling. Aren't you FB quite bold as well? Your wages must be low. The bald man began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted. Shut up. Hand me the key. The blond man received the box from the bald man and tossed him a key from his pocket. The goods you want are in warehouse 99. The bald man took the key and hurriedly retreated, only to collapse into a distant shadowed corner. The key revealed to be a mere toy, carelessly discarded among the roadside grass. Young man, the detective game is over, came a sinister voice from behind. Kudo Shinichi turned to see a short-haired, brown-haired foreign man, who produced a stick and gently roused his slumbering consciousness. Kudo Shinichi fell into a deep sleep. He felt as if his head were splitting, and through the haze, he heard two men conversing in English. We cannot shoot. It seems a case has just occurred. The officers are still in the amusement park. Let us administer our country's newly developed drug tam. Once poisoned, the victim will die, and the toxin cannot be detected from the corpse. It is an excellent means of executing a perfect strike against such criminals. Despicable FB. Hypocritical. To label me a criminal. Illegally entering the country and daring to smuggle arms on neon soil. Suddenly, a hand shoved poison down his throat, followed by a sip of water. How vile. I've ingested the poison. The two men departed. Coughing, Kudo Shinichi gasped, as his body began to heat up, and excruciating pain coursed through him, as if his bones were melting. Unable to suppress a cry of agony, he succumbed to the torment. Upon receiving instructions, Karasuma took Yukimura along this path. As they approached a corner, they heard anguished cries of distress. Exchanging a glance, the two turned and summoned the police. Under the cover of the dim night, Karama took the opportunity to send a puppet of Shinichi Kudo to rendezvous with Ran. Having spotted a suspicious figure and subsequently lost the chase, he returned. Let us go home, he said to Ran as they exited the amusement park. After escorting her to her residence and bidding her farewell, he vanished into the shadows. A few officers approached with flashlights, and Karama leaned in for a closer look. A child clad in Shinichi Kudo's attire lay on the ground, blood oozing from his head. There's a child down here. Hurry, one of the security guards exclaimed as he checked the child's breathing. He is still alive. Call for an ambulance. At that moment, Shinichi Kudo regained consciousness, rising to sit upright. Spotting Karama and Yukimura beyond the throng of officers, his eyes lit up. However, before he could utter a word, an officer scooped him up. Little one, you must be frightened, he said. Shinichi, bewildered by this perspective, glanced down at his oversized clothing, struggling to extricate his small hands from the excessively long sleeves. I'm not dead, but I've turned into a child. We must first take this child to the hospital. He is bleeding profusely, the officer instructed, turning to the two middle school students who had reported the incident. Still in a daze, Shinichi, cradled by the officer and preparing to be carried away, suddenly regained his senses. He struggled against the officer's grip and pointed towards the two boys. Brother. Karasuma, how shameless. A man in his 30s refers to a 12-year-old boy as his older brother. Customer service. If I silence him with poison, will it diminish his aura? Currently unable to silence him, he is merely the brother of my neighbor. Release me, I will leave with them. I can manage to go to the hospital on my own. He struggles incessantly, causing the officer to lose his grip and let him down onto the ground. The officer regards the child with suspicion, while the two youths observe that his demeanor does not resemble that of a familiar neighborly brother. Shinichi Kudo, with his short legs, hurried to Yukimura's side, tugging at the hem of his coat. Yukimura Onaizen. Karasuma Onaizen. Yukimura is momentarily taken aback. Upon seeing the boy's attire, an immature thought crosses his mind. Kumagaki inwardly cursed, utterly shameless. Oh, you're covered in blood. I didn't recognize you. Come, let me take you to the hospital. He glanced at Kudo Shinichi's injured head, then turned to lead him away. Wait a moment, we need to take a statement. Please recount the events that transpired. And, young one, how did you end up here in such a bloody state? The officer, notebook in hand, appeared ready to document the incident on the spot. I don't know. I was just passing by when I was knocked out. Kudo Shinichi feigned fear, retreating behind the two companions. The child was too young for a proper statement. And seeing the terror etched on his face, along with the blood, the officer ultimately decided to let him go with the two middle school students, advising them to take him to the hospital without delay before departing. Kudo Shinichi grasped one hand of each companion, walking in between them, his oversized clothing pooling around his feet, dragging ill-fitting shoes. Yukimura contemplated lifting him to carry him away. Karasuma blocked his path, exclaiming, "Allow me." How infuriating. You little rascal. Who might you be? Karasuma inquired, lifting Shinichi Kudo with feigned ignorance. I am Shinichi Kudo, he declared. I was in pursuit of a criminal when I inadvertently collided with an FBI agent who was secretly smuggling firearms due to insufficient wages. While I was concealed, I was ambushed from behind. They administered a poison to me, claiming it would lead to my demise without revealing the cause of death. Yet, I did not perish. Instead, I have transformed into this. Uncertain if his transformation into a child was the cause, Shinichi gesticulated animatedly, squirming in Karasuma's embrace. As Karasuma's lips quivered, he awkwardly shook his body. Oh, I'll take you to the hospital. How infuriating it is to be stuck with you. If only I had known better than to bring you to this bustling city. What is so fascinating about living beings in such a state? After taking him to the hospital for treatment, I returned him to the Kudo residence, where he changed into clothes he wore in his childhood. It was already past 10 in the evening, and Karasuma called Uncle Ling to pick them up, as school awaited them on Monday. In passing, he discreetly appropriated Kudo Shinichi's mobile phone. Goodbye. Chapter 40. He is Kudo Shinichi, but what about me? In the car home, Yuki wondered aloud. Is the salary at FB really that low? After listening to Kudo Shinichi's lengthy monologue, he posed his question. Ahem, I'm not certain. Perhaps it is. The director might just be fabricating a storyline, so take it with a grain of salt. If you take it too seriously, you will surely lose. Karasuma Ray escorted Yukimura back to his residence. The Karasuma clan has released a puppet resembling Shinichi Kudo, infiltrating the Kudo residence and ordering it to act in his stead until Shinichi awakens. I wonder, can I turn Shinichi Kudo into a darker version of himself? It seems quite challenging, as his worldview is already firmly established, not to mention the protagonist's halo that protects him. If Yukimura and I were to feign ignorance of him, pretending not to remember last night's events, do you think Shinichi might believe he has traversed into another world? Go ahead, give it a try. The puppet lacks fingerprints and blood type, so we'll have to forge those when the time comes. Actually, the puppet can replicate fingerprints and blood samples. Huh, how does that work? He has made numerous puppets before, all devoid of fingerprints and blood types. By allowing it to come into contact with the original's fingers, it can replicate the fingerprints. As for blood, a blood sample must be provided, which can be understood as transfusing the original's blood into the puppet. If only I had drawn a large vial of blood from him earlier. Karakuma sent a message to Vermouth, accompanied by 2 photographs depicting his puppet agents eliminating a target and revealing evidence of smuggled firearms. Vermouth raised an eyebrow and instructed Jack Daniels to carry out the task. As the head of operations in the American region, Vermouth relied on Jack Daniels, the leader of the American action team, known for his efficient and decisive methods. Cosmos Most Handsome, a city, let us feign ignorance regarding tonight's events. We have not encountered that child. Let us forget about it. The world's foremost lucky charm, understood. Cosmos Most Handsome, snuggle. The world's foremost lucky charm, patting head. Meanwhile, Shinichi Kudo lay upon his bed, his heart racing. He had transformed into a 6 or 7-year-old version of himself. What would happen to Ran? He contemplated his situation. Let us rest for now. Tomorrow I shall seek Dr. Agasa next door and see if he can assist in concocting an antidote to revert me back. Early the next morning, Shinichi awoke, dressed quickly, and rushed to ring the bell at Dr. Agasa's residence. Behind him, he heard Ran's voice, along with his own. Turning around, he saw Ran and a younger version of himself, both clad in school uniforms, walking together, chatting and laughing. My father solved a child abduction case last night. He received quite the reward and is overjoyed. Ran boasted proudly to Shinichi, who often teased that her father was inept. Such remarks were wearisome to hear repeatedly. Really? Shinichi replied with a smile. But why are you up so early today? Did you come to wait for me at my house? Their homes were on the same route to school. The ranch was slightly farther away, taking only a few minutes more. Typically, she would come by to awaken Shinichi, and they would walk to school together. That case yesterday was rather frightening, Shinichi said, scratching his head, appearing as if he agreed with her assessment from the previous day. Humph. I told you it was terrifying. I wouldn't cry without reason. I only cried because I was scared. Standing before Dr. Agasa's door, Shinichi's vision blurred. What was happening? Was he still dreaming? Perhaps he was trapped in a nightmare? He pinched his own face. The pain was real. What was going on in this world? He stared blankly at Ran and the other Shinichi as they walked away, engulfed in confusion. What should he do? What was happening? Who was he? Who was that other boy? As Ran and the younger Shinichi disappeared into the distance, he stood motionless, pondering the direction they had taken for what felt like an eternity. He had transformed into a 6 or 7-year-old, yet another version of himself was living his life. What about him? Who was he? What should he do? Karasuma took a day off, and since he intended to deceive Shinichi Kudo, he had to ensure that the aftermath was meticulously managed. Upon arriving in Tokyo, he transformed into the guise of an ordinary passerby, donning a hood and mask. He enlisted several peripheral members to replace the grass in the designated area of the park, subsequently hypnotizing them to erase all memories of the event. He hacked into the park's surveillance system, altering the footage of his and Yukimura's movements that night. The brief glimpse of them at the corner after dinner was modified to show them exiting the amusement park directly after their meal. His puppet had consistently taken on a human form, but after experimenting with an animal form, he found it feasible. He released a dozen kittens and sought out the police officers from the previous night, one by one using his enchanting abilities to hypnotize them into forgetting the events of that evening. He then approached the individuals involved in the transaction from yesterday and the hospital staff on duty that night, hypnotizing them to forget both the transaction and the circumstances surrounding it. While the effect of his charm on the main characters of the Detective Conan series was minimal, it proved remarkably effective on the bystanders. Learning that no relevant records had been documented regarding the previous night's events, he deemed it unnecessary to make an additional trip to destroy any evidence. After a long day of labor, the youthful and energetic Karasuma was utterly exhausted. Creating an alternate reality for the illustrious Detective Shinichi Kudo was an obligation he could not shirk. Once the cleanup was complete, Karasuma deposited the money in Jin's safe house number 2 and sent him a message instructing him to retrieve it. TCH. The liquor cabinet was merely an ornament at this point. The main storyline of Detective Conan had commenced. Yet Karasuma's series of audacious maneuvers had slightly diverted its course. Karasuma has temporarily returned to a semblance of normalcy in his school life, though one might argue it is not entirely normal. Rawang and Bunta, aware of his healing magic that alleviates fatigue, have taken to training daily, persistently urging him to assist them. Today, once again, he returns home feeling invigorated. Even Sanada and Yanagi have sought his company, with their intentions focused on further training. Chien, raising his right index finger, directed it towards Karasuma's face, indicating the injury that would heal if he neglected the hospital, requesting his assistance in mending it. Even Yukimura joined the fray, ostensibly to ensure everything was orderly. Ultimately, Kaiwenji radiated joy, particularly delighted by the presence of her companions, Karasuma and the others. One day, a plump old gentleman accompanied by an elementary school student arrived at the gates of Rikkai University, observing the scattered students departing after school. Chapter 41. Seeking the truth. Kudo Shinichi could not help but leap in search of the person he sought, watching as students clad in green school uniforms emerged. Yet none were the individual he hoped to find. After encountering another version of himself that day, he was lost in thought for quite some time until Dr. Agasa, intending to leave, spotted him standing at his doorstep and inquired, "Child, are you lost?" Dr. Agasa. Kudo Shinichi turned to see the doctor, exclaiming, "I am Kudo Shinichi. Oh, you are the relative of Shinichi, aren't you? He went to school this morning, and there is no one home now. Why don't you come to my house for a while? Dr. Agasa was preparing to go out to purchase materials for his latest invention, which was on the verge of success. Once completed, it would be a commercial triumph, potentially making him a billionaire. Just one more component was needed, and he intended to check the market for it. That's not it, Dr. Agasa. I am Kudo Shinichi. The urgency in his voice betrayed his growing desperation. It felt as though this world was becoming inhospitable to him. This child is quite the prankster, the doctor mused, recalling how Shinichi had greeted him that morning. Doctor, where are you headed? May I accompany you? I have much to discuss. Spotting the yellow beetle parked nearby, Kudo Shinichi opened the door and nimbly hopped into the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt before turning to the dazed Dr. Agasa. Let us be on our way. With a soft-hearted sigh, Dr. Agasa conceded, his fondness for children compelling him to relent. He took his place in the driver's seat, and they set off. Dr. Agasa, I truly am Kudo Shinichi. The petite elementary student, dressed in a blue suit, turned in the passenger seat to address him. Yesterday, I went into Robika Park with Ran and encountered a suspicious man. I followed him and discovered he was an agent from FB smuggling firearms. As I was stealthily recording a video, his accomplices attacked me from behind. They forced poison down my throat, which is why I am like this. Alas, child, have you been watching too many crime dramas? You seem quite animated in your tale. Are you perhaps a little fan of your older brother Shinichi? I truly am Kudo Shinichi. Doctor, you must believe me. I can recount some details regarding Dr. Agasa. At the age of 52, he is an eccentric inventor residing next door who proclaims himself a genius. However, his creations are nothing but worthless scraps. And there is even a hair growing from the mole on your posterior. Shinichi Kudo, seated in the passenger seat, turned around and pointed his right index finger at Dr. Agasa. Your backside. How could that fellow have revealed my secret? Dr. Agasa could not help but clasp his posterior and sit up straight. Doctor. As Shinichi continued to disclose various matters concerning the doctor and their past experiences, Dr. Agasa gradually began to trust him. Yet, you greeted me this morning before leaving, did you not? So who is this Shinichi? I am uncertain. What could the purpose of the FB members be in trafficking firearms within the Neon realm? And is the person who administered poison to me truly an FB agent? Furthermore, who exactly is this Kudo Shinichi? Shinichi found himself in a conundrum. Could someone be impersonating him? Did the FB agents learn of his demise from the poison and thus seek to use an imposter to exploit his fame for some ulterior motive? What do you intend to do? Dr. Agasa inquired, observing Shinichi deep in thought upon the sofa. Doctor, may I stay with you for a few days? He requested. Wishing to observe this impostor closely, the doctor recounted that he had ventured out early that morning to procure breakfast when, coincidentally, the impostor had exited the Kudo residence and greeted him. It seems the fraud possesses a key to his home. How infuriating. When could that have been stolen? Furthermore, his mobile phone had vanished. Throughout the week, Shinichi Kudo traversed various locales, employing his youthful appearance to charm those he encountered, seeking out the officers from that fateful night to inquire about their recollections. Astonishingly, none of the officers recalled him. A young boy with blood covering his head would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression. So how could they possibly forget him? It mattered not that one officer did not recall. After a week of searching, he found that none of the officers from that night recognized him. He even sought the nurse who had bandaged him. Yet she too had no memory of him. Returning to the grassy area where he had been attacked, he searched for any evidence, but found naught. How could this be? He now hesitated to approach Xiaolon directly or to expose the counterfeit, for in the eyes of everyone, he was merely a sudden appearance, an unidentifiable child devoid of any proof of identity, while Kudo Shinichi remained ever prominent in public view. After much contemplation, he resolved to have the doctor accompany him to Kanagawa to seek out the two youths from that fateful night. Fortunately, in his moment of panic, he had confided in those two boys about being drugged and transformed into a child, and now he could only hope they would remember him. At the entrance of Rikkai University-affiliated high school, despite the school day having concluded, the two boys had yet to arrive. Unable to contain his impatience, he stealthily slipped into the school, taking advantage of his height. Along the way, he playfully addressed several middle school students as brother and sister. Learning that Yukimura Seichi and Karasuma Kaisuke would typically practice with the tennis club until 6 or 7 in the evening. Guided by them, he swiftly made his way in that direction. Upon arriving at the outdoor tennis courts, he scanned the surroundings but found no sign of the two. Adopting a charming demeanor, he approached a member of the tennis club, saying, "Big brother, I am Karasuma Kaisuk's little brother. May I ask where he is? The club member bent down to look at the 6 or 7-year-old child. Karasuma-kun is in the indoor court. The regular team members typically practice there. I'll take you to him. He took the young boy's hand and led him toward the indoor court. At the entrance, there was a doorbell, and if anyone needed to reach them during practice, ringing the bell would alert them. When Dry opened the door, he inquired, "What is the matter? Is someone here to challenge us again?" A little brother claims to be Karasuma-kun's sibling and has come to find him, the club member explained, pushing the child forward. Dry's glasses sparkled with curiosity. Karasuma-kun's brother? He crouched down to examine the little boy before him. "What is your name, little friend? You don't resemble Karasuma-kun at all. I thought his family all had white hair and red eyes." Kudo Shinichi gazed at this peculiar figure with glasses gleaming oddly, stepping back in confusion, wondering why he couldn't see the person's eyes behind those lenses. "I'm looking for my brother, Karasuma. Big brother. Could you please call him for me?" He feigned the demeanor of a shy child, seeing that he could not extract any information about Karasuma-kun's family. Dry stood up and called out, "Eiji, your brother has come to find you." "Where did I get a brother? Who is it? Is he trying to claim my inheritance? I'll have him assassinated tonight." With an imposing demeanor, Karasuma approached the entrance. "Who goes there? I have no younger brother. I am the sole heir." He scanned the area and exclaimed, "Aren't you Maeda from the tennis club? When did you become my brother?" No. Karasuma-kun, it's him." Kudo Shinichi was pulled out from behind. "I do not know him, little brother. I have no siblings," Karasuma stated, casting a dismissive glance at Kudo Shinichi, effortlessly warding off any potential rivals for his inheritance. "Karasuma Onaikin, why doesn't he recognize me anymore? Just yesterday, I told him my name is Kudo Shinichi and recounted the details of my attack." The members of the tennis club, both regulars and substitutes, gathered around upon hearing that Karasuma's brother had come to find him. Yukimura stood beside Sanada and Bunta, realizing he needed to play along with Karasuma's pretense of ignorance. Kudo Shinichi stepped forward and grasped Karasuma's hand. "May I have a moment alone with you and Yukimura Onaikin?" Chapter 42. Am I from another world? As Karasuma turned to exchange a glance with Yukimura, he led Kudo Shinichi to a nearby bench to take a seat. A group of individuals, including Nayu and Bunta, gathered around them. Could I have a moment alone with Karasuma and Yukimura?" Kudo Shinichi asked innocently, looking up at the crowd. "Return to your training," Yukimura commanded, prompting the group to disperse, each attending to their respective endeavors, whether it be training or practice matches. "Who are you? What do you intend by masquerading as my younger brother?" "All the family assets belong to me," Karasuma remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him. "Karasuma, Yukimura, do you recall last Sunday at Darabaka Park?" Kudo Shinichi probed cautiously. "Of course. Why?" Karasuma responded, eyeing him with suspicion. "How do you know we went to Darabaka Park last Sunday? How infuriating. Do you truly not remember me?" Kudo Shinichi felt a pang of disappointment. "It was clearly the two of you who took me to the hospital for treatment and brought me home. The nurse doesn't remember me, the officer doesn't remember me, and neither do you. What is happening in this world?" "I am indeed Kudo Shinichi," he declared, his mood noticeably dampened. As Karasuma Gaki and Yukimura exchanged glances, skepticism was etched upon their faces. The idea that he would harm a child seemed utterly implausible. Yukimura, with an expression of resignation, shot a disapproving look at Karasuma, imploring him not to intimidate the young ones. "I recounted my experience as Shinichi Kudo, detailing the events from that day at Darabaka Park when I played alongside the two of them, including the thrilling ride on the roller coaster, where they shared a car with Ran while I sat alone in the rear. Yet, a case emerged, leading to our separation. Later, I encountered a suspicious individual who followed me and reiterated my ordeal." Yukimura furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of confusion, while Karasuma remained utterly perplexed. "However, we left the park immediately after dinner and did not encounter you or Brother Kudo," Karasuma stated. "Moreover, you possess no evidence to substantiate your claim of being Shinichi Kudo. What kind of poison could possibly reduce a person to the appearance of a 6 or 7-year-old? Wouldn't that be akin to a miraculous return to youth?" With unwavering conviction, Karasuma maintained his disbelief. "I shall call Sister Ran to inquire about Brother Kudo's condition. Should you dare to deceive me, rest assured, I am capable of reprimanding a child." Karasuma quickly took out his phone and dialed a number, startling Kudo Shinichi. He lunged forward in an attempt to snatch the phone away, pleading, "Do not let her know." As Karasuma raised his hand, the little fellow could no longer reach. He arched an eyebrow and answered the phone. "Hello? Is that you, Koyanagi? Is there something you need?" Karasuma brought the phone close to his ear and inquired, Sister Xiaolan, what has Brother Kudo been up to lately? Is he still solving cases? Upon reflection, Xiaolan noted, well, it seems that Shinichi has been quite well behaved recently, attending school diligently. With her left index finger resting on her chin, she recollected the recent events. Is there something you need to discuss with him? No, I was just curious, she replied, before hanging up and glancing down at the child. Brother Kudo is diligently attending class. What on earth are you up to, you little rascal? With a sense of resignation, Kudo Shinichi recounted his wandering escapades of the past week to the two of them, shoulders slumped and spirits low. You're not from another world, are you? Yukimura pondered, unsure of Karasuma's intentions and questioning the authenticity of the child before him. Shinichi, why don't you head back to training? I'll have a word with this little brat, Karasuma suggested to Yukimura, who nodded in agreement. What do you mean, another world? Kudo Shinichi felt his mind momentarily falter. It means you're not from this world. You've crossed over. Karasuma began to ramble nonsensically. Today is just another day in directing. How is that possible? That's unscientific. Kudo protested. Why can't it be? You claim to have ingested poison and transformed from 17 to 7 years old. Now that's scientific? Karasuma retorted. With so many unsolved mysteries in the world, not everything can be elucidated by science. He pointed towards the direction of Rewang. In your world, do tennis players possess illusions? Kudo turned to look in that direction and spotted two identical, serious-looking middle school students in caps practicing. Twins? He mused. No, Renwang, Karasuma shouted. As Rewang returned a shot to Sonata, dispelling the illusion. What is going on? Kudo exclaimed, astonished by the appearance of another person with similarly silver-blue long braids. Someone he had just seen encircling him moments ago. Continue, it's fine, Karasuma waved off the concern. Do you have such individuals in your realm? He twisted Kudo's head to face him, questioning further. I've never seen anyone like that. This is unscientific. Can your tennis even damage the ground? Karasuma rose, picked up a racket resting nearby, and struck a ball towards the empty space. A resounding bang echoed as a large crater formed, dust scattering in its wake. Karasuma! A voice shouted from afar as Yanagi-sawa expressed his anger. Although the Rikkai demolition squad often caused damage during practice, none had ever struck without warning like Karasuma. Managing the budget was no small task. Haha, I'll cover the repair costs. Don't be angry, Yanagi-sawa. Karasuma chuckled, scratching his head. Kudo Shinichi stood agape, mouth agape, engulfed in dust. This truly is another world. What am I to do now? Do you know how to return? Kudo eventually asked Karasuma, regaining his composure. How would I know? I've only read it in comics and novels. Some say that dying is the way back. As Karamagai stowed away his tennis racket and returned to his seat, a sudden wave of dizziness swept over him, prompting a frown. No. Such a notion must surely be false. Kudo Shinichi rejected the idea of being able to return from death, contemplating his next course of action. A child without identity or parents, wandering outside, shall surely be sent to an orphanage, he mused. Shinichi offered no reply. The history of this world mirrored his own experiences precisely, with the turning point occurring during his pursuit of a suspicious man. He had successfully tracked the individual, only to be ambushed and reduced in size, while this world's Kudo lost the trail and resumed his previous life. Were he and this world's Kudo, in truth, the same person? If they were indeed the same individual from a parallel world, he would know his parents, should an additional child exist. They would surely be delighted and intrigued. However, he himself would not feel joy. If what you say is true, then you and Kudo Onaikan are one and the same. We must find an opportunity for a blood test. I shall assist you in obtaining a paternity test, Karamagai declared, retrieving a syringe from his tennis bag, swiftly and accurately plunging it into Shinichi's small arm and leg to draw a vial of blood, reminiscent of a character from folklore. Shinichi barely had time to react before being pricked. Is that clean? Was it disinfected? Did you just pull that from your tennis bag? It's clean, have no worries. I will help you with the paternity test. If you two are indeed the same person, you can go to your parents and act cute, Karamagai assured him sincerely, tucking away the syringe. Hair can also be used for testing. Blood is not strictly necessary. Shinichi, increasingly anxious, worried that he might become infected. Fear not. You are a being from another world, a chosen one. You shall not perish. Karamagai added, plucking a few strands of his hair. Shinichi rolled his eyes. And Karamagai gathered his belongings, waving him off. You may return for now. I will inform you when I have news. How can you expect me to undergo this test with him? The wise have their own stratagems, came the reply. Chapter 43, The second year Kudo Shinichi followed Professor Agasa back home. "Shinichi, how are things?" Professor Agasa inquired. Shinichi glanced at him but remained silent. As the members of the Karasuma team concluded their club activities and made their way home, Yukimura inquired, "What riddle were you playing with that little brother?" The young lad seemed to have suffered a blow to the head, leading to a disarray in his memories, causing him to believe himself to be Shinichi Kudo. It appears that Karasuma possesses a notable talent for directing. Yukimura nodded thoughtfully, choosing not to press further, for Akagi harbored many secrets. In the dead of night, Wuquan Gai transformed into an inconspicuous passerby and hastened to Tokyo. Stealthily infiltrating the Kudo residence, he surreptitiously administered a vial of blood samples into the Kudo puppet, instructing it to seize an opportunity to replicate the fingerprints of that mischievous spirit. He also dispatched several strands of Kudo Shinichi's hair for testing, knowing full well that the results would merely serve to authenticate himself. 1 week later, in the afternoon, he arranged for the household servant to deliver the test results, revealing a striking 100 similarity to Kudo Shinichi. Ukuru released a puppet resembling a ragdoll cat, which began to linger around Shinichi Kudo, subsequently refraining from further interaction with him. Shinichi Kudo, in turn, did not seek him out. Throughout the day, the puppet conveyed thoughts to him, indicating that it had successfully replicated his fingerprints. On Valentine's Day, Okaru received a love letter, and upon opening it, he discovered it was penned by Yukimura. As Karuma's face flushed with embarrassment, he was acutely aware that Yukimura would extend his goodwill to every member of the tennis club. Upon their first encounter, Karuma expressed an immense kindness. The reasons behind Karuma's affection eluded me. Perhaps it was due to some unique magnetic aura. After a 6-year absence, the sudden return brought a tinge of unfamiliarity. Yet Karuma remained as enthusiastic as ever, extending the same warmth to new friends, which filled me with joy. Together we trained and competed. And when Karuma unexpectedly revealed the secrets of magic and offered me protection, I realized that I held a special place in his heart, just as he did in mine. We shared an unbreakable bond. We are the most exceptional of friends. I hold all of Karuma's decisions in the highest regard. Yukimura's pen inscribed a message. Does this imply that I am more significant than Sanada? Yukimura must have sensed that there were matters he could not disclose to him privately. The third term of our first year concluded, and everyone performed admirably in their examinations. During the spring break, a cherry blossom festival unfolded, featuring a vibrant street filled with delectable food stalls, fortune-telling, and a dazzling fireworks display in the evening. The members of the tennis club gathered to enjoy the festivities. Karuma arrived in his casual attire, while Kawai, Sanada, and Yanagi donned traditional yukatas and wooden sandals. Yanagi had recently cut his hair short, and Sanada opted to forego his hat. Kawai, whose family resided in Tokyo, was attending school at Rikkai University, and he made a special trip to reunite with the tennis club for the Cherry Blossom Festival. After the evening festivities, he planned to spend the night at Yanagi's house. Bunta meandered through the various food stalls, generously spending Kawahara's pocket money. Naya playfully teased him, occasionally snatching a snack from Bunta's hand, delighting in his puffed-up indignation. "Look over there. A dart game. Nayu, aren't you quite skilled at darts? Come on." Bunta stuffed his mouth with food and dragged Naya toward the dart booth. For 200 yen, one could throw 10 darts, and if the total score exceeded 90, they could choose a prize. Nuri, since Bunta is so eager to see, "I suppose I shall reluctantly showcase my skills," Nayu said as he paid and received 10 darts. With a swift throw, he hit the bullseye. 10 points. 10 points. Bunta cheered him unexcitedly. Naya took his next shot, landing another bullseye. All 10 darts hit the bullseye. 100 points. "Incredible, Nayu," Bunta exclaimed, his enthusiasm reaching its peak. "Truly remarkable." Yukimura also offered his praise. "I would say that as professional caliber, no one would disagree." Nayu, unable to contain his modesty amidst the compliments, allowed a humble smile to grace his lips. Meanwhile, Yanagi and Yukimura squatted by a large basin, each holding a delicate paper fishnet, contemplating which little creature would find its way into their pond. Considering the thickness of the paper, the weight it could bear was, "I would estimate that my probability of successfully capturing you in a swift motion stands at 86. Lu set his sights on a target and swiftly took action, successfully capturing a seemingly lethargic little goldfish. He placed it into a plastic bag filled with a modest amount of water, observing it swim languidly within, a smile reminiscent of a proud father gracing his face. Kimura selected a target, gradually extending his fishnet, gently approaching from behind the little goldfish. The fish, lively and spirited, darted forward, only to collide with the net. With a tender motion, Both water and fish were scooped up. "My dear little one, you shall accompany me," he said, placing it into the bag. Watching the goldfish curiously explore its new confines, he secured the bag's opening. After a brief wait, he proclaimed, "Let us be off. There's a stall selling masks. Let us take a look. Over there, they have cotton candy. I want the apple flavor. I prefer strawberry. How unmanly. What does it matter? Who says a man cannot enjoy strawberry flavor?" The fireworks display was about to commence, and he knew of a vantage point that provided a splendid view. With a hint of pride, Tanaka extended his right index finger. The group followed him to a spacious platform elevated above, where they indulged in cotton candy while awaiting the fireworks. Suddenly, vibrant fireworks erupted in the sky, painting it with breathtaking colors. "So beautiful," they exclaimed, savoring the exquisite display from their lofty perch, before leisurely making their way home. Meanwhile, in the realm of Kudo Shinichi, much had transpired over the past 3 months. Upon receiving the appraisal report from Karasuma Gaki, he maintained a skeptical demeanor. The notion of alternate worlds and time travel seemed utterly implausible. Thus, he endeavored to approach his 17-year-old counterpart. When Kudo first laid eyes on him, he was momentarily taken aback, but then instinctively crouched down to take his hand. "What is your name, little brother? You bear a striking resemblance to me as a child." He knelt just as it allowed Shinichi to take action, feigning a gesture to arrange Kudo's hair, only to inadvertently tug at a strand, causing discomfort and earning a pinch to his cheek. Finding an excuse, he hastily fled, eager to enlist Dr. Agasa's assistance in arranging a hospital examination. After nearly 2 weeks of anxious waiting, he finally received the report, which astonishingly confirmed a 100 similarity. He was utterly bewildered. This was indeed an alternate universe, a parallel world version of Kudo Shinichi. For a long while, he languished at Dr. Agasa's residence, yet ultimately mustered the courage to request that Dr. Agasa contact Kudo Yusaku and Kudo Yukiko, who had settled in America. After lengthy explanations over the phone, fraught with confusion, the Kudo couple resolved to return to Neon to investigate the matter further. In the Karasuma district, a new academic journey has commenced for the second-year students. On the very first day of school, the director of education, draped in his coat, stepped through the gates of Rikkai University. As a proud custodian of this esteemed institution, renowned for its illustrious history and exceptional achievements, he took great pride in his role. Just a few steps into the entrance, a youthful and somewhat audacious voice echoed from above. Turning to investigate, he was met with a familiar sight on the first day of school. A seaweed-like growth would appear on the wall at the school gate. A new student, with tousled curly hair, had leapt onto the wall, boldly proclaiming, "From this day forth, I am a first year at Rikkai University. I shall join the tennis club, claim the national championship, and defeat all challengers." With a spirited expression and unwavering determination, he stirred quite a crowd below. "Hey, what are you doing up there? Come down immediately," the director admonished as he approached the wall. The curly-haired newcomer, realizing his misstep, quickly apologized and scrambled down, hastily making his exit. Such mischievous behavior was merely an anomaly. The students of Rikkai University are, in truth, exceptionally talented individuals. On the second floor, Yukimura, Sanada, and Yanagi observed the antics of the exuberant underclassmen from the corridor. Yukimura couldn't suppress a chuckle, finding the scene rather amusing. "Ah, Kiora Chika, ever the character," he remarked. "What on earth are they teaching in etiquette class? Such a lack of decorum. This carefree lad will need a proper lesson in manners when he joins the tennis club." Yanagi maintained his usual calm demeanor. As they transitioned into their second year, everyone had experienced a significant growth spurt. Mori, a third-year student, now towered at 185 meters, destined to surpass 190 meters in height. Among the second-year students, Karasuma stood as the tallest, while Yanagi, Sanada, and others had reached 175 meters. Kawahara measured in at 174 meters, and Yukimura and Neo were both at 171 meters. Meanwhile, Bunta, through diligent consumption of milk, had grown to 165 meters, a full centimeter taller than during his first year in junior high. Proving that milk does have its benefits, he harbored hopes of surpassing 170 meters by his third year. In private, Bunta discreetly approached Karasuma to inquire about any magical remedies for height enhancement. Karasuma, with a twinkle in his eye, responded, "You seem quite obsessed with height, don't you? What young man wouldn't he desire to be tall and strong?" Glancing outside wistfully, Bunta expressed, "If only I could grow as tall as you." "I'll think of a solution for you," Karasuma replied. "Grandfather, is there any side effect to that growth plan?" asked the self-proclaimed most handsome in the universe. No. It's well established. Those under 20 can gain 10 centimeters, those under 50 can achieve 5 centimeters, and those over 50 can see 3 centimeters of growth. It has been available in elite circles for quite some time, came the reply from the knowledgeable elder. You're only 13 and already won. 75 meters. There's still room for you to grow, so don't worry. Can you get me some of those pills, Grandpa? The young man requested eagerly. They're $1 million each, while we sell them in elite circles for $3 million, the elder replied. Grandpa, don't be so formal. No one understands crows better than I do. I see you haven't accomplished many tasks this year. The universe's most handsome, understood. Let's stir up some trouble and diminish the protagonist's halo. That could be quite entertaining. Kahara Akaya has also joined the tennis club. And Yagyu Hiroshi has submitted his application for membership. In the second week of the new semester, the tennis club will hold a selection tournament for the main team. Freshmen and second and third-year members who believe they possess the capability to join the main team will participate in a series of ranking matches. After a week of competition, the selected members of the Rikkai Dai Tennis Club are Captain Yukimura Seichi, second year, Vice Captain Sanada Janikura, second year, Mori Juzaburu, third year, Karasuma Gaki, second year, Yanagi Rinji, second year, Marui Bunta, second year, Nayo Masaharu, second year, and the formidable Kawamura S. Jin, second year. The alternate members include Dry Zenkichi, second year, Yagyu Hiroshi, second year, Kahara Akaya, first year, and Sakamoto, first year. Yagyu had previously dabbled in tennis, however. He preferred golf and thus set tennis aside to focus on it. Unfortunately, the golf club at Rikkai is underwhelming in numbers and financial support, with rumors circulating about its potential closure. Meanwhile, Nayo has persistently pestered him, bombarding him with daily phone calls, which have resulted in their conversation expenses accounting for a quarter of his family's phone bill, leading his mother to mistakenly believe he is in a romantic relationship. I will become stronger. Then I shall defeat all of you, Kahara Akaya declared, stepping forward and raising his small fist in a vow after hearing the list of main and alternate members. Quite a spirited declaration. I look forward to it. After 2 weeks spent with this adorably naive junior, Yukimura has discerned his character well. You are most welcome to challenge me. In response to the charming smile of the handsome captain, the brash Kahara Akaya shyly ruffled his hair, laughing, Oh, you flatter me. Nayo Masaharu leaned against his designated partner Yagyu, gazing at the silly junior. Seichi didn't praise you, did he? Nayo, you're a liar, senpai. I won't believe your words. Having only been in the tennis club for 2 weeks, he had already been tricked into extra training sessions by this white-haired senior numerous times. It was exhausting. That despicable fellow, he would surely crush him. Kahara-kun, it's time for us to train together. A boy, exuding an aura of coolness in every gesture, donned black-framed glasses. A teardrop beauty mark beneath his left eye complementing his handsome features, giving off an impression of an elite, despite being merely a middle school student. Kahara Akaya observed his classmate, who had also entered the alternate selection alongside him. Sakamoto had just moved in next door, and they walked home together after school. Thanks to Kahara Akaya, the new neighbor could find his way home with ease every day. Yet, he astonishingly did not even know the other's name. Hey, Sakamoto. By the way, what is your name? When Yukimura-senpai announced names earlier, he only mentioned your surname, it seems. In this narrative, a character named Sakamoto gazes down at his new neighbor, who possesses a rather dull-witted demeanor, and introduces himself. However, the name uttered by Sakamoto is obscured by a censoring sound, rendering even his lip movements indecipherable. Kahara Akaya stands in bewilderment, contemplating the increasingly fantastical nature of this world. Karasuma, unable to contain his astonishment, wonders how many anime have been amalgamated into this scenario. Is it possible that Sakamoto is also burdened with a task? And what about Kid the Phantom Thief? Sakamoto, Kid has no mission. They are merely making a cameo, he replies. Mori, witnessing the score at 4-0, has seemingly become more adept at liberating himself from the pentagram that had previously hindered his serve. Just as he prepares to pivot and chase the ball hurtling towards the baseline, a sudden jolt seizes his heart, causing him to expel a copious amount of blood from his mouth. His eyes lose focus as he clutches his chest and slowly collapses. Kaki. Kaki. Senpai. The nearest player from the adjacent court, Yukimura, hastily discards his racket and rushes to embrace the fallen Karasuma. Karasuma grips Yukimura's hand before succumbing to unconsciousness. Chaos ensues within the Rikkai Tennis Club as Yukimura, trembling, retrieves his phone to call Karasuma's uncle. Uncle, Kaki suddenly vomited blood and lost consciousness. Mori's eyes brim with tears as he grapples with the fear that Karasuma's condition may have resulted from the strain of breaking free from Kaki's mental assault. Upon receiving a call from Yukimura, Karasuma felt a surge of panic as he learned that the young master had collapsed and was spitting blood. His distinctive hair flicked wildly from side to side, and he swiftly messaged the B0SS and Jin, also alerting Cognac to arrange an emergency rescue team to head to Rikkai. Upon arrival at the tennis court, the rescue team promptly assessed the scene, conducting an examination of Karasuma, yet they could not determine the cause of his sudden ailment. They decided to transport him to the organization's hospital for a more comprehensive evaluation. Yukimura wished to accompany him, but Cognac denied the request. However, due to Karasuma's desperate grip on Yukimura's hand, they reluctantly consented to allow him to join. Chapter 45. Kudo Shin. Shinichi. Artificial. Call customer service. What is happening? Karasuma found himself confined in a small dark room after experiencing a sudden, intense pain in his chest, followed by spitting blood. Oh, you have disrupted the grand narrative of Detective Conan. Enraged, the consciousness of that world expended a third of its energy to retaliate against you, although at least he managed to indulge himself thoroughly in the process. Did he eliminate me? You shall not perish. I have acquired half of his energy. I am entirely capable of safeguarding you. I refuse to continue. You may as well erase me. After laboring tirelessly on missions, my life is still governed by this wretched system. Should you be erased, I too shall face obliteration. I will not permit your demise. Are you bound to my soul, sharing life and death? Why did you not mention this before? If that is the case, then he shall not fear. I worry you might become too complacent. But what is the situation now? Did you not deceive Kudo Shinichi into believing he had entered an alternate world? He has conducted various investigations, yet all traces have been erased by you. He believes it. How petty of him. Is he truly so angered as to expend a third of his energy against me? Well, not exactly. Kudo Shinichi sought out his parents. The Kudo couple arrived in Neon a month prior. They first verified the blood samples of both Kudo Shin and Kudo Conan, sending them to a trusted doctor for examination. Overseeing the process personally, and the results were still a perfect match. They also visited the location of the incident as described by young Kudo, questioning the witnesses present at the time, yet uncovered nothing. Kudo Yusaku even contacted an FB official he knew to gather information, only to discover that Vermouth had long since disposed of the individuals involved, revealing that two were indeed shot at home, and there was substantial evidence of smuggling firearms. Ultimately, both came to believe young Kudo's account of a parallel world and resolved to adopt him. Young Kudo initially intended to name himself Conan, but was firmly denied by Kudo Shin, who suggested that Kudo Yukiko name him Kudo Shinichi, which was just registered. You have disrupted the entire main storyline, severing the connection between the protagonist and the Crow Legion, and even altered the protagonist's name from Conan to Shinichi, significantly diminishing his aura. The world consciousness expended energy to restore that aura, and in frustration at discovering your meddling, retaliated against you. Why did you not caution me? Had I known, I would not have engaged in this endeavor. It has been excruciating. So what shall we do now? Surely my body will not simply perish? And why did he expend a third while you acquired half? You shall not perish. I will not allow it. However, one must remain in the small dark room for a few days. You have previously struck against the Red faction, severing the betrayal line of Belmort, interrupted the romantic entanglement of the protagonists, and disrupted the clash between the protagonist and the Black faction, converting the weakened halo into energy that I have absorbed. This young talent has barely begun, yet has already lost half of his vigor. It seems quite manageable to weaken him. However, as we progress further, the pace becomes increasingly sluggish. Yukimura sits beside Karasuma's bed, grasping his hand and leaning over the edge of the bed. Kinyu has conducted a thorough examination of Karasuma, revealing that his physical indicators are significantly healthier than those of an average person. Yet the cause of his blood vomiting and unconsciousness remains elusive. Kinyu is a codename member of the organization in the French region, a purebred second-generation member, with parents who were senior researchers within the organization, primarily responsible for the growth project. Upon reaching adulthood, Kinyu was dispatched to Neon, serving as the organization's specialized genius doctor in that region. It is quite rare to encounter a case of blood vomiting and unconsciousness coupled with robust health, with no discernible cause. Should Jin not have a Beretta pressed against his temple, he would be inclined to make an incision to uncover the reason. Yukimura has stayed by Karasuma's side the entire day. Karasuma clings to him without letting go. Thus, at night, he had no choice but to procure another hospital bed for rest. Washing up was also conducted within a fenced area, merely a simple wipe-down. The ward is staffed 24 hours a day by 4 rotating medical personnel, despite the discomfort of being washed while sleeping. Yukimura could do nothing but pull the blanket a little higher for modesty. During this time, a notably tall man with silver hair, dressed in a black trench coat and wearing a top hat, visited. He did not appear to be from Neon. What had transpired before his unconsciousness? Yukimura sensed a dangerous aura emanating from the man during practice matches. With whom? Seeing the cold and indifferent gaze hidden beneath the man's long hair, Yukimura fell silent. He was indeed perilous. Routine practice had always been ongoing without incident. Yukimura felt an unsettling premonition if no explanation were provided. Humph. Jin knows this has nothing to do with those youngsters. I shall not stoop to their level. He reviewed the examination report, noting that there were no issues with the body, and it seemed Barolo was particularly concerned about this group of team members. After lying there all day, he still clung to the hand of another. This boy is unwell. Are you Karasuma's father? Although he does not appear to be, they both share white hair. Guardian. Jin leaned against the window, frowning as he observed the pale-faced Karasuma upon the bed. Could it be that there is some hidden hereditary illness? Jin left the ward shortly after his arrival. The following day, the room was graced by the presence of Chris Winard, clad in an elegant black dress. Belmont entered the room to find Yukimura dozing at the bedside. It was said that Barolo had been holding on to someone's hand for dear life, resulting in this poor soul accompanying him for nearly 2 days. Belmont took a seat on a chair positioned on the opposite side of the bed and reached out to check Karasuma's forehead, finding it to be of normal temperature. Yukimura stirred awake, and in his dazed state, he spotted Chris Winard sitting across from him, engrossed in her phone. You're awake, young one. You've truly endured quite the ordeal these past couple of days, she said. Miss Winard, greetings. It has been troublesome. It's the least I could do. Yukimura turned his gaze towards the still unconscious Karasuma, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. He should be fine. The test results indicate he is in good health. Indeed. He will surely be all right during these 2 days. The members of the tennis club had incessantly sent messages and made calls inquiring about Karasuma's condition and the hospital's location. Mori-senpai had sent the most messages, nearly dozens in a single day. Yukimura replied to Mori, reassuring him that Karasuma's health check revealed no issues, and comforted him by stating that he had consistently managed to break free from mental attacks during practice, emphasizing that it was not his fault, so he should not feel guilty. Even Ichinos reached out, expressing a desire to visit and suggesting the hospital assist with further examinations. Yukimura conveyed the information he had and politely declined to visit. He was unaware of the hospital's address, which appeared to be more of a private establishment. Yukimura had stayed by Karasuma's side for 3 days, during which he had undergone numerous examinations. He pondered whether magic might be at play, a backlash of sorts, rendering scientific instruments ineffective. As Yukimura responded to the messages from his teammates with his left hand, he suddenly felt movement in his right hand, which was being held. He looked up. Astonished, Karasuma had awakened. The 4 medical staff members present reacted swiftly. 2 exited to inform Kanpai, while the other 2 approached to inquire about his condition and whether he felt any discomfort. Karasu, you're awake. You truly frightened me. Yukimura exclaimed, tightening his grip on his hand and assisting him in sitting up. I'm fine. I don't want any examinations. I assure you, I'm well. Karasuma insisted. Jin and Belmont, having received the news, rushed over to find the young boy confronting Kanpai, throwing a small tantrum and refusing to undergo any checks, only to be met with Jin's forceful intervention. Belmont restrained the child attempting to mediate, observing that Karasuma indeed appeared to be fine. Yukimura watched in astonishment, contemplating what sort of guardians these were. Was this truly how one cared for a child? They had resorted to physical confrontation in the ward, albeit it was evident that Karasuma had initiated the scuffle, and he clearly did not hold the upper hand. Karasuma was restrained by Jin, his hands firmly held. Realization dawned upon him. Release me. His eyes reddened with frustration. How infuriating it was to lose face in front of the elite. Humph. It appeared he was, indeed, unscathed, possessing sufficient strength to confront him, and he pushed him toward Cognac. Cognac calmly accepted the individual and commenced his examination. The results were in. He remained in excellent health. Yukimura sent a message to the tennis club, alleviating the concerns that had plagued them in recent days. Chapter 46, Karasuma Dayu, do you comprehend the reason behind this? Jin inquired after reviewing the report. Could it be that the B0SS has conducted experiments on his body? Karasuma blinked and remained silent, thinking that even if he spoke, it would be of no comprehension to the other. Kinja did not press further, instead escorting the two back to their home. The following day, Gaki returned to school. During morning training, the tennis team gathered around him, hesitating to reach out, while Maori, with reddened eyes, fixed his gaze on him. "I'm sorry, Gaki." "I'm fine, Maori-senpai. It has nothing to do with you." Gaki gently patted his arm, remarking on the unfortunate coincidence of being attacked during practice, which had startled him. "Is your health all right?" Maori inquired, extending his hand to lightly touch Gaki's forehead. He was unsure how to assess his health, merely instinctively checking for warmth. "I'm quite healthy." "Ah. That fainting incident was really just a coincidence. The world can be so petty." "Maori-senpai, I'm truly fine now." There were certain matters he felt uncomfortable discussing. Morning training consisted of ordinary warm-up runs, with Maori trailing behind Gaki throughout, anxious that the fragile boy might faint again. Upon returning to the classroom, several classmates approached him during the break, expressing their concern. "Gaki, are you feeling all right?" The rescue team led by Kanai had made quite an entrance by that time. Most club activities had concluded, and many students had already left the school, though some who remained had witnessed the event. "I'm fine. Thank you all for your concern." Gaki replied politely. "Gaki, did you suffer from a magical backlash?" After the others dispersed, Buntai leaned over his desk and whispered, "No, please don't ask." Gaki said, ruffling Buntai's smooth red hair. "If you're feeling unwell, you must speak up." Neo leaned against the desk behind him, resting a hand on Gaki's shoulder. "I know, truly. I'm not that fragile." Gaki raised his fist at the two who treated him like an invalid. "I'll crush you all this afternoon." However, during the afternoon practice session, no one challenged Gaki to a practice match, even Kahara, who used to seek him out daily. Focus solely on training with Sakamoto. "Akira, come play a match with me." "No way. Gaki-senpai, I'm afraid I might make you bleed." That day had truly terrified him. Sakamoto patted Kahara's head, calling him a fool. Karasuma was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the foolishness of his junior, who had been ostracizing him. Feeling aggrieved, Karasuma sought solace in confiding to Yukimura. "I shall confront you," he declared, as Yukimura, with racket in hand, turned to signal his readiness for the match. The mental attacks from Yukio were ineffective against Yukimura, despite the latter's mental fortitude being inferior to Yukio's. The two engaged in a contest solely reliant on their foundational tennis skills and techniques, leading to Yukio's defeat with a score of 5-7. It is evident that Yukio's body has yet to fully recover, as he did not employ the five-pointed star technique. Meanwhile, Bunta, Renwang, Yagyu, and Kahara huddled together, whispering in quiet discussion. Could it be that the last incident of spitting blood has left a shadow? Bunta speculated. Or is it that he can no longer use it? Renwang pondered, though he found it unlikely, noting Yukio's still formidable mental strength. "I can sense it," he remarked. "From my observations, Yukio-senpai's mental attacks are ineffective against Minister Yukimura." Sakamoto interjected from behind Kahara, offering his analysis. The group stood up straight, encircling Sakamoto, eager to learn how he had discerned this. "This is a secret technique of mine. One that cannot be divulged," Sakamoto replied, adjusting his glasses with an air of mystery. "Ah, it is time for today's training. I shall take Kahara-kun ahead," he announced, pulling Kahara along towards Yukimura before turning to find Yagyu. After Yukio's display of strength, the group finally accepted that he was not the frail individual they had once perceived, but rather the formidable Yukio they had always known. At the regular selection meeting, it was decided that 3 members would compete in the regional qualifiers and the prefectural tournament, with the remaining spots filled by alternate members, the order determined by a draw. The New Year's middle school tennis team tournament had commenced, and the mascot of Rikkai Dai Tennis Club made its triumphant return. The regular members would draw first, with those who picked numbers designated as competitors. The paper drawn by Karasuma was blank, and beside him, Naya's was also empty. Naya tiptoed, peering at the slip of paper in Muri's hand. 1. Doubles 2. Yagyu Hiroshi, Sakamoto doubles 1. Marui Bunta, Dry Seijiro singles 3. Kiri Akaya singles 2. Yanagisawa Rinchi singles 1. Muri Juru in the first round of the tournament. A total of 5 matches would be played. The synergy of the gentlemen's elite group in doubles 2 proved remarkably effective. Secret technique. Renetition sidestand. Huh? What was that? Ran something stone? The linguistically challenged Kiryu Akaya missed what his companion had said. He gazed at Sakamoto, who was repeatedly jumping around the court, his mind filled with questions. Renetition sidestand, the art of repeated lateral jumps. Dry Seijiro kindly translated for his not-so-bright junior. He was generating a strong vortex of air through rapid lateral jumps to influence the ball's trajectory while simultaneously confounding the opponent. It seemed that Yanagi and Sakamoto's thoughts were interconnected. It was no surprise that he understood the child so well, having brought him along, thus providing the above explanation regarding his actions. Meanwhile, Yagi was perfectly defending in the backcourt, observing his junior in the foreground who captured everyone's attention. It was said that Sakamoto-kun had drawn attention upon his entrance to the school, easily becoming the focus of the crowd. They won the match with a flawless 6-0. Sakamoto-kun. Splendid work. Your net skills are impressive, and you managed to return and score accurately during your repeated jumps. Thanks to Yagyu-senpai's impeccable defense. Sakamoto adjusted his glasses with his left hand while resting his right hand against his waist, the racket leaning there, his beautiful eyes, hidden behind the spectacles, fixated on his recent partner with admiration. The gentleman and elite mutually appreciated and praised each other before returning to their respective partners. Yanagi opened his notebook and noted on Sakamoto's page that he naturally exuded an attention-grabbing aura in every gesture. In less than 15 minutes, the announcement echoed, game, set, and match. Rikkai Daigaku 6-0. Sakamoto, watch closely. I shall take to the court now. I will definitely win the match in just 14 minutes. Kiryu Akaya positioned the racket behind his back with both hands, confident that he would triumph magnificently in his debut match. You can do it, Kiryu-kun, Sakamoto remarked, adjusting his glasses with a calm demeanor. Receiving his friend's trust, Kiryu stepped onto the court with confidence. The regional qualifiers posed no formidable opponents, and Kiryu easily secured a 6-0 victory, successfully fulfilling the promise he had made, earning praise from Captain Yukimura. Yanagi and Muri swiftly claimed victory as well, breaking Kiryu's recently established record for match duration. I shall surpass that record once more. In the first year of Rikkai Daigaku, the indomitable ace, Chiharu Akaya, never yields. During the regional qualifiers and the prefectural tournament, Rikkai Daigaku consistently fielded 4 quasi-regulars alongside 3 randomly selected regulars, triumphantly securing victories with a resounding 6-0 scoreline. And the duration of their matches grew progressively shorter. Among the quasi-regulars, the one enduring the most rigorous training regimen was Chiharu Akaya, whose foundational skills were not particularly solid, necessitating an even greater training load. Of course, there were instances where he faced penalties for clashing with the vice-captain or fell victim to Senior Renwang's playful deceit, compelling him to engage in additional training sessions. Sakamoto would patiently await his somewhat foolish classmate and neighbor, Chiharu, to finish his training and occasionally accompany him for extra practice, dragging home a bag of dehydrated kelp afterward. Chapter 47. The death of Shinichi Kudo. By the end of the prefectural tournament, it was already late June, with the Kando conference set to commence in mid-July. The summer vacation for Rikkai Daigaku's affiliated middle school began in early July and extended until September 1st. This weekend, 12 members of the tennis club gathered in the spacious library, study, of the Karama family. Yagyu lounged on a leather sofa, indulging in a detective novel, a collector's edition no less. Renwang leaned against his shoulder, engrossed in a video game. Wanta, Kuwahara, and Maori occupied another sofa, absorbed in their smartphones, occasionally savoring the delectable refreshments prepared by Uncle Ray's servants, simply delightful. Sakakibara stood beneath a wall adorned with murals, appreciating the artistic creations. Upon entering, he greeted the welcoming Karama Ray, introducing himself as Sakakibara, a junior to Karama, and humbly apologized for the intrusion. With a small token of respect, he retrieved a box of smooth, colorful pebbles from his backpack and presented it with a bow, saying, "A humble gift, please accept it." The members of the tennis club, including Karama himself, were taken aback by Sakakibara's graceful and fluid display of etiquette, unsure of how to respond. It was his first visit, and his manners were impeccably executed. On their initial visit to the Karama residence, the tennis club members had also brought small gifts, but none had been as formal as Sakakibara's. Once in the study, the still youthful Sakakibara could not contain his excitement, exuberantly bouncing around as he observed the organization of the books. Dryan, poring over a nutrition juice recipe book on the shelf, was thoroughly engrossed, occasionally jotting notes in his notebook, a look of blissful obsession gracing his features. Chiharu sat at the desk, surrounded by the vice-captain Sanada, whom he dreaded most, and the ever-gentle senior Yagyu. "Akaya, you shall copy these words 100 times. Make sure they are the correct ones, not the ones you misspelled." Thud, Sanada bellowed, delivering a firm punch to Chiharu's head, causing a pink bump to slowly emerge from his fluffy crown. Tears welled in Chiharu's eyes as he cradled his head, exclaiming, "It hurts, Sonata Vice Captain. Ichiro, do not strike his head." Inherently not the brightest, his lack of intelligence only compounded the difficulties of his education. Chiharu couldn't help but lean into Lu's embrace. His eyes glistening, Lu gently patted his head, instructing him to memorize these words and transcribe them 50 times. "All right, I will strive to do my best," Chiharu declared, fervently beginning to write at the desk. "Yenichiro," he attempted to speak softly, "how is it?" After confirming that the words Little Seaweed had copied were correct, Lu looked up and proposed to Sonata. Sonata, with a furrowed brow, questioned, "Gentle, is it?" "Chiharu, you must not copy the incorrect words. You need to write the right ones," he gently admonished. Chiharu shivered, feeling the goosebumps rise. "I got it. Vice Captain, stop being so verbose." "Chiharu." Sonata's expression darkened as he raised his hand, recalling Lu's advice not to strike him on the head. Instead, he poked Chiharu's face with a finger, urging, "Write faster." After completing the quiz that Lu and Sonata had devised for him, Chiharu contemplated standing up for a brief respite to peruse the manga section, where he spotted the shelves filled with comics. However, Sonata firmly grasped his shoulder, reminding him that mathematics was next. Neo, called upon, couldn't help but shudder. How did this guy even gain admission to Rikkai Dai? How could anyone fail all subjects? Lu and Sakamoto were tasked with Chiharu's physics and chemistry. But Chiharu scratched his head in utter confusion, leaving them with no choice but to have him memorize the problems and remember the answers. Sakamoto, who achieved perfect scores in all subjects, couldn't suppress a sigh, realizing how challenging it was to teach Chiharu, whose brain functioned like a single-celled organism. Thanks to the diligent nurturing from his academically superior seniors in the exam deity Sakamoto, Chiharu safely passed his final exams in July. "Does that mean I can participate in the Kanto tournament?" Chiharu's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Yukimura. "If you can bring down a senior during the selection process, you could make it to the national finals," Yukimura replied with a smile, painting a bright picture for him. "The national finals? I will surely defeat all of you and become a regular player," Chiharu declared, eagerly anticipating his moment on the grand stage of the national competition. Before the Kanto tournament, the selection process for the main team yielded no changes in its members. On the eve of the tournament, the system informed him that the protagonist's halo had diminished slightly once more. The puppet of Kudo, devoid of the death god's aura, was no longer destined to meet a grim fate. Over the past few months, he had scarcely encountered any cases, and whenever a case arose, Kudo Shinichi was present. Upon learning that the individual who had been administering him drugs had been eliminated by an enemy, he began to recklessly assume the role of a detective under the guise of an elementary school student, wielding the death god's power without restraint. Recently, the spotlight that once shone on the high school detective Kudo Shinichi had been eclipsed by the antics of the young elementary school detective and the junior detective league. Your Kudo puppet met his demise as Kudo Shinichi, equipped with a skateboard from Professor Agasa, raced about, suspecting anything that caught his eye, often charging in recklessly. He inadvertently caused numerous traffic accidents, and in a bid to save him, Kudo's puppet was hurled away before the eyes of Muri Ran, Suzuki Sonoko, and the Junior Detective League, ultimately leading to his demise, although saving him would not have posed any danger. This was a directive from Karasuma Gaki to find an opportunity to eliminate him, ideally tarnishing the original's reputation in the process. The protagonist group's trust and affection towards him could indeed diminish the protagonist's halo, correct? Yes, and I have observed that as he solves cases, the halo gradually begins to accumulate once more, albeit at a painfully slow pace. How infuriating. I rendered him mute with poison. Shortly after the Kudo couple returned to America, they received the devastating news of their son's death, causing Kudo Yukiko to faint on the spot. Rushing back to Japan, she grappled with the reality that her son had died saving another reckless child. Why was it not the otherworldly child who perished? Was he truly their son? Kudo Yukiko collapsed in Kudo Yusaku's arms, unable to suppress her doubts about whether this troublemaking child, who had caused chaos since arriving in their home, was genuinely theirs. Shinichi had never been this reckless in his childhood. Before the main storyline commenced, the Death God's halo had not yet wielded significant power. Although Kudo Shinichi occasionally encountered cases, they were not as frequent as in later times, thus failing to showcase his reckless nature in the face of a case. Now, with cases emerging with great frequency, his impetuous character was fully on display. Kudo Yusaku took a deep breath, suppressing his sorrow, and gently patted his wife's back to comfort her. At the funeral of Kudo Shinichi, his friends, classmates, teachers, and even Officer Megure gathered to pay their respects. Kudo Shinji, the adopted child of the Kudo family, was mourned deeply. Suzuki Sonoko and Muri Ran, childhood friends who had grown up together, embraced and wept for their lost companion. Sonoko, who had never been fond of arrogant personalities, could not help but harbor resentment towards this troublesome child. Those who should have been his supporters now expressed dissatisfaction and grievances. After laying Kudo Shinichi to rest, Kudo's spirit dissipated. Ultimately, the Kudo couple could not bring themselves to blame their biological child. They entrusted Muri Kagoro with a sum of 10 million yen for his upbringing, requesting him to care for Kudo Shinji before returning to America. Previously, it was Kudo Shinichi and Muri Ran who had taken care of the child, with Ran largely assisting. The moment Kudo Shinichi was struck down, she felt dizzy and her heart raced, as if she had lost something of utmost importance. It was only at that moment she realized her feelings for Shinichi, but alas, it was too late. Kudo Shinji now resided with the Muri family. Ran did not necessarily dislike the boy, but her attitude had shifted significantly. What once seemed like a charming younger brother, reminiscent of Shinichi in his childhood, had transformed into a disobedient child. Chapter 48, Confrontation with Aoyama. The ragdoll cat previously left by Karasuma was taken in by Kudo's puppet for care. Now that the Kudo household is empty, Ran Muri has embraced the feline into her own home, as Shinichi had a fond affection for this cat. When the system named Karasuma notified him of significant changes, he ceased to pay close attention. In the first round of the Kanto tournament, Rikkai faced Saigaku, marking the end of a year-long suspension. Saigaku's second-year players, Oishi Shuichiro and Kakomaru Eiji, formed a fixed doubles team, demonstrating commendable synergy. Kawai Takashi, a power player, found his team diminished this year due to the aftermath of last year's violent incident, resulting in a notably reduced number of new entrants to Saigaku's tennis club. With none of the first-year students qualifying based on my investigation, Kan, holding the data, reported on their first-round opponents and couldn't resist sharing some gossip he had uncovered. Oishi and Kakomaru were likely to compete in doubles 1, showing somewhat better performance than their seniors in the tournament. Kawai was expected to play singles 3, boasting a current win rate of 100, as Saigaku had not yet faced Hyodai. Shall we pair up for doubles and see how much your former teammates have improved? Lu inquired, having discussed the participants of the Kanto tournament with Seichi, ensuring that the regular members would still have an opportunity to participate. Kan's eyes sparkled as he looked at Yukimura, who nodded with a smile. Of course, I have been looking forward to reuniting in doubles, even if just for one match. In the first round of the Kanto tournament, Saigaku's second doubles team comprised unknown players, while Rikkai's first doubles was predetermined to be Kan and Lu, with the remainder decided by lottery. Renwang, having drawn the second doubles with Kahara Akaya, looked at Lu with a pitiful expression, unwilling to cooperate, having prepared for the draw. Renwang-kun, may you find your own fortune. Doubles with Kahara-kun is even more challenging than with Sanada-kun, he lamented. Despite a 6-0 victory, Renwang felt he had never played such an exhausting doubles match. He had intended to enjoy a leisurely game. Renwang-senpai, you really are lacking. Sweating so much. Kahara turned to Renwang, who had been getting in his way and consistently stealing his shots. Honestly, I must report this to Captain Yukimura. I'll tell him to increase training for Renwang-senpai. He chuckled, finding Renwang's predicament amusing. Captain Yukimura, Renwang-senpai was constantly stealing balls in the backcourt and even bumped into me. He was quite the hindrance, and despite the opponents being weak, he still sweated profusely, indicating insufficient training. Kahara complained to Yukimura in front of Renwang, eagerly anticipating Yukimura's response. Then let Akaya practice doubles with Renwang-senpai and increase Akaya's foundational training by double, aiming to defeat Renwang and secure a spot in the regular lineup soon. Yukimura handed both players water and towels. All right, I will definitely defeat Renwang-senpai and become a regular. Kahara, inspired by Yukimura's words, brimmed with confidence, turning to the hunched-over Renwang. Prepare to be crushed. Neo cast a helpless glance at Yukimura, who cleverly persuaded the child to voluntarily intensify training, even using him as a target. A faint smile graced Yukimura's lips as the doubles players exchanged courteous bows. Kanzuya, observing his former teammate from Seishin Academy, now standing across the court, was overcome with a wave of nostalgia. Daisher, congratulations on becoming a regular player. Let us strive with all our might and witness each other's progress, Kanzuya remarked. Daisher had swiftly calculated the pace of his improvement since joining Rikkai Dai, which was remarkable. The rigorous daily training, nearly 5 times more intense than what he experienced at Seishin, coupled with 2 relentless weeks of grueling exercises on the cliff, had propelled him towards becoming a national-level contender. Kazuya, had you not left Seishin, you too would be a regular player there now, Daisher mused. Although the Rikkai uniform concealed the distinction between regular and alternate players. He had gathered enough information to discern that Kazuya was still merely an alternate at Rikkai Dai. My abilities are still insufficient, Kazuya acknowledged. Discerning the unspoken sentiment in Daisher's words. His ambition lay in strengthening his skills rather than merely attaining the status of a regular player at any institution. Naturally, achieving regular status at Rikkai would signify that his prowess had reached the pinnacle nationally. The doubles match commenced. Daisher served, but it was too sluggish. You seem to have made little progress, Daisher, Kazuya remarked, affirming that his decision to join Rikkai was indeed the right one. Watch this. Eiji Kikumaru leaped into an intricate pose to intercept Kazuya's return, only to have his racket sent flying by the sheer force of the shot. Is Kazuya's strength truly this formidable? Ryoma, playing in the backcourt, granted Kazuya ample space to showcase his abilities while reconnecting with his former teammate. The match concluded with a resounding score of 6-0 in favor of Rikkai Dai. The gap between former teammates seemed less pronounced. Was Rikkai truly that strong? Or had they perhaps squandered their potential at Seishin? After finally breaking into the Kanto tournament, they faced an early exit in the first round. In the singles match, Takashi Kawamura from Seishin faced off against Rikkai's formidable player, Kawahara. Kawamura seized his racket as if transformed, his spirit ignited with fervor. Kawahara, initially a counterattacker, had honed his offensive prowess through over a year of targeted training at Rikkai. He triumphed with a score of 6-0, earning accolades from Bunta upon exiting the court. Kawahara, your singles game has improved tremendously. Indeed, I still prefer playing doubles with Bunta, he exclaimed, delighted by the praise from his partner. Of course, we are the first doubles team. Don't proclaim yourselves as the best without consensus. Hiroshi and I are the true first. Neo interjected. I have yet to become a regular player. Yagyu spoke up, urging Xiaoyan not to bring him along, for he is still a novice in the craft. Yuichiro always delights in teasing Marui-kun and Sanada-kun. Rikkai Daigaku decisively dispatched Seishin Academy with a score of 6-0 across 5 matches, granting them an early vacation. Originally, Takeshi from Seishin was supposed to join the team, but he ended up at Yamabuki Middle School, while Fuji Yuta transferred to St. Rudolph, initially part of Seishin before transferring to St. Rudolph, and Kato Kar moved to Futamine Middle School. Speaking of which, I have thoroughly dismantled Seishin. Even if they all return, it is inconceivable that they could defeat us for the championship next year. Isn't this task accomplished? Although it does not count for now. Curse system. Rikkai Daigaku's semi-final opponent is Yamabuki Middle School. Yamabuki is renowned for its doubles prowess, with their tennis advisor, Coach Bandai, exceptionally skilled at nurturing doubles players. This year, they seem to have a promising singles player, the second-year student, Seigo Kiyoshi. Yagyu pondered over the information in his hands. Shisher, issuing a skill red envelope, yarn binding traction. Shisher, Xiaoyuan, using yarn binding traction on the court should be quite enjoyable, don't you think? Kawaramaki, let me give it a try, ha ha ha. A city, for this match, I wish to play in doubles too. Kawaramaki raises his hand to reserve a spot in doubles too. Very well, let us draw lots for the remaining positions. Yukimura possesses great confidence in the strength of his teammates. Partnering with Kawaramaki in doubles 2 is Sakamoto. In doubles 1, we have Nayo and Yagyu, with Nayo cheerfully resting his arm on Yagyu's shoulder. Be you truly. Nayo-kun, since we are competing, let us give it our all, Yagyu interjects, adjusting his glasses and interrupting Nayo. Singles 3 is Sanada, Singles 2 is Ryoma, and Singles 1 is Kaneda. The semifinals of the Kanto tournament, oh dear. I didn't get picked. I also wish to take the court, alas. How fortunate you are, Sakamoto. Chidori Akaya, filled with envy, playfully punches Sakamoto on the shoulder. If Captain Yukimura gives his approval, I can step aside for you. Unlike Chidori, Sakamoto is not overly passionate about tennis. He merely plays because his neighbor, who adores the sport, persuaded him to join the tennis club. No way. No way. Kawaramaki raises both hands in front of his chest to express refusal. Chapter 49, National Tournament. Both teams enter to salute. Yukimura-kun is truly remarkable. Coach Bandada of Yamabuki smiles from the opposite side of the coach's bench. Turning to speak with Yukimura. As a first year, you led last year's national champion team. I hear that besides being the captain, you also serve as a coach in the tennis club? You flatter me, Coach Bandada. Your Yamabuki High School team is also exceptionally strong. Yukimura humbly responds to the elder's praise, initiating a mutual compliment exchange. Hiki, Yukimura-kun is indeed a polite and articulate young man. In doubles too. Kawaramaki and Sakamoto take the court. Shall we try my special move, the untroubled serve? Please do, Senior Kawaramaki. Sakamoto replies with a gentlemanly nod as he stands in the receiving area. High connecting their spirits, they face the serve from across the net. Sashupul. Kawaramaki elegantly raises his hand from behind, and as Sakamoto returns the ball, the opposing duo unconsciously moves toward each other, colliding in the process. What just happened? I couldn't control myself. What kind of ridiculous move is this? Kuruwa. Ha. Look at their expressions. Shishir. Ha. Hugio, this match is all about fun. He plays support, while Sakamoto focuses on offense. Game, set, and match. Rikkai Daigaku triumphs with a score of 6-0. Kuruwa-kun is truly an amusing player. Coach Bandata continues to wear a cheerful smile. Renwang and Yagyu discreetly change their outfits in the park restroom. Although Renwang can directly use his phantom abilities, Yagyu still needs to disguise himself. Don't play for too long, Yukimura instructed before they took the court. Yes. The two played the entire match in each other's identities, achieving a splendid 0 score. The fortunate Sengoku was also no match for Vice-Captain Sanada, hooray. They have advanced to the Kanto finals. The atmosphere coordinator, Kahara Akaya, clenched his fists in celebration in the players' area. The Kanto finals proceeded on schedule. Without suspense, Rikkai Daigaku defeated Hyodai with a score of 3-0. Rikkai is stronger than last year. To prepare for the national tournament, the entire Rikkai team is diligently training. Rikkai Daigaku Hyodai Group. Mafia. World S number 1 Fortune. Shall we have a training camp? World S number 1 Fortune. I'm too busy before the national tournament. Mafia. Then how about after the national tournament? World S number 1 Fortune. I'll discuss it and get back to you. Atobi, curious about Rikkai's training regimen, boldly invited them to the training camp. He wanted to know the probability of their usual training menu, which stands at 76, and the probability of alerting teammates through the training camp, which is 55. Atobi Kigo is a strict, self-disciplined person, yet lenient towards others. He has set a significant training volume for himself, but cannot bear to force his teammates to train as hard as he does. Cairo is fortunate to have a captain like Atobi. After the national tournament concludes, a weekend training camp for 2 days is still feasible. Kuruwa lies on Maoli's lap, his feet resting on the armrest of the sofa, while Maoli Senpai dozes off on the couch. I'll ask Hirakubo later if he can come and give us some pointers. Kuruwa previously sent mobile phones to Hirakubo and Daiki, along with a brief introduction to the phone's features and his contact number. He has already added them as friends. The smartphone brand is named Wall, priced at 150,000 neon coins, and has already been launched for sale. The communication software is also being promoted, named Crowd, which employs a fun red envelope feature to bind most users' identity information. The smartphone and communication accounts have become popular topics for many to flaunt and converse about. My Crowd communication ID is, how about you? Huh? You haven't registered yet? Everyone is using Crowd now. It's so convenient to receive messages in real time and send photos and videos. I sent my girlfriend a red envelope for her birthday. She was so happy that she even screenshot it to show off. Although the wall phone may be slightly expensive, it truly excels in functionality, featuring fingerprint unlocking and a responsive touchscreen, making it a delight for gaming enthusiasts. The era of smartphones has indeed commenced. In the national tournament, the draw was conducted by Yukimura, and the first round saw us face an obscure school. All 4 of our designated starters participated, securing a resounding 5-0 victory and sending the opposition back home. The arrogance of Rikkai Daigaku is palpable, as some lesser teams resort to disparagement despite the fact that our starters can still triumph with a score of 6-0. It is sometimes beneficial to acknowledge one's own shortcomings. The matches involving Rikkai are rather uninspiring, as they tend to be one-sided and hardly worth watching. I prefer to find a different angle for criticism. I relish witnessing overwhelming victories. The sheer joy of seeing my favorite team dominate is undeniable. In the semifinals, we once again encounter Furinkin. Karasuma-kun. It has been a year since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. I wonder if you have thought of me? The melodious voice of Koharu resonates in my ears once more. Do you wish to cheat? I shall set you straight. This lively duo begins their antics again. I miss you dearly too, Hayoshi-kun. Karasuma watches as Sanada's demeanor shifts upon hearing Koharu's voice, unable to resist teasing him. Ah, Sanada-kun, you look rather dashing with that hat. Koharu playfully diverts attention to tease Sanada. How careless of him. Sanada lowers the brim of his hat, striving to conceal his face. We are determined to defeat you and advance to the finals. By this point, Shiraishi has become the new captain of Furinkan, and they are driven by an unyielding resolve to win this year. What a pity, Shiraishi, for Rikkai Daigaka shall not succumb to defeat. In the doubles, Bunta Marui and Kaguru Kawahara triumphed with a score of 6-0 against Koharu and Yuji Ichi. In the first doubles match, it was Masashi Renu and Rinjiyana, while Furinkan's first doubles comprised first-year Season Terakawa and second-year Kinjiro Ishikawa, with Rikkai winning 6-0. In the third singles match, Jezeburo Moriyama faced Furinkan Kina Otsutsuki, the star from Osaka. Under the immense pressure exerted by Moriyama and the expectation for Shiraishi to play, Otsutsuki abandoned his speed advantage and succumbed swiftly, losing 6-0 to Moriyama. Rikkai Daigaku remains as formidable as ever. Upon witnessing the pressure on his junior after the loss, Hara Tetsuya offered words of comfort, remarking on Moriyama's ruthless prowess. Kinta, do not bear the weight of this pressure alone. Frankly, even if you had won, I might not have bested Yukimura. Moreover, their second singles player is Karasuma, who has reportedly unveiled several new techniques at the Kanto tournament. Even so, it is disheartening to lose. We shall reserve our championship challenge for next year. Will Rikkai not exist next year? Do not lose heart. We shall undoubtedly grow stronger than we are now. Then, let us challenge Rikkai again. Excellent. We shall battle once more next year. In the semi-finals of the adjacent division, it is Makuza's team against the Ice Emperor, the once mighty Makuza. Having graduated from Heisei Academy 2 years prior and lost the national championship last year, is gradually descending into obscurity. The Ice Emperor's doubles have always been their Achilles heel. Hinata takes the court with Nikahiro, while Shishido pairs with Fujiro, resulting in 2 losses in doubles. However, Nida was extracted from doubles by Tikoku and placed in singles 3, while Tezuka competed in singles 2, and Tikoku took on singles 1. Relying on these 3 singles victories, they triumphed in the semifinals, successfully advancing to the national finals. In the finals, they once again faced Rikkai. The last encounter was a memorable one. Karasuma, resting his racket, engaged in banter with Nida across the court. Ah, where did you learn such whimsical rhetoric, Karasuma? How come you, as a young master, lack the elegance and grandeur that Kinjiro possesses? You seem rather mischievous. Of course. I am self-taught. Do not imitate my speech, you unrefined fellow. Kinjiro puffed up in indignation. I must admit, I feel a bit guilty for having you lose twice in one chapter, Karasuma retorted with a flourish. You are truly insufferable, you little rascal. Chapter 50. Is someone cosplaying as Jin? Rikkai successfully defended their championship, earning a consecutive victory in the national tournament, and their status as the rightful kings is unquestionable. The national tournament for the second-year students this year was once again held in Kansai. After claiming the championship, the Rikkai team boarded the Shinkansen for their return journey. Lu mentioned that the funding was somewhat insufficient, but with another championship win, the school would provide rewards, albeit not until the next semester begins. Suddenly, a tall man clad in a black trench coat and a black top hat, with long hair, along with a shorter, slightly portly man dressed similarly, passed by Karasuma, heading towards another carriage. Wow, is the most fitting expression to encapsulate Karasuma's current emotion, escaping his lips. What? Senpai, what are you saying? What language is that? Kihara Akaya, ever the curious one, inquired. Is that your guardian? Yukimura, seated across from Karasuma, could not see the individual's face, only catching a glimpse of their back. The unusual attire and long hair were indeed rare. No, he isn't that ugly. How could someone dare to cosplay as him? He looks so unappealing. What a death wish. As Karasuma rose, he took out his phone and captured a photograph directed towards a particular individual, subsequently sending it to Jin. Universe's most handsome, image ing. Universe's most handsome, there's an eyesore. He dares to cosplay as you. He audaciously dares to cosplay as you. Universe's most handsome, truly repugnant. He is insulting you. Universe's most handsome. I shall eliminate him shortly. Tongue killer, it's me. Universe's most handsome. How have you become so unattractive in just 3 or 4 months? Tongue killer, vermouth came to neon, and she altered my appearance. Universe's most handsome. What kind of horrid taste does she possess? This is the Shinkansen explosion incident. What? No recollection. Was the Grim Reaper involved as well? This little death child is adorably reckless, unafraid of death, approaching anyone without hesitation. Universe's most handsome. What is the mission? Tell Vodka to keep his mouth shut. Not a word. Tongue killer. Golden information transaction. Follow me off the train shortly. Universe's most handsome. Tongue killer. At 310, this Shinkansen will be obliterated. Universe's most handsome, understood. Universe's most handsome. Ensure vodka keeps his mouth tightly shut, or I shall eliminate him. Jin, with his long hair concealing his furrowed brow, addressed vodka coldly. From this moment on, you shall remain silent, not a single word. Ah, brother. Under the chilling gaze of Jin, vodka obediently sealed his lips. After a brief moment, Jin picked up his handbag and, alongside vodka, exited towards the carriage. In the adjacent carriage, as Jin and vodka entered, they collided directly with the elementary school student, Shinichi Kudo. The ill-mannered vodka even kicked Shinichi, exclaiming, "Get out of the way, you brat." Shinichi fell to the ground. Looking up at the two towering figures, these two men in black exuded an air of menace, appearing to be rather suspicious individuals. Shinichi rose and trailed behind the two men, observing as they settled a few seats away from him. He pretended to stroll past slowly, keen to glean information about these dubious characters, fully engrossed in the suspicious men. Shinichi failed to notice the presence of the members of the Rikkai tennis club seated near the door of their carriage. The long-haired man had been fixated on his phone since he sat down, leaving Shinichi with no choice but to return to his seat, remaining close by. Their behavior too suspicious. Back at his seat, he continued to discreetly monitor the two men. It appeared that the long-haired man had said something to the stout one, who seemed taken aback and fell silent thereafter. Suddenly, the two men stood, grasping their handbags, and exited. Could they be engaged in some sort of transaction? Kudo Shinichi, with his short legs, hurriedly followed along, exiting one carriage and entering the adjacent one. He stealthily trailed behind when suddenly a hand seized his arm, lifting him up, causing his heart to nearly stop in fright. "Hey, kid, what are you up to?" Karasuma questioned, holding Kudo Shinichi aloft. "I heard you killed brother Shinichi?" "What?" Yukimura exclaimed, his expression unraveling. Previously, this child had come to school spouting a series of peculiar remarks, and after being dismissed by Karasuma, he had not paid him any further attention. That night, the child claimed to be Kudo Shinichi, stating he had consumed poison and transformed into a child, initially. He found this believable. Karasuma instructed him to ignore the child, which he consented to, believing their paths would not entwine further. Later, the child approached him again, asserting that Kudo Shinichi still existed, yet he was also Kudo Shinichi, declaring the current Kudo Shinichi to be an imposter. However, despite his investigations, he could uncover no evidence of the events from that night, leaving him unable to prove his true identity as Kudo Shinichi. Karasuma suddenly suggested that this child was a traveler from another world, which left him perplexed, leading him to disregard it. Subsequently, the child was also dismissed by Karasuma and never returned. Kudo Shinichi struggled in Karasuma grasp, exclaiming, "I didn't. That was an accident. It was a traffic accident. Wasn't it you who caused the traffic incident? Riding a skateboard and showing off, recklessly darting through traffic. Brother Shinichi died trying to save you. Aren't you the one responsible for his demise?" This boy was even more wicked, committing wrongdoings yet justifying them as mere accidents. Kudo Shinichi found himself at a loss for words. A voice within him incessantly declared that he was the true Kudo Shinichi, and that the other was a fraud. "Are you feeling quite proud? With him gone, you are the sole Kudo Shinichi now?" Karasuma leaned in closer to Kudo Shinichi's ear, whispering in a malicious tone. "What does it matter to you? You aren't that close to Kudo Shinichi, are you? I am a person of unwavering justice, unable to tolerate wrongdoers who commit misdeeds without remorse while continuing to put on a fierce. Put me down. Those two men in black have returned. I have no idea where they went. How infuriating." He regretted not having secretly planted a listening device after they left. Karasuma placed Kudo Shinichi back on the ground, while Jin walked past them without a glance. Kudo Shinichi, with his head bowed low, followed closely behind them. Karasuma squinted, wary of the world's consciousness dulling their intellect, and sent a message to Jin. "The universe's most handsome. Keep up your aloof persona. Jin, make sure vodka keeps his mouth shut." The universe's most handsome retracted a message. "The universe's most handsome. Jin, maintain your cool demeanor. Ensure vodka stays silent." Jin did not respond, likely unaware of the retracted message. Kudo Shinji, emboldened by his youth, daringly occupied the vacant seat behind Jin. Upon settling down, he noticed Karasuma's message, causing the corners of Jin's mouth to curl slightly before reverting to his impassive expression. "Vodka." That foolish one began to speak, lowering the collective intelligence of the group. "Huh, what a delight." Silence. Jin glared at vodka. Kudo Shinji, small in stature and concealed by the seat, could not help but fidget, exclaiming, Ugh. How infuriating. What is this? Keep talking. Their handbags had transformed into suitcases. They must have arranged some sort of transaction. What could it be? Chapter 51. The billion-dollar luxury car Ashi will alight early. Karasuma notified Yukimura. Why? Senior Karasuma. We haven't reached the station yet. There's still a while to go. The Atmosphere Group's leader, Kahara Akaya, was always the first to respond. We are switching vehicles. A car worth billions is coming to pick us up. Great. That's fantastic. Kahara Akaya exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Billions? What kind of super luxury car could that be? He eagerly relayed the news to the seniors in the front and back seats, envisioning the grandeur of exiting early in a billion-dollar luxury vehicle. Kudo Shinji, on the other hand, was oblivious to any of this news and only speculated that the two individuals in black must have conducted some sort of transaction. He rose from his seat, intending to explore other compartments to see if anyone was carrying the handbags they had earlier. Kurosawa Jin, Nagoya, disembarking. Nagoya has arrived. Nagoya has arrived. Passengers wishing to disembark, please. Let us go. The Rikkai crew followed Karasuma off the train, turning to count their numbers. Indeed, all were present. Karasuma stood on the platform with a group of companions as the Shinkansen departed. It was now 2:33 p.m. Senpai, is the car outside? Let us head out, exclaimed one of the group, referring to the extravagant vehicles worth billions that belonged to Karasuma. Ah, just wait a moment, it will arrive shortly. With one hand in his pocket, Karasuma glanced at Jin and his companion, who had already left the platform. The universe's most handsome man, let us take action early. 2:55 p.m. is perfect. Tongue Killer, the activation button is on his mobile device. I'll press the call key to initiate a 10-second countdown. The universe's most handsome man. I refuse to believe it can't be remotely controlled. Jin felt a sense of satisfaction with the cautious little devil he had trained, who had performed flawlessly in previous tasks. With 400 million already secured, the timing of the explosion was inconsequential. Senpai, you were just standing on the platform playing on your phone. What about the luxury car worth billions? Let us go? The group followed Karasuma to the ticket counter, where they purchased 12 tickets, distributing them among themselves to board the extravagant vehicle. Ah, Karasuma, I demand a reasonable explanation. Getting off midway means the fare was wasted. Upon hearing Karasuma mention calling for a billion-dollar car, Lu, the accountant, was mentally calculating the brands and values of luxury vehicles. Filled with skepticism. I'll compensate you. Don't be upset. I promise next time we'll definitely ride in a luxury car for your safety. Lu was appeased by Karasuma's sincere apology. After some delays, the group boarded the next vehicle. Senpai, why are we switching cars? Don't ask. Just trust the intuition of a magician. Oh, how cool. I'm so envious. Meanwhile, at 2:55 p.m., Jin pressed the detonation button. The Shinkansen incident was originally meant to occur during the Grim Reaper's journey from Tokyo to Osaka. But we are returning to Kanto from Osaka, aren't we? The world's consciousness is meddling. In the presence of Jin, Karamagai once remarked that rye, bourbon, scotch, and KIR were akin to mere mice. Yet this statement was subsequently suppressed. It was later revealed that the identity of the Scottish police had been exposed and dealt with. A year after the demise of the Scotsman, Rye attempted to ambush Jin, only to be thwarted by Rum, who discerned his identity and defected from the organization, retreating back to America while Karamagai diligently studied at the Italian base. Among the 3 bottles of counterfeit whiskey that received their codenames concurrently, one remains lurking within the organization. Chapter 52. With Sherry on guard, has the body of Akai Shuichi been located? Barolo. No. The intel gathered from peripheral members embedded within the FB indicates he has not been seen for nearly a year. And my rank does not permit me access to Akai Shuichi's dossier. Vermouth. TSK, let us have Kondo infiltrate and investigate. The universe's most handsome, Kondo. Please check the dossier of FB's ace agent, Akai Shuichi. The brilliant and dashing. He was undercover in the Neon District, ultimately succeeding in his defection from the FB. The universe's most handsome. Indeed, I undertook a mission in America a year ago, administering an advanced version of the silver bullet to him. The peripheral members have failed to find his body. The inept officials in America can only confirm he hasn't been active for a year. The brilliant and dashing. The investigation reveals his dossier states he is deceased. It appears the drug truly had its effect. Akai Shuichi is either genuinely dead or has reverted to a younger state. If he has indeed grown smaller, one wonders if he has returned to seek out the FB. So many departments dispatching operatives into the organization, ostensibly under the guise of combating it. while their true aim is to acquire the organization's research on pharmaceuticals. Who among the upper echelons does not aspire to attain immortality? If they were to discover that Akai Shuichi had transformed from a 32-year-old into a mere child, one can only speculate whether the esteemed higher-ups of the FB would take him to the laboratory for study. Akai Shuichi must be acutely aware of the potential consequences. If he is not dead, he is certainly in hiding. The Shinkansen was not destroyed. That suitcase was discovered and kicked out of the train by Kudo Shinji. However, he did not glean the identities of the two men in black from the woman involved in the transaction with Jin, as neither party mentioned their code names or names during the exchange, in order to aid the utterly baffled Kudo Shinji in unraveling the case. The consciousness of the world has paid a considerable price. Karakuma and his companions returned to Kanagawa, with merely 10 days remaining before the commencement of the school term. Jin assigned him a task to surveil Sherry as the time approached for her to be granted some freedom, as a valuable scientist within the organization. Sherry held the reins of the research project concerning silver bullets, and she required a weekly meeting with her sister, Akemi Mayano. Peripheral members would be responsible for driving, necessitating the presence of a codename member to accompany her. With her arms crossed and legs crossed elegantly, Sherry awaited the tardy arrival of the codename member, her expression cold. As both a scientist for the organization and a codename member, she found herself under constant observation, stripped of her freedom to roam. The figure of Karasuma transformed into that of a certain individual, donned in a black and white striped short-sleeve shirt, as he arrived at the organization's research facility. After successfully passing 3 layers of identity verification, he found himself at the entrance of laboratory number 3 in the underground corridor, where he knocked gently on the door. Sherry rose to open it, her expression cold, and upon seeing the white-haired youth whom she had met once before, she paused momentarily. It had been since the mission on Mermaid Island that she last encountered this boy, who had been in the company of Jin. Unlike the other members of the organization, he exuded a different aura. Despite his villainous appearance, his expression was devoid of hostility, suggesting an unexpected gentleness. Perhaps he was quite adept at caring for children. Was she referring to Misaka Makoto? Misaka Makoto stood on her tiptoes, attempting to appear more mature. Perhaps he was not like Jin. Sherry felt no fear or animosity towards this boy, who was a few years her junior, unlike her feelings towards other codename members of the organization. Barolo, let us proceed. Karasuma stated, harboring little fondness for this individual who seemed intent on betraying the organization. Chapter 53. The Mayano sisters. The Mayano couple had never garnered the trust of the organization during their lifetimes. They were expelled from the scientific community and branded as mad scientists. After the closure of his clinic, Akihiko Mayano, along with his wife and daughter, Akiho Mayano, joined the organization as researchers of the silver bullets, yet for reasons unknown, he began to contemplate a departure from the organization. Was it the alleviation of financial burdens through his work that prompted him to seek a fresh start, or had the mad scientist experienced a sudden pang of conscience, wishing to abandon his once coveted research? Or perhaps he wished to accumulate virtue for his daughter and the child soon to be born. Alas, it was too late. The documents pertaining to the silver bullets were mysteriously destroyed in a fire, and the Mayano couple met an untimely demise amidst the flames. Inheriting their brilliant intellect, Sherry exhibited a rebellious spirit, her desire to escape the organization glaringly evident, leading to a lack of trust from the organization. She was only permitted to leave the base on the day of her release. Karasuma stepped back. You may proceed. Does it make a difference? The two exited the base and entered the vehicle parked in the garage, heading towards a CAF. Sherry relayed the address to the external member driving. As her sister awaited her there, Amara leaned against the chair, idly engrossed in his phone, a slight grimace crossing his lips. Sipping coffee felt dreadfully mundane. Perhaps a visit to the arcade would be more invigorating. He contemplated bringing someone along, merely to observe as they indulged in their coffee, while the two sisters shared a lively conversation filled with warmth. He, not one to shy away from social interaction, found himself unproductively languishing in silence. What a waste of a day, he mused. Shirley turned in surprise to gaze at Amara. Until now, her outings had primarily been accompanied by gin or vodka, occasionally with other members of the organization tasked with bringing her to see her sister. Those individuals were strict, seldom allowing them to wander freely. Their meetings were typically confined to restaurants or coffee shops, where the sisters could linger together for hours, engaging in conversation under the watchful eye of their surroundings. Is that permissible? Shirley asked, a glimmer of anticipation in her voice. She was usually confined to the laboratory, her childhood memories dominated by relentless study. She had never experienced the thrill of an arcade. Of course it is. Where would you run to? If you attempt to escape, I shall simply apprehend your sister. Amara replied, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Shirley's expression hardened. It was evident that those who became operatives within the organization were indeed rather unscrupulous individuals. Summon your sister. We shall venture to the arcade and enjoy some games. The vehicle had arrived at the tea house Shirley had mentioned, coming to a halt by the roadside. Shirley exited the car, with Amaru following suit, one hand casually tucked into his pocket as he trailed behind her. As she walked ahead, she noticed him in her periphery, and she pursed her lips in mild annoyance. Upon entering the CAF, they approached a round table, where Shirley settled in front of Akemi Mayano. Sister, she called out. Her usual monotone voice infused with a hint of joy as she addressed the gentle and radiant woman seated before her. Shirley, you've come. Akemi Mayano beamed, her eyes crinkling with delight as she regarded her sister, who had taken a seat across from her. As Karasuma approached them, the curve of his lips exuded an unsettling demeanor. Come on, he urged. Greetings. I am Akemi Mayano, the sister of Shiho. Could this child also be a member of the organization's codenames? She appeared quite youthful. Oh, Akemi sister, I am here to observe you today. My name is One-Eyed, and I shall take you to the arcade to play games. With that, Karasuma tapped the table, signaling that it was time to depart. All right, thank you. Akemi replied. This child is rather straightforward, yet the prospect of visiting the arcade is quite intriguing. Shiho, let us go, she said, hoisting her new Hermes bag. Rising to take Shiho Mayano's hand and following Karasuma. Chapter 54, The Arcade. As Karasuma took his place in the front passenger seat, the Mayano sisters settled into the back. Engaged in a soft conversation, their faces illuminated with joy. Thank you, Aikawa-kun, they expressed in unison as they exited the vehicle, with Akemi Mayano and Karasuma both conveying their gratitude. With a poised nod from Karasuma, the two were led into the arcade, where they purchased 3 large baskets of game tokens at the entrance. They pondered what games to indulge in. Being the summer vacation period, a considerable number of patrons filled the arcade, predominantly comprising preteens and parents accompanying their young children. Shiho Mayano, a researcher accustomed to the confines of the laboratory, exhibited traits of social anxiety, while her sister, Akemi Mayano, was quite the opposite. She eagerly pulled her sister towards the claw machine, exclaiming, Shiho, let us try our luck at catching some plush toys. Okaru handed over the claw machine to receive the radiant smile and gratitude from Akemi Mayano. Is there a doll you desire? I shall catch it for you. Observing her sister's arched brows and eyes, Shiho Mayano smiled, pointing at a doll nestled near the exit. That one. Akemi Mayano leaned down, her gaze fixated on the claw above. Aligning it with precision, she pressed the button, and the claw descended. After a futile attempt, the claw, feeble and unable, merely nudged the doll before relinquishing it back to its original place. Akemi frowned. Once more, she inserted another game token and continued. After exhausting several tokens, Akemi, exasperated, declared her retreat, while Shiho successfully claimed the doll herself. On the opposite side of the claw machine, Karasuma was fervently acquiring blind boxes from the capsule toy machine, emerging with an assortment of items, shopping bags, notebooks, stamps, and a small pig charm. Despite the promise of collectible figurines, Akemi Mayano and Shiho Mayano approached him, observing the heap of notebooks and numerous shopping bags discarded carelessly to the side. Ikuya-kun, your luck is quite dismal. This child was entirely different from the operative previously assigned to monitor them. He exuded the innocence of a child, which did not intimidate Akemi. Humph. Karasuma tossed the box filled with game tokens onto a nearby table and pointed at Shiho with his index finger, challenging her. He noted that Akemi's luck was also lacking, having attempted to win several times without success, while Shiho managed to win twice. Shiho reached for 20 game tokens, depositing them one by one into the capsule toy machine. Selecting a spot, she pressed the button, and the machine propelled a blind box forward, which tumbled to the exit. She reached out, retrieved it, and opened it to unveil a beautifully crafted game character figurine. Karasuma snatched the figurine, exclaiming, "This is mine." How immature. How did he obtain the code? Shiho's luck was truly remarkable. Akiyama Mayano clasped her hands together in delight, her joy palpable. Meanwhile, Shiho's lips curled into a subtle smile of triumph. There's a basketball machine over there. Let's go have some fun. Akiyama pointed towards the machine, noting that it was unoccupied and required no waiting. After inserting a coin, Karasuma's hands moved with the swiftness of a whirlwind, swiftly retrieving a basketball and launching it into the hoop. In just 1 minute, he amassed a score of 128 points, with each successful shot counting as 1 point. Well, you've shattered the arcade record, kid. The previous high score was only 102, exclaimed a nearby young man, who appeared to be a university student. He frequently visited the arcade and often played the basketball machine. The current highest score was noted on a sign beside the machine, and it was clear that this number would soon be updated. As Karasuma raised his head with a sense of triumph, Mayano Shiho could barely bear to look at him. His malevolent expression, coupled with such a childish display of elation, felt utterly discordant. After spending the entire morning at the arcade, Karasuma led the two of them to a Chinese restaurant for a meal. It was my first experience with Chinese cuisine. Mayano Shiho gazed at the seemingly sumptuous and delectable dishes as she spoke. Humph, today I shall grant you happiness. Ha ha ha. Thank you so much, Ichihara-kun. Mayano Akemi was genuinely enjoying herself today, her pride adding to her adorable charm. In the afternoon, Mayano Shiho expressed her desire to go shopping. Karasuma furrowed his brow, clearly irritated and unwilling to accompany them. Noticing his impatient demeanor, Mayano Shiho couldn't help but frown in response, confirming her suspicions. You two can go ahead. I shall wait for you in the CAF on the first floor. After all, with Akai Shuichi having regressed into a mere child, he was powerless to take Mayano Akemi with him. Throughout the day, Mayano Shiho had been engrossed in the art of Sichuan opera face-changing. Upon hearing Karasuma suggest that they explore on their own, a joyful smile broke across her face. Thank you. It seemed she had misunderstood him. He truly was a child at heart, considering he was only in his early teens. Chapter 55, Transformation Technique? After escorting them to Ginza, Karasuma found a seat in the CAF on the first floor. The two sisters bid him farewell, happily linking arms as they ventured into the world of shopping. In a secluded corner, Karasuma placed a puppet resembling a passerby and discreetly ordered it to follow the two individuals. As twilight approached, the duo emerged from Ginza, laden with an assortment of spoils. A rather generous salary, isn't it? All of this wealth belongs to me. After such extensive research, they only managed to concoct a mere poison. The organization is not lacking in toxins. Utterly useless. The two then entered a CAF, where Akemi Mayano selected a beautifully wrapped box from her numerous acquisitions. Karasuma accepted it and opened it to reveal a fully functional electronic watch. Is this not the smart watch he had requested for the frozen wine? It seems it has already hit the market. I thought you boys might appreciate this electronic gadget. I chose one as a gift for you. Thank you for taking us out today. The elder sister possesses far superior emotional intelligence than the younger one. Grateful for Akemi's kindness, and noticing her apparent fondness for him, he decided to continue his charade. After escorting Akemi back to her residential complex, the sisters lingered at the roadside to bid farewell for quite some time, until Sherry finally relented and got into the car. As the vehicle returned to the experimental base, Karasuma escorted Sherry back to the laboratory. Before departing, he remarked, "The traitor, Black Barley, whom your sister brought into the organization, is dead." With a malicious grin, Karasuma turned and left. Sherry's expression darkened. Burlo had warned her that no one could escape the organization alive, and she should not harbor illusions of departure. Her sister likely remained unaware of Black Barley's demise. After returning Sherry, Karasuma's curiosity began to stir. The universe's most handsome man. Jin, did you ever date Sherry? Recalling the sight of Sherry's bareback through Jin's memories, Karasuma could not suppress his curiosity about their relationship. Tongue killer, come to base 2 for training tomorrow. Damn it. Why did I ask that? It has been a while since I endured a beating. I cannot bear it. The following morning, Kuramagari, buried under the covers, lay on the bed like a quail, reluctant to rise, feigning forgetfulness about the day. Just as Kuramagari was on the verge of slipping back into slumber, the door to the room swung open with a sharp sound. Omara sprang from his bed, startled, and drew a gun, firing a shot towards the door. Jinjio swiftly sidestepped the bullet and advanced with purposeful strides, seizing Omara by the nape of his neck. Hey, I have my dignity to uphold. After all, I am a second-year middle school student, already standing at a height of 175. Being treated like this is quite humiliating. After changing his clothes, follow me to the base. Jinjio released his grip and descended the stairs. As Karasuma took his time getting dressed, a maid gently knocked on the door. Young master, breakfast is ready. Master Chin is waiting for you in the dining room. Descending the stairs and exiting his residence, he made his way to the dining area. Upon entering, he found Jinjio already partaking in his meal. Are you here to mooch off my food? Jinjio shot a cold glare at Karasuma, tilting his head to signal the maids to serve the dishes without delay. Yukio Karasuma took a seat opposite Jin. His household consistently indulged in Chinese cuisine, employing 3 skilled chefs to cater to their culinary needs. Jin savored a delightful meal of scallion oil noodles, zilong bao, soy milk, and scallion pancakes. "You've enjoyed my meal. To be gentle later," Yukio Karasuma remarked, relishing his pan-fried dumplings, seeking to mitigate his own punishment. "It's not as if you prepared it," he added, playfully chiding. "You're quite mischievous." A little reprimand might instill some wisdom. With a huff, he finished his meal and stepped outside. Today, Jin had driven himself, and he took his place in the driver's seat. At the entrance of the car, Karasuma transformed into a 1A street, leading to the Porsche of Jin. Jin cast a sidelong glance at the passenger seat and was momentarily taken aback. "You?" With a wicked smile, Karasuma asked, "What's the matter, Jin? Have you never encountered such a masterful art of disguise?" Before Jin's eyes, he transformed into the likeness of Mia Chisato, winking at him. Jin seized Karasuma's arm, fixing him with an intense gaze, yet remained silent. The figure of Karasuma transformed once more into the likeness of One-Way, shrugging nonchalantly, unable to articulate. "This is simply an innate ability of mine." The puppeteer retorted, "You truly possess no sense of shame." "Akara, hee. Brother, you won't allow me to hold the cup for a moment." Shinjio released his grip on his hand, returning to his seat, lost in contemplation. What extraordinary powers might the Karama lineage possess? B0SS has lived for 140 years, and despite the passage of time, Belmode remains unchanged in appearance. And Burlo possesses the ability to transform? B0SS and Belmode rely on substances, but what is the principle behind Burlo's abilities? The once calm and rational assassin, Chin, found himself engulfed in confusion. Karasuma curled his lips in disdain, exclaiming, "Humph, a rustic fool. Has he been reading too few comics? Does B0SS know?" Jin inquired. "I have no idea for the time being. Why should I be privy to that? Does he truly regard me as a father?" He was too weary of feigning mediocrity. He yearned to showcase his brilliance. It is indeed exhausting for a perfect being to conceal their exceptional nature. What a peculiar fellow, he mused. Do not reveal your true self before others. Your current strength is insufficient for self-preservation. If B0SS seeks to uncover the source of this power, this bond of blood may not guarantee his safety. As Karasuma blinked, he decided on a whim to visit Karasuma Manor. Upon his arrival, the vehicle that had brought him swiftly departed. It was the Guardian's car. Approaching the entrance, the security personnel emerged from the security office and informed him, "Young Master Sakamura. The young master has been taken away by Mr. Kinji and is temporarily not at home." "Very well, thank you," Sakamura replied politely, turning to leave. Chapter 56. Do you have a relationship with Vermouth? Having brought Karasuma to base number 2, which outwardly resembled a bar that operated only at specific times each week, Sakamura noted that it typically hosted only occasional patrons, with most activities involving the organization's members engaging in transactions or enjoying drinks. "Jin, why have you brought a child here?" Gianti, who was seated at the bar sipping from his glass, inquired as he noticed Jin enter with a slender boy clad in a black and white striped t-shirt. Today, having no part-time job outside, the golden-haired youth with dark skin, who was moonlighting as a bartender at base number 2, felt his interest piqued. It seemed a new code-named member had emerged. "Burlo, S-Class," Jin stated as he led Karasuma directly to the underground training facility. S-Class. His superior, Rum, as well as Jin, were also S-Class. The appearance of yet another S-Class, particularly a youth, raised questions. Did this boy possess some extraordinary ability? Having been undercover in the organization for 5 years, he remained only B-Class. If it weren't for his sister-like companion, Vermouth, occasionally sharing insights, his access to information as a B-Class member would be severely limited. "Who is Burlo?" Bourbon asked. "He is not someone you should inquire about, Bourbon. Restrain your curiosity," Vermouth admonished, her curiosity evidently heightened. Jin had brought the boy to the base today and had introduced him as Burlo. Gianti turned back to his drink, contemplatively. "Do you know him? Is he a newly appointed code-named member?" Bourbon poured himself a drink and settled beside Gianti. "During the last mission, Jin had us follow his lead. I recall that last park visit was quite enjoyable. We should invite Cohen to join us next time," he added. "Oh, it seems he possesses commendable organizational skills. Yet he appears to be merely 15 or 16 years old," Bourbon remarked, sipping his cocktail with an air of subtle inquiry, indicating he was also part of the action team. "We had scarcely lain in ambush before we were ordered to withdraw without engaging," Gianti stated as he finished his drink. descending from the high stool towards the underground training area. Jin and Karasuma had already begun their practice. There had been no significant regression, but neither had there been noticeable advancement. As Karasuma raised his hand to block the punch aimed at his abdomen by Jin, he couldn't help but inquire about the nature of Jin's relationship with Sherry. Despite the blows he had received, he felt compelled to satisfy his curiosity. Humph. Still possessing the energy to gossip, Jin retaliated with a kick aimed at Karasuma's shin, but Karasuma swiftly supported himself on Jin's arm, executing a flip over him. Yet, before he could land, Jin seized the opportunity to slam him to the ground. Damn it! Karasuma found himself pinned down by Jin's hands, invoking his skill, Frosty Embrace, which could freeze a person for 5 seconds. Here, however, it only lasted a fleeting second. Breaking free from his bonds, Karasuma swiftly turned to strike at Jin, exclaiming, "What is this? To be frank, I am a magician," Karasuma exclaimed with a triumphant smile, only to be knocked down by Jin once more. "And what about you and Vermouth?" He took quite a beating today and felt it was only fair to extract some juicy gossip. "Such matters are not for children to inquire about," Jin retorted, releasing his hold on Karasuma and pushing him out of the training room. "How's your sniping practice?" They proceeded towards the shooting range, where Chianti and Bourbon stood outside. The training room was transparent, allowing a view of the young men inside. "Not bad at all." Karasuma accepted the praise with a sense of pride, convinced he had no shortcomings whatsoever. He limped behind Jin towards the sniping range, wincing from pain in his back, face, and legs. Cohen was practicing on a machine inside. Jin turned to Chianti and asked, "Have you managed to hit 700 yards yet?" "Not yet," Chianti replied with a pout. Jin then glanced at Bourbon, questioning the presence of the intelligence team. This training ground is primarily utilized for the action team members, yet it is sometimes necessary for others to hone their skills. Bourbon shrugged in response. Okaru turned to glance at Bourbon, then approached the sniper training apparatus, adjusting the range to 300 yards, effortlessly hitting the moving target with precision. 300 yards. Chianti could not restrain her astonishment, realizing it was only half of his capability. No wonder this young man bore an S-class codename. As the distance reached 1,400 yards, Karasuma continued his operations. Cohen approached Chianti, a suspicious flush gracing his face as he observed the youth effortlessly eliminating moving targets at that range. Truly impressive. Bourbon struggled to mask his unpleasant expression. How could such a prodigious talent not belong to their public security department? Misguided, how did he end up in such a nefarious organization? Jin's surprise was obscured by his hat and long hair. In Italy, he could only take down prey within an 800-yard radius. Returning to Neon, his combat prowess soared. Employing both magic and engaging at 1,400 yards, was it Italy that stifled his potential? Or perhaps tennis could enhance one's combat abilities? Would it be too late for him to take up tennis now? Discarding his pretentious demeanor, Karasuma inwardly reveled, feigning indifference as he slightly raised his chin, his brows arching skyward. Chapter 57. The core member Cuckoo complains after showcasing his sniping skills. Karasuma intended to leave, but before he could reach the door, Jin pulled him back to the training ground, as his skills still required refinement. Wong, devoid of ulterior motives, observed the two combatants from outside the training hall. The youth appeared somewhat innocent. Had he been deceived by the organization? Still young, there might be a chance for redemption, yet one must tread cautiously. After all, he was an S-class member. Aside from his exceptional sniping skills, did he possess some enigmatic identity? How could someone so young attain S-class status? Was he perhaps Jin's illegitimate child? Both had white hair, and the crimson hue of their pupils was a rarity. The youth's skin was as pale as if he had never seen the sun. Was he a product of the Organization S laboratory? Such a heinous organization. Do you know about Premia? Jin glanced at Bourbon standing outside, and Karasuma suddenly recalled the woman from Ural whose right hand was rendered useless, yet could still subdue Bourbon with a single hand. Premia was a master of hand-to-hand combat, able to take on several police academy trainees. Even when struck in the arm, she could knock Bourbon unconscious and escape unscathed. How? Have you heard of her? A lone wolf bomb maker who has been operating in Ural, known for her liquid explosives. If they could capture her, could they coerce her into serving the organization? Karasuma felt confident he could successfully hypnotize her, particularly since she seemed to harbor a grudge against Bourbon. What delightful trouble he could stir. Contact B0SS and assign tasks to the members in the Ural region. After Jin had once again brought Karasuma to the ground, satisfied, he withdrew from the training area and made his way to the bar. Ji Xiaoman, issuing a special red envelope for martial arts prodigies. Ji Xiaoman, you're so weak. By the time I was your age, I had already defeated every opponent at Jixia. Jian, behold the sword. I am the top genius student of Jixia. Captain of the star team. Karasuma, is that true? Who is more powerful between you two? Ji Xiaoman, me. Jiao. Iguan. Who do you think it is? Sure, it is the dazzling Captain Ji Xiaoman. Kuangtia, who do you think it is? Kuangtia, it is I. Ji Xiaoman, get lost, you aren't even at Jixia. Jiao, release the skill red envelope to be transferred. Thank you, dear teachers. In my heart, both of you are the best. The aura of a martial arts prodigy. To put it plainly, signifies extraordinary physical prowess, relying solely on stamina rather than mental or magical energy. This individual possesses an untainted mind and boundless vitality, capable of exhausting opponents without inflicting lethal harm. My grandfather no longer fears that he might lose in a fight. The skill of teleportation allows one to return to a position from 5 seconds prior with a maximum distance of 1,000 meters. However, it consumes mental energy. And within that brief span of 5 seconds, he cannot possibly traverse 1,000 meters. It is indeed remarkable. Though I find it challenging to envision circumstances in which it could be applied. Karasuma Gaki lay on the ground for a while, neglecting to tend to his wounds. Before rising and exiting the training arena, Bourbon was still at the entrance, seemingly awaiting his return. It appears that Bourbon is genuinely intrigued by him. Karasuma did not initiate a greeting. Barolo, it seems you are still not of age. Bourbon spoke as he passed by. He halted, turned slightly, yet did not meet Bourbon's gaze. Customer service, does the charm of the protagonist group still hold sway over them? How vexing. I am not customer service. The psychological suggestions are more effective now than they were at the beginning. Nevertheless, his will seemed quite resolute, as if he held a deep affection for the little son. Oh, how did this mixed blood turn out so skewed? What kind of love is this? It's utterly absurd. After being bullied so mercilessly in Neon during his childhood. How can he still love? Is he not in a state of diminished intelligence? What are your intentions toward him? His abilities are quite commendable. Perhaps several more sessions of hypnosis will help realign his worldview. You truly are a warm-hearted individual. Bourbon, listen well, you must remain loyal to me. I entrust you with a task. Investigate a person named Zero Sakaguchi. Karasuma hurriedly finished his lines and turned to depart. Wait, you are not my direct superior. Bourbon felt momentarily disoriented, and by the time he regained his composure, Karasuma had already ascended the steps. His expression darkened to one of profound distress. Am I to investigate myself? How could Barolo possibly know Zero Sakaguchi? Has he uncovered my true identity? Have I been exposed? Is there an undercover agent within the Public Security Bureau who has revealed me? If that were the case, then this traitor would hold a higher rank than I. How infuriating. If it isn't a traitor, could it be that the police academy records were not thoroughly expunged? Impossible. Bourbon's thoughts spiraled since Barolo's appearance. He had been dealt blow after blow. It is so difficult, my beloved. How shall I protect you? I shall inform Rum. Karasuma paused, turning his back to him, raising his hand to shake the phone he held. The universe's most handsome. Grandfather, I wish to capture Puramia and have her serve the organization. Her physical skills are exceptional, though her intellect may be lacking. Such individuals are easier to control. No one understands crows better than I. Very well. I shall assign tasks to the members of the organization in the urination region. The universe's most handsome. I assigned a task to Bourbon. But he claims I am not his direct superior and refuses to heed my commands. No one understands crows better than I. Is this regarding the Neon Intelligence Group? I shall notify Rum. The universe's most handsome. The ATX 4869 developed by Sherry once turned an old white mouse into a young white mouse. She failed to report this achievement. No one understands crows better than I. Instruct Jin to suspend the Kaya Sisters meetings for a month. Excellent. I am indeed an indispensable pillar of the organization. Without me, it would surely fall apart. There are far too many traitors. The universe's most handsome. Grandfather. Did Jin and Vermouth ever have a romantic involvement? No one understands crows better than I. Such matters are not for children. I shall tell you when you are older. The universe's most handsome. Was Vermouth the one pursuing him? No one understands crows better than I. She was rejected. Vermouth is quite lacking. Grandfather surely knows a great deal of gossip. The universe's most handsome. Then, did Jin and Sherry ever have an affair? No one understands crows better than I do. The universe's most handsome individual. How do these two people lead you to believe there is something between them? The universe's most handsome individual. How could it be that there is no connection? How could Jin possibly think of someone bareback? The universe's most handsome individual. Does Jin have an affair with Rikkai Shuichi? No one understands crows better than I do. You're just fixated on Jin's gossip. Aren't you? The universe's most handsome individual. Other than you, Grandpa. I am the most familiar with him. No one understands crows better than I do. They both dislike each other. There is nothing to suggest an affair. The universe's most handsome individual. One must maintain elegance in front of their grandson. Do not ruin your persona. The universe's most handsome individual. Remember, you are the mysterious, imposing, and unfathomable organization SB0SS. The mysterious, imposing, and unfathomable B0SS has upheld his persona and refrained from responding to his endearing grandson. Chapter 58. Jin wants to play tennis. Jin, after indulging in drinks at the bar, finds Karasuma waiting on the sofa, expecting him to take him home. Bourbon approaches and sits on the opposite sofa, having just received an email from Rum instructing him to follow Barolo's arrangements and conduct his own investigation. Barolo, can you provide me with any intelligence on Rikkai Shuichi? Without any information, I can't begin my inquiry. Bourbon seeks to glean from Barolo whether he has been compromised and if he can ascertain the source of the leak. Aren't you part of the intelligence team? Can't you uncover this? Karasuma deliberately challenges Bourbon, as this task is merely intended to intimidate him. Where did you hear that name? I need a lead. I heard it from Puramia. Puramia, the bomb fraudster he encountered 3 years ago, along with Kyuko, Akira, and the squad leader. According to the Public Security Intelligence Network, she seems to have been investigating his whereabouts. What is her relationship with Barolo? It appears he must discreetly lure Puramia out and eliminate her. Do you know Puramia? It is quite normal to inquire about someone with such a notorious reputation as a fraudster, right? No, I have encountered her, but was unable to defeat her. Karasuma answers without hesitation. Did she attempt to attack you? Naturally, the conversation continues. A youthful mindset seems rather uncomplicated, perhaps yielding some information. She is a ketone. A large shadow falls over Puramia's head. Bourbon's expression contorts. The nefarious fraudster is indeed a ketone. Moreover, she has extended her reach into the ranks of the organization, a true embodiment of evil. She must be dealt with to rid the world of her menace. So, did you succeed? Dream on. If I can't defeat Jin, how could I triumph over him? Such adult, sordid thoughts. He is my bodyguard. Let us go. Jin sat at the bar, listening to the nonsensical ramblings of Karasuma Gaki, his expression peculiar as he finished the drink in his glass. If this fool wasn't taken away soon, Bourbon would be left with nothing but his undergarments, deceived by this brat. Bourbon was usually quite astute. How could he be so befuddled in the presence of this lad? Believing everything he heard, Jin escorted Karasuma back to the estate. Before exiting the vehicle, Karasuma reverted to his original form, and Jin marveled at the transformation once again. After parking the car in the garage, he contemplated staying for dinner. It was only 2:30 in the afternoon. Didn't he have any assignments today? Wasn't he the model employee at the distillery? This behavior was inconsistent with his persona. He decided to delegate the task to Vodka. To land a few punches, he passed the responsibility to Vodka. Let's play tennis. Jin grasped Karasuma's arm and dragged him towards the tennis court. What was wrong with him? Had he suddenly lost his senses? Did he discover my murderous tennis? Jin rummaged through Karasuma's tennis bag, retrieving a racket and several tennis balls, gesturing with his chin for him to follow. Karasuma, feeling helpless yet mischievous, pondered what could be done about his beloved tennis partner. The only recourse was to indulge his curiosity. Stationed across the court, he noted that Shinjo lacked any discernible five-dimensional data. As Shinjo served, it was a rather ordinary serve. Karasuma swiftly maneuvered to the ball's landing point and returned it with considerable force, sending the tennis ball hurtling towards Shinjo's side of the court at breakneck speed. After striking the ground, it spun and scraped against the surface before colliding with the barrier, creating an indentation, while a charred mark was left on the ground. Shinjo frowned at the mark before turning to inspect the protrusion on the barrier. He retrieved another tennis ball from his pocket, pondering its material. He hadn't perceived it as solid during his serve. Was this truly the effect a tennis ball could produce? Occasionally, he engaged in a casual game of tennis himself. Don't return it. Let me try, he urged. With a powerful serve, the ball soared towards Karasuma's court, bouncing high only to be thwarted by the barrier before landing and bouncing again, leaving no trace behind. A look of profound confusion crossed Shinjo's typically unyielding face. Just that morning, he had dominated Karasuma in their match, and he found it hard to believe he was weaker. Bring your teammates over, he insisted, curiosity driving him, refusing to relent. No way, Karasuma retorted. What is the point? I can handle this on my own without giving you a chance to retaliate. Observing Karasuma's urgency, Chinchio scoffed. I wouldn't engage in a scuffle with a child. I know. You're worried that our little tennis prince squad might attract the organization's attention, aren't you? Karasuma mused, still reluctant to fully embrace the organization, fearing he might not be able to protect his teammates. He stood his ground on the court against Chinchio. Humph. You care too much about trivial matters. I want tea, Chinchio replied succinctly. A pinky promise. They must come willingly. Coercion is not an option. Karasuma extended his pinky, gazing up at Chinchio, who, seeing his earnest expression, couldn't help but ruffle his hair playfully. They locked pinkies, shaking them in agreement. Once Chinchio made a promise, he would not retract it. Karasuma pulled out his phone and sent a message in their group chat. Rikkai Daigaku's handsome squad, all members. Care to come to my place for a tennis match? The world's #1 luck charm. You're back home? Universe's most handsome. Yes. How did a city know I was out this morning? The world's #1 luck charm. I saw your guardian pick you up when I went to your house this morning. The game's greatest. Whoa. Senior Karasuma. I want to play on your gaming console. And I'm craving chestnut cakes, cola chicken wings, taro braised pork, sweet and sour ribs. At your service. The coolest. I'm joining too, along with Kichigai. Genius adult. Count me in. I want to eat as well. A tea egg. I cannot afford to be complacent. I have arranged with my grandfather to practice kendo and to go fishing. I shall not abandon this plan. The supreme trickster. I will accompany Hiru. The supreme gentleman. Neo. Please do not unilaterally decide my itinerary. The supreme trickster. Are you not coming? The supreme gentleman. I will. The most handsome in the universe. My guardian is also present. He wishes to join you for a game of tennis. The master strategist. You mean your guardian, Uncle Ling, correct? The world's luckiest. No. The nutritionist. I am already en route from Tokyo. The most handsome in the universe. What about Senior Mori? The large cat? The world's luckiest. Senior Mori is still asleep. The world's luckiest. We must rely on Uncle Ling's hospitality. Almost everyone is here, except for Sanada, who is fishing with Grandpa, and Mori, who is still asleep. Yukimura and Yagyu, being nearest to home, walk over together. Kaiohara excitedly knocks on the Sakamoto residence door, pulling Sakamoto outside. Sakamoto leads the way as they ride their bicycles, urging, pedal faster, Sakamoto. Kaiohara, do not rush. Safety first. Neo, Yagyu, Bunta, and Kuwahara have changed into sports attire and head out towards the Karasuma residence. Kane is already on the Shinkansen. Upon arriving at Karasuma, he packs his belongings and departs. Chapter 59. The encounter between Jin and the tennis youth. You are indeed fortunate. Nearly the entire national championship team, which has won 2 consecutive titles, is here to practice with you. After confirming the number of attendees, Karasuma asks Uncle Ling to arrange dinner and teasingly addresses Jin. However, Jin ignores him. At Karasuma's home, he typically refrains from smoking, but he is currently experiencing a craving. Karasuma took out a piece of candy and handed it to him, remarking that after spending such a long time together today without being able to smoke, the old chain smoker must be feeling quite restless. Jin accepted the candy, unwrapped it, and popped it into his mouth. What other tricks do you have in tennis? He inquired. With the candy in his mouth, Jin picked up the racket. Despite not possessing greater strength than his opponent, he managed to achieve remarkable results in his tennis game. Karasuma followed him to the tennis court. Customer service. Does my mental technique work on the people from the Detective Conan universe? In the realm of tennis, regardless of the world, all skills are effective. Goodness. What if I trick Shinichi Kudo into playing tennis with me and then obliterate him with a shark bazooka? Are you out of your mind? Pulling out a shark bazooka in the middle of a tennis match? You can only inflict harm or exert control on the court, but you can't kill anyone. The service attitude is truly poor. How dare you insult him? A bad review. Why not give it a try and see? Karasuma tossed the ball with his left hand, bent his knees, and served. His stance is solid as frost. Jin's attempt to move and receive the ball was frozen for 5 seconds, allowing the tennis ball to drop to the ground long before. This felt similar to the moment he was frozen during morning training, but this time it lasted longer. You say that magic is derived from playing tennis? One may interpret Karasuma's blinking in such a manner. It is rather pleasant to think this way, for it is an inexplicable ability that Jin cannot comprehend. As Karasuma took to the court once more, the ever-shifting dynamics of the match unfolded. With a mere 15 seconds to reposition, Jin, attempting to maneuver, found himself constrained by an unseen force, trapped within a defined area. His elongated form leaned forward to intercept the tennis ball that had landed to his right, returning it with precision. Once the constraint was lifted, he unleashed a new skill. Silken binding. The ball fell to the right, yet despite his intention to dash in that direction, Jin was inexplicably drawn to the left, his body acting against his will. This involuntary movement ignited a flicker of menace within him, prompting a swift transfer of his racket to his right hand as he leaned to return the shot. Why the sudden urgency? Sensing the fleeting aura of intimidation from Jin, Karasuma shrugged nonchalantly. Humph. Jin scoffed in response. Master Jin, your classmate has arrived, announced Karasuma Ling as he entered the court to inform the two. All right. With that, Karasuma dashed out to the living room. Ashi, Renji, he called, settling beside Yukimura. Jin followed closely behind, choosing a solitary spot on a nearby sofa. Gradually, the other members of the tennis club began to arrive at the Karasuma estate. Greeted by the housemaids who welcomed them inside, Karasuma introduced the group, stating, "This is my guardian, Akira Kurosawa." Jin reclined on the sofa, his long white hair cascading down to his waist, draping over his black coat, exuding an aura that seemed to tower at an impressive height of 2 meters and 80 centimeters even while seated. Good day, Uncle Kurosawa. The group of youths greeted in unison. Agar's guardian possesses quite a formidable presence, he remarked. He expressed a desire to play tennis with you all. Karasuma gestured towards the court. The youth, carrying their tennis bags, followed Karasuma towards the tennis court, with Jin rising to trail behind the group. Chiaki Kahara leaped to Karasuma's side, exclaiming, "Karasa-senpai, after we finish tennis, I want to head to your game room." In the residence of Senior Karasuma lies an expansive room reminiscent of an arcade, replete with a plethora of games absent from conventional gaming establishments. How delightful it would be if he can spend the night within the confines of Karasuma's gaming sanctuary. Certainly, if you wish to stay tonight, it is permissible, Karasuma replied. The building where Karasuma resides consists of 5 stories, each housing 5 rooms. He occupies a room on the 2nd floor, situated towards the inner side, while Yukimura typically lodges in the room opposite him. Previously, several members of the tennis club had also stayed over at his residence. This is wonderful. I shall message my sister, Kahara Akaya exclaimed, leaping with joy. Sakamoto, positioned behind him, gently embraced his bouncing form, advising, "Please be cautious, Kahara-kun." Kinju, wielding his tennis racket, approached one side of the court and turned to face the row of standing youths. Kahara Akaya was the first to spring forward, exclaiming, "Uncle Kurosawa, allow me to go first." Kinju nodded. The aquatic plants. I have no idea where this ball will land, Kahara Akaya announced as he prepared to serve with a finger joint flick. Yanagisawa glanced toward Karasuma, sensing a hint of danger emanating from Akaya's guardian. He worried that if Kahara were to inadvertently provoke him, it could be troublesome. Fear not, Karasuma reassured the concerned Yanagisawa. Kinju, Januncle will not be angry. Kinju's keen eyesight discerned the deformed tennis ball being pinched by Kahara's finger joint. Suddenly, the ball surged toward his chest. Kinju raised his racket to intercept it. The powerful spinning serve caused the ball to rotate vigorously against his racket, threatening to break the net. With swift reflexes, Kinju sidestepped, allowing the tennis ball to soar into the air. He turned to face the exuberantly smug child opposite him, and then glanced back at Karasuma, declaring, "Let us switch, Akaya. You have won this round." "What? But I have only played 1 shot," Kahara protested, pouting. "Hello, Uncle Kurosawa." Kahara Akaya, having been compelled to exit the game before truly beginning, could not help but sulk. Kinju disregarded the petulant outburst. Yukimura softly called out, "Akaya." Obediently, Kahara took his racket and stepped off the court, drawing closer to Yukimura and Karasuma. "Senior Karasuma, may I indulge in the games now? Please wait a moment longer." "All right." Karasuma affectionately ruffled his seaweed-like hair, praising him for his good behavior. The next participant was Sakamoto. Kinju served, and the ball landed in the front court. Sakamoto advanced to receive it, executing his secret technique, the renitition side sten, to return the ball before commencing his special move. Kinju was perplexed by the antics of the youth on the opposite side, who was darting side to side. As he approached the ball's landing point, the tennis ball veered off course, evading his racket. "Thank you for the instruction." Sakamoto bowed to Kinju, adjusting his glasses with his left hand while positioning his racket at his waist with his right. He stood on his toes, his right leg slightly bent, posing for a moment before contentedly exiting the court. Kinju maintained a stoic expression, observing the peculiarities of Barolo's teammates. "Sakamoto, your technique has improved," Kahara exclaimed as he approached Sakamoto, full of excitement. Previously, the lateral movements could only alter the ball's horizontal direction, but now you can change its vertical trajectory as well. Thanks to the guidance of my predecessors, I have made remarkable progress, Sakamoto humbly remarked. Ren Wang engaged in a routine rally with Jin, and during the final serve, he transformed into Wantai's likeness, executing a delicate wire-walking shot to claim the point. Upon witnessing Ren's metamorphosis, Jin swiftly turned his gaze towards Karasuma. Then to the red-haired youth on the opposite side, his attention oscillating between the two. Ah, the cunning fox. How dare you employ my genius technique? Wantai, seeing Ren adopt his form and execute the wire-walking maneuver, lamented that he had intended to showcase his brilliant skill to Akira's guardian. Ren dispelled the illusion. But what does it matter? Is that all you have? Nuri humph. I possess an abundance of extraordinary techniques. The adversary reverted to the appearance of the silver blue-haired youth with braided hair, causing Jin to narrow his eyes. While engaging with Jin, Lu meticulously recorded data. After several exchanges, he commenced his data-driven tennis, calculating the trajectory of the ball and the progression of the match while reporting the statistics. A smirk crossed Jin's lips, quite astute. With impressive computational abilities, Lu discerned that Jin was not a frequent tennis player, yet he performed adequately. After a brief rally, Lu concluded the match with a high-speed slice. The scythe. Wantai's iron pillar collided, Sawahara's fire rat cannon struck, Lu's laser beam dazzled, and Kuro's ultra-speed serve rendered Jin unable to return the ball successfully. And you? Jin turned to Yukimura, rumored to be the captain of Barolo. Do you possess any intriguing techniques? Yukimura glanced at Karasuma, who shrugged in resignation. The parent was too mischievous, requiring their group of children to pacify him. Just use yearns, Aishi. Yukimura nodded, brandishing his racket as he entered the court, his mental energy enveloping the arena. His yearns, which did not necessitate extensive exchanges, could directly ensnare those lacking in mental fortitude. As darkness enveloped Jin, he suppressed the urge to draw his weapon. The sounds around him gradually fading away. Unbeknownst to him, the racket he had been gripping was now discarded on the ground. Observing Jin's immobility, Karasuma understood that yearns had taken effect and nodded to Yukimura, who retracted his mental energy and joined Karasuma. Jin would gradually regain his faculties. Throughout the ordeal, Jin remained still, and when his senses returned, a sudden aura of murderous intent startled Sakamoto and Lu's chief aura, causing them to leap in surprise. It suddenly feels so cold. The young tennis players were covered in goosebumps, hesitant to turn and face Jin, who stood motionless on the court. Jin's father, Karasuma, approached. Grasping Jin's wrist, Jin lowered his gaze to meet his eyes, remarking, "Your teammates are quite amusing." Karasuma Gaki flashed a grin at him and replied, "All right." Chapter 60. Kenji is a martial arts coach. My father, Kenji, possesses a rather aloof demeanor, often preferring to act like an air conditioner in social situations. Nonetheless, he is a good person. Shall we join Akaya and venture to the arcade? Karasuma Gaki released Kenji and moved alongside Yukimura, clasping his hand, feeling a chill of anxiety. How infuriating. Just because he became flustered during a tennis match, he resorted to intimidating his master with cold air. As Karasuma turned his head to shoot a glare at Jin, Jin offered not a single glance in return, merely stating, "You all have your fun," before gracefully passing by him toward the living room. The members of the tennis club exhaled deeply only after Jin had departed. After confirming that the coast was clear, Kyan softly inquired, "What is your guardian's profession?" "A combat coach." Indeed, Jin was his combat instructor, having just provided guidance that very morning. Oh, no wonder he exudes such an intense aura. How impressive. It's true combat. Kahara, who adored fighting games, couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration upon encountering his combat coach. "Ha, let's go." Karasuma led a few of them toward the gaming room on the third floor. As Kahara entered the gaming room, he immediately let loose, dragging Bunta along to play his favorite fighting game. Donning the device that Karasuma referred to as VR goggles, he maneuvered through the game as if he were truly immersed in the action. It was exhilarating. The group dispersed. Yagyu, Ryu, and Sakamoto headed to the library, while Kawahara and Neo sought out gaming consoles for their amusement. Kyan, on the other hand, ventured into the kitchen, claiming it was rich with rare ingredients, and expressed his desire to experiment with concocting new creations. Ukaru gently pulled Yukimura onto the sofa in the arcade, opened his hand, and gave it a gentle squeeze. "Have you experienced any numbness in your hands or feet lately?" Yukimura allowed Akaru's actions, responding, "Not at all." "What is the matter?" Karasuma was uncertain about the precise onset of his ailment, whether there were any preliminary symptoms, or if it was merely a plot twist. If you ever feel unwell, you must inform me, he solemnly urged. Very well, I shall. Yukimura replied, slightly furrowing his brow in confusion. Did you see something? In the future? He was unsure if such magic existed that could reveal the future. Should he disclose it or keep it a secret? I wish to hear the truth, Yukimura said, tilting his head to meet Karasuma's gaze. I saw you collapsed at the station platform during a winter in the second year of high school. Karasuma softly recounted the vision he had witnessed. Your limbs may become numb. Could this affect your ability to play tennis? Yukimura clenched his fist lightly. Feeling no symptoms at present. I possess a magical remedy, Karasuma confessed, but I have yet to discover it. System, what skill can cure that illness? Humph. No longer calling me customer service? How tedious. After utilizing the Ring of Fate, combine it with acupuncture therapy for a month, came the response. What is that obscured text? Is it something you have yet to acquire? You cannot be told directly. How frustrating. So, after the Ring of Fate, I must undergo a month of acupuncture. It seems quite complicated. Is this illness truly that severe? It's a plot twist. There is no alternative. Or else surgery followed by rehabilitation for 6 months to a year may be required. Ideally, you should refrain from playing tennis, as it could affect your lifespan. But in the original narrative, rehabilitation lasts 28 days, and one can continue playing tennis after being cured. What is the explanation for that? There exists a chance of relapse at any moment. So, using the skill for healing ensures complete recovery without relapse? Indeed, my abilities are formidable. The golden opportunities one grant you are unparalleled. Amari decided to strengthen his relationships with the brothers and sisters in the group. Young master, dinner is ready. The maid called them to come downstairs for the meal. Those in the study were also summoned. Karasuma did not favor long tables. He preferred the round table he had always used. A group of individuals filled the entire table, and among them was a robust young athlete with a hearty appetite. Jin sat beside Karasuma, while the audacious Kahara Akaya occupied the other side, his vibrant green eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on Jin. Uncle Kurosawa. Karasuma-senpai mentioned you are a martial arts instructor. That is incredible. I adore fighting games. I'm quite formidable at them. In the arcade back home, I am unbeatable. Jin shot a glare at Karasuma, then turned his attention to the seaweed-haired youth, whose pupils mirrored his own, earlier that afternoon, when he had exuded an aura of intimidation. This foolish boy had called him cold. Uncle Kurosawa, do you play fighting games? As a martial arts instructor, you must be exceptionally skilled. Akaya persisted, chattering incessantly. Nearby, Ryoma, seated at a distance, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down as he wished to intervene and silence Akaya's incessant prattle. I do not. Eh? Akaya fell silent in an instant. Dinner is served. Akaya, these dishes were all chosen by you. Karasuma shifted the plate of cola chicken wings in front of Kahara. Wow. Cola chicken wings. Thank you, Karasuma-senpai. Akaya's attention was swiftly diverted, and after expressing his gratitude, he eagerly grabbed a couple of wings to devour. Time to eat. Karasuma had no formal dining etiquette at home. They simply dug in. Everyone was accustomed to this direct approach. For Jin, dining with so many people for the first time brought a subtle smile to his lips as he began to eat with grace. Sister, I want a large bowl of rice. Bunta raised his hand toward the maid behind him. I want some too. Akaya chimed in, his mouth still full of chicken wings, speaking indistinctly as he raised his hand. All right. The maid promptly turned to the kitchen to prepare the rice. Swallow first before speaking and clean your mouth. Jin frowned at the mess beside him. Yes, Uncle Kurosawa. Akaya immediately chewed, swallowing the meat, and wiped his mouth with a warm towel nearby. Flashing a goofy grin at Jin, Jin chose to ignore him and continued his meal. Yukimura smiled slightly, thinking that Uncle Kurosawa seemed to be a person of cold demeanor but warm heart. Everyone had been startled by his chilly aura earlier that afternoon, causing them to be more reserved during dinner, except for Akaya. As dinner concluded and night fell, Karasuma invited the group to stay overnight. In the Rikkai Daigaku group chat, as evening approached, Maori-senpai began to lament. Rikkai Daigaku handsome boys group genius, image, the ultimate fraudster, image, Naya and Bunta sent a flurry of photographs from the dinner table, having started to snap pictures during the meal, all the while secretly watching if Jin noticed them. Universe's most handsome. Big Cat, I'll bring you something when school starts. Big Cat, okay, you're the best, Aegon. Today, Jin is taking a break, and he has decided to stay overnight. When Kihara Akaya arrived, he looked forward to spending the night in the arcade, but Sakamoto insisted he bring his summer homework. After dinner, Kihara, eager to play games in the arcade, found himself constrained by his peers in the study diligently completing his summer assignments. Although Karasuma did not have to tutor Kahara, he couldn't help but notice Jin, leisurely propped up on the sofa, elegantly engrossed in a book, and felt compelled to assign him some tasks. Akaya, how about letting Uncle Karasuma tutor you? He is quite knowledgeable and well-versed in many subjects. Jin shot a lethal glare at Karasuma while the group of youngsters surrounded the perplexed Kahara, who had failed to grasp a simple chemistry problem despite 5 explanations. In the end, they simply told him the correct answer, advising him to memorize it for future exams. Teaching such a single-minded individual is quite troublesome. No, we can manage just fine, exclaimed Yanagi, Dry, and Yagyu in unison. Jin withdrew his piercing gaze from Karasuma and resumed his reading. Once they finished tutoring Kahara, everyone returned to their respective rooms to wash up and rest. In Chapter 61, the Ice Emperor's training camp, Atobi sent another invitation to Yukimura that evening. Blackhand, are you asleep? With over a week until school starts, shall we have a training camp before the semester begins? How about a week? Blackhand, accommodations and transportation will be covered by us at Ice Emperor. Worlds no. One lucky charm. I have already discussed this with my team members. As a friendly school, a training camp is certainly feasible. However, the training regimen during the camp will be managed by Rikkai. Blackhand, that works. It's best for Rikkai to handle the training regimen. He was quite curious about their training schedule, having heard that they train relentlessly throughout the year, even during holidays and weekends. Blackhand, then tomorrow morning at 7. I will arrange a bus to pick you up at Rikkai's main gate. World's number 1 lucky charm. Sounds good. Rikkai's handsome group chat. World's no. 1 lucky charm. Little K has invited us for a week-long training camp, and we are to gather at Rikkai's main gate before 7 tomorrow morning. World's no. 1 lucky charm. Yagyu, could you reach out to seniors Hayu and Daikyu to see if they can provide guidance on our last day of the camp? Universes no. 1 handsome guy, sure. Big Cat, me. I'm going to retire from the club next semester, so I shouldn't have to participate, right? Worlds no. 1 lucky charm. Does Maori Senpai not want to see us? World's number 1 lucky charm. You don't wish to join the last training camp before your retirement? Big Cat, no. I will participate. I will be at the school gate on time. Omar sent a message to the Byadoin and Daku. But while the Byadoin did not respond, Daku agreed. Omaru inquired if there were any other seniors, assuring that he would prepare gifts for those willing to come. The U-17 training camp holds 3 major training sessions each year, commencing from mid-March during the spring break until early May, followed by an extensive summer session starting in early July and concluding with a training camp beginning in early November. There are also overseas expedition tasks and a World Cup held biennially in January. Last year, Byadoin returned to the training camp from the back mountain and defeated the demon, reclaiming the number 1 position and leading that cohort into the World Cup. Coach Mitsubune remarked that last year's team was the most likely to clinch the championship. However, prior to the competition, Byadoin sustained injuries while rescuing someone, and in a weakened condition, he faced the formidable Duke Watanabe of France. The World Cup format was a best of 3, and ultimately, they lost 1-2 to the French team. In the face of criticism from several seniors, Byadoin bore all the responsibility alone. Subsequently, Duke Watanabe withdrew from the French team to join the Neon national team, fighting alongside Byadoin, as the person Byadoin had saved was his sister. Following that match, Byadoin vowed to himself to no longer show mercy and embarked on a journey across various countries to elevate his tennis skills. Upon returning to the training camp from the back mountain, Byadoin and Daka spoke with several teammates about their experiences. The group of middle school students who trespassed into the back mountain piqued the curiosity of these high school boys. Particularly, they were intrigued by the boy who was adept at fishing and had secretly hoarded many loaves of bread and sausages, whom they suspected to be the mastermind. It was rumored that he was a minor who brought along a considerable amount of alcohol to curry favor with the head coach. This boy's family seemingly owned a tech company and gifted Byadoin and Daka smartphones they had never encountered before. Although the phone was released a month later, Byadoin and Daku flaunted it for a whole month before their peers. Later on, he continued to send them smartwatches and handheld computers, all cutting-edge technological marvels. They regretted not having faced this twist of fate sooner, having been relegated to the losers group. As the summer training camp neared its conclusion, Shuji Nashima was called by Lonji Daka to a pavilion beside the training field. Do you remember that white-haired kid I told you about? The middle schooler? Daka waved his wrist at Nashima. Yes, what's up? Nashima responded. He messaged me, asking for assistance in guiding his teammates, all middle schoolers, and inquired if there were any other seniors who could help. Should we join in the fun? After receiving so many of his treats and gifts, this minor favor was absolutely manageable. Sure. When are we going? Nashima expressed his curiosity about the group of middle schoolers. Having heard they were quite skilled. On the 30th, Daka replied, he said he arranged for transportation. You should ask Iriji. He would likely be eager to join as well. SHG Tanegashima and Kanata Iri both hail from Maiko High School, and their camaraderie is quite strong. Tanegashima, eager for excitement, wishes to invite friends along to join the spectacle. If it is possible to request a leave, it is of little concern for Jigiyatsu, from the tone of Kobayakawa. It seems he hopes for the presence of more seniors. As it is the final day of training camp, there should be no issues whatsoever. Strength within the training camp equates to influence. As members of the first team, as long as they maintain their prowess, a day's leave is indeed feasible. Tanegashima sought out Iri and Tsukikage Aoki, initially reluctant to attend. Aoki was persuaded by Jigiyatsu's mention of the presence of players from the Ice Emperor Tennis Club among the junior high participants. He had heard that this year, the Ice Emperor Junior High secured the national runner-up title, an impressive feat, for during his time, he led his team to merely the top 8. Although he no longer closely follows the affairs of the Ice Emperor Tennis Club, offering guidance to juniors is still a worthy endeavor, and thus he consented. The following day, upon Kobayakawa's arrival at the Itobi family villa, he received a response from Higakuen, indicating that he was outside the borders of Neon and would arrange for 2 individuals. Without specifying who, Jigiyatsu mentioned that a total of 4 people would be coming, leaving uncertainty about any overlap with Higakuen's arrangements. TSK. Jigiyatsu Senpai truly exhibits social anxiety. At least 4, and at most 6, individuals are expected to arrive. Kobayakawa whispered to Yukimura, who turned in surprise, exclaiming, so many? But what kind of training awaits us in that mountainous region? Why are you taking us there? The U-17 World Cup training camp, attended by representatives of the national team. Kobayakawa softly responded to Yukimura. The members of the Ice Emperor Tennis Club arrived a day in advance, spending the night at the Itobi villa. Reclining by the pool, sipping juice, Itobi received a whisper from the butler, young Master Itobi, the bus for Rikkai Dai has arrived. Dressed in silk pajamas, Itobi awaited the arrival of the Rikkai Dai tennis team in the living room, accompanied by the members of the Ice Emperor Tennis Club. My training schedule. I hope you all can diligently complete the exercises. Just as Kobayakawa settled next to Yukimura, he languidly leaned against him, observing the members of the Ice Emperor seated across from them. Was the training schedule arranged by you? Itobi, crossing his legs and reclining lazily on the sofa, straightened up upon hearing Kobayakawa's inquiry. Omari glanced at him with a wink, surveying all the members of the Ice Emperor. Is there a printer available? Master Amara, please follow me, the butler of the Itobi family said as he led him to the study. Amaru took out a tablet from his tennis bag, preparing for a brief excursion. The training regimen for the 9 members of the Ice Emperor has been printed by Karasuma, bringing joy to Mr. Wulong. Boss Chow Karasuma. I don't care. Just take a glance, will you? Wuquan. Boss Chow. You haven't even taken a glance at it. Karama, understood. I shall review it upon my return. How is it that you have prepared this so swiftly? How did you anticipate the training we would require? Itobi gazed at the 9 training menus, each uniquely tailored. Do not inquire. It is a secret. Itobi fixed his penetrating gaze upon Karama, attempting to see through him. What a rascal. Karama hugged his own delectable form, retreating behind Mori. Humph. Itobi, with a haughty toss of his head, declared him a rather unremarkable fellow. Chapter 62. Training in the woods. The villa belonging to Itobi's family is perched on a desolate mountainside, boasting an expansive tennis court. The villa's gym is equipped with an array of fitness apparatus, and Karama has crafted a foundational training menu for each individual. Clad in athletic attire, they commenced their run through the forest. Following their designated route, they sprinted to the checkpoint and then returned to the villa. The last 10 to arrive would each be rewarded with a cup of kanjitsu. What exactly is kanjitsu? Hinata could not suppress his curiosity. It is a nutrient-rich beverage. Naya replied, Oh no, I absolutely will not be among the last 10 to arrive. I must secure the number 1 position. Akaya recalled the disheartening beverage, his complexion turning a shade of green as he shuddered. Set off. Charge forward. The members of Rikkai were filled with vigor. Even Tezuka was brimming with enthusiasm, pushing himself to keep pace with the Rikkai team. Tezuka appeared quite elated. Ninetsu observed the faint blue and white filling of the yellow sandwich cookie ahead. Humph. Hurry up. We cannot lag behind Rikkai. Itobi quickened his pace to catch up. Grim Reaper resides in these mountains. Is it the young detective corps engaged in a treasure hunt? What is the worth of the treasure? 100 million neon coins, perhaps? Karasuma exerted himself as he continued to sprint, replacing his previous passive pace with newfound speed. Aren't you going to seize the opportunity? No time. A youthful voice echoed from the woods. Oh, look over there. It's the white-haired brother who invited us on that mysterious roller coaster. Ah, he has gone, running so fast. Wow, it's that handsome brother with blue hair. So many charming brothers. Bume, we must go treasure hunting. They all dashed away. Don't linger, let us go, Mitsuhiko urged, tugging at Bume's small backpack. Kudo Shinji now blended seamlessly with the group of children. Observing the distant cluster of junior high students racing away, he scoffed, perplexed by their choice to train in such rugged terrain. Let us go. Shinji, where shall we head next? Bume turned to their Group S strategist. Yagyu and Kane from Rikkai, who were not particularly adept at running, along with Chiharu, who had 1 or several years less systematic training compared to their seniors, found themselves among the last 10. In contrast, aside from Atobi and Tezuka, the remaining 7 from Hyodai all savored the rewards. Why? Sakamoto. How can you keep up with them? Chiharu, having downed some of Kane's concoction, felt disgruntled, as Sakamoto was merely a first-year like him. You don't understand. This is the grandeur he deserves. Karasuma crouched down to massage the small seaweed, then rose to attend to Bunta next. Let us commence the next training session. If we don't get up soon, we won't finish on time, and we'll have to drink the enhanced version. After Bunta, it was Neo's turn. Overindulging will prevent you from enjoying a delicious lunch. I'll take care of that for you. Nuri, of course, but a jest. He has a petite appetite. No way. I'll get up immediately. Chiharu trembled as he pushed himself up, unwilling to miss out on delectable food and games. Yukimura nodded in satisfaction. Pleased with Akai's enthusiasm, Rikkai's future was promising. On the first day of training camp, merely completing the specialized menu within 6 hours was the goal. Rikkai's team took no longer than 4 hours to finish. The training regimen devised by Karasuma for the Ice Emperor is double that of their usual routine, except for Atobi. Tezuka and Shishido, nearly all the Ice Emperor players have failed to complete their assignments on time. Both Atobi and Tezuka maintain strict standards for themselves, engaging in considerable training. Shishido, with his tenacious and indomitable spirit, managed to complete the menu punctually, after everyone finished their lunch. Those who had not completed their training regimen continued their practice in the afternoon. Kyra, you must put in the effort. Don't doze off. Keep practicing. One-Tai admonished while supervising him, as he prepared for his romantic engagement with the Ice Emperor. Not really. Hey, Natsuki, why haven't you finished yet? How long will this take? Nai expressed concern beside his plastic companion. Humph. Always so lax. With this level of training. It's simply unrefined that Natsuki can't finish on time. How about we head into the woods to play tennis? We must return every ball that comes our way. If we fail to catch one, we shall voluntarily add to our training. Yukimura suggested with a smile as he observed the few who had completed their training idly wandering about. All right. Atobi was the first to respond. Intrigued by this new form of play, the 12 members of Rikkai, along with the 3 from Ice Emperor, picked up their rackets and cheerfully made their way into the woods. How infuriating. I want to play too. I need to finish quickly. The Ice Emperor members gritted their teeth and hastened their practice. Once the 15 entered the woods, they scattered in different directions. Maori skillfully climbed a tree, thinking, as long as they can't see me, they want tea served to me, and I can avoid extra training. I'm so clever. Karasuma Gaki sprinted a considerable distance, pondering whether he should pilfer that gem. It was only 2 o'clock. At his pace, he could swiftly return. Customer service, please indicate a direction. This is the map I have copied. Karasuma released his psychic energy. With no one nearby, he cloaked himself and transformed into the likeness of Misaka Makoto, swiftly making his way to the destination. If only I could teleport like Ketsubaki. Be content with what you have. Okawagari effortlessly ascended the modest slope with a few nimble strides aided by a rope, delivering a swift kick that rendered the foolish serpent approaching him unconscious. He arrived at a designated marker and pressed onward towards his destination. Where had the white gift troop reached? They had only just embarked on their journey. Their legs still short. The Karasuma barrier has reached its destination on the map. Where is it? There are mechanisms hidden underground. Okura jumped onto a tree to survey the surroundings. Upon reaching the mechanism point, he activated it, revealing a concealed underground passage beneath the grass. He descended into the passage and secured the bag of gemstones into his spatial storage. It was already 2:30. He needed to hurry back. He swiftly retraced his steps, running at full speed. Before reaching the woods, he sensed no one around, so he activated his invisibility and leapt onto a tree to dispel his illusion. Clutching his racket, he meandered into the forest. As he wandered aimlessly, a piercing sound sliced through the air behind him. Okaru quickly extended his hand to return the ball with his racket and turned to see it was FCH Tear from the Ice Emperor team. "Oh, have you finished training as well?" he called out, engaging in a back-and-forth rally across a few trees. "Indeed, Senior Okaru," came the reply. Just then, a voice echoed from behind him. It was Renwang. Oh no, a pincer attack. In a dazzling display, Karasuma executed a spinning leap, countering the ball struck by Sanada with a fiery retaliation. Fong, gripping his racket with fervor, failed to return the tennis ball as it skimmed past his strings. He swiftly pivoted to return Nayu's blazing serve, which Nayu deftly intercepted, following it up with an elegant lob, a meteor hammer strike. With so many trees obstructing their view, how much would the power of a lob be diminished? Karasuma gazed upward at the rapidly descending ball. It mattered not. One must experiment with new techniques. The rally between Nayu and Karasuma continued. How many are left? I do not know. Q and Hinode have been sent for additional training. Oh. Then I shall send you for extra training as well. Karasuma unleashed a high-speed spinning shot that pierced through Nayu's racket. Why do you only name your mental techniques? Do these moves not deserve names? Karasuma approached Nayu, with Fong trailing behind. Indeed, Senior, is this not a spinning shot? Or perhaps we should call it a plana. The mental techniques were not named out of choice, but necessity. Though, those skills hardly classify as mental techniques. What does plana mean? Curious, Fong blinked with wide eyes. It simply refers to a basic attack? Well, perhaps it is not so basic. I feel somewhat embarrassed to call my soul-infused shot a match for Senior Karasuma's plana. Chapter 63. The adventurous spirit of the Detective. A group of youths frolicked in the woods until dusk. Maori was caught by Yukimura, who sent a sharp shot flying toward him as he lay on a sturdy tree trunk. Hearing the whistling air, Maori quickly grasped his racket, rose, and leaped down from the tree. Oh dear, little minister. As Maori retreated while returning the shot, he noticed Sanada, Yagyu, Natsu, Sakamoto, and Kawachi behind Yukimura. It seemed they had endured a chaotic skirmish. Senior Maori, let us hit the gym for extra training after dinner. Yukimura seized Mori's senses, sending his racket flying, and withdrew his mental energy. Maori pouted. He could not evade capture. Yukimura, accompanied by his companions, returned to the villa without encountering anyone else. A few, Atobi, Ryu, Bunta, and Jairu, arrived late. Aside from Yukimura, Karasuma, and Atobi, who were exempt from extra training, the rest were required to train further. Tezuka, how could you? Upon being called out by Karasuma, Tezuka's face flushed. He had been tricked by Q and Naya. I was careless. After dinner, although not required to train, Yukimura and Atobi continued to practice with the others. Karasuma, you lazybones. Atobi lifted a barbell and cast a sidelong glance at Karasuma, who leaned against the wall, seemingly unbothered by the prospect of additional training. As Karasuma shrugged, he instructed Taikechi's steward to set up the necessary props in the woods before turning to exit the gym to conduct an inspection. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi and the young detective group stumbled upon the underground passage as evening fell. Hey, Shinichi, there's a staircase leading down here, exclaimed Mitsuhiko, standing at the entrance of the underground passage. Kudo Shinichi scrutinized the surrounding grass and the faint footprints left upon the steps, indicating that someone had ventured here recently. Possibly today. There might still be others below. This treasure site could harbor unknown dangers. Stay put while I investigate. Despite being aware of the peril, his insatiable curiosity as a detective compelled him forward. With cautious steps, Shinichi descended the stairs, entering the dark subterranean space, which seemed deserted. He activated the light on his watch and confirmed the absence of any presence, save for a solitary wooden box. Suddenly, a terrified scream echoed from above. Genta, let go of me. It was the two suspicious men he had encountered in the woods, one of whom was holding a Yumi hostage, a gun aimed at Shinichi. Now, hand over that box. Shinichi narrowed his eyes and pivoted to grasp the box. Uncle, here is the box. Please don't kill me. He crouched down, unfastened a button on his shoe, and shielded his head. Ayumi gasped, halting her sobs, cradling her head with her hands. In a swift motion, Shinichi kicked the box toward the man's head, knocking him unconscious. Ayumi was flung aside, rolling twice. Ouch. That hurts. Ayumi rose, tears brimming in her eyes. As Shinichi rushed to her side. Are you all right, Ayumi? It hurts. Shinichi, Jinna was knocked out with a shovel, and Mitsuhiko is being held by another man. He is still up there. I'm so scared. Shinichi comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'll go up first. Follow closely behind me. He clutched the box and ascended the stairs, peering out. Uncle, I'm bringing this to you. The man above's eyes gleamed with greed as he shoved Mitsuhiko aside and lunged for Shinichi, lowering himself. Shinichi twisted his shoe switch and kicked the box at the man, rendering him unconscious. Ayumi and Shinichi swiftly made their way to the surface. While Mitsuhiko managed to rise on his own, the three gathered around the unconscious Jinta, bloodied and in distress. Jinta, wake up. Don't die on us. He was not dead, but had succumbed to unconsciousness. We must carry him down the mountain and quickly find the doctor to take Jinta to the hospital. Kudo Shinichi, along with Hikaru and Ayumi, struggled to carry Jinta to Dr. Agasa's tent, having just noticed that the treasure's destination was not far from the doctor's encampment. In their haste to bring Jinta down the mountain, they abandoned the wooden crate. Dr. Agasa quickly gathered his belongings and, accompanied by the children, hurried towards the hospital. The system relayed the events occurring on their end to Karasuma. Knowing that others had already been there and still opting to explore, was this truly the essence of being a detective? Lacking curiosity precluded one from becoming a detective. What was the point of becoming one if I were unwell? The world of Conan is one that prides itself on detectives. Therefore, I shall suppress him until he cannot rise again. On the second day of the training camp, the training regimen required completion within 5 hours. Sanada rose at 4 to commence his kendo practice and morning run. Following breakfast, he became the first to start training that day. He aimed to finish early and then extend his training, determined to outshine everyone. Others gradually awoke and began their training as well. Particularly those who had failed to complete their regimen the previous day, gritting their teeth to ensure they would not be outperformed by the players from Rikkai. Nanetsu, you must be tired. Take a break, Renwang called out in a peculiar tone. Isn't it you who is tired? Nanetsu retorted, the banter opening the door to his heart. The physically weakest, Hinata, was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. I must persevere. Continue training without pause. Bunna found himself sandwiched between Jiro and Kawahara. Embraced on both sides, what a cad. Everyone completed their training menu in the morning, had lunch, and entered a period of rest. All right, in the afternoon, we shall play games in the woods. What games? Kihara leaned against the sofa, rubbing his round belly from overeating, with Bunta mimicking his actions beside him. Let's start at 2. We should rest a bit first. We cannot exercise immediately after eating. At 2 o'clock, Karasuma led everyone to the woods, where there was a large clearing. Tall circular wooden stumps, each about 1.5 meters high, were arranged in a circle, spacious enough for one person to stand on each stump. Get up. Karasuma pointed at the stumps, and the youths easily leaped onto them. Why aren't you joining us? Noticing that Karasuma had not jumped onto a stump, Mori glanced around, questioning whether something was amiss. Nothing is amiss. This game is called Drop the Handkerchief. Karasuma positioned himself in the center of the stumps and pulled out a tennis ball. I shall serve at random. You will hit the ball to each other, or you may hit it towards me. Anyone who fails to catch the ball or is knocked off a stump must replace me in the center to serve. All right. This seems rather interesting, Kahara exclaimed eagerly, shaking his racket. Let's begin, senpai. He had already set his sights on knocking Renwang off. Chapter 64. Ran. Ain't the bandage monster incident all right? Akaya, catch. Karasuma struck the ball towards Kahara, passing it between the hands of one person, Tezuka. As Tezuka's glasses gleamed, he returned the ball, sending it soaring towards Yukimura, who then directed it towards Yanagi. Hey, senior, you're deceiving me, Kahara exclaimed, watching the ball dart between several players before he successfully received it. Receive it, Kahara. Naya passed the ball to Kahara, who broke into a mischievous grin. Hee, behold my gravity pull shot. With great force, the tennis ball sped towards Naya. Oh dear, Akaya. Do you despise your senior so much? It saddens me greatly, Naya said as he transformed into Sanada, maintaining his stability like a wooden post, swift as the wind. The ultra-fast topspin ball flew towards Sanada. As Naya morphed back into Sanada, he remained unyielding, returning the ball with precision. Naya often transformed into him. He had grown accustomed to it. I don't really dislike you, Naya-senpai. Although you frequently tease me and trick me into extra training, you also play games with me. Share your lunch and tutor me in mathematics. I actually quite like you. Kahara chuckled, scratching his head to console his saddened senior. Mori struck the ball towards the standing Kuramochi, who pulled another ball from his pocket and sent both tennis balls flying towards HG. Are they both being played simultaneously? Nai observed as Kuramochi executed the dual hit. HG tilted his head and directed both balls towards Tezuka. Humph, 2 balls are merely trivial, aren't they? HG remarked as Tezuka effortlessly returned the ball to Kaji. Yes. Akaru took out 3 tennis balls, gripping them in his hand. Yukimura struck 2 balls towards Akaru, who then tossed 3 balls, sending them flying towards Sakamoto, resulting in 5 balls in total. 5. Hinomura couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. He was confident in handling 2 balls, but could the first-year student from Rikkai truly manage 5? With a resounding thud, Sakamoto distributed the 2 balls to Fu and sent 3 to Hayoshi. Fu successfully caught the ball, directing it towards Shishido, while Hayoshi returned the 2 balls to Bunta. 1 ball still hovered in the air, and Hayoshi bent forward to retrieve it, sending it soaring towards Yanagi, albeit losing his balance and tumbling off the wooden post. Haha. It seems you shall take that position, Hayoshi, Akaru remarked, handing him the 5 tennis balls from his pocket before leaping onto the post. All right, Okara-senpai. Hayoshi steadied himself in the center, attentively watching for any incoming balls. Are you all already practicing multiple ball rallies? Atobi inquired, glancing at Yukimura, who smiled softly in response. How many balls can you handle at most? Atobi couldn't resist probing further, even though he knew that multiple ball practices held little significance in actual matches. The 5 balls had already been divided into 3 sets, bouncing between the players. I can manage 10 balls. Each individual had a different capacity, and Yukimura felt no need to conceal their achievements, which were the fruits of their dedicated training. 10 balls. It seems Rikkai's practice sessions are not only more rigorous but also more advanced and peculiar. We must train even harder to surpass Rikkai. And how many can Kihara handle? Their first year, Sakamoto, appeared capable of managing 3 balls. Me? I can also handle 6. Kihara responded promptly upon hearing his name. Recalling how the captain had assigned him to practice multiple ball rallies as soon as he joined the tennis club, emphasizing the importance of controlling the ball's precision. And who else can manage 6 balls? Natsuji interjected, adjusting his glasses as he turned to Kihara. Sakamoto and Yanagi-senpai are both regulars. Hayoshi, send 2 more balls. Atobi decided to have the members of Hyodai begin practicing multiple ball rallies, as everyone could manage 2 balls without issue. Apologies for the intrusion. The exuberant youths all turned towards the source of the voice, noticing that the middle figure had been replaced by Mori, who had been knocked down by Yukimura. The number of balls in play had now increased to 10. Hey, Juzaburo. A female voice, filled with excitement, called out Mori's name. Mori focused on the girl standing at the edge of the grove. Aunt Ran, he exclaimed, striding towards her. The boys exchanged glances, pausing their rally and leaping down from their posts to follow suit. Karama, Aunt, where's Guire? He stood shoulder to shoulder with Sakakibara, nodding at Sister Xiaolan and that little brat Sakakibara. It appears that Senior Mori is indeed related to Mori Kagoro. What a curious kinship. Aunt Lon, what brings you to this woodland? Mori approached his cousin, who was of similar age, and their bond was quite amicable. Sister Xiaolan, who is this towering figure? Shinji extended his hand to grasp Mori Rance, straining to look up at the tall, red-haired individual. Is this Aunt Xiaolan's cousin? Is her lineage that extensive? He glanced back at the group of tennis youths approaching, the same ones he had encountered with Jinta while treasure hunting in the mountains the previous day. I seem to have lost my way. My friend invited me to a gathering at a villa nearby, but this woodland is rather convoluted, Mori Ran remarked, gazing at her cousin Sh Sabor, who had grown remarkably tall. This child is temporarily residing with my family. He is an adopted child of the Cut family. Named Shinji Cut. Mori Ran pulled Shinji, who was holding her hand, forward and then turned to him, saying, This is my cousin's youngest son, also my nephew. Sh Sabor Mori. You should call him brother. Shinji Kud, now adept at playing the child, replied, Hello, brother Mori. Sister Xiaolan. Karama and Sakakibara peeked from behind Mori, greeting Mori Ran with a cheerful wave. Ah, Xiaowan, Seichi, you're here too. Senior Mori is from our school. We are in the same tennis club. What a delightful coincidence. Where are you two headed? Mori took the map from Mori Ran's hand. It was a rudimentary drawing, and dusk was fast approaching. He turned to Sakakibara, who understood Mori's intent and spoke. Let us escort you there. Sakakibara then addressed Atobi, SHK, you take everyone back to the villa first. I, along with Senior Mori and Xiaowan, will accompany them there and return later. All right, understood. Atobi turned and led the group to pack their tennis bags and head back to the Atobi residence. The 3 gathered their tennis bags and, along with Mori Ran and Shinji Kud, followed the map's directions. After some winding, they emerged from the woods, arriving at a suspension bridge. Mori ran excitedly pointed to the villa across the bridge. It's right over there. Hey, it looks like someone is over there too. I wonder if they're also heading to the villa. On the bridge stood a figure cloaked in black, who turned upon hearing the commotion. Their face was wrapped in bandages, and their gaze was cold. I wonder if they are also going to that villa, Mori Ran said, her voice tinged with fear. They probably aren't, Shinji Kud replied, equally alarmed. Mori stepped protectively in front of the two, as the cloaked figure dashed away into the woods behind the villa. Are you all part of some costume gathering? Mori furrowed his brows as he observed the figure before him. Sonoko had remained silent, suggesting it was merely an ordinary gathering. And thankfully, I was not asked to bring any peculiar attire. I sincerely hoped that individual was not heading to the villa. Chapter 65. The assault on Ran. Mori Ran pressed the doorbell and waited for a moment until Sonoko Suzuki came to answer. Why are you so slow? Where have you been? Oh, I apologize, Sonoko, Ran said with a smile, offering her apologies. Finally. Oh, how handsome. Upon opening the door, Sonoko descended the steps and noticed the exceptionally tall boy with red curly hair standing beside Mori Ran. Wow, and there are two more charming young men. Albeit appearing somewhat younger, yet they too are quite tall. Hey, Ran. Sonoko pulled Ran closer and whispered in her ear, who is this red-haired boy? He is so tall and handsome. The reason I invited you today was to introduce you to some delightful young men, and you've brought along so many attractive boys. You should have told me you knew so many. Sonoko, while glancing back at Mori and the others, playfully leaned in to whisper to Ran, he is my cousin. Just in his 3rd year of junior high. Cousin, your family hierarchy is so extensive? And he is already this tall in junior high. He is a tennis player. Ran replied, a tennis player? Tennis is such a dashing sport. You should invite them to join the gathering. Being around handsome boys will surely lift your spirits. They seem to be training nearby. Ran expressed her uncertainty about whether it would disrupt their practice. Heeding her friend's earnest request, she decided to inquire. Shisaburo, Ogaki, Seiji, would you like to join us for the gathering? There are plenty of rooms in the villa. You can stay without worry. Sonoko, leaning out with a smile, addressed the boys, such charming and handsome tennis players. No, thank you, Mississippi. Since we've already delivered her, we will take our leave, Yukimura politely declined. How about staying for dinner instead? I'm Sonoko Suzuki, Ren's best friend. Thank you for bringing her. You live nearby in the villa, right? It's not far. We should visit you tomorrow. Sonoko cheerfully greeted the boys, warmly inviting them to stay for dinner. As Karasuma raised an eyebrow, he contemplated Suzuki Sonoko, who, despite her seemingly infatuated demeanor, was, on the whole, a rather admirable person. As the heir to the Suzuki conglomerate, it would be prudent to cultivate a connection with her. Very well, Karasuma replied, and Yukimura refrained from further comment. Upon entering the villa, Mao-Lilan inquired, where are those charming young men you mentioned? They haven't arrived yet. My sister's friends have already made their way here. They are currently resting in their rooms, came the response. Is there anyone among them with a bandaged head? Mao-Lilan recalled the figure she had encountered on the suspension bridge, still feeling a twinge of unease. I saw someone clad in a black cloak, their head wrapped in bandages, exhibiting peculiar behavior and possessing a chilling gaze, definitely exuding danger. Karasuma recounted the incident. That sounds rather frightening. Perhaps they are merely local residents? I shall inquire with my sister shortly, Suzuki Sonoko said, rubbing her arms as goosebumps formed. Your room is on the 2nd floor. You should place your belongings there first. All right. In the living room, several individuals were seated, while Suzuki Sonoko went to find her sister, Suzuki Ayako, a gentle soul who warmly welcomed everyone. Please, enjoy some refreshments. I shall summon them shortly. Soon. A few individuals descended from the upper floor and took their places at the dining table in the living room. Mori Ran sat beside her senior, Mori, and offered a brief introduction to the group. This is my cousin, Mori Juzaburo, who is currently in his 3rd year of junior high and a member of the school's tennis team. Next to him is the 2nd-year captain of the tennis club, Yukimura Seichi, followed by the prominent player from the same team, Karasuma Gaki. Their school's tennis team has achieved an impressive consecutive national championship. They are all key players of the tennis club. Karamagai greeted several people politely, nodding at them. It's impressive to have been national champions for 2 consecutive years. Their school has also won the Kanto Region Championship for 15 straight years, Mao-Lilan remarked with pride. 15 consecutive victories. That reflects the dedication of many predecessors. It's remarkable that you have maintained this, Suzuki Sonoko chimed in with admiration. After introducing the members of the tennis club, Suzuki Sonoko began to introduce her sister's friends, who were all members of her elder sister's university film club. This is Oda, who takes on major responsibilities. Next to him is Kakutani, who handles photography. And here is Takahashi, responsible for props. The introduced individuals greeted them politely. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, Mao Lilan said with an embarrassed smile. Oh, it's nothing. What happened? Suzuki Sonoko asked curiously. It's nothing. Well, next is my sister, who is in charge of actor makeup and costumes while also searching for a marriage partner. You're something else, Suzuki Ayako teased, seemingly accustomed to squinting her eyes. Lastly, this is Ikeda Chikako, the director and screenwriter, who is also the president of their film club. She is the screenwriter for a film currently airing and is a rising star among newcomers. After introducing everyone, Suzuki Ayako mentioned a now-deceased member of their film club, which caused Ikeda Chikako to suddenly become upset. Please don't mention Atsuko again. Is that all right? Oda mockingly remarked on her change in demeanor. Upset. Ikeda Chikako turned to walk into the woods, followed by Kakutani. Takahashi mentioned that it might rain soon and went to check the roof. Karamagai suddenly recalled who the body was. According to the law of deduction, the one with a bad temper is likely the deceased. She must have done something regrettable to Atsuko. Judging by her reaction, Karamagai whispered this to Yukimura, who nodded in agreement, noting that the elder sister's expression was indeed quite distraught. Suzuki Ayako went to prepare dinner. The two daughters of the Suzuki family were genuinely down to earth, devoid of any haughty demeanor. Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko sat beside Mori, engaging him in conversation, while Kuramagai and Yukimura sat together, engrossed in their phones. Kudo Shinichi, a bit withdrawn, sat on the other side of Mao Lilan, lost in thought. Outside, it began to rain lightly. Oda stood by the window, observing the scene before turning to the sofa, bending down to invite Lilan for a walk outside. She declined, citing the rain as an excuse. However, Oda insisted that walking in the rain had its own charm, taking her hand and pulling her outside. The remaining individuals exchanged glances, and Kudo Shinichi jumped off the sofa to follow the two. Mori and Sonoko, somewhat concerned for Lilan, bid farewell to Yukimura and also stepped outside together, sharing an umbrella. Omaru and Yukimura sent a message to Tezuka, indicating that they would remain for dinner and might return later. A thunderclap resonated outside, causing Yukimura to furrow his brow. It was dangerous to be in the woods with an umbrella during a storm. Thunder itself posed no threat. The real concern lay with people. Senior Mori, being a wrestler, should be capable of handling himself. One by one, those who had ventured out began to return. After some time, Mori, Ran, YKO, and Shinji Kudo hurried back, reporting that the bandaged figure had attacked Ren in the woods. Upon returning to the villa, YKO recounted the incident in the forest. The other three who had been in the woods claimed not to have seen the bandaged man, but they had encountered him on their way back to the villa. They resolved to call the police. Yet Suzuki Ayako discovered that the villa's phone was inoperable. Takahashi, filled with dread, exclaimed that the man in the bandages must have severed the telephone line. Kurua frowned deeply. He then shouted and turned to run outside, with several members of the film club in pursuit. Kurua held an umbrella for Yukimura as they reached the edge of the suspension bridge, which had been severed and plunged into the depths below. Takahashi incessantly exclaimed that it must be the bandage-wrapped monster, while the ill-tempered future corpse, Chikako Ikeda, reprimanded him. She turned back to the villa and coldly informed Aiko Suzuki that she would not be having dinner before retreating to her room. Chapter 66. Detective Kurua solves the case in a second. The mobile phone of Karasuma has signal. He just sent a message to Itobi, who replied promptly. He cannot fathom why Miko and the others are still relying on a landline. It has been over a year since mobile phones became commonplace in his household. Is it a matter of affordability? Customer service? What is going on? Are they unable to purchase a phone? No, it is a plot device, in this narrative. They have yet to acquire mobile phones, as they are simply not present in their daily lives. Oh, you startled me. I thought our phone sales were underperforming. I have contacted the authorities and sent a message to a friend. He will dispatch a helicopter for us. After Karasuma and Yukimura returned to the villa with the film club members, he spoke up. Takahashi's expression momentarily shifted to a chilling, terrifying demeanor before reverting to his usual clumsiness. I shall attend to the roof repairs. Takahashi intended to head to the second floor. There is no need for repairs. Let us wait here. Takahashi's attempt at emotional control faltered once more. The helicopter's arrival may take some time, and everyone must be famished. I shall prepare dinner in the meantime. Ayako Suzuki has already prepared the ingredients, and Ran Muri and Sonoko joined her in the kitchen to assist with the cooking. While Shinichi Kudo also entered the kitchen. I shall visit the restroom. Takahashi rose and made his way to the restroom outside. Dinner was quickly prepared, and the film club members gathered in the dining room. Oda called out to Takahashi, who was still on the second floor, urging him to hurry down as the food was nearly cold. After finishing in the restroom, Takahashi mentioned needing to repair the roof, insisting he was close to completion, and ascended to the second floor once more. All right, I shall be down shortly. As he was about to descend the corridor on the second floor, he suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, who are you? What is it?" It seemed there was someone by the window on the ground floor. Takahashi leaned out to peer outside, and everyone turned to look at the window on the first floor in response to his words. Karasuma swiftly drew up the curtains, exclaiming, "Oh, Xiaoyuan, what troubles you?" Kawaramaki furrowed his brow, his beautiful face devoid of expression. How dare that wretched creature act before the meal? He was exceedingly hungry. Should he perhaps indulge in a few bites first? A shadow flitted past the curtain behind him, obscured from view by the fabric. Was it the bandaged assailant targeting Xiaolan? Only a fleeting silhouette was discernible, and Yuenzi inquired uncertainly. Takahashi, hearing no screams, leaned out, then turned back inside to peer down. Oh, how infuriating. That pesky white-haired boy had drawn up the curtain. It was indeed the bandaged fiend. He had snatched Chizuko and was racing towards the woods. Takahashi shouted downwards. What? Chizuko? Kakuya was the first to fling open the window and dash outside, followed closely by Shinji Kudo, who leapt off the table in pursuit. We should follow them, Takahashi urged. You girls lock the door and wait here. Hurry. Oda turned to the few girls, instructing, you three stay behind to protect the others. Do I really have to go? Takahashi appeared reluctant. Is that even a question? Oda sprinted off to catch up with Shinji and Kakuya. The three members of the tennis club remained at the villa with several girls. When the others returned, they bore grim news. Chizuko had been murdered by the bandaged monster. Suzuki Ayako was consumed with guilt, believing that her organization of the class reunion had led to Chizuko's demise. The atmosphere within the villa descended into panic. Yukimura frowned. Pondering the peculiar pattern that seemed to emerge whenever the Kudo family was involved, murder always followed. He cast a quizzical glance at the young child, wondering if their family bore some sort of curse. Seeing Yukimura, Karasuma did not appear to be afraid. He leaned closer and whispered, Ashi, what troubles you? Yukimura replied softly. I have noticed that whenever we encounter someone with the surname Kudo, be it Kudo Shinichi or Kudo Shinzo, a murder invariably occurs in their vicinity. You two are sharing secrets behind my back? Mori interjected, peering in. Mori-senpai. Karasuma shot him a glare as he was pushed away from Yukimura. Do you remember the murder we stumbled upon at the barbecue restaurant? The three of them huddled together to discuss in hushed tones. Yes, what about it? The detective who solved that case was Kudo Shinichi, the brother of that child, though he has since passed away. Karasuma pointed towards Shinzo, who was deep in thought. He continued, once, Ashi and I encountered him at an amusement park, where yet another murder unfolded. In fact, during our previous trip to New York, while I was visiting my elderly aunt, we also ran into him, and a murder took place then as well. Given all this, we are pondering whether the Kudo family is under some ill-fated curse. You two went to the amusement park without inviting me? Mori glanced back and forth between them, clearly agitated. Really honing in on the details, aren't you? What should we do if he attacks us again? Suzuki Sonoko was in a state of panic. I know who the bandaged man is. Karasuma raised his head from the group. Huh, what do you mean? Isn't the bandaged man an unidentified serial killer? How can you know who it is? Ah, well, it is him. Karasuma pointed at Takahashi, recalling vividly this cursed childhood memory. Unlike other cases he could not remember. Stop joking. Amaru suddenly yanked open his clothing, revealing that he was not truly a portly figure. Ah, this. Takahashi, upon seeing it, noticed a black cloak bound around his abdomen, concealing a head fashioned from bandages. Takahashi forcefully swatted Amaru's hand away, his face contorted with a fierce expression, as he produced a knife from seemingly nowhere. Indeed, it was I. I am the one who killed Chikako. You have incessantly disrupted my plans, you wretched fool. Is it not customary for the perpetrator to kneel and confess when exposed? How is it that he, not being the protagonist, is denied such a privilege? As Karasuma deftly sidestepped the figure lunging towards him, he skillfully disarmed the assailant with a twist of the wrist, delivering a precise chop that rendered him unconscious. Kudo Shinichi gazed vacantly at Karasuma's hand, pondering the disparity in combat prowess between him and Ran. Surely, he should have the upper hand. All present were momentarily stunned by the unfolding events, and once he regained his senses, Kudo Shinichi inquired with curiosity, "How did you discern that he was the bandage man?" He himself had yet to uncover any clues, while this insufferable brat had managed to identify the bandage man with such ease. "It was the necklace of that woman that fell from him when he exited. I witnessed it," Karasuma casually provided an explanation. "But how can you be certain he isn't just an overweight individual?" Kudo Shinichi, ever loquacious, was truly a bothersome child, and Karasuma felt an urge to silence him. "The way he walks makes it quite apparent," Karasuma replied, not bothering to look down at him. He then turned and seated himself upon the sofa, reminding the others, "The helicopter will arrive shortly. Gather your belongings. It is time for us to depart." "Ah, understood," came the reply, and the group retreated to their rooms to prepare. Descending the stairs thereafter, Kamakura bound Takahashi tightly. The helicopter landed on the open space in front of the villa, and everyone boarded it with their luggage, leaving Takahashi bound and abandoned on the ground. But why did he attack Sister Ran? Shinichi still could not comprehend, feeling troubled by the unanswered questions. Was it because we accidentally opened the wrong door while taking our luggage upstairs? He was changing clothes, and I caught a glimpse of his true form, but did not pay it any mind at the time. Later, when Koyanagi lifted his shirt, it all came rushing back. Muri Ran answered the puzzled Shinichi's queries. "You really have too many questions, little brat." Suzuki Sonoko recalled how this little rascal dashed out heedlessly upon hearing there might be a case, unchanged in the slightest. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the Atobi residence, which was quite close to the villa, where police cars were already waiting. Upon disembarking from the helicopter, Takahashi was taken away. Atobi, accompanied by members of the tennis club, came to greet the others. Kamakura, Yukimura, and Muri alighted from the aircraft. Ah, how utterly unglamorous. The occurrence of such an unimpressive event to send someone off was rather disheartening. Trapped in the villa again, amidst a murder case, and still entangled in this unremarkable bizarre incident. "I'm starving." Kamakura threw himself onto Atobi, clinging to his neck. "Hey, I'm hungry." After a few hours apart from Atobi and the others, it felt like an eternity. "Seichi, Muri-senpai, are you alright?" Sanada, Yanagi, and Bunta surrounded the other two, expressing their concern. "We're fine. We weren't injured." Yukimura and Muri recounted the events that transpired in the villa to everyone. "I'm truly sorry. You all had to go through such an ordeal and are still hungry." Grr. Suzuki Sonoko suddenly remembered that she had invited them to stay for a meal, but they ended up missing dinner due to the frightening murder incident. "It's quite late now. My villa can accommodate you for the night." The benevolent Atobi graciously offered shelter to the hungry group. The Atobi heir is surprisingly handsome. Sonoko's spirits lifted rapidly at the sight of so many charming young men, feeling as if she had entered paradise. Chapter 67. Confession. High schoolers appear. It was already quite late upon returning to the Atobi residence, where the butler had prepared dinner for Kamakura, Yukimura, and Muri Ran. After finishing their meal, they returned to their respective rooms to wash up and rest. Bunta found his way to Yukimura's room, where Yukimura had just finished washing up and was reading. "Seichi, have you been feeling unwell lately?" In the first timeline, Yukimura had collapsed one Friday afternoon after returning from an overseas study trip during his second year. Yukimura's eyes flickered. "Bunta, what is the matter?" "Nothing. I was just worried you might have been startled. Do you feel any discomfort in your limbs?" That illness seems to have some initial symptoms of numbness. It was the same question Kamakura had asked. "No. Bunta, can you tell me what is wrong?" Yukimura grasped Wenta's hand, while Wenta leaned against Yukimura's shoulder in silence. After a prolonged pause, he inquired, "Do you believe in souls?" "I do," Yukimura replied. "Seichi, I am in my second playthrough." Although he had a slight inkling, he had not anticipated it to be the second playthrough, thinking instead that Wenta had seen something in a dream. "Could you share about the first playthrough?" "In the first playthrough, there was no Akagi." "How could that be?" Wenta and Yukimura engaged in extensive conversation, discussing the distinctions between their two lives, revealing that Wenta transferred to another school solely to meet Yukimura earlier. They reminisced about the experiences shared with Karasuno, introducing Yukimura to Mifune and Byadoin, and discussing the formidable talents of Omori. "Wenta, thank you. Thank you for your willingness to share, for coming to my side, and for caring so deeply about me." Their conversation stretched late into the night, and Wenta eventually fell asleep in Yukimura's room. The following morning, as Wenta exited Yukimura's room, he was spotted by Yanagi, prompting him to seek out Yukimura for some affection. Suzuki Yoko rose early that day, with her family's car expected to arrive around noon. After breakfast, she and Muri ran headed to the tennis court, where the young tennis players were already engaged in practice matches. On the court, both singles and doubles matches were underway, with Naya pairing with Kahara against Janagi and Sakamoto. You remember the rules of doubles, right? Naya exclaimed, transforming into Sanada as he shouted at Kahara, who was about to intercept the ball. Yes, yes, Vice Captain Sanada. Kahara nearly stood at attention in salute. After returning the ball, Naya reverted to his original form, as employing Sanada's persona was not permitted in doubles. Huh, did that silver-haired handsome guy just turn into that hat-wearing fellow? Suzuki Yoko pointed towards Naya and then to Sanada at another court. Indeed, I thought I was mistaken, Muri Ran exclaimed, equally intrigued. Is it truly possible to play tennis like this? It can't be magic, can it? Kudo Shinji had witnessed this transformation during his last visit to Rikkai. Yet it still felt extraordinary upon a second glance. Do all tennis players have the ability to transform? Could that Kudo Shinichi be someone in disguise? No, that was impossible. Kudo Shinichi shared identical DNA with him. He sighed, glancing at Ran. In this world, was there still hope for him and Ran? The hat-wearing gentleman's shots seemed to carry a fiery intensity. Suzuki Yoko had already tugged Muri Ran towards Sanada's court, enchanted by the cool demeanor of the bespectacled youth, exuding an aura reminiscent of an ice prince. Ah, that wolf-tailed boy is strikingly handsome as well. His eyes seem to be electrifying me. The red-haired boy blowing bubble gum wore an adorable smile. The young master of the Akechi family was equally captivating. Suzuki Yoko was in paradise, incessantly pulling Ran from one court to another, while Kudo Shinji followed, rolling his eyes at the infatuated girl. Such a hopeless romantic. I can't stand her. The tennis being played was remarkably swift, with an impressive force behind each strike. Having traversed numerous tennis courts, Shinji Kudo has observed that the attacking prowess of these young players is quite formidable. The formidable strike displayed by Karasuma previously could shatter the ground. Had it struck a person, severe injury would be inevitable. He is now contemplating the merits of practicing tennis, pondering whether, at their age, it too could wield such formidable effects. The sport also possesses the advantage of long-range engagement, making the apprehension of criminals considerably more convenient. The Suzuki family's vehicle had already departed in the morning to collect individuals, and Suzuki Sonoko had requested Crowd D from Itobi and Karasuma, adding them as friends. With the bandaged man incident concluded, this group resumed their obliviousness, each retrieving their mobile devices. The training camp proceeded in an orderly fashion, fostering greater familiarity among the youths from the two schools. On the final day of the camp, Karasuma instructed Uncle Ray to arrange transportation to the U-17 training camp to collect individuals, providing license plate numbers to both Gaku and Hide-In. SHG Nuraoka and others found themselves accompanied by the enigmatic JZ, encountering Tino Takaki and Kimijima Yudo at the entrance of the U-17 facility. Tino approached SHG with a playful nudge, exclaiming, "Hey, SH, where are you off to?" On a mission tasked with mentoring some junior high schoolers, Tino chimed. Having developed a camaraderie with SHG. What a coincidence. I too have been assigned to discipline some juniors, Hayden remarked, referring to the group of boisterous middle schoolers they had encountered in the mountains previously. Tino clenched his fist, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, eager to introduce them to his methods of punishment, albeit with a gentler approach as instructed. The seven accompanied Karasuma into a luxurious limousine, settling into the rear seats as Kimijima turned to Gaku, remarking on his family's considerable influence. They can dispatch a vehicle directly to the national team training camp's entrance. Such a vehicle is certainly no trifling matter, and the attendant exudes an air of elite professionalism. I'm not particularly familiar with these matters, Gaku shrugged. Upon arriving at the villa, they disembarked, taken aback by the secluded location amidst the mountains. Isn't our training camp also situated in a forested area? One remarked. Indeed, came the response. The Itobi family's butler stepped forward to greet them, extending a welcome to the young masters and guiding them towards the tennis courts, which were impressively spacious. Oh, so these are the junior high students. One exclaimed. Are we to choose our opponents ourselves? That arrogant kelp-headed fellow seems particularly suited for my brand of discipline. Tino's gaze landed on the flamboyant Kahara Kaya, who was prancing about the court. I shall select that dazzling youth. I wish to witness his splendid tennis skills. Ikki pointed towards Itobi. I desire those two white-haired individuals and their captain. The group of youths appeared to possess remarkable zeal. SHG, with an arm around Tino, playfully inquired, have you really made your selections? Daku Longzi curled his lips in disdain, confirming that there was indeed no one reliable. As Yukimura and his companions were at the training ground, Daku and the others noticed them upon arriving outside the court. The youths, having concluded their practice match, gathered at the edge of the court. Karasuno and his companions greeted Daku. "Daka-senpai, please make the introductions." Why don't you introduce yourselves?" Dakalongzi was too lazy to introduce each teammate individually. The group exchanged brief introductions of their names, signifying their acquaintance. "Who are these high school students?" Atobi inquired with a puzzled tone, observing the oddly assorted seven. Yukimura turned to Karasuno, who pointed towards the group. "They are exceptionally skilled high school students." "So, you brought them here to coach us? Just 7 individuals?" "Yes. Each of them will face 3 matches." Atobi frowned, pondering the prowess of 1 against 3. Could they truly be that formidable? Okaru and Yukimura, along with Atobi, engaged in a discussion regarding the lineup. The doubles pairings included Sawahara and Bunta, Nayu and Yagyu, Ryu and K-Dry, Okaru and Sakamoto, Hinata and Hayoshi, as well as Shishido and H. For singles, the players were Yukimura, Imri, Sanada, Kairi, Atobi, Tezuka, Nanj, Jur, and Keiichi. 7 members of the high school team either stood or sat, idly toying with the Bluetooth earbuds that Akaro had just given them, which were notably compact and lightweight. All of them possessed smartphones, equipped with Bluetooth functionality, and upon activation, they attempted to connect, remarking on the exceptional quality of their products. In Chapter 68, titled Confrontation with the High School Team, 1 synchronization, Sawahara and Bunta faced off against Tino and Kimishima, the latter being well acquainted with Bunta. Right from the start, Sawahara and Bunta shed their weighted gear, a decision prompted by Bunta's understanding of Tino's style, knowing that remaining burden could lead to more severe injuries. "Have you been practicing against us all this time while bearing weights?" Hinata inquired, glancing at Yagyu. "Indeed, Hinata-kun," Yagyu replied, casually waving his wrist adorned with a black band, with similar weights on his ankles and waist. "Humph. Underestimated," Kairi remarked, casting a furtive glance at Yukimura. The high school students were not dressed in their training camp uniforms, but donned casual attire, with Kimishima having a shirt tied around his waist. "It's time for execution," Tino muttered, tilting his head slightly, his gaze ominously directed at the two, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Tino served. Execution method number 13, decapitation. The ball hurtled swiftly towards Bunta's face, who adeptly turned and returned it with a backhand stroke. "That long-haired senior. He aimed for the face on purpose." Kairi observed keenly from the sidelines, noting that the purple-haired player was indeed deliberate in his targeting. Bunta successfully scored on the first ball. "Humph. The execution failed." Tino's mood darkened. Execution method number 1, seppuku. The ball flew towards Bunta's abdomen, but he sidestepped, the tennis ball grazing his side, stinging painfully as he returned it. Once again, the execution failed, and Tino grew increasingly agitated. "Humph. You little brat. You're quite nimble." In his return, Tino employed his execution method once more, directing it towards the front player, Sawahara, who dodged effortlessly. Bunta was quick to cover and receive the serve, cautioning Sawahara to stay alert. Bunta's exquisite net interception technique allowed him to evade the pursuit while scoring points in the process. Kimishima attempted a lob over Bunta's head, but Sawahara retaliated effectively. The score stood at 3-2, with the junior high team in the lead. "May I see your clever tightrope act once more?" Kimishima inquired amicably to Bunta. "If the opportunity arises." Bunta mused, recalling how, in the first round, Kimishima's words had disrupted his rhythm, luring him into repeatedly falling for tempting plays, leading to lost points. Tino, now thoroughly incensed, declared that he would no longer take his time torturing them. They should brace themselves for their impending doom. He lifted the restrictions from 50% to 80. The ball soared faster and with greater force. Sanhara was struck in the abdomen, exacerbating his suffering. The 12th execution method. The electric chair. Sanhara collapsed to the ground, agony radiating from his midsection. "Oh, esteemed star, your negotiations are utterly futile. It is my execution methods that will prevail, Sanhara. Are you all right?" One-Tai supported the prostrate Sanhara, who, despite his pain, gathered himself with One-Tai's assistance, clutching his racket and assuming his stance. "I can continue playing." "Excellent." One-Tai activated the enchanted castle, intercepting and countering every return at the net. Sanhara observed One-Tai's agile movements at the net, realizing he was being shielded. He vowed to recover swiftly, to join One-Tai once more. One-Tai was remarkable. He single-handedly thwarted all attacks. That long-haired senior was quite intimidating. Hinata had never encountered such a ferocious player. The red-eyed Kahara was the wildest he had ever witnessed. The score tightened to 4-5 with the high schoolers in the lead. I shall fight alongside One-Tai. I must strive to match his pace. I cannot lag behind. Sanhara resolutely watched One-Tai dash about. A radiant white light emanated from him, gradually linking him with One-Tai. Was this synchronization? One-Tai and Sanhara had been attempting to practice synchronization, but had yet to succeed due to Sanhara's limited mental fortitude. As One-Tai connected in the front, he sensed his partner's spirit. Sanhara, don't fall behind. Humph, you little rascals. You've got some skill. It's worth the effort to teach you a lesson. Tokyo Furuya shows no mercy. 11th execution method, piercing. After the match, both Sanhara and One-Tai were battered and bruised, the score resting at 7-5, a victory for the high school team. Even with synchronization activated, their physical capabilities were still no match for the high schoolers. Achieving a score of 7-5 against them was commendable. They supported each other as they exited the court, where Yanagi and Sanada assisted them to their seats for a much-needed respite. The next match for the middle schoolers was against Hinata and Hayoshi. Next up was that white-haired, dark-skinned senior who dressed poorly, alongside the senior with the small mustache. Kihara excitedly narrated outside the court. Ah, what a surprise. Calling seniors by nicknames is rather impolite. Tanegashima, upon hearing Kahara's loud voice, exclaimed, "Oh dear. My apologies, Senior Shuji." Kahara quickly offered a sincere apology. Observing the two opponents braced for action, Tanegashima smiled and tossed his racket to Daikyu. "Then let Ryuji play with you. How dare you underestimate us? While I'm relieved that we aren't facing that Furuya senior, it's rather condescending to have Daikyu face us 2-on-1, don't you think?" Indeed. That lazy fellow, Shindai, picked up the racket and swung it with both hands, his fluid, dual-wielding movements resembling a masterful sword dance, leaving Hinata, Hayoshi, and a group of onlookers utterly mesmerized. They yearned to learn. How impressive. Yagurin continuously retaliated at the net with elegant feats, yet no matter where the ball was struck, it was inevitably returned by the formidable Daikyu Ryuji. The power behind Daikyu's returns was astounding. Hinata, airborne, was sent flying multiple times. "Senpai." Hayoshi expressed concern for Hinata's well-being. "I'm fine," Hinata insisted, rising to continue. The two of them were no match for Daikyu alone. This high school student was truly formidable. The ball arched gracefully through the air, and time was of the essence. With a determined grit, Hinata executed another leap mid-air, stretching his body to intercept the incoming ball, successfully returning it. Daikyu smirked slightly, repositioning himself at the drop point to respond. "Not bad. It seems you have made some progress." As Hinata landed, he barely managed to maintain his balance and avoid injury. But Daikyu's ball had already fallen into an unreachable area. 6-0, victory for the high school team. Defeated in such a manner, how could he possibly accept it? Infuriating. He would not concede defeat. He vowed to train even harder. One day, he would surpass the players from Rikkai Dai and triumph over those who had bested him. Next came the singles match, as Yukimura stepped onto the court. "Allow me to take the stage. I didn't exert myself just now," he declared. Shindai, observing the youth clad in a coat at the net, thought, "It's a match against someone who doesn't dress properly." Kahara began his enthusiastic commentary once more. Yukimura cast a sidelong glance at Kahara, shedding his coat and tossing it into Kahara's hands. "So, Akaya has been thinking of me this way?" A chill permeated the air. It must be due to the altitude. Such was the geographical knowledge imparted by the geography teacher. The single-celled organism basked in the modest pride of recalling a fragment of geography. Chapter 69, Confrontation with the High School Team 2, Evolution. Yukimura served. Bunta had mentioned that the national team's number 2 was a cheerful and friendly individual with dark skin and white hair. It must be the Shindai senpai before him, who spoke with stars in his eyes. He tossed the ball high, bending his knees and leaning back, swinging his racket to unleash a powerful serve, shedding all encumbrances. His speed and strength soared to new heights. Thud. The tennis ball struck the ground with a resounding impact, leaving an imprint, its speed far surpassing my own heartfelt serve. Yanagi and Kira scribbled furiously on the sidelines. Today had indeed been a bustling day. Seichi could unleash a ball with a speed of 218 km/h as a first year. Yanagi's notebook even recorded the serve speed from Yukimura's selection trials back in middle school, and it had only increased since then. Was he truly just a middle school student? Our childhood coach was the retired professional player, Landon Bruce, who had won 16 Grand Slam titles. Sanada interjected with an explanation. "No one achieves greatness overnight. It is a gradual process of training." We owe our opportunity to be taught by Landon Bruce to Agaki. Landon Bruce. At the age of 29, he unexpectedly retired at the pinnacle of his career. A candidate for the title of the greatest tennis player, poised to surpass the record for the most Grand Slam championships. Had he not retired so prematurely, he would undoubtedly have claimed the title. In the presence of such a Grand Slam champion, the renowned Ekizun Nanjiro from Japan pales in comparison. After all, Ekizun Nanjiro has never secured a Grand Slam title. It is said that he was merely one match away from achieving it, yet he chose to forego that opportunity. His sudden withdrawal from the sport remains shrouded in mystery, yet it has already become a legend within the realm of Japanese tennis. Kenjima Yakido approached Sanada, saying, "Sanada-kun, I am a fan of player Landon Bruce. Might you assist me in making an introduction? We can discuss terms." Suddenly, Sanada was taken aback as Kenjima placed a hand on his shoulder. "Bruce's coach is the instructor at the Agaki Club. You could inquire with him." "Thank you." Kenjima replied gratefully, then moved towards Karasuma. "Karasuma, are you from the discreet and enigmatic Karasuma family? Might you assist me in introducing player Landon Bruce? I am an admirer of his work, and we can discuss terms. Is Bruce's coach from the Prince of Tennis or the King of Tennis?" "The King of Tennis. I have not heard of his name." "Your lack of awareness does not negate his existence. Isn't Ekizun Nanjiro the most formidable player in the King of Tennis?" "Not necessarily. It is a small world, filled with illogical aspects that tend to rectify themselves. How could the most exceptional player have never won a Grand Slam title?" "Indeed. I see I was narrow-minded." "Of course, Kenjima-senpai. I will ask the coach. Currently, most of them are training at school and spend little time at the club. Coach Bruce has been absent from the club lately, engaged in numerous friendly matches and exhibitions. The most charming of all, Coach, your fan seeks an introduction." "Ahaha. Even a decade after my retirement, I still have admirers. My allure knows no bounds. Will you introduce me? Is it a male or female?" "A handsome fellow. Slightly less impressive than myself. Perhaps I shall introduce him later. I have recently encountered true love and am rather occupied. Then I shall push him your way." "Agreed." Bruce remains unmarried to this day, continuously in pursuit of various forms of true love. "Kenjima-senpai, let us connect on D, and I will send him your way." Karasuma revealed his D number and added Kimishima as a friend. The universe's most charming figure, the King of Tennis. The global superstar. "Thank you, Karasuma-kun." Meanwhile, Toyano and Kihara found themselves engaging in lively conversation. Despite Toyano's fierce expression, his eyes sparkled with mirth. On the court, the two players, whose styles mirrored each other, were locked in a fierce battle, both being competitors of remarkable technique and mental strength. Sakakibara's flawless tennis, every trick and tactic, was merely a combination of force and spin. There was no technique that he could not counter. Conversely, there existed no unreturnable shot from Tsuji, as all lethal moves would be rendered null before him. The technical prowess and mental fortitude of both players were evenly matched, yet Sakakibara's illusions bore no effect on Tsuji, as the duration of the dreamlike state was fleeting. "Dreams are quite fascinating, oh? What about this?" "Nightmare," he mused, unveiling a fresh inspiration, a similarly hypnotic mental maneuver. Though his mental realm was not vastly different from that of Tsuji, its efficacy likely paralleled that of the dream, but acquiring an additional insight was undoubtedly beneficial. In terms of speed and power, Sakakibara fell slightly short. The final score was 7-5, with Tsuji emerging victorious. "Little Sakakibara, you are truly impressive at just second year of junior high, still in the midst of growth. Your speed and strength have yet to fully develop. And you already possess such skill. Once you mature further, you can certainly pursue a professional path. Keep pushing forward. I have faith in you." Sakakibara expressed his gratitude to Tsuji, who, buoyed by his height, affectionately ruffled Sakakibara's hair. Muri has longed to do the same but has hesitated to take action. Before graduation, he must ruffle the little captain's hair. The second singles match featured Muri against Weiichi Tsukikich. Gazing at the curly, vibrant red hair of his opponent, the long bangs obscured the glimmer in those eyes. "Wow, senpai, you are incredibly tall." Muri, at 1.88 meters, looked up at the towering figure before him. 2.18 meters, Ryu and Kaien announced Weiichi Tsukikich's current height. "Have you grown another 2 centimeters? Really? It seems you will continue to grow a giant of the first string." With a decisive strike, the ball soared with remarkable speed, its trajectory almost impossible to discern. "Is that 248 kilometers h?" Muri mused, uncertain, as he barely calculated the ball's velocity. "This is Tsukikich-san's mock serve," I re-interjected, explaining how he leveraged his advantageous height alongside a high-speed jump serve. Treating the serve as though it were a smash, resulting in extraordinary velocity. So fast. Mori, caught off guard, conceded a point. Although it was challenging to track Ma's trajectory, Mori focused intently and managed to return the ball successfully, reclaiming a point. However, the next serve was even swifter, as Ma unleashed his serve at 80% strength. With that in mind, I shall take my leave for now. This marks the beginning of Mori's daily escapades of evading training and indulging in sleep since returning from the edge of the heart. Following the recent development of a new skill, this skill enhances concentration, allowing him to instantly perceive the opponent's movements and types of serves. In a state of deep slumber, devoid of distractions, he exhibited an unparalleled level of focus, akin to a manifestation of mental prowess in tennis. Mori returned the ball in various peculiar postures, managing to hold on for 2 games, though still lacking in proficiency. During the changeover, Weiqi attempted a mental assault on Mori, but it seemed to yield little effect. Why did Weiqi not employ a mental assault? He already has. Mori's mental barrier is remarkably thick. The final score settled at 7-5. The third singles match featured Atobi. What shall I do? Inui expressed great interest in this flamboyant youth. What is going on? Are you truly a high school student? How can your skills differ so vastly from the previous high schoolers? Impossible. How could I lose to a middle schooler? Inui Katara tirelessly dashed around the court, drenched in sweat, as the score escalated to 5-0. One more point, and it would be a descent into the abyss of defeat. Senpai. Atobi leaped high, executing a final smash. Thud. The tennis ball landed within Atobi's court. I cannot afford to concede another point. Losing would be utterly disgraceful. Inui commenced his counterattack, and the once bustling court was now dominated by Atobi. How infuriating. Was everything that transpired merely a performance? Atobi, you must rally. You are indeed full of flaws. Now, Atobi finds himself on the receiving end of the pressure. Kahara watched anxiously from the sidelines, fervently hoping that his senior, Atobi, would emerge victorious. Inui is quite the villain. Toyano sat beside Kahara and Tudu, reveling in theatrics and toying with others. The score narrowed to 5-5. Where's the dead angle? His dead angle. I shall surely identify the spot he cannot reach. I have discovered your dead angle. I will not yield so easily. Atobi's vision evolved. In his eyes, Inui's dead angles transformed into ice spikes, piercing through his court, creating a realm of ice. Atobi has indeed evolved. As a friend, Yukimura felt a sense of relief. The high school students had brought about significant evolution. In the realm of ice, Tikoku had undergone an advancement ahead of schedule. It seemed that in the first round, Tikoku had only perfected his skills just before the national championship in his 3rd year. Bunta recalled that Tikoku had once ventured alone into Rikkai Dai, where he faced off against Sanada and fully mastered the world of ice. It was a protracted battle, culminating in a score of 96-98. Tikoku, in his 2nd year, ultimately did not win the match, having exhausted all strength to continue wielding his racket, finding it arduous merely to stand. Your tenacity is truly formidable, remarked Inui, as the petite figure of Tikoku leaned against him. You will undoubtedly become an exceptional player in the future. Humph, that goes without saying. He felt immense gratitude towards his senior for the guidance received, which fostered his considerable evolution in this competition. Chapter 70, Confrontation with the High School Team. 3. Battle losses. The next match was again a doubles 1, featuring Renji and Yagyu. Tono took a disdainful glance, expressing his reluctance to participate. Shu, you should partner up with the star player. I want to save a singles match for this kelp-headed fellow, he smirked wickedly. His chosen prey would not be allowed to escape. All right. He thought it would be interesting to engage with this chameleon-like boy. This senior had already bested Yukimura and possessed an elusive skill that rendered all opponents' techniques null and void, making him exceptionally challenging to contend with. Renji attempted to imitate the Phantom Karasuma, having watched numerous match recordings, yet he found it impossible to replicate those unique techniques. However, Karasuma executed them with remarkable ease. Renji could only mimic the 5-pointed star move. Other techniques such as the spiritual binding, frosty garment, and magical laughter were beyond his capacity to imitate. Perhaps they did not belong to the realm of spiritual power, but rather to the domain of magic. Renji conjured the Phantom of Tezuka, as he had been reviewing Tezuka's match footage lately. Tezuka, Shishido, and Otori observed the scene, noting the presence of Tezuka on the court and the one beside him. The taciturn Tezuka responded briefly to Shishido's inquiry. Renji had surprisingly mastered the zero-style serve. It was unknown how much effort he had invested behind the scenes. Nanjira held a deep appreciation for Renji, who had only been engaged in tennis for 2 years, yet had already become a main player for Rikkai, showcasing his talent and diligence. Oh, it's that stoic boy's technique. You can execute this move as well. The receiver of the serve was the net front player, Kimishima, who failed to counter the zero-style serve. Ah, senior. Bestowing nicknames upon others is an impolite act. The stoic boy exclaimed, his tone imbued with emphasis. Ah, how delightful. Kimishima chuckled, altering his address to Tezuka. Renji scored a point with the zero-style, leading 1-0. Kimishima served, delivering 4 aces, leveling the score. With a substitution of serve, Yagyu's laser beam was returned by Kimishima. Resulting in a score, they failed to secure the service game, unable to take down Kimishima's serve under the efforts of both Kimishima and Tuno. The zero-style could not be overused. Renji was not yet able to withstand the strain it placed on his elbow. Nevertheless, he was unwilling to concede defeat. Once more, he unleashed the zero-style serve. Oh dear. Yagyu-kun, it seems their service games have little to do with us, does it not? Kunishima began to engage Yagyu in conversation as the two competed in their service games, idling at the net. One cannot say that, Kunishima-senpai. We are an indispensable duo for them. Yagyu adjusted his glasses, fully acknowledging the value of his partner. Ah, well, I am paired with Shuji on a temporary basis. Though I would indeed relish the opportunity to partner with him. Who wouldn't he desire a formidable ally? Humph. Tawano took a cold huff from the sidelines. Wouldn't he want to partner with you? Oh, is Dokuji feeling a tinge of jealousy? Yudo and Nishida Shuji served from the backcourt, landing the ball within Yagyu's reach. The two sides commenced their rallies, a laser beam, returned by Nishida with considerable force, if only it could be stronger still. Your partner's arm isn't in good condition, is it? Kunishima had a fondness for the gentlemanly Yagyu, persistently engaging him in dialogue. Yuzuchi. Yagyu felt a hint of concern as the score hit 2-4, with the high schoolers in the lead. Hiridu, maintain your rhythm, I am fine. Yagyu's tempo was disrupted by Kunishima-senpai's interjections, and he and Nio entered into synchronization. However, faced with a disparity in strength, they remained suppressed, ultimately losing 6-2. The 2 points were claimed by Nio through his zero serve. Nevertheless, in the final game, Nio successfully synchronized with Kunishima, conveying his intentions to Yagyu. Although they failed to score against the 2 high schoolers, he nonetheless experienced growth. Nio-kun, your arm. Yagyu observed Nio's slightly swollen elbow, still harboring concern. It's nothing, a brief rest will suffice. I haven't overexerted myself, though the zero serve does indeed strain the elbow. Yukimura handed Yagyu a towel soaked in cold water, which he accepted to apply a cold compress to Nio's arm. Yagyu and Kawai faced off against Okayu and Irie. The data of the 2 high schoolers was limited, making the match quite challenging for the data-oriented Yagyu and Kawai. In the early stages, Kawai took the offensive while Yagyu continually recorded data in his mind. He noticed that these seniors seemed to initially suppress their own strength when beginning a match. Uncertain of the seniors' actual capabilities, he decided to calculate based on 50%. There was no chance of victory. He would not concede. Even if merely for the sake of gathering information, Senior Okaya had indeed improved compared to his performance at the Heart's Edge. Oh, you two are data tennis players? Irie, realizing this, remarked at the net, I should have called Mitsutani. He is also a data tennis player and would be more suited to guide you. Yagudo and Aiken? Yagyu squinted, his voice laced with curiosity as he queried Irie, do you know Mitsutani? My data tennis was taught to me by Yagudo and Aiken. So that is the case. Liu and Chien were defeated by Daku and Rujian with a score of 3-6. The singles in the second group featured Sanada, Kahara, and Tezuka. The participation of the high school group entirely depended on the high school students themselves. As Sanada stood on the court, awaiting the high school student to take the stage, a tall and robust figure with red hair rose, exclaiming, let me do it. I've been meaning to ask, is that older fellow really a high school student? Kahara blurted out without a care for the consequences. Oh, he is looking over here. This kid is quite amusing. Tano couldn't help but chuckle. This guy looks old, but he is actually just a second-year student. It's hardly recognizable. Just like Vice Captain Sanada. He also appears older, and whenever we go out together, people often mistake him for the director. The two simple-minded individuals exchanged playful banter when suddenly, bam, Kahara received a swift punch from the imposing Sanada. Clutching his head with tears welling in his eyes, he looked at Yukimura with a pouting expression. Yukimura pretended to cough discreetly, concealing the upward curve of his lips. Once the amusement faded, he reached out to ruffle Akaya's hair, advising him to intensify his training to surpass Enichi and claim his position, making him listen to you. Listen to me. Kihara was so enchanted by Yukimura's grand ambitions that he momentarily forgot the pain, his eyes sparkling as if illuminated by a flash. All right, I'll ramp up my training. I'll defeat Vice Captain Sanada. He'll have to listen to me. Sanada observed the seemingly mature man wielding the cross racket with a hint of disdain, vowing to break his strings and engage him in a serious match. Sanada served. Onijiro returned with his cross racket, his aggression fierce. The powerful shot, a spinning smash, successfully severed the strings of the racket. Sanada possessed the strongest power in Rikkai. Although Yukimura and Karasuma were slightly inferior in strength. Sanada Genichiro, is it? Very well, I can break his strings in the first set. He is certainly a formidable opponent. Yes. Oni-senpai. Observing Onijiro switch to a new racket, Sanada's serious demeanor softened slightly. With the speed of lightning. A tennis game characterized by swift movements and immense power, Sanada had yet to utilize this aspect in previous matches. In the clash of two power players. It's important to note that Sanada was not purely a power-based player. He embodied a blend of strength and technique. Against the formidable Onijiro, he primarily relied on power shots in their exchanges. Yukimura turned to Karasuma, his gaze conveying unspoken understanding. He would need to assist with treatment afterward, including for Wanta, Kuwahara, Nayo, and Kahara, who hadn't even taken the court yet and was already reserved by Tano-senpai. After this match against the high school students, Rikkai suffered considerable losses. Karasuma shrugged and nodded in acknowledgement. Sanada, injured and with swollen legs, was supported by Onijiro as he sat down. With a hearty pat on Sanada's shoulder, he remarked, "Well done. I hold great admiration for you." Sanada's serious demeanor and upright character were precisely what he appreciated. Had Sanada been a year older, should he have encountered him at the U-17 training camp, he would have undoubtedly nurtured him with great fervor. Alas, by the time Sanada reached his first year of high school, the other had already graduated. Chapter 71. The Realm of No Self. Tezuka's shadow. Let us go, little seaweed. Yanagisawa exclaimed, brandishing his tennis racket as he made his way to the court. Senior, please refrain from calling me Seaweed Head. The vexed Chihara retorted. Although the senior had forbidden him from displaying his anger too readily, he still detested the moniker. Following Yanagisawa onto the court, he declared, I shall defeat you. The furious seaweed billowed in the wind. Chihara sidestepped to avoid the ball hurtling toward his face, executing a quick pivot on one foot to chase after it, returning the tennis ball with determination. With a resounding thud, Chihara was sent sprawling by Yanagisawa's execution technique, clutching his abdomen as he struggled to rise. Ah, it hurts. Akaji, unable to restrain himself, unleashed a powerful flick serve, sending an erratic spinning ball aimed directly at Yanagisawa's torso. Chihara had now mastered the precise striking point of the flick serve. The ball was directed toward Yanagisawa's abdomen, and he intended to retaliate. Yanagisawa took a significant step back, evading the ball. Is that all you've got? Upon landing, he retaliated, executing the execution technique once more, striking Chihara squarely on the cheek and sending him flying again. In just 2 games, Chihara was already battered and bruised, bloodied. Atobi turned to Yukimura and Karasuma, contemplating the match, while he refrained from judging others' tennis. It was clear that Little Seaweed was likely to sustain serious injuries from this encounter. Yukimura furrowed his brow, pursing his lips, remaining silent. Karasuma gently patted Tezuka on the shoulder, reassuring him with heartfelt words, It's all right, Tezuka. I cannot concede so easily. The defeated Kahara, released from the state of crimson eyes, rose once more to retrieve his racket. Undeterred by adversity, a sudden glow enveloped him. As the execution-style tennis from Tuano approached once again, Kahara stepped back, executing a backhand return to counter the onslaught. That stance was reminiscent of Kiantaro's swift strike. Yanagisawa had resumed taking notes, while Akaya seemed to have entered a state of selflessness, surprising everyone with his first move being Kiantaro's technique. His tone tinged with a hint of bitterness, he remarked, Indeed. Akaya has been trained extensively by both Wontai and me, yet he chose to employ Kiantaro's move. Yukimura smiled knowingly as he observed the radiant Kahara on the court. However, Karasuma interjected a fair comment on behalf of the young player. But, Aishi, all your techniques are either basic or reliant on mental prowess. Surely, Akaya cannot utilize them effectively. Can he? Sensing the underlying danger in Yukimura's tone, Karasuma defended Akaya. Is that so? Then it indicates that Akaya's training is insufficient. Indeed, even if his mental strength cannot rival his opponent's, Attaining a foundational level capable of inducing confusion in the adversary is still achievable. You are correct, he replied. Amidst the contrasting atmospheres of icy jealousy from Yukimura and warmth of admiration within Akaya, the first move employed was Kiantaro's ultimate technique. I shall continue to impart rigorous training upon Akaya. Well, the lad has evolved, remarked Toyano as he executed a high lob. Kihara soared into the air, performing a spinning smash with fiery aggression. The vice-captain of the Ice Emperor smirked. Toyano swiftly reached the drop point and retaliated with a short ball, only to be countered by Kihara with one-ties tightrope technique, scoring a point. Indeed, this brilliant stratagem of mine is unparalleled. Akaya celebrated his successful point. In the state of selflessness, Kihara continuously unleashed every formidable move he had witnessed: laser beams, iron pillars, the four elements of wind, forest, fire, and mountain, the brown bear netting, the waltz of obliteration, and the soulful serve of Tang Huai. The members of the Ice Emperor exchanged glances, bewildered. When did this kid learn all this? As Kihara scored repeatedly against Toyano, the latter sneered, "You little brat. Witness my blood sacrifice." He began to ramp up his power, reaching 70%. Kihara was once more struck by Toyano's piercing attack, stumbling back, clutching his abdomen, and collapsing to the ground in pain. The state of selflessness was extraordinarily taxing on his stamina. This was his first experience in such a state, and he was forced to exit it. Half collapsed and gasping for breath, gripping his racket tightly, he struggled to rise again, unwilling to surrender. Motivated by the fire of determination in Kihara's eyes, Toyano malevolently declared, "Execution Method 10, tenfold punishment." Weakened and fatigued, Kihara was no match for Toyano's 70% power, quickly succumbing to a barrage of blows. The final score was 6-3 in favor of Toyano. Kihara lay motionless on the court. Sanada picked him up and carried him off the court, laying him gently onto a bench, before turning to Karasuma with a contemplative expression. Xie Yuan sustained the most severe injuries, although in the early stages. Yuan Yi had been engaging him with merely 50% of his power. Once the state of no-self was lifted, Yuan Yi did not revert to that diminished capacity. Si Wu Xia possesses the ability to swiftly mend such external wounds and alleviate fatigue, allowing Xie Yuan's injuries to heal rapidly. He gazed up at Karasuma Gaki with his bright, emerald feline eyes, exclaiming, "Senior, how cool. I want to learn. Lie still. Do not move." Though Xie Yuan's injuries had healed, the bloodstains on his clothes concealed his recovery, as he wished to keep the existence of magic a secret from the many onlookers. "Cover him with clothes on his body and legs. Do not move. It's so hot. Senior, it is the end of August, the peak of summer, and yet you are draping a blanket over me. Cold air, solid as frost. This will cool you for 5 seconds." Xie Yuan found himself chilled for 5 seconds, his body and mind invigorated, rendering him silent. Handing the cord against Tezuka was Yuki Tsukikich. "Akiyama," he mused. "I have heard he was the former minister of the Ice Emperor." Anze reclined lazily against the steps, observing the imposing figure of his senior on the court. He had led the Ice Emperor to national recognition when it had previously been obscure and nameless. He appears quite aloof," he remarked, witnessing 2 icebergs in a contest to determine which was colder. The two commenced the match without much preamble, with Tezuka serving first. On the surface, Yuki Tsukikich appeared indifferent, yet he was well aware of the capabilities of his junior players. The 6/10 power serve from Mar was at a professional level, leaving Tezuka unable to respond effectively. It was nearly a lethal technique, with an untraceable trajectory and precise control, ensuring no faults would occur. Tezuka could barely discern the ball's path, but its speed was overwhelming, and his age-restricted physical capabilities could not keep pace. Unable to break through Yuki's serve, Tezuka focused on maintaining his own service game. Tezuka managed to secure his service game with a zero-style serve, leading the score to 3-2 in his favor. The match was a fierce contest of serves, and as they switched sides, Yuki unleashed a mental assault on him, leveraging his imposing height and the disparity in strength to place psychological pressure on Tezuka. His zero-style serve strained his elbow, yet it was crucial for scoring, leading to a service error. "Oh dear, I thought Yuki's mental assault had little effect on Maoli, but it seems I was mistaken." After a series of service faults, the score escalated to 3-4. It was still Yuki's turn to serve, utilizing Mar's serve once more. Tezuka endeavored to adjust his mindset, managing to read the ball's trajectory. If he could only enhance his speed, he would be able to intercept it. The ball's speed remained unchanged. Tezuka had discerned the trajectory, tightened his grip on the racket, and quickened his pace, successfully returning the serve. The force was substantial, yet he could send it back. As he returned the ball, he also applied a spin. He had made the return. Shido and Yajido could not help but cheer for Tezuka. The tennis ball barely crossed the net, soaring towards Weichi's court. With 2 swift strides, his long legs brought him to the net, where he returned the shot. The ball, which was destined for the right baseline, veered towards Tezuka, landing within his domain. Attracted to Tezuka, the ball was once again spun back with precision, prompting Weichi to respond. The tennis ball soared towards Tezuka's court, only to be sent out of bounds, earning Tezuka a point. He had succeeded. A shot that could not be returned had gone out. A sudden stroke of inspiration amidst his repeated failures to score. The reverse application of Tezuka's domain, enhancing the topspin, resulted in an impressive increase of rotation by 60% compared to his usual technique, a maneuver that placed greater strain on his arm. What is this technique? Sanada inquired, turning to Atobi. It's newly developed, isn't it? Atobi replied with a smirk, noting that he had never seen Tezuka employ such a tactic before. This match against the high schoolers had yielded new insights for most of them, and he was quite pleased. The score between Tezuka and Weichi stood at 4-6. With Weichi emerging victorious, Fong had already prepared a cold towel, which he promptly applied to Tezuka's arm upon his exit from the court. What do you call that move? Sanada asked Tezuka, who was nursing his arm. After a moment of contemplation, Tezuka replied that he had yet to name his newly developed technique. Tezuka Mirage. Came the response from Kurain, prompting Tezuka to nod in acknowledgement. Thus, it was dubbed the Tezuka Mirage. Chapter 72, The Triumph of the Overachiever. Karasuma leisurely entered the stadium, with Sakamoto following closely behind. Senior Fei Yangong Karasuma turned and mimicked the speech style of Kadajima, challenging Shuji Kadajima. Are you referring to me? Kadajima stood up, pointing to himself, perplexed by this peculiar nickname. Allow me to join alongside Shu. Ainuma then rose to follow Kadajima, equally intrigued by the ever-changing chessboard. The serve from Karasuma Gaki. A seemingly ordinary serve, is it? Is it truly just such a simple act? The perceptive Irigi, adept at discerning the inner thoughts of others, recognizes Karasuma Gaki's desire to take it easy. Oh dear, Irigi-senpai, your provocation is of no use to me. After serving, Karasuma Gaki stands at the backcourt, observing Sakamoto's relentless movement across the court and the back-and-forth exchanges with Irigi. Is it fair to let the junior exert himself while one relaxes? Shindai directly sits on the court floor, casting a questioning glance at Karasuma Gaki. Ah, senpai, are we not evenly matched? I am primarily concerned that if I strike, you may have no opportunity to retaliate. We are not in the same league after all. Karasuma Gaki smiles innocently and charmingly. He is indeed an audacious show-off. Ah? Is this white-haired brat too arrogant? Tuano cannot help but lose his composure, looking down upon those high schoolers. No matter, I am quite eager to witness your special move. I have heard from Okudai that it is rather intriguing, Irigi remarks with a cheerful smile after scoring. The spirit of Karasuma is at its zenith in the arena. He has already surveyed the data of the high school students. Since Senior Iri wishes to see, I shall present it for his perusal. Karasuma held the tennis ball firmly, releasing it to fall vertically from his hand. As it descended to a certain height, he executed a backhand stroke, the racket tracing an elegant arc in the air. Simultaneously, a massive crescent moon, imbued with a mysterious black aura, materialized behind Irigi as the ball soared towards the opponent's service box. Irigi's pupils constricted, as if he were being drawn into a space by something behind him. In that fleeting moment of entering the dark realm, he ceased to breathe and feel his heartbeat. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the court, staggering back 2 steps before collapsing onto the ground, clutching his chest to feel the rhythm of his heart. What was that? Renwang, who had also been seated on the ground, could not contain his excitement upon witnessing this maneuver. It was a mental technique, akin to the pentagram. He believed he could replicate it as well. Karasuma pondered, finding it perplexing that the techniques within Land's assassination aura were unnamed. Perhaps it could be called Crescent Moon of the Underworld? Or 6 Paths of Reincarnation, borrowing a little from the Crescent Moon of the Underworld of the Little Puppy. This move bore a striking resemblance. Crescent Moon of the Underworld indeed seemed quite fitting. Yukimura observed the now-vanished Black Crescent Moon's direction, resting his chin on his hand with a smile, sensing that Karasuma's technique leaned more towards a lethal strike. Zhongdao assisted Irigi to his feet and glanced at Karasuma, remarking on the dangerous child, whose mental prowess was astonishingly formidable. Tezuka, acutely sensitive to mental energy, wore a troubled expression, rubbing his brow. He noted that when Karasuma unleashed his mental power, he disregarded the range entirely. The appearance of the crescent moon of the underworld had affected him, inducing a momentary sensation of suffocation. "Senpai, can we continue?" This was Karasuma's first time using this technique, having recently learned it, and he was still uncertain about its specific effects. After a brief pause, Iriji's complexion returned to normal. "It's all right. I can still carry on." Truly, Iriji Kanata, with his strong mental fortitude, was remarkable. Generally, Karasuma secured victories with basic strokes in tennis. Unlike Yukimura, Karasuma rarely employs techniques that rely on mental strength. He has mastered lethal moves instead. Those with fragile psychological defenses are easily shattered by him. In the first service game, Yukio showcased to Inui techniques such as firmly bound frost and ever-changing chessboard, as well as silken restraint. It was truly fascinating. The sensation of being utterly controlled is rather unsettling. It feels inescapable, unlike a technique based on mental power. What, then, are those skills? Atobi turned to Yukimura, who, being sensitive to mental energy, noted that he felt no fluctuation in mental waves when those techniques took effect. Yukimura, with a smile, observed the court without providing an answer. After the demonstration, Yukio resumed his casual demeanor. When Tanda noticed that Sakamoto was struggling alone against the two of them, he retreated, leaving the matter to Inui. The two relaxed players took charge of serving and receiving. "Aren't you going to intervene?" Atobi questioned, puzzled, as it seemed out of character for Yukimura to allow Yukio such leeway. He knows his limits. Inui executed a new technique, instantaneous motion, sending the ball in the opposite direction from Sakamoto. A ball that should have been unreachable was deftly intercepted by Sakamoto, who managed to return it in a split second. After receiving treatment from Yukio, Kahara was eager to get back on his feet, having remained obediently lying down until now. Fearing that if it was revealed that Yukio had magical abilities, he might be abducted for experimentation. He had been watching the match with his head tilted. Feeling quite out of sorts after such a long rest, now he should be able to move. He sprang up and ran to stand beside One-Tai, while Tenno, noticing that the energetic kelp had revived, joined him. "One-Tai, what does it mean?" Kahara inquired, clinging to One-Tai's arm, as his friends often spoke in incomprehensible jargon. "Instantaneous movement," Yagi replied, answering Kahara's question. "Oh." Kahara turned back to watch the match, noticing that Yukio and Tandu were still slacking off. He bared his teeth in disapproval of their relaxed demeanor. Suddenly, a shout from Vice Captain Sanada startled him. Turning to see that Sanada was addressing the court, he patted his heart, relieved to find he wasn't the target of another reprimand. Inui continued to showcase his performance tennis against Sakamoto, and under Inui's diligent display, the score reached 6-6. The match proceeded to a tiebreaker. Yukio served first, and the side that first reached 7 points would be declared the winner, provided they led by at least 2 points. Karasuma adorned the 5-pointed star around Iri's neck, and the breathless Iri gritted his teeth to catch the ball. Removing the 5-pointed star, he unleashed the crescent moon of the underworld behind Shindu and scored successfully. His mental fortitude is remarkable, though fleeting, in that instant. It felt as though life itself was stripped away, and even Shindu could not evade this assault. As Shindu served, the game was in peril. Sakamoto too failed to receive the ball, unable to breach Shindu's service game. The score reached 13-11. A testament to Karasuma's use of Frostbite and Shroud to control the two players and secure the only game won by the middle schoolers thus far. Karasuma's strength. Atobi discerned a hint of it. Indeed, he is not on the same level as others. This lad possesses formidable mental strength. Those with strong abilities cannot help but view him through a lens of potential. With proper nurturing, he could become a formidable weapon. The techniques employed by Karasuma are specifically designed to target opponents, rendering them nearly impossible to evade or escape, as long as he is able to execute them. His adversaries find it exceedingly challenging to secure a victory against him. In Chapter 73, Atobi inquires about the match where Shido and H were defeated by Oki Tsukikage and Gakuri G with a score of 1-6. Oki pointed out the shortcomings of his junior from the same school and offered advice to H. "Yes, thank you, Senior Oki." H expressed his gratitude politely, acknowledging that although Oki appeared cold, he was genuinely kind-hearted. Nanatsu faced off against Iria, whose ability to see through Nanatsu's emotional barriers was disconcerting, despite Iria's gentle demeanor. His knack for sarcasm was fully developed. As Nanatsu's defenses crumbled, Iria remarked, "I hear you're the genius of the Ice Empire? You seem to pale in comparison to the talents from Rikkai Dai. Is that all there is to it? Have you trained your strength regularly? Your power is lacking, and your vulnerabilities are numerous." Nanatsu, unperturbed by the relentless taunting, resolved to abandon his reliance on counterattacks and opted for a more proactive approach, ultimately succumbing to Iria with a score of 6-4. Surely we won't be the only ones with a score of 6-0, Yujito lamented, leaning on Hayoshi, who also appeared somewhat disheartened. Hearing Hinata's encouraging voice, Sanada grasped Kahara's wrist, turning to offer him support. Vice Captain Sanada, I was wrong. I apologize, Kahara protested, trying to withdraw his hand to evade reprimand. In a playful moment, Kahara picked a flower from the ground, attempting to stealthily place it on Sanada's hatless head, only to be caught in the act and rewarded with a fresh bun. In the match between Jur and Kimijima, the latter triumphed with a score of 6-1. Despite being soundly defeated, the spirited Jur sincerely praised Kimijima, who reciprocated with technical guidance, suggesting that with improved stamina, Jur would become even stronger through dedicated training. I will do my best, senior, he affirmed. He noted that aside from his doubles match with Tuano, he had been dozing off during the rest of the competitions. The bout between Kawachi and Oni showcased a clash of power players. Kawachi, with an earnest heart, attempted to emulate Oni's style, yet his strength fell short. Your speed is too slow. Your power is decent, but the burly Kawachi's lack of speed resulted in a shutout, losing 6-0. Under the hospitality of several maids at the Atobi residence, they enjoyed 2 meals. Karasuma accompanied a few high school students back to the training camp, as the next day marked the end of their holiday, and they needed to return to prepare for the start of the school term. Many from Rikkai stayed an extra night, indulging in the hot springs at the Atobi Villa, which featured a variety of sports facilities. Kahara, Atobi, H. and Shido engaged in a game of table tennis, while Karasuma, Yukimura, Yagi, and Kawachi played billiards, and Sanada, Tezuka, and Nayo enjoyed a game of bowling. On the day before yesterday, Karasuma Gaki received an email from Sherry, inquiring whether he could take her out for some fresh air the following day. He ignored her request, dismissing the notion of taking a stroll as mere fantasy. The next day, he received another email from Sherry, questioning why her opportunity for fresh air had been revoked. This was a consequence of his failure to report the real-time results of the experiment. Barolo had not concealed the truth. Karasuma Gaki candidly explained the reason to her. Pale-faced in the office, Sherry waited for a long time today. Noon passed, yet no one came to escort her. She dared not confront Jin and instead sent a message to Barolo. How could he possibly know that she had withheld the latest experimental results? Was it he who reported to Jin about the cancellation of her meeting with her sister? It was apparent that members of the organization, designated by code names, could not be trusted. Just yesterday, she had the audacity to email him, asking if he could facilitate a meeting with her sister. How laughable. Surely, he must have mocked her in silence. She had only recently discovered that a TX 4869 might revert the subjects to a juvenile state, a fact she had deliberately concealed for less than 3 months, as the data remained unstable and she wished to use it as leverage. She yearned to escape this life devoid of freedom, longing for a life akin to that of an ordinary person, where she could move freely in the world, unmonitored, no longer confined to the monotonous cycle between the laboratory and the office. If you do not allow me to meet my sister, I will terminate the experiment. Sherry, after a day of inner turmoil, finally sent Karasuma Gaki this ultimatum. After enjoying a soak in the hot springs, Karasuma donned a bathrobe and, having forgotten his phone, only discovered the emails upon returning to his room. With cheeks puffed in exasperation, he pondered the matter. Does the customer service regarding the main characters of reversing the flow of time hold any efficacy? Presently, all effects on the main characters are halved. And when the world consciousness dwindles to merely 10, all skills and auras can activate directly. As for Sherry, if there is an interruption, so be it. He held no hope for her success in her research. Karama climbed onto the bed and leaned against the headboard, indulging in a game when a knock echoed through the room. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was 10:30. Who could possibly be seeking him at this hour? Upon opening the door, he found Atobi standing there with his arms crossed, his stature slightly shorter than Karama's at this moment. Drawing Atobi into the room with an affectionate embrace around his shoulders, Karama inquired, "What brings you here, little Q? Visiting me in the dead of night?" As they entered the room, Atobi settled onto the sofa, remarking, "Those techniques of yours, they aren't merely extensions of your mental prowess, are they?" As Karasuma settled beside him, reclining against the back of the sofa, he curled his lips in response, "Not quite. What is it? Is it an unexplored realm for him? Please help me keep it a secret." Karasuma leaned in with an air of mystery. Akiyama, nonchalantly perched with his legs crossed, regarded Karasuma with a slight smirk. "Ah, it is magic. Is it magic from the Hua Nation? Those Chinese characters you recite are incantations? Every time he employed those remarkable abilities, Karasuma would softly murmur in Chinese. Indeed, what types of magic are there? Though Akiyama maintained his composure, curiosity began to get the better of him. Healing, attack, defense, purification, perhaps? He was uncertain. Those were merely skills, after all. You can do all of that? Truly versatile. Can I learn? Even the most composed of youths could not restrain their inner magical girl. Unfortunately, no. Invincibility can be such a lonely existence. Thankfully, I have Yukimura to keep me company. Then, could you demonstrate for me? What other kinds of magic do you possess? What does healing magic look like? Healing magic? It's like when Rikkai was battered in the afternoon, yet soon after, he was lively again. That was my doing. Akiyama's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How wonderful. I truly wish to learn. Is it really impossible? Why? There's a bloodline inheritance involved. I can only say so much, especially since Akiyama cannot find his direct relatives. Alright then, how many people are aware of this? Surely, the Seishin Academy must know? At present, all the regular and alternate members of the Rikkai Tennis Club are aware. What ailments can your healing magic treat? Can it cure cancer? Akiyama's curiosity was evidently piqued. Customer service, can it cure cancer? Beep beep beep, this is not customer service. Yes, it can, with the combination of the worry-free melody and acupuncture therapy over the course of a month. How infuriating. Is this the scheming of that old man? Bin Xiao? Why hasn't he shared it with me? You simply haven't ingratiated yourself enough. Such splendid magic. Having received the answers he sought, Akiyama departed with a sense of fulfillment. Amaru, Brother Bianc, you look exceptionally handsome today. Your figure casting elixirs in the canyon truly captivates me. Bianc, go away. Yukio, Brother Bianc, within the mysterious fragments of the lottery lies a map revealing the whereabouts of your master. Do you desire vengeance? Upon inquiring about the background story of Bianc from the customer service, he learned that he was betrayed by his master, repeatedly ensnared and hunted down. Once a kind-hearted and innocent youth dedicated to saving others, he has now transformed into a mistrustful and illicit healer. Attempting to leverage his master's betrayal to elicit a monetary reward, Bianc retorts, my current strength is insufficient, even if I were to find him. It would merely lead to my own demise. Karasuma Gaki, isn't the rotating disc capable of enhancing one's strength? With gradual accumulation, when your power becomes formidable, you can then navigate the shifting map to seek vengeance. Bianc, activate the passive skill to release a health pack, unleash a skill to distribute a lethal potion. Invoke a skill to issue a healing pack, employ a skill to dominate life, and issue a special health pack as the master of healing. Karasuma, wow, big shot. Brother Bianc, you are truly remarkable. Some possess not a single skill, while others unleash all 5. Luquan is currently not at all drowsy after receiving the red envelope. He examines its effects and usage. Boss Chow, Yuan, do you remember? You promised me. You must utilize my aura when you return. Kamakura, I merely suggested opening it to take a look. When will the response be applied? Chapter 74. Tezuka and Itobi have become someone else's spouses. The passive malevolent medical technique does not deplete any mental or magical energy. Once donned, physical contact with others induces poisoning, which manifests as a chronic toxin, inflicting ongoing damage and diminishing their bodily resilience, affecting everyone except the wearer. The skill Lethal Elixir consumes 20 points of magical energy upon activation, inflicting damage within a certain range, causing poisoning that leads to organ failure and a significant reduction in lifespan, effective against all except the wearer. Goodness, this is perilous. The skill Good and Evil Diagnosis consumes 55 points of magical energy. It offers partial healing effects to allies, swiftly mending wounds and restoring health, while afflicting enemies with poison that results in continuous vomiting of blood, making them susceptible to excessive blood loss and potential death from repeated assaults. The skill Mastery of Life requires 120 points of magical energy. It grants the wearer immunity to all poisons while providing substantial healing and recovery effects to allies, allowing for the rapid healing of severe, life-threatening injuries and inflicting poisonous damage on enemies that can lead to instantaneous demise. The special skill Healer S Mentor consumes mental energy, embodying the essence of a miraculous healer, immune to all toxins, encompassing various ancient Chinese medical techniques, including pulse diagnosis, acupuncture, Tuina therapy, herbal remedies, and internal energy healing. Alas, I must learn it myself. Customer service, how on earth does one acquire this knowledge? Seasoned traditional Chinese doctors have decades of experience. With the assistance of a healer's mentor, You will learn swiftly. Trust me. This is infuriating. The incompetence is utterly exasperating. Starting tomorrow, let Kindra find someone to practice acupuncture on him. It's also a splendid opportunity to observe the legacy of Wei Wu, unbound by any restrictions. Upon activating the Wei Wu legacy, one is greeted with a bold, emphatic 7-character phrase. Goodness. Had I known, I would have opened it sooner. The description states that upon donning the aura, one can perceive everyone's favorability towards the user, 0-100. The favorability of ordinary individuals is marked in gray, 0-100, while that of a Rinshi or those who have become Rinshi is denoted in red. When the favorability of a Rinshi towards the user reaches 50, the user can issue a subsequent command, which the recipient will permanently adhere to. What is the scope of Rinshi? Is it merely someone else's lawful spouse? Or can it be a girlfriend as well? The absence of a specified gender implies that a boyfriend should suffice. With a sense of bewilderment, Karasuma drifted into slumber, whereupon he found himself in a dream. In this reverie, he was engaged in a practice match with Yukimura at the park's court when a group from Hyodai approached them. As they neared, the previously gray numeric labels that defined each individual transformed, with 2 of them now glowing crimson. It was Atobi and Tezuka whose labels had turned red. Had they become the beloved of someone? Whose beloved was Atobi? And who claimed Tezuka as theirs? Karasuma dropped his racket and rushed over to a few people, eager to gossip and inquire about their romantic entanglements. The 2 blushed and began to respond, but before Karasuma could hear their answers, he was abruptly awakened by an urgent need to relieve himself. Alas, he hadn't finished his questioning. The day had already dawned. It was past 7 o'clock. And Karasuma sat up, feeling a deep sense of dissatisfaction. After getting out of bed and freshening up, he made his way to the dining hall, where many had already risen to partake in breakfast. They had arranged to reconvene at 9 o'clock the previous night. As Karasuma settled into the seat beside Yukimura, his gaze inevitably drifted towards Atobi and Tezuka. Atobi seemed to prefer entangling himself with the little wolf, while Tezuka appeared rather sluggish. Had Tezuka perhaps ventured into foreign territory? Perhaps Karasuma's scrutinizing gaze was too conspicuous, for Yukimura offered him a cup of warm milk, silently inquiring with his eyes. What are you doing? As Karasuma leaned closer to Yukimura, their heads sank beneath the dining table. Last night, I dreamt that Tezuka and Atobi were someone's husbands. Yukimura turned his head, casting an incredulous glance at Karasuma. Is that your prediction of the future? It was merely a dream. Yet, it seems rather extraordinary. Does it not? Indeed, it does. Karasuma observed the gray numerical tags perched atop the heads of those at the table, pondering whether there would come a day when someone truly turned red. As Karasuma shook off the goosebumps, he straightened his posture and continued his meal. Chitos, with his tousled curls, arrived fashionably late. Observing the gray label displaying 65100 above Chiaki's head, he noted that aside from Aishi, Kobayashi held the highest admiration. TSK. It seems this fellow holds me in high regard, Karasuma thought, unable to suppress a grin that reached his temples. The members of Hyodai regarded him with a fondness of 50, while Atobi was slightly higher at 55, likely due to the lucrative gaming venture they had collaborated on. Seishin's Yukimura was at 70, Chitos at 65, Sakamoto at 50, and the rest of the team members averaged around 60. Ah, he truly is well liked, he mused. After a delightful breakfast, the group gathered their belongings and boarded the bus. As soon as Chitos and Neo settled into their seats, they leaned against each other and drifted off to sleep. Aishi, are you feeling unwell? Karasuma inquired softly, taking a seat by the window next to Yukimura. Yukimura shook his head in response. Karuwa sent a message to Chinjio, informing him that he would be visiting base number 5 today. Base No. 5 is one of the research facilities established by the organization in the Kanto region, and it also serves as Sherry's base. A copy of Sherry's research materials is to be archived at base number 8, as she poses a potential risk of betrayal. Since Chinjio learned of Barolos' magical abilities, his regard for Barolos' words has notably increased. Is it a prediction of magic? The bus delivered everyone to the entrance of Rikkai University, and as noon approached, they bid their farewells and returned home. Karasuma, Yukimura, and Yanagi, along with Sanada, walked in unison. Why does Karasuma appear to be so pensive? Noticing that the usually lively Karasuma was unusually silent today, Yanagi could not help but inquire. Oh, it's nothing. Life is an endless pursuit of knowledge. And he truly is a busy individual. He fears he won't grasp it all, that time might slip away before he can learn. Upon returning home, he cast a mesmerizing hypnosis upon Karasuma, ensuring eternal loyalty from him. Transforming into a conduit, He had Karasuma lead him to base number 5. Upon entering, a laboratory assistant clad in a white coat greeted him at the entrance. Lord Barolo, I am Yamashita, an experimental assistant for the Silver Bullet project. The arrangements you requested have already been prepared in the laboratory. As Yamashita led the way, he continued to explain. Regarding your request for a substance that induces paralysis in the limbs, we have a potion ready for you. A simple injection will suffice. Arriving at the underground laboratory, they found a man restrained on the experimental table, his hands, feet, and torso immobilized. Karasuma donned gloves, asking, "Where did you acquire him?" "From the Yamaguchi Gumi," Yamashita replied. "A small team pilfered our goods from the harbor warehouse. Lord Jin managed to locate them, dismantling their hideout and apprehending a portion of them. The remainder was eliminated on-site." Yamashita, a rather gossipy individual, found himself privy to information that was perhaps beyond the scope of his modest role as an experimental assistant, all thanks to his amiable nature. He had a decent rapport with Lord Vodka, who let slip some details. He administered a sharp slap to the man on the table, but there was no response. "Is he dead?" "No." Yamashita stepped forward and delivered 2 swift slaps, awakening the man. How infuriating. He was sleeping quite soundly. "Lord Barolo, perhaps your hand was not heavy enough." "Lord Barolo, this is the paralysis agent." Yamashita handed a test tube to Karasuma. "You administer it." "Very well." Yamashita drew the potion into a syringe and injected it into the man's arm. "What are you doing?" "Demon." "Silence." Upon locking eyes with Karasuma, the man fell silent, succumbing to a simple hypnosis. After Yamashita completed the injection, he cautiously retreated to a corner of the laboratory, feeling that Lord Barolo was even more terrifying than Lord Jin. Had he hypnotized that man with merely a glance? He shuddered involuntarily, subtly pinching himself to assure that he had not been hypnotized as well. Chapter 75. Beach volleyball. Donning the mantle of a healer, he localized the man's condition, and a series of acupoints appeared as white dots on his body. Based on the man's ailments, a treatment plan emerged, alongside a plethora of acupuncture techniques flooding his mind. Apart from the paralysis symptoms from the earlier injection, the man also suffered from gastritis, pneumonia, and pharyngitis, quite the list of ailments. He certainly would not be treating him. Focusing on the paralysis condition, red dots appeared at the acupoints, indicating the order and depth of the needles required. He needed to be precise about the insertion depth. Receiving the needle from Yamashita, he followed the marked sequence for insertion. Completely untrained, Karasuma fumbled with the needle, twisting his body and adjusting his stance. What position should I assume? Should I lie down or stand while inserting? Incorrect. The method of needle manipulation was incorrect. You should first practice the techniques of needle threading and twisting using a sponge. It is truly frustrating. What a wasted trip. Bring me several sponges. Wu Yuan sat down directly in the laboratory and began to practice the needle techniques taught by Bianca right there. The entire afternoon, Wu Yuan's neck and arms became stiff, and his fingers felt somewhat numb. He continuously massaged his neck and clenched his fists to alleviate the stiffness. In the evening, he planned to practice again at home. He had already returned to his laboratory in the mountains to continue his work. As Karasuma stood up and stretched his body, he exited the laboratory, having been undisturbed by that man throughout the afternoon. At the entrance of laboratory number 3, he was intercepted by Shelley. "How could you possibly know about the progress of the experiment?" she inquired. "I am omniscient," he replied with a wicked smile, his expression reminiscent of a certain infamous figure. Casting his gaze upon the chestnut-haired girl before him, noticing the gray label, 20100, atop her head, he scoffed inwardly, "Ignorant sister of Hino Kagutsuki. How dare she harbor such a meager level of affection for Lord Barolo? You have 1 month. If you can present new results, I may assist in lifting your confinement." Karasuma stated as he proceeded forward. "How could new results possibly emerge in a mere month? You understand nothing. All you do is criticize," Shelley exclaimed, unable to restrain her frustration as she watched the boy's nonchalant silhouette. Karasuma swiftly positioned himself before Sherry, gripping her neck firmly and lifting her off the ground. "How dare you conceal the results of the White Mouse's transformation into its juvenile stage? Do you intend to betray the organization?" Sherry's face flushed crimson as she clawed at Karasuma's right hand, leaving crescent-shaped marks that drew blood. He forcefully cast her aside, causing her to tumble to the floor, where she coughed incessantly. The numbers above her head shifted to 15,100. How infuriating. She was a rare genius scientist within the organization. The B0SS had tasked her with researching a potion capable of reversing the flow of time and granting resurrection. She had undertaken the study of her parents' silver bullet, a TX-4869. How dare Barolo lay hands on her? Even Jin would not dare to confront her so directly. Focus on your duties, Sherry. Having resolved not to engage further with her, Karasuma departed the base. After returning home and finishing dinner, he retreated to his study to practice his needlework. The aftercare from the sparrow was indeed thorough. Perhaps he found solace in having such a dedicated student. He finally succumbed to sleep late into the night, for tomorrow marked the beginning of the new school term. With prominent dark circles under his eyes, Karasuma arrived at school. On the first day of the new term, those holding positions were exceptionally busy. The trio from Class 2B, not Karasuma. He was not idle. Whenever he found a moment, he would pull out his sponge and needle to continue practicing his acupuncture technique. Renwang and Buntai gathered around his desk, observing as he diligently honed his skills. They exchanged glances. Hey, Karasuma, what are you up to? I'm practicing acupuncture, he replied. My hands are almost cramping from all this work. There's no need to rush. With the assistance from our medical mentor, as I've mentioned before, you'll learn swiftly. It's all right. Even those who specialize in flying needles can do it. In late September, the second-year students of Rikkai would embark on a study trip, followed by an overseas training session in mid to late October. The groups led by Karasuma Gaki, Yukimura, and Yanagi from B and C groups, as well as Group F, are destined for Okinawa, while Sanada and Kuwahara's Group A is headed to Kyoto, a considerable distance apart. The educational trip spans 2 days and 1 night, with the group departing to Tokyo to catch a flight to Okinawa. Upon reaching the hotel and stowing their luggage, the 6 members of Karasuma Gaki set out to explore the surrounding area. They arrived at the beach in Okinawa, where the seaside was bustling with activity. Many individuals donned swimsuits, frolicking by the shore, while others engaged in spirited games of beach volleyball. Several individuals, dressed in shirts and shorts, settled onto the beach loungers. I'm going to take that speedboat. Is anyone interested in joining me? Asked Wantai, standing with his hands on his hips. Karasuma shook his head, while Rawang, Lu, and Qian decided to accompany him for some fun. Karasuma, you've seemed rather down lately. Even when you come out to play, your enthusiasm appears lacking. The two reclined on the loungers, each sporting a pair of sunglasses. I heard from Wantai and Yachi that you've been practicing acupuncture during recess this month. Is it because of me? Yukimura turned to look at him. Yes, I'm almost there. I have grasped the basics, but I wish to refine my skills to ensure precision. Thank you, Karasuma. After a brief nap, Wantai, along with a few others, returned, cheerfully inquiring if they wished to play beach volleyball. Let us play. Karasuma stood up, turning to Yukimura. Are you in? Let's have some fun, Yukimura replied with a smile as he got up to join. The group arrived at the beach volleyball area, where an event was taking place. Participants were required to sign up in pairs for the volleyball competition, with the winning duo receiving complimentary access to the seaside resort. I want to team up with Seichi, Wantai exclaimed as he clasped Yukimura's left arm. No way. I am pairing with Aichi, declared Karasuma, gripping Yukimura's right arm. In that case, we shall form a black and white team. Whoever emerges victorious will pair with Seichi, Lu proposed. After a series of matches, Renwang and Yukimura formed a team, while Lu and Wantai teamed up, and Karasuma paired with Qian. In addition to their 3 teams, other pairs of strangers included combinations of men and women, women with women, and men with men, as the competition welcomed all. Upon perusing the registration list, Karasuma discovered several familiar names: Yoshiro Mute, Ren Higuruma, Yujiro Kai, and Hiroshi Chinen. Do you play volleyball? In response, Karasuma shook his head, stating that while he could not play, he possessed the ability to employ skills that would utterly dominate the opposing side. Indeed, he replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. The scoring will depend on you. I shall focus on creating distractions. Excellent. The first pair encountered by Karasuma and Ken was a couple of passers-by. Karasuma, using a ribbon, playfully pulled the two closer together, while Ken seized the opportunity to score with a decisive hit. Those acquainted with the couple jeered at them, exclaiming, "What is the meaning of this?" Displaying affection at such a moment. To which they responded, "No, we simply cannot help ourselves." As Karasuma and Kuroda exchanged smiles, revealing their pearly whites, the competition commenced with randomly matched opponents in a single elimination format. A loss meant immediate disqualification, with the next 2 randomly matched teams stepping up. The beach in Okinawa was bustling with visitors, and during the 3rd round, they encountered Mukut and Hiroka, none of whom were familiar with one another except for the omniscient Karasuma. The data collected earlier indicated that their opponents possessed commendable skills, and Kuroda had gathered substantial information on them. Understood, Karasuma replied, removing his sunglasses and tucking them into the collar of his shirt. In the previous rounds, he had primarily engaged in harassment, while Kuroda managed both offense and defense single-handedly. They are from Rikkai's tennis club. If it weren't for the referee announcing his name, Karasuma would hardly have recognized Mukit. Oh, you know me? The illustrious name of Rikkai indeed precedes me. The captain of Rikkai, Karasuma, with his striking white hair and crimson eyes, was certainly memorable. After Karasuma removed his sunglasses, Mukit, now recognizing him, initiated an offensive move. Sashabaku. As Kuroda returned the ball to the opponent's side, Mukit prepared to counter from the side, executing Kigoka Hansho. Haha. Mukit is frozen mid-air. Indeed, he was a formidable opponent. As Mukit was pulled backward, his gaze remained fixed on Karasuma, affirming Rikkai's reputation for excellence. Even volleyball proved to be a challenging endeavor against them. Then, let us see. Daibanshi Kyan. A serpentine trajectory enveloped Karasuma, swiftly descending toward the court. Kuroda found himself unable to retaliate, leaving Karasuma to watch helplessly as Mukit scored. Humph. I figured it out. You have no understanding of volleyball. Mukit resolved to target Karasuma for points. Who says I don't? Karasuma retorted, lifting the volleyball and tossing it into the air before leaping to strike it toward the opposing side. Humph. A rather ordinary shot. As soon as Karasuma landed, he was swiftly sent back by a powerful strike from Mute's spoon-like serve. Ah, how surprising it is to discover that even Karasuma has his weaknesses. Nubi, with his hands tucked into his pockets and a slight bend at the waist, wore a mischievous smile. He and Yukimura had just triumphed in the third round and advanced to the fourth. Both Ryu and Bunta had also made it to the fourth round. Chapter 76, Fishing for Tequila. The novice player Karasuma contemplated how to cunningly secure victory in the match. As Mute prepared to serve once more, Karasuma activated his Hugaloo, causing a 3-second daze that resulted in Mute's serving error. He persistently disturbed his opponent during their serve and after his own serve. He managed to manipulate the two players and, under Karasuma's distractions, secured a deceitful victory. The reputation of Rikkai Daigaka was indeed well-deserved. After Mute's defeat, he did not leave. Instead, he stood together with Bunta and others. He recognized them as the key players of Rikkai, having seen their photographs in magazines showcasing their national championship victories. The next match featured Yukimura, Nyan, Kai, and Chinen. Bunta cast a glance at Mute, who, upon closer inspection, seemed less devious than he initially appeared. Noticing Bunta's furtive glances, Mute turned to greet him. I am Mute Yashikuro, a student from Higashi Gaku. Humph, still hiding the fact that he is part of the tennis club? I am Marui Bunta from the Rikkai tennis team. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Might I request your guidance after the match? As a team that has secured consecutive national championships, it would be invaluable for us to understand the gap between ourselves and the national champions, thereby motivating us to train even harder. I suspected this polite young man had ulterior motives. Humph, we have regulations against private matches. As long as the captain agrees, it is permissible, correct? I shall seek approval from your captain. It is a rare opportunity to encounter national champions in Okinawa. He could not let this chance slip away. As Kurama approached and embraced Bunta, he teased, What are you up to? Are you trying to charm our little pig? Taking advantage of Sangwa's absence to entice him? Bunta playfully pinched the flesh at Kurama's waist, exclaiming, You're the little pig. You foul crow. Hello, Kurama-kun. I am Mute Yashishiro. He introduced himself. Greetings, Kurama replied. I wonder if the future assassin, Mute, possesses any true potential to become a genuine killer. Soon, Yukimura and Nayu swiftly defeated the two from Kai. Mute exchanged pleasantries with Yukimura and expressed his desire for some guidance. We do not permit private matches, Yukimura firmly declined, and Mute chose not to press further. The final showdown in the volleyball tournament was between Kurama's team and Yukimura's. Kurama's attempts at control proved futile against Yukimura, despite controlling Nayu. Neither the unskilled Kurama nor the mediocre Q were a match for Yukimura. Ultimately, victory belonged to Yukimura and Naya. Mute and his companions were filled with envy today. All expenses at the seaside resort were on Kurama's generous tab. With a grand gesture, Kurama declared that he would cover the costs for the 8 of them. The owner of the beach volleyball court associated with Yukimura and Naya would also take care of their expenses. Although they could not compete with the players from Rikkai in tennis, Kurama's kindness and generosity truly impressed Mute and his friends. Together, they enjoyed all the entertaining games at the seaside resort, indulging in every moment. Before parting ways, Mute and the others exchanged contact information. And Mute noted that a new model of a D. Well phone had been released, with the older version now reduced in price. Even the older model was still far more convenient and feature-rich than the previous brick-like phones, prompting Mute to purchase one for himself with his earnings. Akara offered Mute 7 diamond membership cards to the tennis club. In Okinawa, there exists a crow-feather tennis club. He waved his phone at him and softly inquired whether he would be willing to work for him. Mute's glasses glimmered as he expressed his utmost honor to Mr. Akaru. Over the course of 2 years, he gathered the current members of the Higa Junior High Tennis Team. The Higa Junior High Tennis Team has not achieved notable success, and the funding allocated to the team by the school is nearly non-existent. They are merely students, devoid of financial resources, and Coach Satome serves as their wealthy benefactor. Although Coach Satome possesses a character as despicable as his own, he employs exceedingly harsh language to berate and ridicule his players. Mute has endured this for a considerable time. Now it seems he has latched on to a golden opportunity. He can finally change his benefactor. The training regimen and tennis techniques of the team are primarily imparted by him alone. Despite the poor and arduous training conditions, they persist with the goal of competing in national tournaments. After a day of amusement, Karama and his companions returned to their hotel to rest. The rooms were allocated according to class, and he exchanged rooms with Kayan, now sharing with Yukimura. In the evening, there seemed to be a bonfire party and barbecue event at the seaside, and the group planned to relax in their room for a while before joining the festivities. After dinner, they ventured out briefly to partake in the activities before returning to the hotel. Sanada mentioned in the group chat that they had encountered members from the Shiten Hoji school in Kyoto, and Shiraishi had taken them on a day of exploration. Tomorrow, Shiraishi would lead them to the woods to catch cicadas and stag beetles. Yagyu also commented in the chat, revealing that the author of the poisonous herb compendium he admired was none other than Shiraishi. The following morning, they strolled through the streets, purchasing small gifts for their tennis club members who had not come to Okinawa, before heading back in the afternoon. Are you going to fetch your distillery associates? Who? Tequila. What is tomorrow's transaction for tequila? Barolo. That big fool, Tequila, could blow himself up carrying a box. At least he is a loyal member of the codename team, so let us retrieve him. Karasuma sent a message to Jin, who realized that Barolo was quite knowledgeable about various matters, such as the transaction at Darabika Park last time. However, Barolo's authority indeed surpassed his own, making his awareness of these matters quite justifiable. The task of acquiring a list of the world's most talented programmers was now in Jin's hands. While Barolo lamented that without the organization, he would have to disperse. I'm going with you, Jin? He questioned, incredulous. Is that wise? To mobilize 2 S-class operatives merely for a suitcase? Barolo had always undertaken missions alone, save for the initial time he took him to Mermaid Island. Jin was eager to observe Barolo's approach to missions, even if it was simply a straightforward exchange of a suitcase. It was the weekend when Jin arrived in his Porsche 356A to collect him. Karasuma had transformed into the likeness of Misaka Makoto. Do you have a penchant for cross-dressing? This was the second time Jin had witnessed him donning female attire. I enjoy it. With that, Jin drove alongside Karasuma to the venue of the game software launch, where they disembarked and entered the hotel. Immediately upon taking on the task, Karasuma sent a message to the target, Nakajima Hideaki, regarding the suitcase, which was to be delivered to a girl in a school uniform with chestnut-colored, medium-length hair, from an unknown number. The two arrived early. Karasuma leaned against the wall of the lobby while Jin lounged on a sofa, casually crossing his legs as he observed him. Okaru observed the individuals entering the venue, perplexed, as he was unaware of the appearance of the transaction partner. Nakajima Hideaki wore a peculiar expression upon his arrival at the hotel. He noticed that among the attendees clad in school uniforms, there was only one girl, a middle school student leaning against the wall, clutching a suitcase, seemingly running errands for another student. What was the nature of this transaction? As he passed by the girl, he cleared his throat and headed towards the restroom, and indeed, she followed him. Inside the restroom, the sink area was deserted. He placed the suitcase on the communal sink to wash his hands, exchanging the suitcase before exiting. The girl even detached the company emblem, an M, from his suitcase and tossed it to him. Watching her retreating figure, he pondered the origin of her school uniform. He had never seen anything like it before. Quite intriguing. It appeared that this middle school girl was in cahoots with those individuals in black. Nevertheless, with the funds secured, he could settle his debts with the underground moneylender. As he emerged from the restroom and concealed the suitcase around the corner, Akara signaled to Jin, who was seated on the sofa. Jin frowned, asking, "Is it done? Where's the item?" Rising, Okaru exited the hotel and brushed past Kagoro Mori and others at the entrance. Kudo Shinichi halted, turning to scrutinize the tall man in black, whose appearance bore a resemblance to the two suspicious figures encountered on the Shinkansen previously. The bomb incident on the last Shinkansen ride was undoubtedly linked to those two men in black. The woman he had apprehended had also mentioned that her transaction partner was a pair of individuals clad in black, one of whom possessed long silver hair. "Hey, why didn't you wait for me?" Okaru remarked as he passed by Kudo Shinichi, making his way toward Jin. Jin stopped, turning his head, as Okaru approached. He playfully pinched his cheek, curiosity being a natural human trait. The Barolo transformation felt surreal to him, as though an illusion had created a visual misperception. Though he had previously fought against the transformed white-haired boy, this time, as the transformation took on a female form, his curiosity proved insatiable. The pinch was surprisingly tangible. Kawaramaki forcefully struck his hand aside, baring his teeth and exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" Get in the car. Shinji Kudo, having witnessed the entire scene, tapped his forehead in realization. This man was likely not an accomplice of the men in black, given his close bond with his sister. While those two figures appeared to be ruthless killers, yet he couldn't help but ponder the peculiar choice of attire of the girl, who wore shorts beneath her school uniform's short skirt. It was indeed an unusual fashion statement. He then turned and entered the hotel. "Where are the items? Did you fold the list and tuck it into your pocket?" Karasuma stretched out his hand, and a leather suitcase materialized in his grasp. Jin's pupils constricted. Was it spatial folding? He opened the suitcase to reveal a document inside, containing the information they sought. Karasuma Gaki closed the suitcase and tossed it into the back seat, followed by a large bag of precious stones he had previously acquired from the mountains, which he carelessly dropped onto the floor behind the driver's seat. Having seen those gems while passing through the mountains, he suggested, "You might as well take them to auction or sell them. Just send half of the earnings my way." As the vehicle commenced its journey back to Kanagawa, Karasuma Gaki dispelled the illusion, reclining against the seat for a brief moment of rest. Chapter 77. May I join? In October, a 3-day, 2-night overseas training session beckoned, with the entire tennis club embarking on a journey to the province of Sichuan in China. Upon returning to his joyous hometown, Karasuma Gaki entertained his companions with excursions, including a visit to the zoo to observe pandas, purchasing merchandise, and indulging in spicy hot pot. The fluency with which he spoke Chinese outshone his Japanese. Nyan, perplexed, noted that although he was born in Nihon and raised in Italy, he had developed a profound fondness for Chinese culture. Karasuma Gaki harbored a deep affection for China, and it appeared that the Yukimura family was not of pure Nihon descent. Karasuma Gaki himself seemed more akin to a mixed heritage. The Karasuma family's enterprises spanned the globe, with principal industries located in Europe, while their presence in the Nihon realm constitutes merely a modest fraction. Omaru Renya was born into a wealthy family in the mid-19th century. Now, in the 21st century, one can only imagine the immense influence and intricate connections of the Amara family. To reckon, his grandfather should be 158 years old. Yet due to the interference of worldly consciousness, he has remained at the age of 140. Once he and the system assimilate the worldly consciousness, he plans to reverse time for his grandfather, allowing him to continuously amass wealth for him. After spending 3 days in Huagua, Omaru Yuang attempted to trace his previous incarnation for a week, but foolishly realized that there would be no traces left. Upon returning to Kanagawa, Omaru Yuang inquired once more with Yukimura about any symptoms, to which Yukimura shook his head. Recently, Yukio and Bunta have been particularly attached to Yukimura, following him closely every day after school. The two of them now inquire about Yukimura's health several times a day, and both Ryu and Neo have noticed their peculiar behavior. Bunta is aware that Yukio knows many things. He seems to possess an uncanny foresight about everything, yet he chooses not to confront it. In the moment Yukimura collapses, what fills his mind is an unsettling mix of anticipation. Within him, there lies both fear and tranquility. Akaru embraced Yukimura's fallen form, lifting him effortlessly while disregarding the pale-faced, tearful Wentai and the others rushing towards them. He called out to the system, "Can I commence treatment using the Ring of Destiny directly?" The answer was negative. The plot had only just begun, and a thorough diagnosis was essential before proceeding. "Contact Uncle Ray," Okaru instructed, still cradling Yukimura in his arms as he turned to Wentai. Wentai dialed Akaru Ray with his own phone. Akaru, unable to restrain himself, spoke in a commanding tone to the voice on the other end, "Uncle Ray, summon Kinyu to pick me up." It was Saturday, and Yukimura, Akaru, Wentai, Sanada, and Yanagi were practicing at the club. "Seichi, Sanada attempted to take over for Yukimura but found himself at a loss, gazing at Yukimura, who lay unconscious with closed eyes. He helplessly looked at Akaru, who reassured. He will be fine. Akaru could only offer such comfort to everyone at that moment. Kenyu soon arrived with his team, and after Akaru got into the vehicle, he turned to the others and cautioned, "Do not make a scene." Those who wished to accompany them were halted by the black-clad individuals brought by Kenyu. "Do you want me to take him to the organization's hospital?" Barolo inquired, conducting a preliminary examination on Yukimura as he addressed Akaru. In a moment of madness, "I called for Kenyu directly. We should go to a regular hospital." Kanyo's public persona was that of the talented French surgeon, Lance Capet, who had long engaged with the neon-lit realm. Upon receiving a call from Lance Capet, the director of the Kanai General Hospital arranged for personnel to be on standby for the incoming patient. Yukimura was taken away for examination, and after handing him over, Kenyu departed. In the V ward, Karasuma waited patiently as Yukimura awakened shortly after his arrival at the hospital. He quietly complied with the examinations, experiencing a tingling sensation coursing through his fingertips. Akaru called Yukimura's mother and, after some contemplation, sent a message to Sanada and others. By the time they arrived, Yukimura had already completed his examination and was seated on the bed, engaging in conversation with Akaru, appearing to be in good spirits. "Seichi, how are you? What caused you to faint?" Sanada and the others encircled Yukimura's hospital bed with concern. "The examination just concluded. The results are yet to be revealed," they were informed. Observing the smile on Yukimura's face, Yanagi felt a pang of worry. He seemed considerably weakened. "Is there any pain? Any discomfort?" "No pain." Yukimura reassured them with a gentle shake of his head, exchanging a knowing glance with one tie and sharing a smile in return. The doctor entered the room, suggesting that they proceed with hospitalization. Preliminary results indicated some abnormal data, necessitating further examination to ascertain the ailment. One tie gazed intently at Yukimura's face, reflecting on how, during the first arc, Yukimura had collapsed around this time but had delayed hospitalization until December. The young boy, not yet 14, had been terrified by the less than 30% success rate of the surgery, opting instead for conservative treatment. He had spent over half a year in the hospital, witnessing Yukimura transform from a robust, athletic youth into a frail figure. Each time he visited, he would bring cakes that Yukimura could eat, having specifically consulted the doctor about them, as they were homemade. It wasn't until the Kanto tournament that Yukimura's condition necessitated surgery. He was wheeled into the operating room. Until his collapse, there had been no symptoms, and he held on to a glimmer of hope, pondering whether this second chance would spare him from illness. Yukimura's mother arrived, while his father was abroad and could not return immediately. Yukimura comforted his tearful mother with a smile. As dusk approached, his younger sister remained at home with a nanny. Yukimura urged his mother to return home to be with her, assuring her that he would be fine. He also encouraged Sanada and the others to head back. Glancing between Akaru and Yukimura, "I have something to discuss with Akaru." "All right, Seichi, do take care and rest." Sanada and the others departed. Yukimura rose and approached the window, lost in thought as he gazed outside. What is an organization? Barolo, Cognac, both are names of wines. Does Akaru's family engage in the wine industry? Karasuma sat quietly in his chair, gazing at Yukimura, who was lost in thought while staring out the window, choosing not to interrupt. Barolo. Karasuma's complexion turned pale. Yukimura turned to look at him, noticing his distressed expression, and softened his voice. "Is that your childhood name?" He had overheard the conversation with Kanbei while in the car. It was indeed his oversight. Is it not permissible to speak of it? Karasuma was a paradoxical individual, both passionate and indifferent. Yukimura was aware that Karasuma harbored secrets from everyone, secrets he ought not to pry into. Perhaps it was the sudden whim brought on by his illness. But he felt compelled to inquire. Karasuma remained silent in response. Matters concerning the organization were not to be disclosed. "May I join you?" Observing Karasuma's serious and somewhat solemn expression, Yukimura couldn't help but tease him a little. "How much did you hear?" Their conversation had not been extensive. "Not much," Yukimura said as he turned and sat down beside the bed, facing Karasuma. "Ashi, I am not a good person." Karasuma leaned gently against Yukimura's lap, his voice barely above a whisper. Yukimura tenderly stroked his head. "Once you acknowledge me, feel free to share, for I shall always stand by your side." He hoped for them to walk together in solidarity. Karasuma Gaki raised his gaze to meet Yukimura's eyes, locking their stare for a prolonged moment. "I am a villain, you know." Seichi. Yukimura smiled at him, remaining silent. "I